Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 170, Departure. Hello. I forgot I was supposed to drop a chapter today, so here it is. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abaddamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddam. /////crack// From the depths of the lake, cracks started to form around the shell of Amphisbaena's egg. From within the cracks, bubbles rose to the surface, making the lake's waters splash all around violently, like a boiling cauldron. Move. Shit my bag. Leave it. Go to the safety perimeter. /chatter/. From the side, everyone started running even more fiercely, getting ready to evacuate behind the safety wall they built, leaving the ones who would fight behind. And those people were Tioni, Tiona, Ace, Bet, and Lafia. They were all wearing a different sort of clothing mixed with their usual gear. It was similar to a swimsuit, but not the kind you would use on the beach, kind like a diver's suit. It was a mixture of many sorts of magic items and enchanted equipment, gear that was made to maximize, or better put, decrease the impact fighting inside water could provoke on them. Within this sort of environment, falling inside the lake was not inevitable, so when that happened, those clothes would help them maneuver inside the water, potentially saving their lives, or what likely happening, preventing them from getting too injured. Not to say, those clothes were extremely heat-resistant. And albeit that may sound counterintuitive considering they were surrounded by water, Amphisbaena, like many other dragons, could also breathe fire. One that would continually burn even when in contact with water. /tremble/. Time to go. Silver said as he touched his bag, getting ready to teleport away from the lake. It's more chaotic than I expected. Well, Goliath's birth is also rather bombastic. But he quickly realized something. On the back, he saw the group of 5 adventurers, one of them trembling slightly as she looked at the deep lake. It was the golden-haired swordsman. Ace Wallenstein. Ah. I forgot about it. He said with a helpless smile. Ace has a deep fear of deep bodies of water. Anything that passes her knees will make her go weak. Well. Silver smiled. It wasn't his problem right now. Since she herself decided to participate in this, then it meant she had resolved herself somewhat, or perhaps, she had a plan. The truth was, however, Ace had no such plans or resolve. This decision was something she made on the fly due to a certain desire that ignited within her. She felt that cowering in the corner, waiting for everyone else to push the large dragon ashore would be too shameful. And upon thinking of who would be watching her, she felt compelled to do something. Only now realizing how difficult her choices really were, as her legs refused to move as the lake splashed all around. /flash/. Silver vanished from his spot, just a moment before a large wave engulfed it, reappearing a few dozen meters away next to the other members of the Loki familia. He didn't stay next to the top executives though, they had other priorities right now such as making sure everyone was fine. So he simply stayed somewhere nearby, morphing the rocks near him into a seat and opening his backpack, grabbing a small snack to nibble on as they fought. Show me what you can do. The more I know about them the better. Despite everything, the future is unpredictable, and you never know. With a small smile, he turned his attention from the chaotic lake to the group of 5 adventurers, raising his senses to hear what they were saying. Whatever. Just give me the buff already. Bet exclaimed at the top of his lungs as he saw that things were taking too long. Exclamation point. Ariel. /whoosh/. Ace was suddenly shaken awake, her knees stopped trembling as she raised her sword, wind gathering around it as she slashed her sword at Bet's boots. /cheng/. The wind dispersed upon contact with the boot's gems, but strong winds formed around Bet's feet as he jumped high into the air, flying in it like Ace. Ace. You'll stay behind and protect Lafia, we'll push it to the shore. Tioni exclaimed as she rushed after Bet. You can do it. Tiona said with a smile as she jumped forward. She swung her double-edged great sword like the blades of a helicopter. It didn't help her fly at all, but she had fun doing it. It worked like a quick warm-up. Let's go, Urga. So. Excuse me, Ace. I. /nod/. /ching/. Ace didn't say anything to Lafia, merely reading her sword and standing in front of the elf girl as she raised her staff and closed her eyes to focus, forgetting about the chaos unfolding in front of her eyes. It was not like she was unafraid, on the contrary, she feared the situation she was in, but she had trust in the golden-haired girl in front of her, enough trust to put her life on the line and chant without a care in the world. Her lips parted, and a song echoed in the cavern. I wish upon the name of Wish. Ancestors of the forest, proud brethren. Answer my call and come to the plains. Slash splash, slash. Slash roar slash. Slash roar, slash. Even when the thundering sounds of two distinct roars blasted her ears, Lafia merely bit her lips as she continued to chant. See connecting bonds, the pledge of paradise. Turn the circle and dance around. Slash bam, slash. A powerful collision blasted against her clothes. It was likely Bet, fighting the monster just a few meters away from her. But she didn't open her eyes. Come, ring of fairies. Please, give me strength. Elf ring. Slash shin, slash. A beautiful white circle of light formed around Lafia, surrounding her entire body. It was the magic that made her the promising successor to the elf sage and possibly the future greatest magician. Slash roar, slash. Enough of this. Shut your crap. Slash bam, slash. Bet slammed his foot down, sending one of the heads onto the ground where Tioni was. Slash slash, slash. Roar. She plunged with her kukri knives, taking away the right eye of the left head. Slash gulp, slash. Lafia's eyes were still closed, and sometimes, she could feel the breath of the beast. But she couldn't stay like this forever. Harbinger of the end, the white snow. She was far from done, there were people waiting for her, she had to finish what she started, or else it would be all in vain. Opening her eyes, now focused, a blue and complex string of intertwined magical circles with her foot as the center formed on the ground. They were full of complex runes and symbols, enough to make the eyes of a common man roll. She saw the massive two-headed dragon locked in a fight against Tioni, Tiona, and Bet. They seemed more focused on waiting around rather than jumping in the water. The same could be said for the dragon, it was clearly holding itself back as it had yet to release its mighty breath. Blow with the wind before the twilight. Closing light, the freezing land. Blizzard, the 3 severe winters. My name is Alf. The magic circles flared as the wind started to grow cold and the water around them froze. This was her mentor's magic, the first level of Riveria's attack magic Vas Windheim. Get ready. Tioni exclaimed as she moved away from the shores of the lake. Roar. The left dragon head smacked Bet away, but he planned for this since now, he had repositioned himself further from the lake. Slash crack, slash. He fell on the ground, sliding with incredible agility as his feet dug onto the rock. Seeing her 2 companions flying away with ease, Tiona was left dumbfounded. Roar. Slash smack, slash. The right head tried to bite her, but she merely punched upward, forcing it to close its mouth. Ouch ouch ouch. Shaking her hand in pain due to how hard the dragon's scales were, Tiona ran away with tears in her eyes, her fist bleeding considerably as the dragon recoiled into the lake due to Tiona's full-strength punch. Wind Fimblevetter. Slash freeze, slash. A strong gale of wind burst forth in front of her, turning the ground white, and instantly freezing all water it touched. Snowflakes started to form in the air due to the high water density and up above, the mist started to condense due to the cold. Slash clack clack, slash. And hail started to fall. Slash grab, slash. Back in the spectator's seat, Silver grabbed a small snowflake. He didn't say much, letting go of it before it melted. Roar. Back at the lake, the cold wave hit Amphisbaena out of nowhere, surprising it, as the water on its skin and around it froze, trapping it in place in a very awkward position. It roared fiercely in defiance, but the cold was too much and even its face was entrapped in ice. Even the waterfalls froze solid into huge pillars of ice. Slash silence, slash. The world was overtaken with ice, sharp pillars of ice were scattered all around as the waves of water were turned into solid terrain. This was the power of this tiny level 3 elf. Slash thud slash. After casting her spell, Lafia tumbled forward, only to be grabbed by Ace. Haa. You did well, Lafia. Ace praised the tired elf, touching her head. Thank you. Get your ass up quickly and start chanting, this isn't over yet. Bet said in a deep tone as he looked at the frozen monster. Far from done. Lafia didn't bicker at all, instead, she grabbed one of the few blue vials from her waist, a mind potion, chugging it down before cleaning her lips. Slash crack, slash. When it seemed everything was over, the ice around the monster cracked and steam rose into the air. Slash shaa, slash. Like a kettle with boiling water, steam continued to pour out of the many cracks that started to form around its shell. Get ready, Ace. Tioni exclaimed. Yuum. Aerial. Slash whoosh, slash. As the wind ravaged around her, the sword princess drew her sword with renewed focus. Now that there was no more fear of falling into the water, her confidence was skyrocketing. Slash bam, slash. All of the ice surrounding the monster Rex burst in an instant together with a blue pillar of flames. Roar. The true fight starts now. Slash a few minutes later, slash. HAAA. That was fun. Tioni said as she plunged her Urga onto the ground, using it as a cane. A boss monster is a boss monster, even if we are on the same level. Her sister replied as she wiped her forehead. She turned back, looking at Lafia who was now collapsed on the ground unconscious. It was all thanks to Lafia though. I don't think we would have been able to deal with it had she not frozen the upper section of the lake. At least not without some injuries. She said in deep ponder. Slash nod slash. Ace nodded to the side, sheathing her sword as she looked back, not finding her target. Where is he? Nevertheless, she shook her head. There was no need to worry about him. Excuse me. As they recovered, a group of people ran to their location. They were the supporters of the Loki Familia, ready to help them heal up, and also to pack the loot in the area. You did well. Taking pity on the unconscious girl, Ace kneeled on the ground, helping Lafia rest by using her legs as a pillow for her. Not long after she did that, someone approached her. Are you hurt anywhere? A bunny girl asked as she held a box full of red potions. I'm fine. She replied as she shook her head. The bunny girl sized her up before smiling, turning to look at Lafia. Here, she doesn't have any injuries but a headache due to mind down is rather painful nonetheless. This should help. Thank you. Why are you thanking me when you're going to feed it to her? Well then, take care Ace. She turned around and ran, making her way to Tioni and Tiona. But how do I feed this potion to her? Ace was confused. After taking up the potions and recovering, Tioni and Tiona made their way to Ace and Lafia. Good work Ace. And Lafia. Tiona said with a smile. Hoo-hoo. Wasn't I cool? Although this was our first time fighting it alone, it was easier than I thought. Tioni stretched, asking. Anyway. Shall we go? Slash slap, slash. She pulled her swimsuit in a very suggestive way without realizing it, making it slap her skin. These clothes are too tight and uncomfortable, so let's change before it's too late. The girls nodded, so very carefully, Ace bent down to grab Lafia. Bet on the other hand was overlooking the area from atop a large rock, making sure all of the supporters managed to drag the massive magic stone away together with the other drops. Amphisbaena usually drops its liver, an alchemical item, but it also has a chance to drop its skin and scales, teeth, claws, bones, and other body parts. Losing even a single drop could cause millions of Valis in damage. Eventually, the girls went back and changed clothes, but Ace and Tiona were the first ones to realize something. Where was their strange guest? So they did what was most sensible and went to talk with their captain. He did what? As I said. He talked with us not so long after you guys defeated it, saying he was honored to have seen us fight. Not long after that he simply vanished. I barely had the time to stop him. Riveria replied with a shrug. For a moment, I felt a function of magic power near the top of the Great Fall, so I think that's where he went. For us, it takes hours to reach there, unless we move individually. I may not be as agile as Finn, but climbing the waterfall isn't hard in the least. Albeit I wouldn't do it, as my cloak would get all wet. But for him, it's a step away at all times. Now I understand why he felt so bored. For him, our pace should have been too slow. But there is nothing I can do about that. Huh. What a bummer. Tiona said with a small complaint. But he did leave behind a message. Ace was interested in this. Not only her, but the others too. Even Bet seemed somewhat curious. Finn smiled helplessly, but there seemed to be some amusement and determination in his tone as he spoke. He said that next time, he would take it down. Alone. What? Tiona exclaimed with her eyes shining. Tiona, Tioni, Bet, and Ace were in disbelief. But for some reason, they felt that his words had a certain degree of truth. Arg. After so long. At the same time, Silver raised his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the sun. I missed this. An adventure had ended, now it was time to level up. The world wouldn't wait for him, time moved endlessly forward. He had to grow stronger. Notes. And there we go. Initially, this was the place where I wanted to end the volume, but after thinking about it for a bit, I realized that would go against my initial idea for this volume. So we'll start the arc of the end now. There were a lot of things going on in this chapter, not for the MC, but for those around him. I struggled a bit regarding how to make Ace and the others fight Amphisbaena. I know from the novel that Belle's team and Aisha together Cassandra and Daphne struggled greatly to fight it, but that was because their team was composed of a few level 3s boosted into 4 and the booster level 5 Aisha, so it was kind of a suicide attack, but they survived by a miracle. Anyway, I thought this was enough. With this, I'm out, bye. Chapter 171, The Plan and the Idea. As I wait for my food, I edit this chapter. I like this chapter a lot, perhaps you will also. Small disclaimer. I added Midjourney AI bot to the server, so in case you have an account, you can always use it there. It's a shame I can't have others use it, so that's that. For now, if you have an idea, you can always drop by and say it to me, I'll try to make it if I have some time. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /drip/ /drip/ Water slowly dripped from a stalactite, falling on the ground, splashing all around. It broke the stillness of this dark room with each splash. /drip/ /drip/ This went on for ages, so long that the entire ground was now submerged in water, reflecting the rocky ceiling of this dark cavern. /crack/ /splash/ One of the walls of this cavern suddenly broke apart, bringing forth chaos into this serene environment. An object fell from within the stones, crashing against the shallow water. /exhale/ It wasn't an object, it was a creature. /blink/ This creature took its first breath. The air that exited its nostrils was so strong some of the rock fragments around it were sent flying. It didn't know what to do, it didn't know what it was. Nigh. It touched the walls around it, trying to get up, /splash. Whenever it touched, ice would form. And it ended up slipping, falling face first into the small pond in front of it. The creature was so clumsy. So fragile. It had just been born after all. The creature looked in surprise at its own hand, now glued to the ground because it had frozen the water around it. /exhale/ Its frigid breath froze everything, but it couldn't understand what was happening. For it, the air was quite warm. So it took a moment to think. Noticing its environment. This darkness, it was nostalgic to it. It gave him protection, reason, life. /crack/ But it hated this feeling. Because it made it remember things it would rather forget. No, things it wanted to remember. Frustrated, the creature pulled its hand from the wall, breaking the ice. And it eventually remained there, motionless, thinking. Processing. Understanding. /silence/ Albeit there were no sounds in this cavern, the creature heard a symphony of sounds. Words. Not words. Those sounds were telling him similar things. Rise. Outside. Break. Pull them down. Promise. It was difficult to say if those words were actually real, or merely creations of its own confused mind. /splash/ The creature looked up before taking a few steps forward. /sha/. It was about to do what it was told. Rise. And pull them down. /sha/. But it stopped. The water moved all around due to its movements, but the creature decided for the first time to look down and not up. Within the turbid and moving water, the creature saw its own reflection in the darkness, and for the first time, its red eyes closed. And when they opened, they were clear as the ice on the wall. No. The sound suddenly stopped, and the whispers vanished. But a thick sensation overtook it. Displeasure. Or perhaps. Was it pride? The creature took a step back. I don't want to. Looking at its reflection one last time, it now understood. Perhaps not entirely, but it understood that it was. And as such, not anymore. So the tall creature looked at the wall, pulling back its fist. /bam/ /crack/ /bam/ /crack/ It punched repeatedly and with determination. It felt pain, not much, but this feeling. The creature didn't dislike it, because it made it think. It could feel. Each punch made its mind clearer, muffling down the intrusive thoughts inside its mind. Huff. As its punches carved the wall of its stones, digging deeper into the unknown, the creature felt a foreign emotion surge through its throat. Exhilaration. This was the moment the creature understood the meaning of its actions. It was here to defy its own nature. Unshackle. It said in a low and deep tone. These words. They came out on their own, but those words were not his. Those words were said by someone else. It remembered, it had heard them many times in many different scenarios. In many tones. But they were all said by the same being. The more it remembered, the stronger that feeling became. It wanted to understand it, and most importantly, it wanted to know. Who was it that kept appearing in its mind? Exclamation point. Its eyes sharpened, and its mouth curled, showing its teeth. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam 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 bam, slash. Under its consecutive strikes. Eventually, the wall gave in. How brutal, to punch the very same wall that gave birth to it. But perhaps, this was its own way of saying to its mother. That it would live on its own from now on. Slash shine, slash. Light entered this dark room, yet the creature remained enshrouded in black. Its skin was thick, dark like the very darkness it was born within. But ironically, pure white fur covered it in some spots. Slash crack, slash. Slash thud thud, slash. Pushing aside the broken wall with its fingers, the creature took its first steps into this bizarre light. The unknown new world. It felt familiar, yet at the same time not. It did not feel welcoming. Slash exhale, slash. Slash step step step, slash. Barely had it taken its first breath of fresh air, the creature heard sounds of hurried steps, making their way to it. Slash shhhhhhhh slash. More and more. A wave of sounds that fused together into one. A tremor, a trumpet. It signalized its doom. Slash roar, slash. From its right, at the very end of the corridor, a mass of creatures rushed to it, pushing each other around as their frenzied red eyes locked onto him. Once his allies, now his enemies. If he didn't move, he would become their prey, like many others before him. Slash thud, slash. So it took one step forward, getting into a position. One arm in front of the other, one step in front of the other. Bend the knees, face looking forward. Question mark. Then it realized something, it was missing, it dot. Slash huff, slash. The creature became angered. How? What word should it use to describe this feeling? Ah. They came to it on their own once more. Embarrassing. From its eyes, the monsters rushed at it were extremely slow, giving it plenty of time to think. Eventually, it got an idea. Slash grasp, slash. Its thick hand reached for its forehead, grasping its soul horn. It was certainly a very unique one, reminiscent of the sword stags, albeit, it wasn't like a sword in shape. Roar. Slash tremble, slash. Slash crack, slash. Slash rip, slash. Screaming in agony and anger, making the stone around it tremble, the beast ripped its own horn apart, breaking it on its base. Roar. Slash slash, slash. As soon as it took its horn, it slashed it. Slash thud thud thud, slash. And a rain of corpses followed it. Roar. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam, slash. Its roar so strong it shook the very walls, ripping its outer layer apart like a house under the heart of a hurricane. Roar. The beast roared in the dark tunnel, blood dripping from its forehead as more and more creatures rushed at it from deeper into this hellhole. So it grasped its horn tightly. Slash at the same time, far 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 away, slash. Slash inhale, slash. In a long stretch of flatland surrounded by tall, dead and gray stony mountains, something opened its eyes. Slash exhale, slash. Its breathing was slow, taking several minutes for a single cycle to be completed. Slash blink, slash. Its eyes drowsily looked at the dark sky, or better put, soul eye. Slash grr, slash. Slash tremble, slash. It growled, making the mountains around it tremble. The creature looked around itself, but the same scenario it had seen for a very long time showed itself. Swords, spears, shields, axes. All sorts of weapons, scattered in these plains. Rusty and broken, no matter how great they once were, everything wears down with time. Even. Some of them were on the ground, others embedded into its flesh, binding it down. It was tired, it merely wanted to take off and. But it wasn't allowed. And the reason was clear for it as well, and for that, there wasn't much it could do. There was a complex emotion in this creature's eyes, one as complex as any human, perhaps even more. Slash step step, slash. While it thought, something tiny approached it. An insect. A very annoying insect. This tiny creature looked at it with hate and anger, but at the same time with pity and helplessness. It's not yet time. The insect said as it shook its head. Go back to. Slash blink, slash. Slash shaw, slash. The mere blink of this creature sent the insect off balance due to the air pressure. It didn't seem that interested in whatever it had to say. The insect was annoyed. It got up from the ground, cleaning itself of the dust before turning around, probably returning to its nest. Such an annoying creature, everything would stay clear of it, yet this tiny thing remained, day after day, be it in storms, or in droughts. It remained here, making sure to annoy it whenever it awoke from its slumber. Such stubbornness. Sometimes, it prayed. As if that would do anything. But it did recognize its existence in the end. After all, it was the only thing that. Close. The creature closed its eyes, resting its head on its hands once more. The drowsiness finally caught up to it again. It was time to sleep. It loved sleeping, but each time it closed its eyes, less and less time would pass. The world wanted it to wake up, and it knew. Time was running out. It would take off to the skies one day once more. And then. It would fulfill its due-late purpose. Perhaps then, it would be able to rest carefree. Z. Inhale. The creature breathed, and the air in the plains converged. It greedily devoured everything. Back at Orario. Under the cover of the night, a man clad in black sat on top of a tall house's roof. He was looking at the moon, waiting to strike. He was ready, prepared. Creak. Albeit, the night wasn't silent. Quite active in fact. Creak. Ah. Hashtag. The man tried his best to remain collected, looking at the moon, as if it would help him in maintaining his composure throughout this ordeal. Blink. His left eye shone with light, but only for a mere moment. However, that was enough for him as he got up from his seat. Without saying much more, his gaze fell onto a manor that covered about half of this street block. Vanish. The man vanished. Is something wrong, Philvis? A blond man asked as he grabbed a small bag of sweets from a person in the middle of the street. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you as well. The man replied with a smile, making the lady clerk blush. What were you saying, Philvis? It's nothing. She said as she left the shop, shaking her head. But outside, she looked at the moon with some longing. Inside the manor, the man reappeared, but he did not move. He was taking every possible precaution he could think of, and right now, he was doubling down and making sure there was no one on his way. For this to work, he couldn't meet anyone on his way in, and on his way out. A perfect execution, there was no room for failure, as being caught would most likely end in his death, albeit, deeming the personality of the people that lived here, there was a big chance he would come out alive. However, his reputation might break down, and other problems would rise from their manipulation, which, for him, wasn't far from the worst scenario. He had to be light, like the night's wind. As planned, there are only 7 people left in the manor. 2 are sleeping, 3 are around the manor, and the last 2 are about to go to sleep as well. Perfect, blend. The man took down his mask, revealing the very obvious. It was Silver. Hold. He closed his mouth and nose, holding his breath. And Silver slowly melted onto the ground, passing through the ground as if it was made of water. Eventually, he arrived at the cellar where many barrels of wine and alcohol were neatly stocked, some stacked on top of each other, others laying around like boxes. There were hundreds, all labeled with all sorts of numbers and words. But this wasn't his target. Fly. Not risking leaving footprints, Silver flew very close to the ground, going all the way to the corner of the room. Blend. And like before, he passed through the wall as if it was made of water. I found it. Silver was now inside a large room, barely lit like the one before him. The only source of light coming from a candle on top of a table in the corner of the room. There was a bed in the middle of this place, and many shelves full of wines and barrels. It was clear with a gaze they were of the highest quality, even more than those outside. The names, the dates. They weren't normal in the slightest, and that was further reinforced by the fact they were singular, unique, with those that had more than one bottle available being very rare in this extensive collection. Where is it? His eyes darted around as he looked for his target, albeit he had researched a lot, he was still unsure of its exact appearance. There was even the possibility there was none stored, made on demand by the god of wines himself. If that was the case, he would just leave, and this plan would likely be scrapped, but better this than to be found. His other plan was much riskier in all aspects, which was to collect samples from all wines here, and exchange them for similar-looking ones. However, that would be pretty obvious to notice. The men that lived here may not realize if one wine were to be replaced, at least that soon. But if all were to change tastes, how would the god of wines not realize? Still, let's say he doesn't, Silver would have to test one wine after the other on Ishtar until one worked. And if that didn't sound dangerous to you, then you clearly underestimated the situation he was currently in. His eyes flashed, his lips sealed in order to not make any sounds. He eventually locked onto the table next to the bed. It was very obvious after all. Too obvious, it seemed to draw your attention to it. This place. Despite being so well hidden, with the possibility of someone coming here being close to zero. This guy made sure to make it as convoluted as possible. Still, it was his sole clue so far. The table had several notes on top of it, including a closed bottle of wine, half of its contents missing. Next to the wine was a crystal glass. Wine residue could be seen inside. Apart from that, a few scattered pieces of clothes, a pen, and an ink pot. Not really much. Time's running out. They could be back anytime, and considering she is an elf magic swordsman. Even if I were to teleport away, she would notice it. And then things wouldn't be good. The worst thing I can do is make an already vigilant man aware that there is someone that knows. Silver's right hand transformed, and a red laser passed through all of the papers. Nothing changed on the table, but that wasn't the case for his body. Next second, words started to appear on his left hand. Let's see. The first one is a recipe for winemaking. That's not it. Numbers. These are. They must be the monthly expenditure of the Dionysus Familia's many shenanigans. Useless. Next. A poem. Oh. It's for a girl. Dionysus is known for giving lip service to pretty girls that show some sort of interest in him, albeit he is much more self-contained than most boys. He isn't the kind of guy to go after girls, although that normally doesn't work for normal guys. He is just so overwhelmingly attractive to girls that they end up flocking to him like flies anyway. Be it ugly or pretty. To a point it's strange he isn't a god of beauty. But I guess you don't need to have a domain in beauty to be considered as such by others. So it seems there is a girl seeing him. Poor lady. Having a relationship with a god is already a bit painful for both sides. The higher their emotions, the higher the disappointment after a few years pass. Much less this guy. Be it god or man, no one deserves this. URG. Perhaps some male gods get girls by promising them an eternity in heaven, but that couldn't be more bull. At least for 99% of them, I don't refuse the idea of there being some genuine gods that would do so. After all, there are more virgin male gods than female ones. I give them my respect, to resist millennia amidst those thirsty goddesses. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. Silver went through all of the papers, but he found nothing. He moved around the room as well, and he even left the basement for a moment, going through Dionysus' study. Yet he found nothing at all. Damn. This can't be true, something is severely wrong. I checked everything, even the walls, and the ground. How can he have no notes? Does he keep everything memorized from the get-go? That could be the case. Still, what about things such as contracts and papers that need to exist in order to make a deal/agreement valid? Did he store it somewhere else? There were no residues in the campfires, so he didn't burn it. And I can't go so far as to analyze the micro-residual composition of the objects in this room. Even if I could, it would take an eternity and it would result in nothing conclusive. Pretty much, my options are limited due to my tools and time. He raised his left hand, and 2 arrows appeared on his back palm. 6.5 minutes since I arrived. By now, the 2 that were going to sleep had already hit the bed. Although my time limit was an hour, I would like to leave within 20 minutes. And I can't forget, I need to clean up after myself before I leave. Remove any of my traces, such as any possible fingerprint, even my smell. However, I had no progress whatsoever. I did find things such as the statuses of his children. I've kept copies of them for later. But that is the problem, there was nothing else. He is much more meticulous than I thought. Silver touched his head in frustration. And following him isn't an option. He's always followed by that girl, and no matter what, I can't bring myself to trust her. Since in the end, she's just... Silver finally had an idea, one that somehow slipped his mind this entire time. He touched his forehead as a light bulb ignited on top of his head. That's it, why didn't I think of this? I was so focused on erasing my tracks that I forgot I could go the other way around. Albeit he is very careful, I doubt he has thought of this, //. Silver's hands glowed, and the room went completely dark. Prior to his arrival, there was a single candle burning on the side. He didn't extinguish it, he merely covered it up with his own plasmids. Considering how careful the man in question was, if he were to extinguish the candle, there was a chance he would notice it based on the quantity of wax on the bottom by the time he came back. Now that the room was dark, he could try doing it. //. Exclamation point. Upon his eyes, the truth was revealed. /smirk/. And he smiled. This is it. Notes. 0_. I tried making some images but I failed. Oh well, next time. Chapter 172, It was all due to a glass of wine. Another week passes, my fellows. Enjoy this chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. In front of him, the world changed. Everywhere he looked, patches of green and yellow covered the environment. Those weren't just any markings, they were the clues he was looking for all this time. Fingerprints. Silver quickly closed his mouth, he didn't want to cause that much sound. They were everywhere, I just had to realize it. Perhaps there are even better ways of tackling this problem, but due to the time. Forget it, focus. First. There are mainly two types of vestiges. Silver floated near a small, clearer patch of fingerprints. One is slender, rigid, and small. It's definitely from her. Those are marked with a green hue. The other is more relaxed, larger, and erratic, they are marked with a yellow hue. Those are Dionysus. So now. I just need to sort them out. And find the appropriate path to solve this issue. With those fingerprints, together with his understanding of the people that used this place, Silver could perfectly recreate their movements based on the time each of those imprints were made. Of course, some were old and almost vanishing, others were recent, and sometimes they were just so jumbled up there wasn't much he could do, no matter how much he tried. Like near the door, the density of imprints was such that it was almost impossible to differentiate one from the other. Since from what he understood, Dionysus came down here at least once every day. From the fragrance lingering in the air, Silver came to the conclusion this place was also used as a brewing facility, and that was shown by the barrels stored all around, and the equipment on the side of the room. It was very likely that Dionysus used this space as his personal laboratory, and if he asked around, there was even the chance other people knew this place aside from him and the girl. After all, Dionysus' mask was lingering perfection, so how could he have such a glaring and obvious weakness being his own secret lab underneath his familiar home? If he made it secret, and at the same time not, people would take it much better. Since secrets often drag people's curiosity with them, open secrets do not. If you share with people enough to satisfy it, they won't look for more and take what was shown to them as truth, and even if one or more people show some sort of curiosity, what will they find here? Everything was carefully built so even if that were to happen, no one would find anything. I should be thankful that this place isn't cleaned that often, perhaps because very little dust actually accumulates inside this place. There is dust covering some things, but it isn't that prominent. Also, that in itself is already a clue. But also a distraction. //////. As Silver raised his left hand, multiple apparitions took over every inch of this room. Running around, performing actions. As if someone had played multiple tapes at the same time, and put them on top of each other at high speeds. They weren't very detailed, they lacked any form of facial features, clothes, and more. They were more akin to mannequins running around than people. Silver couldn't recreate what they said to each other, much less what they were thinking or wearing. But their actions, where they walked, how fast, were they touched. He could do so perfectly as long as he had enough leads. At least as perfect as time gave him, it was obvious some things would be out of order, but he didn't need absolute perfection. And that was enough for him to understand. Since out of everything in front of him, he only needed a single path. It has to be one of these. One of them. That is the thing I'm looking for. A few minutes later, As time went on, and Silver analyzed each apparition, he started to remove those he was sure weren't the ones he was looking for. Those that started with him entering the room, doing something, then leaving. Those were unnecessary, he classified them as part of his daily schedule. He studied each path he took, why he took a bottle, where he brought it, and what he did with the bottle after. And then. This one. He takes the bottle and leaves the room. I've seen a few like these, but this one was a tad different because he never came back. Even when he drinks the bottle, Dionysus usually comes back with the bottle, putting it in his collection. But this one. He never brought it. Before doing anything, Silver looked at the clock on his hand. Half an hour, I'm 10 minutes over my time. And there are still a lot of paths to go over. Should I bail out for today and continue tomorrow? No. I don't know when an opportunity like this will reappear. There are many times when he and her leave the manor, but it's difficult to actively predict where they'll go, only today did I know where they were going, and when they'll likely return. Above all. The manor would always have a few dozen people inside, only today there were few. And this is due to a simple reason. There is a small event going on in a street nearby, nothing major as it seems to be something local, not being large enough to be called a festival, but something to enjoy nonetheless. And considering how close they are, many people went there to visit, while a few stayed back, each with their own reasons. I actually wanted to go, but such an opportunity wouldn't appear again anytime soon. TSK. I'll spend 10 more minutes here investigating, I'll then compile all of the paths he took and take the best. If I find one type of wine he took out more than once, the chances of that being the one I'm looking for greatly increase. Especially if I can confirm him taking it outside of the manor. And unless he was so paranoid as to create different labels for the same wine he makes. I could try tracing his steps outside. But that is unlikely to end well. Hundreds of people pass through there, and with natural phenomena like rain and snow, any footprint is long gone. Unless I go directly to Deadless Street and look for his footprints there. But that would be like looking for a nail in a haystack. I need to focus. 10 minutes later, Silver left the secret room after making sure he had cleaned all of his tails. He used his ability once again, this time, on the basement, and a completely new assortment of imprints appeared. From only 2 people, now he had to traverse through 20, there were simply too many footprints here, together with the dents and trails of the boxes and barrels that were constantly being moved around and stored. But he persevered, following his path without distractions. After sorting out all of the paths, he went after the trails around the house. It was difficult to follow them past a certain point though, the manor was regularly cleaned, and at least 100 people walked around these corridors frequently. But Silver was a bit lucky as one of the paths he was following was very recent, being only 4 or so days old, so the footprints were still there. Below a few dozen others. In the end, as he expected, the ones he had chosen to follow all took the same path, and that was outside. It has to be this. Dionysus took the same wine 3 times in periodic frames of time, around a month between each. This correlates with their new recruitments. Silver started to go over this mad god's plan. At least a small portion of this convoluted web he weaved around the city. Dionysus uses the wine to control Peenia, by getting her drunk together with his own children. This effectively renders her incapable of acting by herself, turning her into a puppet. Pretty much, the Dionysus Familia is a ruse as there are no children under him. You may think that is a chore, but gods can update each other's status, although, forcefully moving someone into your familia is impossible. The gods from both sides need to agree in order for such a thing to happen. Albeit honestly, this is quite a one-sided ordeal. If the gods agree to exchange their children, what can the children do? Of course, it's not like the blessing is a shackle people can't run from, people can leave. Or try. Anyway, as long as he keeps their status hidden, no one would realize it unless they use the status thief in any of them. And to confirm everything I knew, a few days ago, I did capture one of them and use status thief. More precisely, I invaded the house of a low-level familia member, drugged him, and proceeded to check the mark on his back. And it was the same mark as that of Peenia according to the guild's records. This effectively turns his familia into someone else's problem, and in the end, they are nothing but a scapegoat. One he's ready to abandon anytime. Or use to his heart's content. Regardless, my time is running out. Silver went back to the hidden basement, taking a look at the wine that was most likely what he was looking for. Out of my options, this one is the one that falls most neatly in place. But one possibility rang in his mind. It could still be a trick. A lie. If this is still one of his failsafe, then I'll consider myself the loser. Otherwise, it's time to act. Sigh. Sometimes I consider, should I just kill him? Despite all of the consequences, if I were to end his life right here, the problems that would arise would still be lower than the ones he's planning to cause. But it would also make a lot of things harder to predict. Ironically, leaving him alive allows for a better understanding of Evelyn's movements. And at the same time, it prevents those under him from going berserk. Silver vanished. Later that day, creak, my shoulders hurt. Give me a massage. Ishtar exclaimed as she entered her room. What a tiring day. The 3rd day of my investigation, yet nothing has come out. Apart from a few juicy things, what I want is yet. She frowned, but just for a moment, quickly recovering. It's just the 3rd day, Orario is massive. But some people are already starting to move. From the shadows, 2 buff men appeared, waiting for her to take a seat on the couch. While they gave her a massage, Ishtar grabbed her empty crystal glass of wine, shaking it. That was enough for the buff men to understand what they should do. Pop. One of them popped the wine open, grabbing the cork in the air with precision and speed. Sha. He poured her the wine, its fragrance now spreading across the room. Sniff. This smell. How nice. She said as her cheeks blushed. Ishtar was immediately attracted to this wine, and she took a look at the bottle. I don't recognize the brand. Who bought this? It's definitely a divine wine, but who made it? It doesn't look like Soma's. My, what a surprise. Despite her question, the two buff guys remained silent. It was obvious, they didn't know. Yet Ishtar said nothing. She obviously understood that they were nothing but handy men. She was merely speaking with herself. They weren't supposed to talk in the first place. The smell is so attractive. If the taste is just as good, then wouldn't it be better than Soma's? Way better, in fact. She loved her wine just like she loved a good fuck. Night of sleep. So she brought the chalice to her slender lips. Exclamation point. My. And she immediately fell in love with it. Gulp. So she drank it all at once, licking her lips of everything. She wasn't elegant about it, she didn't try to taste it properly, she just wanted to drown herself in this tasty wine. She was thoroughly intoxicated with it. Pour me another. Shah. And so it began, Ishtar's downfall. The moment she took the wine glass into her hands. That was when it all went down. From far away, standing on top of a tall house in the middle of the entertainment district, a man invisible to the naked eye observed Ishtar's actions with a silent and cold gaze. As time passed with Ishtar falling further and further into hysteria and drunk pleasures, albeit his eyes didn't change, inside, the man smiled. It works. Checkmate, vanish, . And then, the men disappeared, leaving behind only a pair of footprints on the roof, a pair that quickly disappeared under the wind. If in the future they ask what led Ishtar into her downfall, one person will say, it was all due to a glass of wine. While drinking a bottle of wine of his own. Notes. The chapter was rather small, I wanted to add more, but I honestly didn't know how. That's all for now. Chapter 173, Sins. This chapter is a little bit heavy. Reader discretion is advised. Oh well. See ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /thud/. It was dark and damp, and the air smelled weird, a mix of odors most foul. /blink/. In this dark and forgotten place, a young boy opened his eyes. MN. And he immediately panicked. Where am I? /thud/. /thud/. Loud sounds of something heavy approached him, making the boy shiver. His body sensed /its impending doom. He didn't know what was coming, but he understood that the moment it arrived, he would suffer a fate he wouldn't even desire to his biggest enemy. /crunk/. The young boy tried to move his hands, but he couldn't. Heavy chains made sure he wouldn't move an inch from the cold metallic chair he was bound to. He was no special child, no young adventurer. And my hands are tied. Why? He couldn't understand, who would do such a thing to him? Even if he did some bad things in life, they weren't worth anything like this. A few moments ago, he was on the streets, begging for food like he always did, hoping he could live another day, that someone would take a bit of pity on him. That was how he got his food. Apart from the days when it was too much, and he had to grab some for himself. Most of the time, people didn't notice it was missing, such was the disparity between them. Like many others, he was the product of this city. He didn't know who his parents were, as when he came to be, he was already alone, begging, learning from the others around him. But to that, he can consider himself among the lucky few. Most don't last long, and even then, most aren't given the chance to choose. As for his parents. What was that? He saw something like that before, adults around other children, hugging them and taking care of them. It must be nice, he thought to himself from time to time. Perhaps his parents were adventurers, but long ago perished, before he could fend off for himself, and if they were alive, whoever they were, they surely had no care for him. Or at least, their close family cared little for his fate, perhaps they didn't even know he was alive or existed at all. Because he wasn't even left in an orphanage, he was merely tossed aside. Had he been tossed into one, at the very least, he would have had a roof atop his head in his times of need, he might have even learned how to read, perhaps then, he could have tried to strive for something else. Perhaps he was merely the child of an unlucky prostitute, that despite all of the protection, eventually gave birth. There were many like him out there, they gathered together because there was only one place they could go. He wasn't the first, nor would he be the last, millennia proved this already. People with status will always desire women, and unprotected beauties that wander off to places they shouldn't be, or are too unlucky will always meet such a fate. To be abused. As it has been so, for tens of thousands of years. Of course, this isn't a lawless place, this is Orario. But this city is a tad too big. Those at the top cannot stop to protect everyone at every turn and step, otherwise, they would never move. And some might not even care at all. As for their children, however, the result of these sinful actions, they don't really have that much greater of a fate. Most die of hunger, some disappear. Those that can live long enough to go past the age of 10 would either stick to two paths, the life of a criminal, or the dungeon. How long they would walk on each of those? That in itself is a question better not answered. Some can breach this endless cycle and live a better life, perhaps through either of those paths or through an opportunity. Perhaps one that fell from the heavens, or one they made themselves. But not all are this lucky. They can't be. MMNN. Was this punishment for stealing the piece of bread when that other kid wasn't paying attention? Was he that guilty? The kid was good-looking and his clothes were tidy, he wouldn't mind a piece of white bread being stolen. One the size of his hand. He even stayed behind, and the mother didn't even flinch to buy 2 more such bread for a crying child. Because for her, the price of a single loaf of bread was inconsequential, and going after the little thief would change nothing. Perhaps she felt pity for him, perhaps she felt that the now dirty loaf of bread was unworthy of her child. So unfair. MNMNMN. He tried to scream, but his mouth was gagged. No one would hear him, no matter how much he tried. Darkness was the only thing that welcomed him. Chatter, MNMN. It clamored to him, voices from afar. They told him, he would soon join them. He didn't want that. Perhaps it was his imagination or the echoes of something from above, that was what he wanted to believe, that someone would come. Thud, and save him. But the sounds of something heavy didn't stop, and his dread did not decrease. It most certainly wasn't help. MNMN. Desperation started to build up. The young boy tried his all, but he was weak, malnourished. Undeserving of a blessing from the gods, this rusty and dirty iron chain might as well be orichalcum for him. As his eyes got used to the darkness, he started to understand his surroundings. It was thanks to the only source of light, a small crevice coming from a door atop a staircase, definitely the only way in. And out. And a chill went down his spine once more, his skeleton almost jumping out of his body. He saw metallic tools scattered around, hammers, nails, pliers. But they didn't look like the ones used for carpentry. Much less smithing. Yet those weren't all of the oddities here. A bed with straps, a strange machine with many cylindrical protrusions, a triangular tripod. He even saw some tools he couldn't recognize, they didn't seem to have been made for anything but. Too young to understand what they were, perhaps this was for the better. MNMN. Sniff. The boy started to cry silently, chewing on the cloth in his mouth as if it would do anything. Because he understood what this place was now. Thud, creak, The heavy thumping sound stopped, and light came. Exclamation point. The boy felt hope rekindle in his heart, a savior. He had to believe. Kakeek. But then, reality slapped him in the face, and a shower of cold sweat fell down his face. Did you wait for me? How eager. Her voice was heavy, disgusting, it grunted, like a pig. Thud, MNMN. Tears. That was the only thing he could do now. Are you that happy to see me? Kiki. This monstrosity. Creature in human skin went down the stairs with her sickly smile. Her laughs made her chin tremble, her steps made the wood creak, her flesh wobbled due to her own weight. A tongue lashed out from within her mouth, licking her lips. Her tight clothes were the worst. Kiki. Laughing, she grabbed the boy's chin with power, and he felt as if his head was being pulled off. Oh. I was so tired, I truly needed some alone time. She licked his face with a flushed expression. We are going to have so much fun. MNMNMN. The boy screamed, cried, and prayed. Keek. But no one came. Later, Silver. I've been meaning to ask. Yawn, But why did you gather us here this late at night? Hestia asked as she rubbed her eyes. I was having such a good sleep. It was well past midnight, everyone was already sound asleep. The gates had been closed, her children had already taken their baths and put on their pajamas. This included her, who was now using a cute blue pajama consisting of a comfy pair of pants, and a very short shirt that barely managed to cover anything apart from her breasts. Together with a pair of pink slippers. It looked oddly sexy. And before you ask, no, this wasn't a sexy pajama, it just looked like this because Hestia bought the wrong size. Despite that, somehow, she felt it even better this way even when she went back to the store to change for a larger one, so she kept it. Not like there was anyone here to complain. I am also a bit curious. But as she said, someone else opened their mouth, as she wasn't the only one Silver dragged here tonight. On the side of his room was a blonde girl with fluffy ears and tail, clasping her hands together in embarrassment, looking around the room hastily. This was because her attire was nothing short of unsuitable for their current situation. Because of the place she grew in, and the bad influence of the Amazons back in the entertainment district, Haruheim's pajamas were a tad tilted to the sexy side. Different from Hestia's, hers was sexy per design, something that was heavily incremented by her natural beauty and shy demeanor. And because she slept alone in a private quarter, always being the first to wake up, no one had approached her to comment on her unique sense of fashion. As such, so far, she considered her attire to be normal and nothing outside of the expected. But as she saw Hestia's, she couldn't help but look at herself and be embarrassed, not only because of her clothes but also because she was in Silver's room in her pajamas. Wait until you see her underwear. At least in that regard, she was already taught some decency by the other girls when they took a shower together. MMN. Noticing his gaze, her tail moved, and she grabbed it, dropping her face so she could hide behind her tail. Silver. Let's just get this done with. Hestia replied groggily. Perhaps it was for the best. Had she been aware of her surroundings, Silver might have not slept that well today. And this wouldn't be that smooth of a ride. It's going to end soon. Silver replied with an apologetic smile. Sooner than they expect. He turned to Haruheim, saying, it's time to stick to the promise. And despite this not being it yet, I hope we can finally move together as companions of the same familia. While Haruheim was shocked, Hestia opened her eyes, taking a little longer to process his words. If she was at all. But Silver wasn't going to wait, time was ticking. I just need you two to promise me one thing. Don't make any loud sounds. He said, chuckling as he touched the wall. Creak, slash. The wooden wall next to his bed started to twist in a spiral shape, and from the center, a hole formed. But instead of the room outside, something completely different appeared. Haruheim immediately realized where they were, and her eyes darted around in confusion, eventually locking on a bed. KY. Shoo. The moment she saw the half-naked Ishtar next to a group of half-naked men, her first instinct was to scream and cover her face in shame. But Silver quickly blocked her mouth, putting his index finger in front of his. This place is. Hestia was by far the most confused, her eyes now opening fully as she tried to understand what was happening, and just like Haruheim, her eyes ended up falling on the bed. And albeit she became a bit red, she was more annoyed than anything. Her expression twisting into a frown, half of it was a questioning gaze, the other half was disgust. Ish. Taeya. Amen. Like the other girl, Hestia was about to exclaim in shock as she pointed at the bed, but Silver also covered her mouth. It seemed his words were unneeded, no matter what he said, those two would scream. So he let out a sigh, removing his hands from their mouths as he took a step forward. It's time to unbound yourself from her. WHWH. Gulping down her words, Hestia proceeded to whisper in Silver's ears. What do you mean? Exactly what I said, come, we don't have time. He replied, grasping her hand softly. Leaving the two confused girls behind, Silver approached the bed. You're all a bother, disappear for now. He moved his hand in the air above the bed, and all of the muscular men vanished, leaving only the sheets empty. The atmosphere became that much better. Although still very heavy nonetheless, they were in front of Ishtar after all. The Ishtar. Hestia was less impressed than Haruheim, mostly because she was a fellow god. She was more surprised for seeing her here than anything else. She did recognize her success and in a way, was envious of her, but that envy isn't anything that great. Because she already had everything she could ever want. Ishtar. To think we would meet like this. You're still the same, even here in the mortal world. We did meet in the past few Dinatusses. But that was different. Hestia's gaze was more of. Wow. You're surely holding yourself well. Even in here. Even if it wasn't her first time seeing Ishtar, one thing was hearing of the things she did and the other was seeing for herself. It was a very similar feeling she had when she attended Ganesha's party prior to the monster philia. She met many other goddesses, including her arch-nemesis Loki, and she also heard some of the rumors surrounding Freya in regards to her youthful behavior. And to that, she felt a mix of awe and confusion. She couldn't understand those goddess-burning desires to get laid, but neither did she look down on them for doing so, honestly looking at them with some sort of respect. To each, their own, and Hestia was very good at respecting others' choices. Even if sometimes, she'll raise her voice at certain people. But that only means she really cares for them. Enough waiting, let's start. Wait. Cough. I mean, weigh it. She pulled his sleeves, wanting an answer. Hestia whispered to get his attention. What do you want to do? She whispered angrily. We'll transfer Heraheim's blessing from her to you. Ah, I see. Her expression froze. That isn't so simple. I know, and I understand all aspects of the ritual. Both gods need to agree. I'm aware. Silver didn't seem that keen on answering her questions, but this wasn't because he was upset or anything. Right now, all of his senses, everything he could muster, Silver was constantly monitoring his environment, from the breathing of each Amazon on this floor to their locations within the 5 top floors. Because he had to make sure a certain toad woman wasn't nearby. Albeit, if it came to that, he wouldn't hesitate to just charge ahead. And if it required, he would request Heraheim's help, and although he wanted to deal with this all by himself, better do it right than stick to his desires, and end up causing a mess, at least right now. Just thinking while he scouted took a toll on his concentration, and speaking so fluently was hard as well. If he were to monitor the entire tower in such detail, he would have fallen onto the ground already. This was his current limit, not something limited by his powers or his mind capacity, but a mental problem. His brain could only do so much at the same time. As his stats went up though, this might change. And perhaps one day, he would be able to monitor such a large place to the finest of detail, but that was still a bit far. First, wake up. I've already confirmed the effects of the wine. I'm not being reckless. Not much at least. Reckless would be to test Dionysus' intelligence by going there and grabbing another wine under his nose. I only have 1 bottle, and I can't waste the chance. Honestly, I would have liked to do a few more trial runs, but I need to act. Don't even talk about replicating the wine. I don't think it's a matter of merely copying its composition. There has to be something else in it. Something only belonging to the divine. Just like how many other things are. Despite his calls, Ishtar didn't wake up, so he had to proceed to be a bit more forward with his methods. He didn't grab her shoulder though, mostly because he wasn't inclined on touching her. A beauty goddess was a beauty goddess, he didn't want to risk anything at all. And albeit he would never say it out loud. He did find Ishtar to be a bit dirty. Her ways of conduct were just a tad too much for him, but who is he to say anything? Isn't he the one that's infringing into her bedroom and private time? So instead, he kept his mouth shut, using telekinesis to shake her up. MNN. Another load. GH. One with a deadpan expression, the other with a slight blush, and the last one confused. But after a few shakes, she finally opened her eyes. MMNNN. Tammuz. Is it daytime already? And her eyes fell onto Silver. This moment would determine if everything he planned so far was done correctly or not. Depending on her actions, this would determine his future. Because Silver wouldn't hesitate on crossing her neck if necessary. She said with a small frown. Notes. This can be said to be the first chapter of the Ishtar arc, yay. 10 or so more chapters to go until the end. Goodbye. Oh yeah, what did you think of this chapter? And also, I have a question. We know how most of the monster Rexes look, but we don't know how Baylor looks. Do you have any ideas for him? Perhaps a line in the novel. Some sort of small description. And on the same note, what do you think is on the 60th floor and beyond? Any ideas for floor themes, monsters, metals, and material? Perhaps even other monster Rexes ideas. Remember they are mostly based on mythological beings. Perhaps you know something. It can be anything really, considering even Goliath was turned into a monster. Also, considering orichalcum is the current best metal, is there any mythological/fantasy metal that surpasses it? All of this is important, considering we'll soon breach into those stages. I need to start preparing. Ideas are welcomed as always. Chapter 174, True Desires. Here is the chapter. A few things before we go. In order to make sure I don't make too big of a mistake regarding some things, I am reading the last 3 volumes of Sword Oratoria, this time for real, as I had read volumes 8 and 9 a few months ago, but stopped after. Once that's done, I'll likely read the last 2 volumes of the original work, and perhaps even episode Freya and Ryu to understand more about what happened in the past. I can easily read 1 volume per day, but that may interfere with how I make chapters. It took me 3 to 5 hours to read volume 10 yesterday, though I also read the manga at the same time. It was in Spanish, but I understood enough of it. The problem is that this may interfere with Sunday's chapter. It may come a bit later, for both novels. I'll at least try to have Sword Oratoria done. Once that's over, I'll finish my things before continuing with this read and write schedule. This is important because these things don't appear in the anime, so it's information I'm not too familiar with, especially since there is a shit ton of things that doesn't appear in the wiki. I by no means follow everything to AT, but I have to understand how things happened. For example, how the world reacted to the existence of intelligent monsters, the personalities of the dead adventurers, why Ryu is like that, what happened during the Dark Ages and so on. It's a base that I should at least take into consideration. Thank you for understanding. As always, if you have anything to point out as important in case you read the novels, read the manga, or watched the anime, make sure to say it, it'll my pleasure to talk. Also, do you think I should start diving into the games? There are many interesting characters there. One such character even had a skill that was exactly like Ito's, which was a great surprise for me. There is even a term for that, which is the name of the game. Raspasodia. I didn't check, so yeah. There is no timeline for the characters in-game, so I should be able to add them whenever I want. One of them, the character that has that special skill, even appears in the movie, so you could even say they share this non-canon universe. It's a bit complex. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Cheeky boy. Ishtar smiled seductively, making Hestia frown as her eyelids twitched. I've been looking for you, she said with a sensual expression, getting up from her spot as she crawled on top of the bed, the thin pink bedsheets sliding off her body as she did so. Despite not trying, her movements were full of silent sexiness. Her angle allowed those to see a lot. And at the same time nothing, despite she being naked. It made Haruheim blush, it made Hestia's face turn dark, darker than the room itself. And it made Silver frown as well. Because he could feel his body react to her, it was outside of his control. Despite his disgust for this woman, his body still followed some basic rules. And the being in front of him was the very manifestation of such aspects of creation. Come to me, boy. Let me see for myself. Her reasons. She whispered softly. She was now on all fours, right in front of Cyber. He could see her whole slender tan body. In order to keep his image, he had to control his body with his plasmids, otherwise, he would have been aiming toward the sky right now. Ishtar was about to touch Silver, breathing softly, she said. Show me what she sees in. Enough of that. Oh. Poof, /. Hestia suddenly stepped in front of Silver, her expression tense, the air around her tense as she pushed Ishtar back on the bed and threw a bed sheet on top of her to cover her shame. Her eyes seemed to shine, burning with some mysterious flame. Have some shame. My. Oh my. Ishtar finally saw Hestia. Or better put, she finally recognized her existence. And she quickly forgot Silver. You've always been like that, Hestia. Such a bore. She said as she assumed a sensual position on the bed. Huh. Hestia frowned, and Ishtar smiled. Have you ever wondered why you were never called to the parties? So strict, so reclusive. So authoritative. You were only below Artemis and a few others like Astrea. But at least she knew how to joke around a bit. While Athena was just plain boring, rarely doing anything else apart from reading her books. She said dismissively. That was because. But Ishtar did not stop. No one would call someone just to have this person watch and not join in. She licked her lips. Do you know how many tried? Yet you stopped each and every one of them. After the first few times, people just stopped calling you. Ishtar said as she rested her head on her hands. Humph. Hestia pouted. Their parties were a waste of time. Nothing but the same. Food. Drinks. Gossip. She then became a bit pensive. Honestly, that seems quite tempting to me right now, but back then, I had no interest in anything aside from taking care of the flame together with the others. No matter how many times they told me to go with them, I didn't go. After once, I completely lost interest in it. Especially due to that terrible thing they did at the end. She turned her face to look at Silver, she implored him to do something with her puppy eyes. Say something. Me. Silver thought for a moment. I don't find you boring at all. He said with a warm smile. She became embarrassed, punching his arm. And not that. And Ishtar didn't miss that. My. So it was true. You finally unstuck. Congratulations. Ishtar said with a light smile. It just took a few thousand. Hey. Hestia's expression became dark again. Phoo. No need to deny, it's clear. She looked into her eyes and asked seductively. So tell me, how was it? She approached Hestia, whispering in her ear softly. Was it good enough to make you want seconds? Gah. Hestia couldn't think straight anymore. while Haruheim's face turned as her eyes spun around in embarrassment. Oh. She simply pushed Ishtar aside, turning her face to look at the wall. She was as red as a tomato, and this made Silver shake his head. In any case. But before he could take over the situation, Ishtar looked to his left, seeing Haruheim. You. Kinky girl. You're finally back to me. Your master. Kinky. I am nothing like that. She said as she fiddled with her fingers. No need to be a stranger, I've seen you grow, haven't I? Ishtar approached her, touching her cheeks and scrubbing her hair. From a frail child, lost inside a cage, to a young woman capable of. No. You're wrong. Haruheim replied with her head down. Her eyes rose, staring straight at Ishtar. I've never left my cage. Chuckle. Ishtar looked at her with some understanding, smiling even. You've truly grown. It even makes me a little sad. But you have to understand. Her eyes became a bit darker. To take her down, I need your power, and in your current state. You are of no use to me. Exclamation point. Haruheim's ears dropped, and her tail fell, looking at the ground as she bit her lips. Hestia turned to face Ishtar, anger on his face. And Silver crossed his arms, but he was visibly upset as he exhaled slightly through his nostrils. Hestia was about to intervene, but Silver shook his head. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she opted to stop. He had to have a reason for this. And trusting him she would. So, child. Sacrifice yourself to me. And together. Let us reign over Arario. She raised her hands, touching Haruheim's shoulders. Doesn't that sound enticing to you, my child? To have such duty. Slap. Against expectations, Haruheim slapped Ishtar's hands away. No. No, it doesn't. Child. Are you rebelling against me? Ishtar asked with a frown. Why yes. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at this goddess defiantly. Mortal defying the will of the divine, you didn't see that often. How? Deplorable. Ishtar said in a heavy tone. Child. I took you away from those slavers, who knows what they would have done to you had you stayed there. I fed you with the highest quality food. I gave you the highest quality house. The highest quality clothes and teachings. I know. She replied, looking at her with a straight expression. However. Did you really free me? You said you saved me, but you're no better than those slavers. You said you gave me a roof, food, and clothes, but. You made me. A whore. Haru. No. Goddess. Let me finish. She said with a small tear in her eye. Silver stayed silent, while Haruheim turned her face to stare at Ishtar again. You did nothing. You didn't take care of me. The Berbera did. They taught me. Not you. But I don't want it. This life. I don't want to be a flower in a box. To see the world. That is what I wish for, with my own hands. Ishtar rolled her eyes. Is that so? How weak, you take the glorious power you have as a stain, unappreciative of the opportunities one have you throughout your life. Instead, you desire something so fleeting. Measly dreams in comparison to what stands in front of you. Haruheim smiled. Raising her head, she said with determination. Yes, they may be mere dreams and small aspirations. But that is what I wish to do. To walk outside. On my own. Perhaps not by myself, but with those I hold dear. As she said that, she became a bit flushed. No. Not you too. Ishtar proclaimed with a disgusted frown. Abandon these futile thoughts, they'll bring you nowhere. Ishtar got up from her seat. Hestia had to rush to her to make sure her clothes didn't fall. Even if that wasn't necessary, as Silver was controlling them through telekinesis. It's always the same, every one of them. They'll sing tales clad in roses, bashing in sunlight. She then smiled mockingly. But one look at what's beneath my clothes, and they'll all bend. URG. Silence. Now. While you still can, and while I still have the patience. Ishtar looked at her with heavy eyes. Go. Back. To. Your. Room. Now. Despite screaming out loud, Haruheim didn't move. Albeit she had her tail between her legs trembling slightly. Grab. It was at this moment, Silver touched her shoulder, giving her a slight nod. And amidst heavy tears, she said. I'm sorry. But I've already been saved. Sniff. And I have no intention of going back. You. Ishtar was visibly pissed, but she still did not act. No. She did. Slash poof, slash. You're all the same. Ishtar said as she grabbed a pillow, throwing it at her. Traitors. Disgusting. The drink's effects were still holding strong, and for her, this was more akin to a dream. So the moment she turned to face Silver, everything she just discussed vanished from her mind. Slash lick, slash. Licking her lips, she turned to face Silver. I'm a bit stressed right now, so. She lifted the bedsheets on her body. How about we have some fun? She grabbed her clothes, making Hestia say, "H-A-A-A-A," in anger, frustration, confusion, and many more emotions. Don't you think? It's rather cold. She asked with a seductive smile. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. No it isn't. Hestia said as she slapped the bed, making Ishtar flinch backward. Slash hiss, slash. While the two bickered at each other, with Hestia even hissing at one point, Silver talked with the shaken Haruheim. It had taken all of her courage she had gathered over the 2.5 months they stood together to say those words, and for a few times, she almost submitted. But she felt that doing so would be a betrayal. Not only upon herself, but also on the people that were there for her, everyone that helped her. The Amazons, the people who trained with her every day. The goddess that tried to motivate her, despite not knowing how. And the knight that saved her. Slash blush, slash. Although. It would still be a long way before she gathered the courage to assume that. Sit here for now, it'll be over soon. Silver said as he grabbed Haruheim's hand, pulling her to a chair. With slight embarrassment, she sat on the chair, grabbing her long golden hair, letting it fall in front of her shoulder. As she did so, Silver said one more thing. Also. Take off your shirt. She blushed, almost freezing in place, while Silver felt she was very cute. Under the faint moonlight coming from Ishtar's large window, Silver felt that this young lady was truly beautiful. Slash sometime later, slash. Slash chatter, slash. Hestia and Ishtar were still bickering to each other. Silver felt it was both comical and pitiful. A naked and drunk woman playing around with a fully sober one. Who was the smart one here? Enough. Silver said as he grabbed Hestia's hand. We don't have time to waste, let's start. Humph. She looked at Ishtar with an attentive gaze, clearly on guard. She even raised her hand, doing a gesture to say she had her eyes on her. Not like she would remember it anyway. But Hestia didn't really know that. Look, let me give you a small briefing of what's happening. Silver whispered to her ears. Not long after, Hestia nodded, understanding slightly what was going on. She was slightly conflicted about this situation, but she understood it was for the best. Better not confront Ishtar right now, perhaps never. At the same time, Silver turned to Ishtar. Let's perform the exchange ceremony. HM. Ishtar frowned a little, but she then smiled. Will I get you in exchange? He rolled his eyes. Whatever you want. I know he's just tricking her, but it makes me. URG. This situation is so. Hestia frowned, but she understood right there that Silver was lying. Although she didn't understand exactly what was going on, with his small explanation, she was ready to support his decisions. Even if he hadn't explained to her, simply by the actions Silver has displayed so far plus the smell of alcohol on Ishtar, she could have somewhat pieced together what was happening. She was capable of that much at least. Then. Ishtar approached Haruheim, looking at her back. She saw the symbol of her familia, a prostitute, together with her status image. This was the physical manifestation of her blessing, and it was time to alter it. With a small nail, Ishtar let a drop of her blood fall on her back, where it was then absorbed by the hieroglyphs. The divine runes started to shake, and the image of the prostitute slowly vanished. It was at this moment Hestia quickly let her own blood fall onto Haruheim's back. Slash shine, slash. And with a small spark of light, the image of a brazier of fire took place on her slender back. Haruheim was now part of the Hestia familia. It's done. Hestia said in surprise. So. Simple. Nothing. Just like that. Now. How about? The moment they were done, Ishtar turned to Silver, but instead of a hot time, she was blasted with some purple smoke. Slash poof, slash. And the moment she took a whiff of the smoke, she fell down, unconscious. It's over. Silver said with a relieved sigh. Although. The war is still ongoing. I might have won a few fights, but that is not enough. This will continue until Ishtar falls. For now, she won't realize her connection with Haruheim was broken, since, in the first place, her fauna was being suppressed with the use of items. But soon enough, her personnel will make their moves in my familia, and at that time, they may realize something is wrong. So we'll either have to wait and attack immediately. Or attack first. Yet it's imperative I do not give her time to think and process things properly. Is it done? Haruheim asked faintly, still embarrassed. Yes. You can put your shirt back now. Silver replied with a smile. In truth, Haruheim's shirt did little in hiding anything. It was semi-transparent after all, he could easily see her body and her bra. Grab. When he said that, Hestia grabbed his face, pulling his face down to meet hers. Where do you think you're looking? She asked in a monotone, her eyes almost dead as she looked at him with a deep expression. But Silver wasn't flustered, replying with his own question. Are you really going to bring such a matter up in this circumstance? Hestia immediately pouted. But. You just watched her, and now. Pat. Silver merely patted her head, silencing her. Now, enough fuss. Hashtag. I'll let you be for now. But. Don't you go thinking this is the end of this matter, creak. He raised his hand to the side, turning a nearby table onto a tall door. It's time to leave. Before they realize something is wrong. Haruheim was the first to walk, leaving Silver and Hestia behind. Amen. Unfair. Enjoying Silver's caress, Hestia took one last look at Ishtar before saying something in a low tone so Haruheim wouldn't listen. We'll have to fight her, don't we? Yes, it is inevitable. She'll keep going after us, and the only way of making sure everyone is safe is by taking her down. Sigh. I now understand why they say peace is hard to earn. We are all gods. But why do we fight all the time? Even more now then. Let's go then, I'm tired. Although I don't think I'll be able to sleep well. I'll need to hear it from his mouth first, just what happened exactly. Step by step. Silver nodded, but he didn't move. You two can go first, I have something to. Huh. Is that so? The two of them stared at Silver with questioning gazes. Haruheim's tail was up high, showing she was severely startled. While Hestia's hair was starting to float on its own as her eyelids twitched once more. Wait. I think you two are greatly misunderstanding something. Silver replied as he turned to the side. I have no intention of doing anything. I just want to check something. As he said that, Silver walked to the side, pushing aside a few things aside, revealing a hidden safe on the wall. Silver. You aren't planning to. Again. I'm starting to feel bad now. No. Really now, what do you take me for? Silver asked in a righteous tone. I am a man of law. Click, unlock, Like last time, Silver easily opened the safe. Hestia had a deadpan expression, while Haruheim looked at the side awkwardly, scratching her cheeks. While the door opened, he turned his gaze to face the two girls. Sigh. These two. I expected Hestia, but even Haruheim. Perhaps it's time for me to review my public image. His gaze refocused on the safe. Gems of many kinds, items of unknown origin and use, even a few bottles of extremely rare wine. This was Ishtar's most private collection, it was his second time seeing it. This is what I came here for. He said as he ignored those things. On his hand was a long pile of papers. They were all similar to each other. These were. Is this a status? Hestia asked as she looked at the papers. Yes. The status of every child of the Ishtar familia. He said with a slightly devious smile. Notes. Chapter end. As always, the Cliff Overlord strikes again with his unending and never-tiring arm of cliffhangers. I'm getting excited though, we're arriving at the climax of this volume pretty much. Yay. See you all later. Chapter 175, Prelude, Defiance. Hello my friends from beyond this screen, I have a few things to announce right now. First, I successively finished all chapters of Sword Oratoria, and also the manga. The manga has around 100 chapters covering from volume 1 to around half of volume 11. This is about 10 chapters per volume, and considering each chapter has 40 to 50 pages, that's around 450 manga pages per volume, which is quite fitting considering the volumes have an average of 200 pages, so 1 to 2 manga pages per novel pages. This allowed me to have a greater insight into everything and further understand the characters' personalities and motivations, including how they changed. The 11th and 12th volumes can be seen as a stage for change, those people being Ace, Finn, and Lafia, they were definitely the main focus here. We could extend this to volumes 9 to 10 as this was being brought onto the table. After that, Raoul, despite being a secondary character, we saw his extreme reactions and growth many times, followed by a few more characters I can't quite remember now and even Alan, the fastest adventurer from the Freya Familia. However, I also noticed some inconsistencies with some of my story points, they aren't big, but they can be depending on what you see. Like how Dionysus hid his wine, or not, the way I showed last chapter was a bit wrong since during the novel, they just entered his cellar and found his divine wine. Here he has a small, hidden room inside his basement cellar. Ace motivations to use Ariel and Avenger, and how she overcame her blinding vengeance. And a few more other things. I'll add my thoughts in a small summary of what happened at the end. For now, I'll give my eyes some rest, but once I'm rested, I'll proceed to the Familia Chronicles, and then, I'll read the main novels. Especially now that the second part of the anime is airing, which is something that happens in the background of volumes 11 to 12 of the Sword Oratoria novel. And also the fact they revealed volume 18 and volume 13 for both light novels, which is rather incredible. I'm pretty interested to see what will be the contents of volume 13. It's just a shame the official Danmachi manga is late. It'll take some time for us to arrive in this section. Probably we'll have finished this novel by then. Speaking of that, I do prefer the manga over the anime, mostly due to its art. In the anime, Bell looks like a kid. In the manga, he looks like a 16-year-old dude, perhaps even 18 sometimes, which greatly helps everything. In any case, since the Ryu episode manga already covers her L and I have no intention of reading through it, though I'll check it out to see if it missed anything. As for episode Freya, I've been looking for the manga, as it should have already been completed, but I can't find a translated version. Even if it's Spanish, I can read it. And then, finally, once I'm over with those, I'll start reading Danmachi starting from volume 15, which starts around where the anime is right now. Depending on some things, I may even skip it and just go with volume 16. I don't really want to learn everything, just the overall context of what made Freya approach Bell and how everything went. Especially now that volume 18 is out, though I didn't find a translation. That will be a big one, I'm sure, as it'll set up the course for a completely new mystery, one that I could very well make use of. As I once thought, this would be the perfect time to do a small time skip in their story and introduce the OEBD and have everyone realize they're fucked. I'll have to wait and see how the author will play it out, since from my expectations, volume 19 will only release after this novel's end, unfortunately. Anyway, that was all from me. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abatum. What? Hestia didn't quite understand what Silver had just said. The status of everyone. Is it that surprising? Don't we also keep records of everyone's updates? Silver asked as he looked at Hestia. We have so many of those papers that they've started to accumulate. Although it feels such a shame to throw some of them away. Yes, we do, but that's not the point here. We store the update papers with him since it's secure. Most familiars just burn the papers, /chuckles, /. I know, I'm just messing with you. Hashtag. He is so. In any case, give me a moment, I need to take a look at this. Once I'm done, I'll return. Why do you need to read their statuses? Haruheim asked softly as she stopped next to the door. Flipping through the pages with a focused gaze, Silver replied, well. For the same reason you and everyone else study monsters in the library, as he stopped to look at her. By knowing thy enemy and thyself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Hestia was momentarily stunned. That's quite wise. Hestia said with a half-smile. He's showing off again. Silver merely smiled as he closed his eyes in nostalgia, taking a small part of the stack of papers and giving it to them. There was no need to worry about handing over what he was looking for, he knew they were at the very end. Here, if you wish, you can read them as well, and learn a bit about the standard. The Ishtar Familia is one of the most prominent familias in the world, so it would be a shame to throw away the opportunity to get a closer look into their ranks. I can't really copy all of these right now though, as my focus is already elsewhere. It would be too much to do so many things at the same time. He turned to Hestia and smiled. Of course, don't hesitate to go back to sleep, I know it's late, so I won't force you to read them. By the time you're up, I'll have at least a few of these copied so you can take a look. I'm sure you won't get bored by checking them out, it can be quite interesting to see what these adventurers have to offer. Their stats before leveling up, their skills, magic. Even though the Ishtar Familia is on the lower side in regards to magic-possessing adventurers and skill holders, the quality of their warriors is still decent. By having a standard, then you can better appraise the efforts and progress of your own children. Don't you think so too? Hestia's eyes were a bit unfocused. He speaks so fast that sometimes it gets hard to follow. However, she quickly smiled. Well. With this, will I finally understand just how out of the norm you are? She teased. Perhaps. Only a little. Why? because I'm just too outstanding," he said with a little pose. The moonlight coming from the window even intensified, shining onto his body as sparks of light lit up around him. "PFF. Don't laugh, he doesn't deserve it," Hestia said sternly as she turned to Haruheim. She grabbed Haruheim with the expression of a rich mother telling her child to stay away from the homeless kids. "As for you, Mr. Outstanding, we'll be taking our leave." He said everything I needed to learn. And what I did understand is that I'll care about this tomorrow. I need some sleep. She grabbed Haruheim's hand, pulling her onto the other side of the door. But she stopped to look at him one last time. "Don't take too long, promise." "Promise." Silver replied with a smile. Little did Hestia know, this night would be a long one. And sleep would be the least of her concerns. Slash clack, slash. The magical door closed, and now, there was no need for him to worry anymore. Phew. One thing less for me to worry about. The moment the two of them vanished into the door, Silver felt a wave of relief wash over him. He grabbed all of the papers and went through all of them quickly, looking for something. Honestly, Silver had already done this before during the time he investigated them. Albeit. He didn't say that to them because they would end up asking him for reasons he wasn't ready to share yet. Was there a need to take a look at their stats and risking being caught if he already did so some time ago? Of course, he didn't want them to worry by saying that the Ishtar Familia got a huge boost in strength, not now of all times. And this was exactly why he was here. He wanted to see for himself exactly how strong each of the top warriors of the Ishtar Familia had become and if any possible danger had risen. Including the other people that recently leveled up. Even if their stats would be something around I-0, by taking a look at their skills, magic, and development abilities, Silver could better prepare for their eventual clash. Their stats don't matter as much, he was pretty confident in himself that, apart from Phryne, Tammuz, and perhaps a few outstanding Amazons like Aisha, no one would be able to reach his own stats at all. And after fondling the pages for a few minutes. "Here it is," he said as he focused on the page. Aisha Belka. Level. Strength B, 747-I. Vitality B, 710-I. Dexterity C, 686-I. Agility B, 700-I. Magic D, 532-I. Hunter-H. Fist Strike-H. Abnormal Resistance-I. Magic. Hell KOs. Skills, not applicable. Aisha Ha. She is the strongest of the Berbera for a reason, she has pretty high stats for all values. And I'm sure this status is old already. When I saw her back in the Great Falls, she seemed perfectly in line with her new strengthened body, so she has definitely already adapted to her status change. Albeit, even if not much, an increase is still an increase. Is there a date in here? No, nothing. He mumbled in disappointment. A shame, if I had their dates. Whatever. As for the rest, Aisha is almost the clear image of the ideal average adventurer. She has magic, something that's rare, so she can level up her magic stat. She also got one development ability every time she leveled up. The only thing she lacks is a good skill to raise her quality as a warrior by a grade. It's just a shame that she wasn't appreciated that well. By taking a look at her past level ups, it becomes clear she actually leveled up hastily, which isn't advised. Yes, you could say most adventurers struggle to even get the opportunity to level up, but sometimes, hitting your limit before leveling is the ideal scenario, even if it takes a year more time. Her average was at least 100 SH points higher than this. It's honestly pretty disappointing to see her being forced to level up ahead of time and wasting her hidden potential. And I'm sure the other Berbera are no different. Actually, with those high stats, she would actually qualify to be an executive of the Loki Familia easily was she to become level 5. She has potential, but her goddess doesn't care, she only needs results. It would be great to recruit her after everything's over. After all, considering her situation, I'm her best option. She knows me, I know her, and I also took care of Haruheim. If she comes to me, it's likely others will come with her. It wouldn't be hard to recruit several of the Berbera at once, and like that, the forces of the Hestia Familia would increase by several level 3 and 4 all of a sudden. But Silver smiled helplessly as he imagined how things would become after they joined. That wouldn't be that great of an idea. The overall personality between the current girls of the Hestia Familia and the Berbera is too distinct. And albeit I have nothing against them, I can't deny that having them interact wouldn't result in smooth outcomes. They would end up becoming a bad influence on those girls. Besides, there is also the question of intent. Hestia would only accept girls with pure intentions, it doesn't matter if they aren't pure themselves, that isn't important at all. The thing is, would they truly be capable to see this place as their home? I'm sure there would be one or a few Berbera worth recruiting. But that's for later. He flipped the pages. Tamos Belalai. Level. Strength D, 514-I. Vitality E, 493-I. Dexterity B, 710-I. Agility B, 746-I. Magic I, 0-I. Quick Strike-H. Abnormal Resistance-H. Magic, not applicable. Skills, not applicable. No matter how many times I see this, he's pretty useless. Silver's expression was one of disappointment as he looked at the men. When you think of the captain of the Ishtar Familia, a Familia with a high level 5, this isn't exactly what you expect to see. You would expect to see a man that has a stat average of 800, with strong development abilities, skills, magic. But he barely has any of that. Tamos is young, less than 30, but not that far. And he's like Otter in a sense as he stays most of his time next to Ishtar, and that is where their similarities end. Regardless, he still managed to gather his stats, that's better than many others. Enough for him to be said to be above average. Yet, at the end of the day, Tamos is hopeless, an extremely weak level 5 adventurer. No skills. No magic. Almost no development abilities. He's already level 5, but only has half of the potential ones he could have gotten. With this setup, he cannot hunt in the deep floors alone, even in the topmost ones, which is very embarrassing for a level 5. Allow me to be more precise. He definitely can, but he would need some decent equipment. But in the situation something out of the ordinary comes, he'll die. It's not like it's the end of the world for him, many adventurers lack magic, so he wouldn't lose in that regard. Although not having one despite being level 5 is considered late. Even if the potential for magic isn't guaranteed, for a rich Familia, that can be fixed with a grimoire. But skills can't, not having one by now is actually pretty embarrassing. Well, Tamos is more of a butler than an adventurer. A consort. So him being this strong is already a feat of its own. Silver had enough though, this man wasn't worth his time. He put the page aside, flipping to the last one. Phryne Jamil. Level. Strength A, 802-I. Vitality A, 807-I. Dexterity D, 517-I. Agility D, 502-I. Magic I, 0-I. Fist Strike-F. Abnormal Resistance-G. Magic Resistance-H. Healing Power-H. Physical Resistance-I. Magic, not applicable. Skills, not applicable. Now this is more like a proper adventurer. Her stats may be a bit on the lower side compared to some other adventurers on the same level. But Phryne has a pretty solid lineup of development abilities. Still, Phryne fell short of expectations. All due to her own endless greed. For her age, she has accomplished a lot. Despite that, she could have done so much more. Phryne is known for being lazy and not trying her best. This behavior of her started showing around the time she hit level 4, which was over 15 years ago. This means she became level 4 by the time she was 18. I can already imagine, an angry, strong, promising Amazon, there are many like her all around. Phryne just had the drive others didn't, and as such, she rose rapidly. And when she reached the top, she ruled over it like a true lord. With an iron fist, plowing down anyone that tried to reach her. Perhaps because she realized her own limitations, instead of striving for more, why not relax when in the entire world, there were so few that could actually do anything to her. Phryne actually became level 5 before the disaster that hit Orario 5 years ago, but instead of fighting in the front lines, she fought in safe locations, far away from the big guys. Because of this sly way of thinking, she's been level 5 for at least well over 13 years now. I questioned myself once, why didn't Ishtar give her a grimoire? Even if it's expensive, with some going well over 100 million, for her, it would be akin to a normal adventurer buying a new chest plate. It's expensive and definitely not some change, but she can do it many times over. There aren't records of the why, but my guess is that Ishtar has long realized Phryne is not loyal, perhaps from the very first day she became her child. As such, she has always withheld from giving her too much power, in fear she may very well outgrow her, to the point she could at any moment leave for another Familia. Like Loki's or Freya's. Or end up ruling her own Familia in her place, something that isn't too uncommon. Many gods end up losing control of their own familias, or not caring in the slightest, becoming mere tools to their children's growth. In the end, Ishtar's worries never happened, perhaps because she did everything in her reach to keep her, such as turning a blind eye to her deplorable actions and hobbies. Since in that way, Phryne has nowhere else to go, she wouldn't be welcomed anywhere but within a dark Familia. Or a kingdom far away. And honestly, I do think she would leave for such faraway places, if she was given better treatment there than here. However, Orario isn't a place you can easily leave, Phryne wouldn't be allowed to leave, and if she were to try and resist. Heh. The guild has more than enough connections to handle her. I'm sure that even if we consider Ishtar's view on sex and romance, Phryne's actions would be a tad much. But since she is a woman that views her goals as greater than morals and the well-being of others. Silver shook his head. I should be thankful for this regardless. If Phryne had skills and magic to boot, then she would have been comparable to Loki's top executives. And although Ishtar attests to Phryne's power even today, that is a delusion she made herself. Phryne had long been surpassed by them, despite being there when they grew to become who they were now. Because they are monsters of monsters. What I should be really thinking about is, can I handle her right now? He made some quick calculations in his mind. She's stronger than me, but not enough for me to despair. Even if I can't close the gap, I won't die from a single strike. Tougher than me as well. But is she tough enough to prevent me from striking her? Perhaps tough enough for my halberd to not cut her, as it copies my stats, hence, its durability and sharpness depend on it. But that can be solved by me just buying a sharper weapon. Although I would fall into debt again. My plasmids will likely be of little effect on her, even if I tried to poison her or use other debilitating effects. Phryne is simply too tanky. Magic resistance, high vitality, and also abnormal resistance, and now, even physical resistance. By adding the level difference, it would be funny if my magic were to even tickle her. For ordinary applications at least. But if I can't use them against her, then I can fully focus my plasmids on what they're best at. Versatility. If I can't affect her, then I shall affect myself. And other things as well. In the end, it'll be an ordinary fight between us, her axe versus my halberd. But that is all from her side. I'm faster than her, I don't even need to consider much. Phryne uses heavy armor and a large axe, making long and heavy swings. She'll be no faster than some of the monsters on the lower floors, but I'm not betting on that. I have no need to mention how dexterous she is, as she's a heavy armor user with a big weapon. Overall. In theory, it's doable. Phryne won't come out of anywhere with some hidden skill or powerful magic attack unless this is all a trap Ishtar somehow laid for me. If she thought this far, giving me so much credit, I'll applaud her. Phryne will just charge with her axe, and that is the most complicated tactic she can use. I just need to last long enough in a battle of attrition. If I were to level up again, our gap would completely disappear. By striving to do my hardest in this 1 week of time I have. And once I get used to my body, that'll mark the end of the Ishtar familia. /thud/. Silver placed the papers inside the locker again before grabbing a few other papers, giving all of them a quick scroll. Her new documents, her new plans, her sources of income, and more. He made sure to have as many tools at his disposal as he could. And as the minutes passed, Silver smiled. Oh. Aisha didn't lie to me. According to these reports, the investigation is still far away from my current location. They'll stick with checking key/suspicious locations first before attacking me. They're being cautious due to what I did last time. Or they are being diverged. It's difficult to say it's all due to Aisha, but she definitely has a hand in this. They are trying to sniff out the people that interfered with their plans. A shame, there are no such people. At their pace. A little over a week. He smiled. I can increase that. Phryne isn't in charge of these investigations, there is nothing to fear. Why don't I create some false tales for them to stick with? That sounds like a good plan. Silver cleaned the environment and made the 4 buffed men reappear on the bed. And once everything was crystal clear, he took a step towards the side. But he stopped. Wow there. He went to a chair on the side, grabbing something. It was a long singular string of golden hair. I almost left some evidence behind. That's no good. Time to double check. Holding onto a few strands of hair, Silver looked around with eagle eyes. Okay, that was all it seems. Now sure of his preparations, Silver touched the wall, ready to leave. Yet once again, he stopped. Because he felt the presence of something heavy and big making its way across the hallways of the Ishtar familia's home. Is that? He recognized who it was almost immediately, the weight of her steps was difficult to match. But that wasn't all. Blood. In her hands. Silver could faintly discern red, coagulated blood in Phryne's hands, and this made him frown. A strange feeling rose on his tummy. Something was wrong. As he started to remember what he knew about her, he grimaced. Since it seems she just entered the bathroom to shower. She wouldn't be there to stop me from taking a look around. A sudden change of plans, Silver vanished. Was it too late to just turn a blind eye and leave? Notes. Now, for my analysis of the LN. If I were to give a very quick summary of the plot. Loki Familia descends to the 59th floor, and meets demi-spirit. Inio plans start. After coming back, strange creatures burst out and the monster Philia is ruined. Inio plans are disturbed by Freya's actions due to her interest in Belle. Orario was unintentionally saved as his plans ended up being pushed several months back. Investigations start. People find a strange door in the sewers. Loki Familia gathers to investigate. The door opens on its own, inviting them in, and the Loki Familia descends to investigate as they were left with no other choice. Deaths. After failing miserably, they start to investigate to learn what happened and what they were dealing with. Eventually, this leads to them learning about Evelys and how they all interact. They prepare for a second raid, and it goes well. They acquire the keys and prepare for the last attack. At the same time, the Xenos rampage around the city. This is what happens around Season 3. This makes Finn change, and Ace stepped into the late stages of her change. While down there, they find out what they thought was wrong, and that the villain had tricked them again. From the very beginning they were wrong. He would win, but Belle appears and uses plot armor Argonaut to defeat Inio's plan, which was to use the demi-spirits to power Nidhogg and burst everything at the same time like a bomb, killing all promising adventurers and blow up Babel, the lid of the dungeon. God is defeated, everyone cheers, the city is saved. Overall, these volumes showed a lot of development in all areas, and I liked them quite a bit, even the end with Belle cutting the monster's head with a single strike. Ace with her struggles of differentiating monsters from people and understanding the world is not black and white. Better put, accepting. Putting her revenge aside and living her own story with her own powers. Finn realizes that the hero he is now isn't what he wants, building the determination to go even further beyond than the heroes of the past, accepting ideals and things that aren't rational for the sake of his wishes. Pretty much, believing in something unrealistic and then acting to make it possible. Raoul starts to build some confidence. If he can surpass the pressure of first-class adventurers, he will become one himself. Lafia grows up as a person, albeit not as childish as before. She is still very childish. The small elf that never saw people die finally had her close friends die, and after recovering from a broken state, rises, even if only slightly. And a bit more. The most important about these was understanding how everything tied together, and I imagine there'll be a few more volumes until this story ends. Although I'm unsure if Sword Oratoria will continue at all. Well, there is volume 13, but I'm unsure what story it'll try to show. The problem of the great spirits was eventually resolved, but not cut from the root. Inio was defeated, but he only made use of the spirits, he didn't create them. The mother of them all is still down there, beyond the 59th floor. Considering the demi-spirit on the 59th was the strongest out of all that appeared, being beyond level 7, it's hard to say how strong the mother is. In total, I can remember around 11. The demi-spirit of the 59th floor - level 8+. Power Bull - level 7+. The demi-spirit Belle and Reveria fought against on the 18th floor - level 5. The 6 chanting spirits - level 7 on their own, perhaps even less. The cursed spirit - level. Nidhogg - level 9 to 10. Nidhogg was by far the strongest of them all, made from the fusion of a super irregular black wyvern from the deep floors and the spirit fetus, meaning the base material was already level 5 to 6. However, instead of being consumed, the dragon consumed the spirit. This created an absolute monster. But Inio kept it trapped, feeding it with an immense amount of magical power to make it into the greatest bomb this world had ever seen. He wanted to kill all of the promising adventurers and destroy Orario at the same time, bringing the world back to its unsealed state when weak heroes didn't exist, pretty much sending the world all the back to the era of Argonaut when there were no heroes. He almost succeeded if not for plot power. Anyway, yeah, that's all I had to say. Here are some images I tried making with the AI. Images. See ya. If you find any links for the new volumes, make sure to put them here. I'm even considering just buying them if there is a translation already. Anyway, yeah. Chapter 176, not really. A chapter XD. Yup, this isn't really a chapter, just me, talking, doing my things as I write. Just like always, I'll keep this notice here for like a few days. Should be enough for everyone that wants and needs to see it. So, what's this about? Nothing special really, it's just a small announcement. Some lore first. When the new year passed, we were about to finish the volume, so you can understand how posting a 10k word long chapter would have just ruined the mood. Especially since it was about an event that had already passed for quite a long while. The problem is, here, I posted a chapter worth 3, while there, I posted none. So we're a bit uncinched since they are ahead by quite a bit. In that regard, if you are willing, you can go there and read up to 3 chapters ahead, for free really, just go there and open them up. It's really simple. The problem is, those chapters are single-edited, as you all know by now. I edit each chapter twice, adding more content and making changes to better fit the story as I go by. It makes things flow better since I always have an understanding of how things will be 20 chapters down the road. Still, if you are starving for content, go there and read it, you might even get hooked up lol. We've hit a small goal I had, so I added my other novel there as well, so you can sign up and get one biggest chapter in 3 of this novel, yay. Well, not yet as I'm making the Zero Fate chapter, my hands do need their rest. I also do some other things there from time to time, like some polls for some things. I've been trying to be more active, you see. If that caught your eye, here it is. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. Anyway, this was me with my shameless self-promoting. As always, normally chapters tomorrow and the rest of the week, we aren't late, they're the ones that are ahead. Peace, I'm out. Chapter 177, Defiance, the Fate of the Week. Alright, here is the thing you've all been waiting for. This arc is rather big, the Defiance arc. Oh well, let's see how it goes. On a completely unrelated note, does anyone here have Escape from Tarkov? I was planning on starting playing it again since university ended and I have some time as I make the chapters, so I was planning on just using the server. Would anyone be up for some playtime? Anyway, enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. // As he disappeared from Ishtar's room up above, Silver reappeared all the way at the bottom, at the very first floor. Clinging to the shadows, walls, and corners, Silver observed his surroundings, finding them it's rather empty. Even so, that's to be expected. The Ishtar Familia is still recovering from the previous losses I caused while also preparing for the future. In fact, it's primarily impressive how fast they recovered. By the looks of it, Ishtar had more connections than I previously imagined. I underestimated her resourcefulness. Her control over people. They may not be in war times as before, but you could call their current condition the calm before the storm. Gathering strength, they seek both Haruheim and the people that robbed their vault and caused all that trouble. Ishtar seeks to overthrow Freya, and that will take resources. She was already confident before, albeit she seemed to have understood her problem. That she had been hasty. However, it isn't the same now that she has a renewed force, her plans are simple. To strike while the enemy underestimates her. Like in an arms race, they are sharpening themselves. Some are outside, carrying Ishtar's orders. Some are in the dungeon, getting stronger and making money. Some are doing the very same they did for years, perhaps doing patrol or working in the red light district if that's their thing. Not all Amazons here are prostitutes. Or at least, they weren't from the get-go. The Amazons that wanted to fight, but not sell their own bodies already joined other familias. It would be strange for one to come here otherwise. At least, of their own volition. I better move. Silver moved from shadow to shadow, laying low as he sought what he was looking for. Until his attention was drawn towards the ceiling. From the looks of it, I have a lot of time. It didn't take much effort for Silver to hear the faint sounds of splashing water coming from a shower a few floors above. Although, even if a god proclaimed, he wouldn't dare to try and peek into what she was doing, no matter what. He was a man of will and one that saw many disturbing things. But God be damned, seeing that sight would surely leave a scar for life in any man, mortal or divine. Swoosh. Silver vanished, tracing back Phryne's steps. It wasn't hard, there were some small bloodstains on the ground, he just had to follow them while avoiding the few patrols scattered around. For a familia that had already been robbed once, their defenses sure are lax. But such are Ishtar's ambitions. She can't remain holed up forever, she needs her soldiers to execute her plans and to strengthen themselves. Because the most important piece of her plans was outside, and she wouldn't move until she had it. Her confidence had been rekindled, never extinguished even, but he knew the defenses near the vault had been enhanced. I knew it. And as he expected, those stains led him to a seemingly normal room without much furniture or anything outstanding. Or so it looked on the outside. It was a resting room, but given the dust accumulate on the furniture all around, Silver could immediately tell that it was nothing but a ruse. Northwest One used this place, after all, this room was rather far from the main path, and who would go to such lengths just to rest here? It would be better to move outside, or to their own rooms. Another reason this room was so far away was due to the hidden entrance on the side that led to a complex underground maze of passageways. They connect to several establishments of the Ishtar Familia. And perhaps, even further below. Don't tell me she. The moment he stood here though, his expression turned dark, his eyes sharpened, and he unconsciously gritted his teeth a bit harder. He knew where he was, he had researched a lot about Phryne and the Ishtar Familia as a whole. He had been here before, albeit, he hadn't tried going further. Because he knew what sort of atrocities lay there, and he didn't wish to fill his mind with extra worries. That time, there wasn't much for him to investigate. He knew what likely happened there, but there was no clear evidence of it. Or so he wished to believe. What the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't feel. It isn't different for him. There was no need to make his heart any darker. At that time, he left feeling defeated in some ways, as his power was nowhere near enough for him to voice his dissatisfaction. But today, it was different. The cold blood on the ground said everything. Honestly, he was considering what he should do now. Going down there was easy, the problem was leaving. Would he be able to turn his back to whatever was happening there in the face of buying more time for himself? The very definition of sacrificing the few to save the many. Some would point out the hypocrisy, as it wasn't like he hadn't done something similar before. This wasn't his first time turning a blind eye to others' pain and misery for his own selfish goals. He wasn't a hero, nor did he see himself as one. However, in all honesty, there is no right answer, because both are right. If his actions end in the destruction of the Hestia Familia, all in the name of some senseless justice he suddenly had. For someone that has already departed. Would it have any meaning? Many die every day, many suffer every day, yet such a fact doesn't get in the way of everyone else's daily smiles. Some may remember those that suffer and suffered, but most can't. Because they are mortals, and mortals struggle to accept their own grievances, what to say others. If they worried for everyone that deserved a better life and to be avenged, carrying on their wails with them throughout their lives, then such a world wouldn't be worth living. Everyone would end up like Bet, a hollow shell with some distorted sense of self. Although, would things change had the person that suffered such a tragic end been someone he knew and held dear? To risk it all at that moment. But turning his back now. The same situation, but two completely different outcomes. But that's how it is. There's nothing wrong with that. However, some may praise a person for taking action and succeeding. The best outcome. But those same people would mock and judge this person were he to fail, condemning them in the process. And God forbid you were them to realize you turned your back, as society always seeks someone to put the blame for anything on. People hate to see the truth and the ugly reality. Because they would have made the same thing were they there. They wish to believe on the contrary. That they would be heroes were they in their shoes. And that is the duality of men. Failure is not tolerated, but not taking action is also not tolerated, even if you'll fail. And failure is also not tolerated, so the only choice is to never let them know. To some, dying while doing a heroic act is the right thing to do. As long it's not them or anyone they know. Leave that to the others. The heroes. They'll carry the future, they just need to cheer whenever it is convenient for them to do. Heroes don't fail, heroes always succeed. Those that do not aren't worthy of their attention. By this point, is it even fair? Fairness is too deep of a subject to go over. Even the gods struggle to decide what is the meaning of justice, what to say, men. Who makes the rules? And to whom? Step, / But for some reason, this time. Creek, / Silver decided to take this step forward. There wasn't much in his mind, his expression was blank. He wasn't doing it for curiosity or self-satisfaction. Sigh. He decided to do and so he would. Letting out a small sigh in the process. You could say that at the end deep inside his heart, there is indeed some morbid desire to justify himself, to prove he wasn't some mindless monster. But at the end of the day, Silver made it clear many times that he was fighting so he could find meaning in life. At first, it was the desire to have an adventure like none other and explore the unknown. Over time he found people to help him with that. People he came to care about a lot. And to respect as well. With that in mind, he thought. Is turning away really all right? What they think does not matter. What does he think? This is fucked up. He mumbled as he opened the door to the secret passage. Step. As he descended the filthy stairs that lead to the hidden, dark basement, he reflected upon his current actions. They didn't have any point, did they? Nothing would change, even if he acted. In fact, he might make things worse. Saving a criminal from a block of execution because he was judged unfairly won't change anything unless you go the extra mile and prove the contrary. But what if the entire world wants this person to be executed? Even if they know it's wrong. Are you supposed to clash headstrong against the collective will for someone you barely know? A criminal nonetheless. Even if it's someone undeserving of death. He wasn't here to be a hero, nor did he care if people called him one or something else. He never cared for what others thought of him. Yet, his life wasn't solely about him anymore. He wouldn't be the only one to be judged. Was it acceptable, by his own standards, to let what he was thinking happen? Now that was the question. It didn't matter what others thought, only what he truly desired. Many struggle to realize that, what they truly want, being instead pushed around by the waves of trend and responsibility. They will call those that stray from the ordinary all sorts of names in order to justify it. Sometimes they'll be in the right, other times in the wrong, whatever they believe. Glorious names to those that went along their wishes, terrible curses to those that decided to travel elsewhere. And many generations later, they'll bask in the achievements of those their ancestors cursed, and still do the same, without realizing their current lives are all thanks to the sacrifices of many, forgotten and vilified. Silver may be one such person, sometimes doing what he wishes, or thinking he does, other times not. So this time, what does his heart wish to do? Clench. Silver finally arrived at the bottom of the stairs, and the dark basement presented itself to him. This nauseating smell. There was something on the ground. The dampness in the air, the stains on the walls. It's empty. Ignoring the dreadful objects scattered around the room, some with blood, others covered in unspecified liquids, Silver turned around. He wasn't satisfied, nor was he relieved. Because nothing changed. This place smelled of death. He was just a tad too late to see it happen. Shush. Silver vanished from the room. A minute later, In the dark alleys behind the colorful streets of the red light district, a woman clad in a dark robe walked vigilantly. In one hand she carried a large dark bag over her shoulder, on the other, an oil lamp. And on her back, a shovel. Stops. She was silent, not uttering a sound as she stopped in front of an open area. This place was full of rocky mounds, makeshift tombstones. Dozens. A dark place hidden behind tall and majestic structures. One side lit with twinkling red light. The other side darker than the night sky. A perfect reflection of the red light district, and perhaps, the entire city. Northwest one knew this place, and neither would they want to. Justice is for those that live under the light. Those in the dark live and die with the shadows. To be used and thrown away, like paper tissues. If they step out of the dark. Thud. Without hesitation, she dropped the bag on the ground, and crouched, placing her shovel on the ground, stomping it with her foot. Cha. It wasn't like she needed the extra effort to have her shovel pierce the soft dirt. But she felt the need to, complied to put a little effort into this morbid task. It was time to dig a new hole. Cha. Time passed, The sky was clear, and the stars shone faintly together with their sister, the moon. The woman continually dug without pause, without complaints, without as much as a grunt. Maybe as a way to atone for her sins, or perhaps for another reason. Once the hole was done, being deep and wide enough, she grabbed the bag, and tossed it inside. Offering a quiet prayer, and brushing a few strange objects inside, as if that would change anything. She closed her eyes. Perhaps she believed the gods would listen. But were they really? Would they even care? The gods she thought were listening. Were they truly as holy as she believed? Wouldn't they mock her instead? Or tell her words of the futility of their existence and the weakness of her prayers? After all, in the end, all souls reincarnated under their rule. To be alive was merely another estate their soul was in. Who knew how many times this had happened ever since the conception of mankind? Cha. She used her shovel to scoop a large mound of dirt, pouring it over the hole. Cha. Cha. Again and again, until the hole vanished, leaving only a small mound of reshuffled earth behind. She could have left by now, her job was done. But she didn't. Moving to the side, she grabbed a few rocks, using them to cover the hole before compacting the ground with her strength. And with that, a small pile of rocks was made, the one and only memento of this being. No one would remember him, no one would visit him. Aside from her. And one man. Step. Once the woman left, carrying her dirty and rusty shovel, a man stepped out of the shadows. Under the moonlight, he stared at this nameless tomb. Tombs. All. In complete silence. Until he decided to break the silence. Perhaps the very first words all of these tombs heard in a long, long while. The brighter the light, the darker its shadow becomes. There is no ideal society where all live well. And trying to reach equilibrium will end up causing more harm than good. Most of the time at least. Because there will always be a limit to what one can do alone. To rule, others are required. And unless all move like one cohesive cog, compromises will have to be achieved so all can move forward. Someone commands, someone obeys, someone makes, someone receives. Some more than others. In war, half a dozen command an army atop a luxurious table drinking wine, while on the battlefield, thousands die, and even those that have nothing to do with it suffer. In nature, a bird dives towards the ocean, fighting against bigger, stronger birds, flying 100 kilometers just to catch a single small fish to feed its young. But the fish had to die for the young to live. And so did the young of the bigger bird. Dozens. Thousands. Many have to be sacrificed so one can move on. We just don't see it, and even if we do, we ignore it. Because our minds cannot tolerate such feelings, self-preservation comes first, not only for the body but also for the mind and spirit. We did not evolve to care that much about others. Until someone close to us dies, that is, then we curse the skies. But when the skies don't answer, who will cry for us? No one. Snap slash. Silver snapped his fingers, and the earth trembled. The dirt reshuffled, and the stone reformed. The dirty and disorderly gravuid became orderly and clean, with proper paths and memorial stones for the dead. But all were nameless. Watch me. He could have done more, like taking a glimpse onto what lies beneath the stones, adding that information onto the tombstones. But he did not wish to. Silver didn't say much anymore, only turning around, walking back onto the shadows he came from. And while he did so, small flowers grew atop each tomb. However, they soon withered as Silver vanished. Back in the hearth manor shush. Shush. Haruheim brushed her hair softly, looking at the mirror. A small magical crystal glowed on the side, illuminating her face. She couldn't go back to sleep. What had just happened was still repeating in her mind. She couldn't understand, and the more she tried to, the more her mind entangled on itself. To the point it made her eyes spin a little. So to calm herself down, she went to do one of the things that tired her the most. Taking care of her hair and fur. Thud. So. From now on. In front of her eyes, the outline of the metallic choker that she grew used with having seemed to flash for a moment before disappearing. She gave the mirror one last look, perhaps giving the girl reflected in front of it one last goodbye. Because from tomorrow, Haruheim from the Ishtar Familia would be officially dead. That was the answer she came up with on her own. It is hard to forgive herself despite everyone's help. So to move forward, she will first forget about it. Throw it aside. Although one day she'll have to face her true self, for now, she would like to live in the delusion she so much craved for. That right now, she was a princess, one that had been just rescued. And it was time to live the life not told in history books, the so fabled, and lived happily ever after. She knew it wouldn't be so simple, she barely even knew what that meant. There was a lot to do yet. She wasn't truly free yet. But with a smile, she thought about the future. A future where she walked outside, entered a sweets shop, and bought her favorite cookies Aisha always brought her. All on her own, without as much as a single worry, with the money she made herself. As for how she would make that money. Crack. Perhaps. She wouldn't have to wait that much, would she? Turning back slowly, Haruheim stared at the bizarre sight of Silver walking out of a magical door with a calm yet heavy expression. The light coming from her crystal cast a shadow onto his body, making the scene oddly somber. Perhaps it was her fox blood, her unique bloodline not seen anywhere else in the world. But she could tell that behind that calm expression, there was a certain agony contained within. So ignoring her current condition, she got up from her seat. And hugged the men quietly. Letting out a soft sigh, one of many this night, Silver patted the head of this little fox teenager. Sorry for bothering you at such a late hour. Again. She shook her head. Silver smiled. He obviously noticed how odd she being awake was. But he quickly associated it with what just happened. She must be like Hestia, whatever happened must be weighing on her mind. And perhaps. Is it so obvious? For a moment, his eyes sharpened, but they became soft soon after. You should go to sleep, tomorrow will be hectic. Her still tail suddenly started to move, displaying her curiosity. Yeah. Now that we don't have to worry about your blessing, I was thinking of bringing you the dungeon. Silver said with a smile. She did go to the dungeon but never did anything substantial. It's time for her to learn the ropes of adventuring. All of that physical training was just so she could take care of at least one goblin. Run from a minotaur. Oh. Haruheim nodded, taking a step back in a mix of embarrassment and surprise. She felt happy as if her efforts were going to finally be put into use. Her desires were all falling into place one after the other. She couldn't help but feel excited. Yet, she still felt something was wrong, missing. Still. Although I came here to check up on you. There is still one I would like to request. Please say it's Captain. Exclamation point. Silver patted her head again, making her flinch. Just call me Silver, I told you and many others that calling me Captain was a bit overly formal. Leave that for when we are outside of the manor. If Hestia were to barge in right now it would lead to such a mess. Haruheim nodded, a bit embarrassed. If I can be of any help. She said meekly and slowly. I'll be frank then. Please, cast Yukai no Kazuchi on me. Exclamation point. His eyes were unwavering, his tone was heavy. Actually, she didn't know if it was true, but she saw his eyes flash with light for a moment. Haruheim looked at him with extreme surprise and confusion. Why did he need such a thing this late? All right. But she complied nonetheless. This was actually the first time he had ever requested this of her, despite joking about it many times. He said once he could have taken down even Amphisbaena if she were to use it on him, and despite the benefits of doing so could have caused, he always said the same something along the lines. Your magic is the trump card of our familia and it should be kept a secret. But do not hesitate to use it if you see fit, as it's your power, let me worry about the consequences later. But until then, I'll try my best to move on so a situation where we are obliged to use it doesn't come. Not to say I wouldn't want you to participate in helping the familia. But it is still true that the drawbacks of using it are rather severe for the growing adventurers around us. The day I ask of you to use it. It'll be when something pretty serious happens. A day where my strength alone won't be enough to carry everyone's burdens. Hopefully that day isn't near. Haruheim moved away from Silver, getting a little bit of space as she focused. She closed her eyes and then opened them, resolute. Grow. Below her feet, orange, golden light started to gather, forming into a complex magic circle. Despite not having the development ability of mage, Haruheim's magic still had a circle. That power and that vessel. Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow. From the magic circle, wisps of golden light started to rise into the sky, gathering into a vortex of golden rays. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow. Here it is. Yukai no Kazuchi. With her final line, the golden vortex shot to the ceiling of the room, before descending on top of Silver. Slash glow, slash. His body started to faintly glow, and energy filled his body. I see, so this is how it feels. I can understand now why this is so dangerous. Silver turned to Haruheim, smiling. Thank you. He turned around, grabbing the handle of the door. C-dash. Gathering her courage, she said with a smile. Come back soon. Silver eyes trembled towards her innocence. But he had to reply. I will. Turning back to look at her one last time, he crossed the door as it closed slowly. Slash creak, slash. And with a small clack, the door closed, fusing back onto the wall, vanishing completely. As if it was never there, to begin with. Haruheim turned to her window, staring at the sky. She felt as if she could feel it, where he was. Or perhaps it was mere intuition. Stay safe. She whispered. Notes. She's. Took me a while to post this, sorry boys, day was rough. Filled with things to do. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it, we'll continue this later. As always, bye-bye. Chapter 178, Defiance, Infiltration. Here it is, enjoy. If you don't, then we'll have some problems. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. ///////////// Many meters above ground, Silver watched the glimmering red lights on the streets and the people beneath him, his expression solemn. This is truly baffling. He raised his hand, it glowed faintly. The proof Haruheim's magic was still working. And that right now. Silver wasn't a limit level 3, but 4. The gleam wasn't very noticeable, but under the dark night sky, if someone were to look above, Silver would look just like the stars. Although if said person was an adventurer with heightened senses, they might realize something was wrong. Level boost. The bigger your foundation, the stronger this spell becomes. Because it'll always increase your blessing by 1 level, regardless of how strong it is. There are many perverse magical abilities recorded over the centuries, be it from the elves and their traditional magic, or through the fairy tales left behind. But few can match this one. There were magical abilities that allowed its caster to raise armies of monsters of a higher level than it. Magic that would turn someone into a legend. Or even a myth. And although this isn't offensive magic, it wouldn't be fair to downgrade it merely due to that. To say Haruheim's magic is the strongest support magic in history wouldn't be too far-fetched. Or perhaps even the one with the most potential. If she can already improve someone like this at level 1, by properly grooming this power, and giving her access to more chanting techniques and spells, how far can she push it? Maybe she would one day be able to break the magic down, and improve only certain aspects. Or even decrease someone's level. There are many possibilities. She may not realize it yet, but considering she lived most of her life in isolation, she is still mentally immature and insecure. But one day, she'll understand just how incredible she really is. At that time, I wonder. Will she fear her own powers? Or embrace them fully? There were people with stronger minds than her that succumbed for less. Regardless. I'll be there. With a silent gaze, Silver slowly descended into the entrance of the Ishtar Familia home, the Belit Babili, the second highest tower in Orario. He didn't have a lot of time, her magic would only last 10 to 15 minutes at most. The entrance to Ishtar's home was as grandiose as her ambitions were big. A large entrance covered on both sides by magnificent pillars full of mysterious engravings. Although those just weren't any engravings, those words told a story. It was Ishtar's tale, her history, and in a sense, her biography, and those of her servants across time. Although honestly, it wasn't really interesting, as it was mostly consistent with Ishtar's sexual adventures. Still, those words contained history that spanned centuries, it mentioned kingdoms and empires that long fell, perhaps not recorded anywhere else but here. Tales of tens of thousands of years ago. Image. In front of the large and grandiose entrance, 2 guards stood watch. Albeit they were rather relaxed for guards. 2 Amazons equally pretty. At least they were wearing nice clothes. Nevertheless, they looked like dancers straight out of a brothel. Still, they were better clothed than 90% of the girls out there on the streets, whose clothes wouldn't be far from things like swimsuits. Although, by this late in the night, most of the prostitutes on the streets already found a partner to spend the night with. Even those that weren't prostitutes. Like a certain Amazon with long black hair, the very reason Silver had quickened his efforts. POV change. How much longer till our shift ends? The Amazon on the entrance's left side asked, using her spear as a pole to rest her tired body. Probably half an hour. 15 more minutes. You know the drill, the moment the brothel closes its doors for the night, we're gone. The other one replied calmly, still in her position. Ah, it's so damn long. I hate this job. Just because I'm level 2 I'm tasked with this boring-ass job. It's not like I would be out there like the others. I just want to sleep in peace. Perhaps I should. Nah. I don't have that kind of money. Since we're doing nothing, how about we talk a bit more? The serious Amazon asked. Oh. In that case, how was your night yesterday? I heard you. Stare. The serious Amazon looked at her with a dead heavy gaze. Ah. Sorry. I forgot she's more reserved than the others and hates talking about her manhunting achievements. Although, she's a bit frisky. Did something bad happen last night? Sigh, anything but that okay. Suri. I guess not everything goes smoothly even when you take the initiative, huh? Was it too small? Or perhaps he was too bad? Or worse. Yuck. He didn't shower. I've heard tales of those. Shivering in her own delusions, the Amazon wriggled around like a worm. The other Amazon rolled her eyes as she looked at the younger, smaller girl, focusing her eyes on the road in front of her. The street was very empty and broad, made of smooth white pristine stone, not marble but some sort of rough stone. And depending on the day and the time, the street was built in a way it allowed them to see all the way at the entrance, several hundred meters away. Image. Step. They were used to the people far away in the middle of the colorful streets, but right now, they saw a well-built man making his way to them without even a single hint of doubt. Is that what I think it is? Where are we expecting someone? The younger Amazon asked as she scratched her head. Let me confirm. The older and more serious Amazon grabbed a small ledger on a locker inbuilt onto the wall on the side. She flipped the book, seeking an explanation, but as expected, the last confirmed reservation had long since been done. So she opted for the second most obvious option. It was a drunk man. Every day, they'll at least encounter one such drunk man, someone who had a tad bit too much fun down on the road and ended up straying too far from where he was supposed to be. But it can't be that either. She wasn't convinced, the man was walking too well for someone that was supposedly drunk, his steps were heavy, orderly, and he didn't tilt at all. His eyes were focused and his clothes were tidy. He was looking at them with a heavy intent. One she had yet to figure out properly what it was. He looks strangely familiar. Do you know him? The younger Amazon asked. Perhaps he's the reason she's silent. I don't. Strange. Well, we'll know once he arrives. she said with a sleek smile, resting her hands on the back of her head. Take your job more seriously. The other guard wasn't as positive as her. She clenched onto her spear. Something that didn't come unnoticed by the younger Amazon. Oi oi. Really now? It was then she started to realize a faint possibility. That this guy wasn't here for talk. And that completely blew her mind away. Who would have the guts to come all the way into their territory to cause trouble? Had something like that ever happened? Of course. There were times where conflicts arose, but those were often related to the Amazons themselves. Husbands that were somewhere they shouldn't be, only to be found out by their partner, leading to some trouble. And when they can't resolve things on their own, it is very easy to turn their gaze to the people of the red light district, as if they were the cause their husband came all the way here. But that wasn't only for the men. Many wives, unsatisfied with their relationship. Not only wives but girlfriends as well. And the very common story of men and women that met someone in Horario, coming to love each other, only to realize their love was far from ideal, as their partner worked here. Those sorts of conflicts were common, so in her mind, she came to a quick conclusion. He looks like a man who saw his wife cheat on him. Someone that abandoned all morals, and now the only thing preventing him from going on a rampage is his sanity, hence his cold and emotionless stare. She couldn't be more wrong. Step. Stop, from here on out it's private property, turn back. The older Amazon commanded. But Silver didn't stop. Thud. The girl slammed the bottom of her spear on the ground, trying to make Silver pay attention to her next words. This was my first warning, leave. Yet again, Silver refused to show any signs of listening to her words. His eyes remained the same, no aversion, no fear, no caution, no mockery, he didn't even flinch. TSK. Is he one of those? There were times where guards were mocked for their words. When they are only level 2 in a city where level 3s are everywhere, it is normal for them to be mocked. They are mostly here to welcome guests and to work as pretty decorations, and that is about the same for other familias. The stronger they are, the stronger the forces they can set aside for the menial job that is guarding their home gates. The stronger ones would normally do what they should do, dive in the dungeon or prepare for some other activity. Even for the Ishtar familia, they can at most set aside 2 to 6 of the Berbera to work as guards, but only in special circumstances will that happen. Otherwise, the Berbera would patrol inside the home, just to make sure nothing out of the norm happened. The same could be said for the Loki familia and even the Freya familia. Although in their case, they had enough forces to keep level 3s as guards, Ishtar on the other hand, preferred to keep level 2s since in the situation someone did attack them, even if the guards were level 3, nothing much would change. He completely, not gave a shit to what you said. The younger Amazon said with a shrug. I can see that. The Amazon became a bit tenser. Crack. She cracked her neck and knuckles, her eyes becoming ferocious. The true nature of an Amazon was surfacing. Are you? She looks ready to jump. But why do I feel like something's wrong? I warned him twice, the third time is. And wrong it was. Whoosh. It's. What? Silver asked with his arms crossed. In the blink of an eye, the man who was several meters away vanished, reappearing in front of the older Amazon, gazing straight down at her. They were quite different in terms of height. The older Amazon wasn't even 170 centimeters tall, and the younger one had it even rougher, she was barely 160 cm tall. Smack. Staying true to her blood, she quickly reacted, moving her knee, aiming at his jewels. Thud. But she suddenly fell down onto the ground like a rag. Gasp. The younger Amazon saw it all. Or in better words, saw nothing. Everything she saw was Silver disappearing, and then her friend raising her leg. Next moment she was on the ground. However, she let out a sigh of relief, her friend was okay, breathing normally. You. Silver turned his eyes to the other Amazon, taking a step forward. I surrender. She what? Clack. The Amazon was quick to cutely raise her hands, letting her spear fall onto the ground like a broom against the floor. It sounded oddly cartoonish. After seeing her friend, who was stronger and more experienced than her, lose without even a chance to recognize who her enemy was, she understood she had no chance. Because different from her, she had realized who her enemy was. I can't tell if that was magic or him being fast. But I now recognize him. His platinum eyes. Silver's build wasn't really that impressive, he was tall, yes, but there were many as tall as him. There was even an entire race called Boars whose members tend to be over 1.90 cm tall on average. He also wasn't incredibly muscular, nor was he thin. His black hair was also pretty ordinary, and his facial features were pretty standard for someone that lived on these parts, different from people that live far in the north where the empire resides. Or the people that came from the Far East. Although that didn't decrease his handsomeness, it only meant his features were normal for people that lived near Orario. He was no immigrant from afar. But his platinum eyes that glimmer slightly. There isn't anything average on that. Upon realizing who he was, she came to an immediate understanding of her enemy. And what she should do. Even if her duty told her to stand her ground and report in whatever way she can. She just couldn't. So she opted for the better choice, between punishment for failing at her job and receiving a possible beating, perhaps something worse. She chooses the easy route. Although that didn't mean she was safe either. Is there anything I can do? She looked at Silver, opting to be the first to talk as to relieve a portion of her stiffness. Yes, there is. He also wasn't down for some casual talk, although her actions were a tad out of his expectations. He quickly brushed it aside. Up there. The Amazon followed Silver's hand, noticing that he was pointing towards Ishtar's room, located on one of the last floors of the main central tower. I need you to go to your familia captain, and tell her that Ishtar is calling her. At first, she didn't understand, and then, reality came crashing down. The last thing you want to do in this familia is to bother Phryne, and the other one is wasting Ishtar's time. And she was about to do both at the same time. No, worse, she was about to bother them this late in the night. They wouldn't accuse me of betrayal and disobedience as well, would they? She started to shiver once again at her own imagination. Clap. Silver clapped his hands, forcibly waking the Amazon from her dreams. The air pressure of his clap made her hair fly back, and her ears were now ringing a little. The sound of his clap was louder than a gunshot, so it was obvious some people were now startled. Not like it would change anything at this point. You have about a minute to do what I asked. Silver said as he walked past her. While you're at it, go and have whatever friends you have move away from the last floor if there are any, that is. I don't expect to be any, considering it's the last floor. It's kind of Ishtar's private space. He didn't say anything anymore, merely vanishing in front of her eyes. What just happened? Exclamation point. But she then realized something terrible. Within a minute, could she climb to the tower and warn Phryne? She definitely could, if she started moving now. But that would mean. Sorry. Exclaiming many apologies, she ran, leaving her friend on the ground, unconscious. On the last floor, thud, 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 TCHE. What a pain. Phryne exclaimed as she climbed the stairs of the towers in large strides. Wearing a pretty nauseating half-transparent night growl, Phryne made her way up. On her face was also a green sleeping mask, making her look even worse. Almost monster-like. Thankfully, there was no one on the way to witness this awful sight, apart from the little Amazon that almost screamed when she saw her emerge from the dark. To interrupt my beauty sleep. How dare her? Who does she think she is? Ishtar, that bitch. Can't she be satisfied with whoring all night? She already had me worked to the bone with the dungeon, what else could she want from me? I'll have to show her my opinion this time, can't let this go on. If not. She smiled. How am I supposed to enjoy my free time? She almost licked her lips, but stopped as she remembered she had her special cream there. She didn't want to mess it up. Thud, thud, knock knock knock, Ishtar. I'm here. Open it up. Phryne requested as she smashed her fist on the door leading to Ishtar's room. As you can imagine, the door was rather big, not because it was made so Phryne could pass, but because some of the furniture inside the room were rather big. Ishtar's ultra-size king bed would never pass through a normal door. Neither would her extravagant quadruple-door wardrobe made of Huif rosewood from the extreme north. Make sure to say F for the poor workers that lifted those things over 30 floors high through numerous flights of stairs just so Ishtar could have a good night and store her clothes. At least they got a good reward later. So perhaps they aren't deserving of pity. Why isn't she responding? Phryne thought someone was wrong. There was no way Ishtar would ignore her, much less keep her waiting. So with her quick temper, she assumed the worst. I'm coming in, she said rudely as she pushed the door open without any ceremony. And she immediately noticed something weird, the door didn't break. The door is unlocked. Was she really waiting for me? Why didn't she reply then? Puffing in anger, she took a step inside. Notes. Chapter 179, Defiance, I Declare. I like this chapter. In fact, I even made some massive changes as I wrote it. More on that at the end. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Ishtar. I'm here. /creek/. Why aren't you answering? Phryne exclaimed as she took a step inside the room. She immediately understood something was very, very wrong. The room was dark, darker than it should have been. She could barely make up the outline of some of the furniture despite the strong moonlight coming from the large wall window on the side. During her time as a level 3, she could see decently well in the dark as long as there was some weak light source, much less with such intense moonlight. But now she couldn't even see it as a level 6. /grab/. Shit, I forgot. Her hand instinctively went to her back, grasping nothing but air. She was trying to grab her war axe. Unfortunately, she didn't bring it. The thought of doing so hadn't even passed through her mind. She was about to sleep when she was woken up and summoned here. Why would she bring her prized weapon just to meet with her goddess in her own home? Humph. Yet, she scoffed, her prowess as a level 6 gave her enough confidence to move on without a shred of fear. Even if the enemy was level 5, she had confidence in evading long enough so she could retreat and grab some sort of weapon. Or at least, last more than enough to cause a commotion. She wouldn't be defeated without a sound. Can you imagine? A level 6 being killed without even a snip of commotion. She wasn't like a pathetic level 4. And even if she were, her incredible status would make her confident even if she were being ambushed by a level 5. Now that she was 6. On her mind, there was only one being that could do such a thing, and that being would never leave his post. There was nothing to fear. What in damnation is this? It's so dark, I can barely see. She looked around in search for a light source. /clack/. /thud/. Phryne kept hitting things as she walked. Her size didn't help. She wasn't made to be subtle. Not that she was trying to be like that in the first place. Ishtar. /silence/. ##. It's getting on my nerves. And that bitch. Ishtar. Stop with this stupid display, I need my beauty sleep. Phryne exclaimed in anger as she pushed aside a small table out of her way, making its contents drop on the ground and break. /thud/. URG. If only this damn darkness vanished, /light/. As if responding to her prayers, the clouds up above parted, and the moonlight became stronger, lighting up more of the room. Albeit in a very unnatural manner, as only Ishtar's bed was unraveled from the dark. She's asleep. There in the bed she saw Ishtar together with 4 dudes, ugly hunks of low class, not her type, but she did understand their appeal. However, she, as a woman of higher class, understood what true taste was. Better than this whore on the bed. Even if they begged, she wouldn't give them a taste of her. Just what sort of? ! Phryne immediately looked around vigilantly. No matter how hot-headed she was still an adventurer with over 2 decades of experience. The number of times people tried to assassinate her were countless, the number of times she fended off her enemies on the brink of death were numerous. Long were those days though, to the point she had forgotten how it felt like. But the instincts were surprisingly still there. No one's here. Or so she thought. /light/. It was at the moment when she let her guard down, the moonlight once again lit up, and a man walked out from the shadows, having his back to the window so his features became hard to discern. The only thing she could discern were his 2 platinum eyes. They seemed to shine stronger than the surrounding moonlight. Since when? The man raised his arm, checking his wrist. You're here, a bit late, but I shall pardon you for that. The man smiled, or gave her such an impression. After all, climbing stairs is certainly not your forte. A clear provocation. Huh, ###. Her face immediately became red as her veins started to surface on her forehead. Did he just call me, /thud/? Say that again. Phryne took a step forward, making the entire room tremble. Perhaps if she were with her mind focused, she would have understood that Ishtar and her 4 hunks not waking up was weird, but she didn't care about it now. She merely wanted to squash that rude man. /smash/. /crash/. /bam/. Her fist flew forward, the air pressure so intense the window immediately blew into pieces and the sound barrier broken. Die. Screaming with sharp eyes, her fist the size of a normal adult's head connected with the shadowy figure. /thud/. Heh. But the man merely raised his hand, blocking it, below his shining eyes, his mouth opened curled up, revealing his white teeth. Yet, to Phryne, for many reasons, this was extremely vexing. No matter who it was, upon receiving her fistful of her anger, even if they somehow managed to defend it, at least something would have happened. The ground would shatter, they would be pushed back, their weapons or body would break. But here, nothing happened. She felt as if she was punching inside a dream. And into a pillow. You sure are eager. I hope you can keep this attitude. The man said in a more laid-back tone as he pushed her back. His words seemed oddly nostalgic to her. Although, the atmosphere changed as he said his next words. It would be boring otherwise. Slash snap, slash. Slash flash, slash. URG. Once he snapped his finger, the moonlight flashed, and Phryne squinted her eyes. It was all so sudden, she barely had the chance to step back. But once the light receded, she noticed that she could perfectly see her surroundings again. This. And this included the man in front of her. It's you, she said as she gritted her teeth in anger. But as she said that, she noticed his appearance, making her smile in scorn. Ah. It all makes sense now. You're such a trickster. And a fool. Silver's faint glow was impossible to not notice. Someone else might scrub that off as there are 1 in 100 abilities that can have such effects. Or due to the intense light coming from the window. Silver himself would often glow due to his many abilities, so in his case, it became even less conspicuous. But it was unmistakable for the people of the inner circle of the Ishtar familia, the Berbera. So you hid her all this time. I bet you used her to attain your current fame, didn't you? Silver only smiled, letting her talk. And talk she did, she even raised her hands, smiling gleefully. Isn't it sweet? That power she has. Doesn't it feel great? Ishtar, that idiot. In the end, she assumed that the group that intercepted us had no deep connection with him, as prior investigations ended up revealing nothing of value. Hey, how incompetent. The people behind this. Who were they again? I'll have to properly punish them later. Sweet. Great. Yeah. It does. Silver replied with a calm expression as he raised his hand. To be able to see where my future efforts will lead towards. It fills me with expectation and even glee. The journey is long, painful, but the end result is worth it. Although. Don't you think it's funny? What are you talking about, boy? Silver shook his head, dropping his arm as he shook his head. Well. Forget it, it is merely my own ramblings, I never expected you to understand anyway. With that out of the way though. Silver said as he turned his eyes to face her for the first time. Why are you still here? Me. Kakik. Slash thud, slash. Phryne took another step forward, smiling viciously. Since you delivered yourself to me, I ought finish where we left off. Last time, you barely escaped, you sure caused me some trouble, kidnapping her together with your escape. You sure hid her well. Is that so? You notice the power, who I am, yet you still stand before me like that? Silver asked calmly. Phryne raised her eyebrows. Level 2. Raised to level 3. Was I supposed to feel anything? Phryne asked with a scornful gaze. Even if you're stronger than the ordinary level 3. How does that change anything? You being here surely makes me a bit puzzled. She chuckled. I don't quite like desperate men, you see, if you wanted to see me so much. The tricks you pulled just now and before still irk me though. And at the same time, find out who were the people that attacked us. It couldn't have been his familia, those bunch of trash. So who, slash lick, slash. But I'm sure we'll have a lot of time to talk about this over some nice drinks, don't you think so? Slash chuckles, slash. Are you laughing with joy already? Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Silver laughed for a few moments before saying. I guess this is your limit. Tricks I pulled. Is that the pathetic answer you arrived at to everything I did? He looked to the moonlight shining behind him. Yes. I imagine you are right. Nothing but tricks. I am a fool. To have expected anything from you. Phryne's smile disappeared, this situation went from amusing to a bore. That's enough of that then. I don't know what you did to Ishtar. But she'll wake up to a fine surprise. Slash crack, slash. Cracking her knuckles, she prepared to move. Silver smiled widely, showing his teeth as the moonlight shone on his back. His smile was very unsettling. Yeah. She surely will. Slash whoosh, slash. Phryne vanished, the mask on her face being flung aside as she moved. Time slowed down. Slash 0.0001 seconds, slash. The ground beneath her broke apart. Slash 0.0005 seconds, slash. Phryne, who was over 6 meters away from Silver, vanished, reappearing in front of him, her fist a few inches from his face. Slash 0.0011 seconds, slash. But she suddenly pulled her fist away, running back. She felt an incredibly insane magical pressure flaring. What are you doing? Something I should have done quite some time ago. Declaring war. With his left hand pointing forward, Silver aimed at Ishtar's bed. His hand glowing red-hot, several streams of steam were being released from his arm, as if a rocket was preparing to take off. Phryne knew something was going on, so she retreated, blocking her body with her arms. At the end of the day, if Ishtar were to disappear just like that, so would her blessing, and she would forever remain powerless. And that was only the tip of the consequences. She wouldn't bet on common sense. Right now, the man in front of her was insane. For raising his hand against a god. That was the right choice, I'll give you that. Had you tried to attack me, Ishtar would have been in heaven by now. He said slowly. You're mad. You ought to clench your teeth. Silver whispered. Slash chu, slash. Slash chuu, slash. Steam kept building up on his arm, being released like burning geysers. Something was about to happen. As his arm started to glow more and more, eventually reaching all the way to his index finger. He said. When she wakes up, tell her this. You fat bitch. Tell her that. The Hestia Familia declares war on the Ishtar Familia, so get your shit together. You. See you later. You'll regret this, you son of a. Slash FIUM, slash. No. Everything in front of her turned white. Slash blast, slash. Followed by a massive explosion. Slash a few seconds before, slash. HM. Under the gentle moonlight, a woman with silver hair like the purest lily opened her dazzling silver eyes drowsily. Slash flash, slash. Depending on the angle, her eyes seemed to flash purple, changing colors. Her expression was one of disappointment. Just what sort of dreams did this lady have to be so frustrated to have them interrupted? Slash step, slash. Even so, she slowly moved, one move at a time. Elegant, noble, she slowly pushed the sheets of her grandiose bed aside, touching the cold ground she was so familiar with. And with small but sturdy steps, she made her way towards the window. Something had attracted her, something made her wake up. To the point, she didn't even bother putting on some clothes. Yes, this lady sleeps in the nude, as it was meant to be. The moonlight even seemed to retreat a little, as if fearful of exposing her perfect body. But she didn't care about that, placing her slender hands on the glass and pressing her voluptuous body against the window as she looked far away. Otter. Slash thud, slash. Something moved behind her. It was only an outline, but it was there. A humongous creature stood in the dark. Yes. Otter replied sternly in an emotionless tone. Didn't I tell you to go rest? But by her tone, it made you think she already expected this. I couldn't sleep. That's odd. Are you feeling better now? The lady asked, slightly concerned. Yes. That's good to hear. The conversation ended like that. Neither did the woman look behind, neither did the man move out of the shadows he was hiding in. What about you? Weren't you the one that complained about feeling too tired recently? Otter asked calmly. I couldn't sleep very well, she said in a teasing tone, tilting her head slightly. There was something on my mind. Her slight smile coupled with the faint moonlight shining on her nude body made the man known as the stone statue to budge. He had no lust, but he did. She soon turned to face the window, perhaps satisfied with her small tease. But also because she noticed something on the horizon. A weak white light, shining brightly. Yet, the white light continued to flare more and more. Until it became a massive lighthouse in the distance. Otter didn't see that. Instead, he saw the top of Ishtar's tower shine in white. He could more than perfectly see from this distance. This is him. How brilliant. She wasn't the only one to feel a disturbance, as Otter soon moved his head to look at the horizon as well. Can you see it, Otter? She asked with an amused smile. Level 5. No, 6. Is it the sage? It doesn't look like her. It doesn't make sense for her to be there either, as that's almost directly in opposition to the Twilight Manor. Otter said as he tried to determine the origin of the distant magic power. Even then, she's stronger than that. But why, the entertainment district? The woman smiled sweetly as if expecting this. Her boredom was soon to be cured. Just like before. And before that as well. It seemed heaven was always on her side, always there to give her the thing she needed. Perhaps it was. He's such a surprise. Don't you think so? She suddenly asked. He Perhaps understanding the connotation of her words, Otter's eyes changed, even if just a little. Slash flash, slash. The white light on the horizon flared, turning from a soothing white to a violent red. Exclamation point. Slash blast, slash. Suddenly, the skies of Orario were greeted with two bright beams of red light, crossing from one corner of the city to the other. A loud boom echoed in the ears of everyone near the beam of fire's path. And for those same people, the night turned into day, if only for a moment. One beam passed through the right side of Babel, the other through the left. By a hair's breadth, a horrendous scenario was averted. If danger was ever on the table, given the people inside it. Even if Babel was made to resist the highest of beatings, as the symbol of Orario, just what would mean if it were to be damaged in the slightest? This was exactly what many thought as they traced their origin. The entertainment district. Ishtar Familia's home. That's why I can't sleep. Freya said with an amused smile as she touched her lips with her fingers, gently. Otter on the other hand, merely grabbed a small robe, putting it on her shoulders to cover her body. Albeit, his eyes moved to the tower one last time before he closed them. On his mind, he quickly assessed their power, speed, length. He easily came with several ways of countering it, even if it was released right in front of him. It was a tad too slow. But hot enough to burn his arms' hairs. That was all. Freya on the other hand merely enjoyed the sight. Now you did it, Ishtar, you crossed the line. Otter's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the tower. My lady, should I? But as she saw the flames disperse in the skies, she smiled. No, Otter, and make sure the others don't as well. She had an idea. As per your will. The giant replied without wavering. The light slowly disappeared, but the glimmer in the gorgeous goddess eyes remained. Notes. It's a shame, but I have no AI images this week. Recently on Patreon, we passed many goals, and one of the rewards for those goals were more chapters for all tiers, so I have been writing like a machine. In case you are interested, last week, it was 1 chapter of Zero Fate to all tiers, and now it's 3. From 6k to 18k. Same to Danmachi, the Lost tier used to be 2 chapters, but now it's 4. Go take a look if you're interested, we are close to another goal, and that one is a bit bigger, so more free chapters to all tiers. And that is likely to remain happening, the values of each tier will continue to increase. Enough self-promotion, here is my opinion on the chapter. Originally, this chapter would lead immediately to the final fight. Silver would just come, remove all Amazons from the manor, and then blast it all apart, having a fight with Fern right then and there. I wrote a portion of this fight, it was supposed to be pretty cool. But as I wrote more and more, I ended up adding Freya at the end and any sort of development was pushed to the next few chapters. Anyway, bye. Also, while you're here. Important. Make sure to drop by your aliases names. The next one has to be pretty cool, it'll likely remain for a while. It can be anything, and the more logic you put behind it the better. So yeah, see ya. Chapter 180, Defiance, Sleepless Night. Thank you all for waiting, I can now say I'm okay. Albeit my stomach still makes some strange noises from time to time, I don't feel any discomfort anymore, much less pain. A few things to say before we go. As I have stated before, I have started to dive deep into the lore of this series. I read the entire Sword Oratoria. Though there are now volumes 13 and 14 to read if I'm correct, at least the 13th. And now I just need to reach from volume 15 to volume 18 of the main story, which is pretty much Freya's arc. I'm midway through episode Freya, and I have watched the entire Astria record from the game, about 10 hours worth of content. Sheesh. It covers what happened 7 years ago in the timeline, or currently, about 5 years. There is still the story about how they all died to the Juggernaut, but for that, I have the book episode Rio, though I don't think it covers that part. I would like to know if anyone knows where I can read or watch that. With that, I could say I have reached peak canon lore. The only things left for me would be to read those special side stories that no one cares, such as the winter/summer festivals and whatever. But honestly, it seems like too much work. After I'm done with all of this, I may step into the world of the games, as there we may find some decent things to explore and do. It would also be great to have some characters make their appearance. My only regret about this all is that we just reached a hollow point in the main story. Slight spoilers. Literally, the main problems of the Sword Oratoria have been taken care of, while Bell literally defeated his strongest enemy, the Freya Familia. It's up in the air how the author will lead this story forward. I can think of some things, but it doesn't seem like there'll be an enemy. The only one left would be the demi-spirit itself somewhere beneath the 59th floor. Evelys has been defeated, the Freya Familia has fallen, who can move the plot forward? It would be interesting to have access to the next few volumes. In any case, thanks for reading. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. //www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /Shah/. Smoke clouds rose from the rubble vision, embers flared in the air. Wood crackled as it burned, stone melted down due to the heat. It lasted only a moment, but it left behind a large scar. One side of the room remained the same with only a few parts charred, the other one burned to cinders. With the exception of a bed where 5 people laid, still sleeping, unaware of how close to death they had just been. Who? In front of the bed, Phryne stood like a boulder, her skin was a little charred, no. Considerably so, smoking hot as her hair had been burned into oblivion. But she was still very much awake and alive. Although her expression was as furious as she could muster. This was definitely by far her angriest moment in all of her life. You're sturdier than I thought. He mocked slightly as steam came out from inside his mouth, his hand still pointing forward. As I thought, plasmids won't work that well against her, /turn/. Silver turned around, uninterested in this situation anymore. Everything he came here to do was done, there was no point in lingering here any further. The rest. If he wanted to finish this in the best way possible, then ending Phryne now wasn't the answer. Let her dig a hole for herself, let Ishtar build the stage for him. An elaborate trap that he is going to overcome. Reap everything at the end. Phryne, however, wasn't a very fan of his actions. Such blatant disrespect. Was she supposed to leave it be? But she hesitated, her body was still up for a fight, but his actions proved to her that he could kill her right now. Come back here. Yet her anger was too much, blood rushed to her head when /tremble/. The tower started to shake, and it was obvious, half of this floor had been blasted away, stone, metal, everything. It had lost most of its support. /tremble/. Hanging by a thread, the upper corner of this tower was about to fall, and there was no one to stop it. Wrong, there was indeed one person, but he cared little about it. Silver stared at her, waiting for her to move. Due to this, Phryne was given a choice, to go after Silver, or to take Ishtar away to safety. An unconscious and defenseless god like her would die if as much as a small stone were to hit her head a tad too hard. Much less if a few floors worth of stone were to collapse on top of her. If she returned to heaven just like that, then her blessing would seal itself, and then, the man that was just about to leave might think again about doing that. So she also turned around, grabbing her from the bed, but only her. The other hunks were non-important to her, which was rather cruel. They literally had nothing to do with this. /cracks. Crack, /. Next time. I'll kill you myself. She said with a twisted glare as stones started to fall from the ceiling. Some fell on her, others on the bed, she didn't care, it barely tickled her. I wonder who will end up dead. As he left, his eyes fell onto the bed. Sigh. I'll take this as my good action of the day. The 4 hunk dudes vanished. Silver jumped from the window as well, disappearing mid-fall. /crack/. /crunk. The tip of the tower finally gave in, tilting to the side. People all around gasped as it fell. /boom/. /splash/. With a drop loud enough to wake up a quarter of Orario, the tower crashed onto the artificial lake surrounding the Ishtar's familiar home. Zzzzz. And the woman in question still slept in Phryne's arms, unaware of what had just befallen her. Back in the hearth manor, / creak, / thud, / Silver crossed the magical door, tumbling down onto a small table next to his bed, almost dropping down the things above it. Huff. I went a tad overboard there. Arg. This damn headache. Mind zero, usually triggered when someone utilizes too much mind over long periods of time, thus falling unconscious due to a lack of mental integrity. Or it can also happen when too much of it is used at once. It isn't strange for fully rested mages to fall unconscious after doing one singular attack due to trying too hard. Silver understood very well how it felt to fall unconscious due to it, he wasn't a stranger to it. The only reason why he could stay awake was thanks to his many years of endurance training, his willpower was commendable. My whole body's stiff. My arm feels like it's about to fall. He raised his hands in front of his face. They were fully carbonized, with parts of his bone showing. Broken metal tubes rose and disappeared from and into his flesh, like some sort of forbidden experiment. The side effects of his plasmid, the severe physical alteration that followed. It doesn't hurt, but it'll take a while to get back to normal. It isn't impossible to hurt myself due to my own plasmids. This happened before and during the war game, and many times before in the dungeon as well. It does bother me a little, as I can't let anyone see me like this. The patches of charred muscle and skin were healing to the naked eye, but it would take a good minute for them to go back to what they were supposed to look like. So Silver took off his clothes with some difficulty, considering he couldn't use his hands nor his plasmids for the sake of a quick recovery, making his way to the bathroom to soak in water for a few minutes. Slash splash, slash. Slash sizzle, slash. Ha. Silver let his body sink, resting his head on the side of the bathtub, his body so hot the water boiled when he got inside. I used a lot of power there. He mumbled as he raised his still transformed hand. And yet, Phryne only received medium burns, perhaps a few severe ones. Though it's nothing for her, she would be able to fight. She may be a fat one, but she's still an Amazon. Regardless. I'm reaching it. The true form of my plasmids, how they should have been from the beginning. My magic stat is so high right now, the power behind even a single zap of electricity packs quite the punch. Although this buff will eventually dissipate. And I'll return to level 3. Once I reach level 4 myself, things will change. And from then on, I'll surpass my old self. For good now. Perhaps not in scope, but in overall capabilities, slash chuckle, slash. He let out a dry laugh, let some water splash on his face. Well. Dreaming isn't bad. Silver let his head sink in the warm water. Slash sometime later. Somewhere far yet not so far, slash. Slash bam, slash. Please. I said it already, I don't know anything about it. Hermes pleaded to the goddess in front of him. My poor table. It has suffered so many beatings today. Don't play around with me, Hermes. She exclaimed. Please listen. Hermes seemed to be about to cry. Time passed, and Hermes finally managed to drive away the angry god from his home. Can't I have a rest already? Again and again. Why do people come to me? I was sleeping too okay. He laid back on his chair, tilting it as he looked through his window. Couldn't it have happened after my rare full night of sleep? Perhaps I should retire, slash knock knock, slash. Hermes' expression twisted. I'm done. Leave me alone. He almost cried. It's me. The voice was a bit dark, and it was hard to distinguish if it was a man or a woman. Upon hearing that voice, however, Hermes threw away his tiredness. Even so, he didn't open the door, and instead, got his chair back in place, pulling his head up. To find me first. That's rare. It was only a matter of time before Arenas made his move. Don't joke around, Hermes, this isn't the time to play around. I know. Since you're here, should I just have them back? It's strange for Arenas to contact me first. This means he's somewhat aware of what happened. That was faster than expected, though it raises the question of how. For a moment, a thought echoed inside his mind. Was this planned, he thought to himself as his eyes sharpened. It can't be, this isn't his style. No. Keep them busy, there is much to learn and understand about the intricacies surrounding this situation. The person behind the door replied stoically. Besides, others would find it strange were you to pull your forces now of all times. Everyone's eyes and ears are open wide, it would be hard to act undercover, so let them be. Instead, I need you to do something for me. More work. Can we leave it to tomorrow? I have an inkling that won't be possible. As we speak, the guild is preparing to host it. Work. I'll leave it to Asfi. A meeting between two shadows in the middle of the night. Their conversation went on for a few more minutes before both parted ways, one meddled back onto the shadows, the other wanted this to end already. But the night was long. This is driving me nuts. Loki exclaimed as she pulled her hair. Is Anna still not back from the guild? Slash slam, slash. Slash creak, slash. Loki hit her tiny fists on her office table, making it creak in pain and agony. Worst of all, they're still in the dungeon. What should I do about this shitty situation? Sign. I've become so pathetic. Since when did I need the help of others to do such simple work? Loki raised her head, light flashing within them. Time to do some private investigations. But first, I should wait for Anna to come back with the guild's response. No. I'll ask that old fatty myself. And I'll show him if he refuses to meet me. Loki stormed out of the office, dragging someone with her. A shy girl with thick glasses, her expression was one of helplessness as she dragged outside. Slash at the same time, slash. While Orario woke up a bit sooner than usual, going into chaos, Silver scrubbed his ass with a towel. Going traditional every once in a while isn't bad. He said with a relaxed mood. I feel better already. With a nice bath and smelling fresh, Silver left the bathroom after brushing his teeth and putting on some pajamas. He then left his own room, and without anyone noticing, invaded Hestia's room, taking a spot next to her. MNM. Noticing his presence, the sleepy goddess just hugged him, still lost in her own dreams. And he did the same. He would care about those problems, tomorrow. Chirp, chirp, MNM. With the beautiful sounds of the birds, Silver opened his eyes to a new, beautiful morning. /zzzzzzzz/. Hestia still slept by his side, with her back facing down, she snored slightly. One of her feet somehow made its way to his chest, as always, her sleeping habits were terrible. Time to work. Silver got up from the bed, staring at the outside from the window of his room. He could see the back garden in all of its glory, and even a few ducks here and there. Instead of enjoying the view, he quickly walked to the office on the other side of the manor, stopping only to put on some clothes. It was still a bit over 5:30 a.m. and the sun was still slightly pink. Midway through his walk, he stopped, looking to his right. Below me. Heh. These kids sure are energetic. Silver could tell that one of the triplets was already awake, making his way across the corridors to go train in the forest. He wakes up around 5 a.m., trains until 6:30, eats with his brothers, and then goes to the dungeon with his team around 9 a.m. When he comes back, he rests a little in the library or reads some other interesting books before spending the rest of the time until dinner training. He'll become a great adventurer, and just like his brothers, it seems he'll level up within a year. Only the best of the best can do that. I wonder where his and his brothers' limits lie. With a small smile, Silver continued. Another hour later, The people were finally waking up, and this included Daphne, the one who was acting as the vice captain of the Familia. At first, she was against it. The years working for Apollo still left a shadow in her heart, but after a few months in charge, she grew fond of her position. Perhaps because in here, she was free, and the people around her were all people she would love to spend time with, not the two-faced bastards that once shared a room with her here. As such, from a job she previously hated, she started to feel that it wasn't that bad. Though sometimes, she feels conflicted, it was her the same home, but the people had changed. Yet sometimes, she can still see shadows of the past in the silent hallways. Of course, out of everything that annoys her, her grudges for her captain, a certain silver-eyed boy, were the biggest. He may think he was smooth and sneaky, but she saw it as clear as day how he slowly pushed her into this damn position. /zzzzzzzz/. Unlike Silver and Hestia, Daphne didn't live alone. Instead, she shared a room with a blue-haired prophet who liked to sleep topless. Although it seemed that yet again, she was having some really bad dreams. Just what kind of nonsense would she bring up today? Knock knock, Huh. Someone's at the door. Daphne was still getting ready, but considering she was in the female dormitory, she opened the door without much fear. Is it you, Igva? I'm almost up. It wasn't Igva. In front of her was a man, one of the only 4 in the entire Familia, and the only one over 17. His expression was pretty awkward, though his expression did not move away from her eyes. Oh. It's you, Captain. She replied without much fluster. Daphne was indeed a serious woman, such a thing didn't faze her. Although it would be a lie to say she didn't mind, of course, she did. If she could, she would scream and say he was a pervert. Of course, nothing really would come out of that. Daphne was a woman that thought first, acted later, even if that proves to be detrimental. Regardless, she understood it was her fault for opening the door so suddenly and not giving him time to speak despite him knocking on it first. Sorry for coming so soon in the morning, it'll be quick, but I don't mind waiting a little bit, especially since ZZZZZ. I wouldn't want to bother her. He said with a small smile. Give me a sec. She said as she closed the door lightly. Clack, Phew. I almost slapped him out of instinct. It's not like this was the first time someone had suddenly appeared in front of her like that. Back in the Apollo Familia, boys would often try to peek on her and Cassandra. This included Apollo himself, albeit he was much more direct. He would often appear in front of their room to see their pajamas and then proceed to say some long nonsense just so he could have a few glances. And one time a boy tried to peep through the lock hole, so she just slapped him away. Because of this, they had quite the bad reputation, not as they cared, but Daphne understood it wasn't a good thing to be hated within a Familia. No, Daphne. You're not in that place anymore. She said to herself as she shook her head. It may be the same walls, but the people and the atmosphere. In no time at all, she put on a simple shirt and a pair of shorts. Albeit her hair was still disheveled, and her appearance was in no way ideal, she still had a certain unique beauty and charm. But Silver only appreciated this for a moment. He had to relay his orders before leaving. He can't leave his guests waiting. Once again, sorry for coming all the way here so early in the morning. There's a first time for everything. I'm already happy you knocked. In any case, take these for now, Silver said as he gave her some papers. Purse. Well, this isn't the worst gift I ever received, but certainly not the best. She joked with a half smile. It was a bit rare of her to joke, but it has become a bit more common recently. Slowly, she broke free of her silent and cold personality she grew in order to survive in the Apollo Familia, becoming someone she could be proud of. Don't say that. It's not work. Kind of. Silver replied as he scratched his head. His expression then became a bit more somber. First, I'll ask you to keep everyone inside the manor today. What? His words greatly surprised her. Look. It's a bit too complicated to say it here, 6:30 a.m. in the middle of the corridor of the girls' wing of the manor. So let me be frank with you. You all deserve it after all. Silver was truly sorry and apologetic, and most importantly, he felt disappointed in himself as this time, he did something that impacted everyone, not only himself. It's normal for this to happen over time since, as his fame and power grow, what he does will eventually affect more people regardless of his intentions. But this time, things are a bit different. Soon enough, you and everyone will understand what's happening, and I'll also properly explain myself. But for now, I need to go with Hestia to Babel. Babel. Wasn't the Donatus like? Indeed. But I believe today there'll be an exception. Because I caused quite the commotion you see. See commotion. Everything was fine till yesterday. You even waved me good night as if nothing had happened. Did anything happen from that time to now? Memories started to play inside Daphne's mind. Hadn't she seen something similar before? That's right, when Apollo. Is it? I'm unsure of what you're thinking, but at the same time, I believe you have hit the bullseye. He replied with a depreciating smile. Though I'll leave, this won't mean I'll leave you hanging. He lifted the papers to her again, saying, I've written a mostly detailed debrief of what has happened. It isn't very long, and most of it is mostly pre-made answers. I did it after taking a bath at night, so it's likely severely incomplete. Answers. In case people started asking questions. Don't look at me like that, I didn't make any crimes. Depending on the angle you look at it. That doesn't sound very convincing. Cough. In any case, I hope you take a look at it first. Alone. What's in there? Isn't something you should show to others that easily, you see when you read it. You're making me regret even grabbing it. Heh. If that's the case, then just wait for me, I'll explain everything when I'm back. Normally, I wouldn't like you all to see this ugly side of me. But at the same time, we are a familia. Cassandra said from the side, moving from the bed with wide eyes. Cassandra. The woman with blue hair gazed at Silver, her expression a bit dark. Step. She took a step, moving past Daphne, and next to Silver. Her eyes carried faint tears as if she knew something Daphne didn't. Why do you pull yourself so hard? Is she a mind reader or a prophet? Haha. Because I failed the most basic duty of a captain. And that is to take others into consideration. Cassandra nodded, not refuting his words. That is true. A familia is. The familia you want to make that is true to its name. A home for all. But a captain also carries the responsibility of making the right decisions. Even in the darkest and heaviest of times, when people cannot move forward, it's up to you to do so. We'll follow you, do not underestimate us, do not brush off our resolve. She said with a rare serious expression. Today, perhaps because it was one of the few times she had actually managed to see him before the time of her prophecy, Cassandra let out the emotions she so desperately wanted to say. But it was when she realized she was holding his face that she realized how close she was. And she immediately became flustered. It may have been short. But the time we spent together made me understand how you are. So don't think we would see you unfavorably just because of this. Do not pull yourself down, I know everyone else will understand it. Sigh. With a small breath, Silver smiled as he looked at her, before giving her a small pat. You win. Cassandra's face turned red, but she was also smiling. The mood was good, but suddenly. Eek. Cassandra crouched on the ground with a loud-pitched scream, covering herself. With a fully crimson face, she turned into a stone, unable to move. Daphne let out a sigh. She grabbed her friend's shoulder and pulled her back inside, saying, Apologies, Captain, but Daphne didn't sleep well tonight. So. Don't worry about me. I'll be back soon to discuss this later. Silver replied with a helpless smile as he waved his hands. Goodbye. Clack, /. Daphne hastily closed the door, and with it, whispers came from within. They seemed to be arguing with each other, with one complaining and the other trying to calm the other down. For the first time, Silver heard Cassandra's angry and overly flustered voice as she threw all sorts of accusations at Daphne. It must be hard. Though Silver wasn't the kind of guy to peep on their conversation, so he turned around and left. This time, he went back up again to fetch up a goddess. Meanwhile, back in Daphne's room. For a moment there I thought you were going to confess. Daphne teased as she put the papers inside a drawer. Ah. Stup. It wasn't like that. I was being serious, you know. Cassandra replied as she buried her face in her pillows. How could I forget that? Really now? Why didn't you just continue? You were so close I thought you were going to steal a kiss, might have as well done it. Thud. Shut up. Like a little girl, Cassandra ran to the side bathroom and closed the door, locking herself inside. Did I push her too far? Well. It was very fun. I never saw those reactions, and it was the first time she ever told me to shut up. But. It's not like I don't understand where she coming from. Daphne paused, thinking for herself about the moments she spent with him. His serious expressions when teaching them to his. Shake. What am I thinking of now? Her attention was drawn to the papers. I have a bad feeling about this. For now. I'll wait for Cassandra to cool off before eating some breakfast and warning everyone not to leave. I would like to do it now, but my appearance is. Sigh. Cassandra. At least let me use the mirror. Notes. Small interart chapter, small as it has 4K words. Several things happened in this chapter. I tried to show an appropriate reaction the city would have to that display, especially now that I read some things relating to the dark age of Orario. People would surely get ballistic if they were to see the skies burning. Several people would suddenly have their PTSD flare. That was how intense those times were. We'll continue with the meeting of the gods next chapter. See ya all then. Chapter 181, Defiance, Meeting of the Gods Part. Hey everyone, I'm finally back and well. Most of you didn't even realize, perhaps only realizing the chapter was a bit late. I was on a family trip, and although the chapter was supposed to release 3 hours earlier, I got stuck in damn traffic. A single car got stuck on a road and this led to 40 kilometers of road fully stacked to the brim. Normal problems. As for the rest, I stayed a few days with my family. I also rested my sight and body, allowing me to fully recover. I didn't manage to read any chapters of the novels, but that isn't really a problem. Now I'll slowly post the chapters and get back to schedule, and if we're lucky, I may restart Azimuth from where we stopped. As you read this I'll likely be eating dinner, following that I'll post Zero Fate and update Patreon before calling it a day. A lot to do, but so is life, you never stop. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, The Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. A few minutes later, Hestia, who had just been woken by Silver, tiredly made her way out of her room, wobbling as she walked and rubbing her half-opened eyes. Do we really? Yawn. Need to go to Babel? Yes, you'll understand when we get there. After we're done, we can stop by to get some ice cream since it's a bit hot, perhaps even invite someone else on the way. She was surprised. Aren't you going to the dungeon today? No. He replied stoically. If only my greatest worry was the dungeon. Hestia smiled, that was all she needed to hear. Then let us enjoy today. Or at least. That was what she thought. Silver and Hestia left the manor. It was still very early, so there weren't that many people on the streets yet. The morning birds and the night rats, the people who were now setting up their shops, or making their way to their work, be it the dungeon or a simpler flower shop. But there was one person near the gates, waiting under the sun. Someone with a very grumpy expression. When he saw Silver and Hestia, he didn't hesitate and approached them. You're finally here. Made me wait long enough. And good morning, Goddess Hestia. Loiju said both angrily, but formally. It was his friend and advisor, the lone elf that loved to work, Loiju. How unexpected. I expected the guild to send someone. I just didn't expect it to be you. Loiju shrugged in displeasure. Me neither, but someone came to me and said that since I was your advisor, who else is a better fit for this job than me? He ground his teeth in frustration. Though this title has also greatly troubled me today. Ever since the sun rose, no less than 20 different people came to talk with me, giving me no time at all to think. Though I wonder what's worse, that, or making my way under the hot sun of summer to deliver you this. Silver did feel a bit bad. I imagine you didn't take this without some complaining. Silver replied as he joked lightly. Yes, you know me very well. Loiju said with a sly smile. I told them to screw off, not the people that came to visit me mind you, but the people that told me to deliver this letter to you. Assholes. And then my superior kicked me outside, saying it was for my own good and that I had been with my head on papers for too long. That I needed some fresh air and sunlight. Turning his face to them, he said with a large smile. Humph, I'm perfectly fine. His large eye bag said a lot. Don't even say it. Smirk. Silver smirked, tapping on his shoulders. Should we go? Yeah. But Loiju's expression slowly soured. You are aware of what you did. Right. Does that mean people already know? Loiju shook his head. Nope, not at all. No matter how many people came to the guild to try and pry for answers, no one really knew anything, or they weren't willing to share. The same went for me. I just figured out this had to do with you considering that. Well. I'm here. After all, whenever such a concerning situation happens, the guild does issue a summoning to most familius. Especially ever since Zeus and Hera left. It's just that in your case, things are a bit different. A flaming pillar of light in the sky in the middle of the night isn't something anyone would like to see. Not after Orario finally started to somewhat stabilize. Much less being unable to pinpoint the cause of it, the guild has suffered quite a bit of pressure to try and reveal what they know, whatever little it is. I wasn't the only one attacked, but other guild workers were also harassed somewhat. The people that know what is going on would certainly not need to ask like that. They're all keeping quiet, watching. It's mostly an assumption. Take it as intuition. Because you always cause trouble everywhere. And since you didn't refuse. Once again. I hope you were aware when you did that. Fully. That is why I'm going now as well. Fine, I won't ask much anyway. Tug. Hey. What's this all about? Hestia asked with a frown. She had already noticed something was wrong, so she tugged at Silver's shirt while she looked at them. Loiju looked at Silver, and his face turned into one of enlightenment. Of fucking course. Yeah. That seems more like it. This guy sure likes keeping secrets. Perhaps it's for the best. Goddess Hestia is a bit too soft. What does? She asked, confused. Heh, this guy is notorious for causing trouble on his own. But before he could say more, Silver interrupted. All right, enough. He turned to Hestia and said. I'll tell you everything as we go, it's nothing that great. Not great you say. Depending on who you ask. That is indeed the case. Loiju said with a sleek smile. Shaking his head, Loiju focused on the task at hand. Here. It's about everything I needed to give you. It was a green envelope with some details on it, including the guild's seal in the middle. Hestia may not know, but Silver understood what it meant. It was a summoning from the guild, one of the highest order. Maybe even the highest. Though Hestia had much to learn, Silver was there to help as he had already memorized most of these things over the past half year he spent in Orario. An invite from the guild? She asked, confused. I never saw that before. Not an invite, it's a summoning. That's why we're here. Silver said as he looked at Hestia. It's not like this is something she should know. It's rarely used after all. Still, I hope she didn't slack in her studies. Though it's not like she lacks time either. How did you know that? Did he wake me up at 6 and something in the morning knowing all of this? Well. I predicted this would happen. Had it not, I would have started to doubt the capabilities of the guild. Letting out a small sigh, Loiju turned around and waved. Anyway, I have a day off, and right now, I'm extremely tired from dealing with those people. So don't come to visit me, I'll just take a nap or... Loiju froze. What should I do in my free time? Do you even have a hobby apart from sorting out those boring papers? Silver asked with a helpless expression. Huh. I told you that like... ages ago. You told me you quit gambling and... This time, it was Hestia's turn to interrupt them. Shouldn't we like... go? The two guys looked at each other, one shrugging, the other shaking his head. After waving goodbye to each other, Silver led Hestia to an alley hidden from the sun, and the two vanished without a trace. But from the shadows not so far away, a person moved quickly. In the center of Orario, in the plaza surrounding Babel, Silver and Hestia walked out of an alley as if it was the most normal thing to do. It's quite full today, isn't it? Hestia commented as she looked around. There are also many gods, how unusual, I see many new faces. Last time I came, Hephaestus told me many gods often just didn't go because the Donatus was just an overglorified gossip meeting. She herself left immediately after she chose the aliases for her children. There really are a lot of gods this time around. I'm having a bad feeling. So she turned to face Silver. Tell me really, what did you do? Silver faced her, a bit hurt. Oh no. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so doubtful. She said meekly. No, it's okay. Looking far away into the massive plaza, something that saw a lot throughout millennia, he said deeply. Honestly. I did something very irresponsible. To summarize. I have no intention of brushing off my responsibilities, but neither do I have the intention of being pushed around either, to become their scapegoat. Touching her shoulders, he pushed her forward. Hestia, regardless of the why, you cannot allow those guys up there to push us around as they wish. There is a line between taking a step back for the sake of admitting, reflecting upon your mistakes, and cowardice. They'll talk as if I had done something terrible and unforgivable, for a myriad of reasons, such as entertainment, anger, perhaps even sadism. But they themselves forget that not so long ago, such sights were common in the city, at a time when people fought each other, and when they did, mayhem spread all around. It's good those times ended, and it's also good that those that stray from the rules are punished, and I admit to that, so I'm here to receive the final verdict. Not without telling them my own side of the story. To be condemned as a criminal. That is something I won't tolerate. Even if it means defying those guys up there. Silver. His view of the gods was always a bit direct and even warped compared to most mortals. Seeing them as beings full of flaws rather than perfection. Wasn't that why? She clenched his hands. Don't worry. I believe that. At the end of the day, I conducted myself in a way that wouldn't make people feel disappointed. Now that's a lie. Huh. Heh, I would never feel disappointed. You're awfully sweet, aren't you? I'm sure you can tell that I'm still hiding a lot. Not just this, but many other things as well. Let's go. I don't really understand what's going on, but I at least figured out there are some people waiting for us up there. And that Silver is at the center of all of this. Speed up, she said as she pulled his hand. Silver smiled, letting himself be dragged into babble. Slash ding, slash. With a clear chime, the elevator opened its doors. Silver, Hestia, and a few others left it, making their way across a corridor, leading to a large circular room without any walls, only pillars sustaining it, allowing those within it to watch Horario below. It was, of course, the room where the Donatus happened every 3 months, the highest accessible floor of Babel. To the normal public, of course. The only way up was through a series of small stairs on the side, but that was mainly used for maintenance, and given the dust around the door, Silver knew it had been a long time since it had been used. A few years at most. Babel was a marvel of engineering, and it likely didn't require that much maintenance in the first place. He wondered though, what was the view like from the highest point in Horario? Looking from above, he would be able to see the entire city without the tower blocking it. It would certainly be breathtaking. Everyone so silent. I don't like this mood, Hestia said as she looked around. Those guys are usually so talkative, what's gotten into them? The gods that had arrived were all sitting on the stone benches, overlooking the newcomers with a mix of gazes. Though, as per normal, some seemed too carefree even to care, chit-chatting without a bother. Gods were very frivolous beings, most of the time. What could be an apocalypse to a mortal could merely be just another performance on a stage for a god. Next to them were their children, as this time around, they were allowed to bring someone to accompany them. If they wished, of course. It was mostly as a way to make those fearful calm down, be it god or men. Surprisingly, most didn't. Tough those that didn't spare a single minute without showing off their child's accomplishments. Most of those children, on the other hand, were focused on staying still, as being in the presence of so many gods releasing their divinity without much constraint wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. One of the reasons why there were so few here in the first place, and those that came were all level 3 and above. Oh. After taking a look around, Hestia finally found a good spot. It was a seat right next to a tomboyish red-haired goddess with an eye patch. Next to her were also a few other noticeable individuals, such as another red-haired goddess sitting a bit above, looking at Hestia with a sharp gaze, a blue-haired goddess sitting calmly on the side, though her eyes were just as menacing as the one before, a blonde-haired god with a hat, looking very tired. And a few more. Why is everyone so down? Sing with me. Someone screamed as he got up from his seat. And of course. Ganesha. I am Gani. Shut up already. Someone exclaimed. Shaya. Despite most of the gods rolling their eyes at his shameful display as he flexed his muscles, Ganesha did manage to make some of the gods start talking to each other, and the mood became that much better. Ganesha knew and wanted that, of course. He had proven that in time again that he didn't mind becoming the center of ridicule if that meant others could have a better time. And he would do it with a smile, and that was why he was Ganesha, loved by all, hated by almost none. A god that threaded the path most didn't even begin to imagine, to reconcile with mortals and understand their pains. Ganesha would be the first to cry and say sorry whenever someone would die due to evil, perhaps even faster than even the goddess of justice herself, Astriya. How does his mask stay in place, though? Perhaps it works under the same premise as Hestia's blue strings on her dress. Silver shook his head, letting Hestia pull him over to her seat. Not long after, Heh. Your ego sure is mountain size for someone with such a flat personality. Hestia exclaimed as she looked at Loki. URG. Oh yeah. Your brain must be as smooth and round as your cow milker's then. Heh, at least I have it. Hestia replied with proud. That wasn't a compliment. Pressure. Of course, put Hestia and Loki in the same room and things won't end well, especially with an unsupervised and annoyed Loki. Had any of her familia members been here, things would have been different. Well, she did bring one girl, but she looked so meek and frail, almost recoiling every time Loki's voice got a bit too loud. She was likely a new level 3, one that stayed behind to protect the manor while the others went on the expedition. Hestia's and Loki's displeasure for each other was known far and wide in heaven, but they weren't the only ones known for having bouts with each other. Though the others weren't as meaningful as the great Loki. And the famous, virgin goddess. The lowly milkers as they said. Silver obviously ignored Hestia's talk with Loki, merely resting his head on his hands. But he quickly noticed a gaze on him. Or several pairs of gazes. Just like when he arrived. In this place, where gods were allowed to show themselves a bit more, their gazes would oftentimes carry weight, enabling others with some superb senses to feel them. Sometimes, he felt that when stared by these gods, they could see right through his clothes. Maybe they could, perhaps they were trying. Turning his head to the side, he saw a blue-haired girl. It was obviously Artemis, alone as she didn't bring her captain with her. She was smiling, giving him a cute wave, so he replied in kind, even giving her a small wink, making her brush him off with a small smile of her own. A very different reaction to how she treats others, and it was a testimony to how their relationship slowly advanced. Sometimes, he wished he would make more time for her, but a day only has 24 hours, and if he wishes to see the day tomorrow, he has to use 12 of those hours to hunt continuously to grow stronger. Silver felt something prickle his back, but there was no one there. As he looked around for the source of that strange feeling, his gaze locked with a pair of silvery purple eyes. It was a certain platinum-haired girl, fondling her hair slowly as she looked at him. Next to her was a very tall man with tanned skin and boar ears. Freya. The goddess only looked at him for a small moment, giving him neither interest nor disinterest. She was merely so, in her traditional poker face with a slight smile that wasn't exactly a smile. Though it was only an inkling, he felt that she was upset. Another gaze, so he turned to the side, seeing a green-haired goddess smiling at him. Oh. Someone he hadn't seen for a while, Leto, one of Hestia's friends. She had visited their familia more than once, but unfortunately, during those times, Silver was in the dungeon. Next to her was a blue-haired elf, a bit too embarrassed to look at him, although she did give him a quick nod before gazing back at the center of the room, stopping a few times to launch some flash looks at him. Silver waved at them as well. /PSS. It didn't take long for someone else to attract his attention. A girl with a sunny smile and colorful clothes. It was obviously Kichijoten. She was a bit further away, and if it weren't for the people in between them, she might have already moved next to him. On her side was a man, one he quickly identified to be her captain. Though today was the first time he met him, the men nodded at him with a lot of respect, thanking him for saving one of their lower-leveled members. Even if that was long ago, it was something they would never forget. Someone only has one life after all, at least it was like that from the perception of a mortal. Even if a god said there was life after death, how could they say there was? So such things end up as myths. Humph. Hestia pouted as she looked at Silver. Is something wrong? You sure know a lot of gods. Mostly girls. It happened. I know many guys as well. Name 3. Mayak, Hermes, and Takamikazuchi. Silver immediately replied. I misspoke, name 10. Silver thought for a while, but he conceded, he didn't really know that many male gods. So instead, he looked around while whistling, making Hestia frown. While he did so, he noticed a very buff guy sitting on the benches. He seemed so strong that air bent around him. Though that was just because he was big. That must be Hercules. Wearing a loose robe showing almost all of his chest, Hercules was a blonde god with red eyes and a fierce expression. Though he had the same aura as Ganesha, a guy that despite looking scary, was actually a very nice person. Again. I feel like I'm in a zoo with so many people looking at me. But his thoughts would be cut short by yet another glare. This time, it was a fiery one, and it wasn't one of passion. So he yet again turned, and there he saw it, another tan-skinned person, a girl, wearing some very provocative clothes, makeup, and many accessories, sitting with her legs crossed, like a queen. Yet, her expression was very unladylike, as it seemed she was about to burst a vein from staring. If looks could kill, Silver believed her blow would be as impactful as the Goliath's. Nevertheless, to her expression, Silver merely turned his face to the side, ignoring any further interactions. Mocking her or showing anything would be childish, and it would devalue the importance of his choices. It's as they say, don't go down to their level. And this, of course, made her that more pissed. Her children of choice was obviously Tammuz, her captain, as Phryne was a bit too unsightly to be brought here. She even feared if she would fit in the damn elevator, or worse, some of these sly-tongued gods might end up insulting Phryne on purpose, just to see her reaction. And the last thing she wanted was to make an already angry toad that more uncontrollable. In the end, they all returned to their own activities, minding their own business as they waited for the start of this meeting. It was yet another Donatus brought forward. What would happen now? Notes. It's here, the meeting of the gods. I tried to portray the expressions of many gods, but my imagination only goes so far. In case you have ideas for other gods from different mythologies, I'll always listen. It's not like I'll get worse by having more ideas. From here, we'll see how the gods will react to his actions, how they'll resolve it, and how Silver will trample over Ishtar. I'm excited, I quite like this chapter. I am a little sad for not having gone with the initial idea of having a full fight on the same night as he blew up Ishtar's home, but this one should be just as good, if not better. As that's the intention, always. Anyway, that's all from me today, ciao. Chapter 182, Defiance, Meeting of the Gods Part. The next chapter of the Divine Meeting, the start of the discussion to see who will take the blame, and who will become the villain. Yay. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Time passed, and almost all of the invited gods had arrived. This was probably one of the busiest days this room has ever seen, comparable to the times when Ares invaded Orario. Or in the past when chaos spread all around. /tense/. Though, given the mood floating in the air, most weren't satisfied with waiting anymore. It was time to start. But how? Who would be the first to start? /silence/. People were getting impatient, yet no words were pronounced. And this time, people would certainly not appreciate if Ganesha screamed again, and even he knew that. Despite his looks, Ganesha was much more considerate and intelligent than most. Cough. To save the day, Hermes got up from his seat, drawing in the gazes of dozens of gods and mortals alike, his forehead sweating very slightly as he said, "Everyone, I believe we have waited enough. It's time to start this meeting." Whispers. Some agreed, others were in between. But in the end, they all accepted. Even if that's the case, what's there to talk about? A god with light, blackish-blue hair spoke tiredly. He didn't look tired, he merely spoke in a slow way as if he was about to fall asleep. But somehow, it was still fast enough to compare to a normal person talking. It was a very strange way of talking. You don't know anything, and the guild doesn't seem to know much either. A very skeptical person, though he forgot to consider one thing. And this sort of question was exactly what Hermes was waiting for. That's where you're wrong, Hypnos. We just need to ask the one that was there, right? Hermes said in a low tone. He turned to Ishtar, who frowned. Ishtar. Nevertheless, she got up from her seat, making her way to the center of the room, swaying her hips as she walked. She had done this so many times it became natural to her, and the male simps in the room made sure to follow. Hestia even took a few glances at Silver, making sure he wasn't like those low-lives, but there was no need to worry, he wasn't like them in the slightest. Silver was much more interested in memorizing the faces of everyone in the room and playing a game of guess rather than watching that second-hand ass. Her captain, Tammuz, followed her as she walked, silent, wearing his metal collar. Her most loyal dog. You sure have a sly tongue, Hermes. Ishtar said with a small smile as her hand passed through the central table of the room. Her expression sharpened a little. But you should know when to stop messing around, I'm not in the mood for jokes. So feisty. Hermes preferred not to argue, this wasn't the place nor the time to do so, much less with that girl. So he just sat on his seat again, waiting for the party to start, focusing on his own thoughts. This is just the beginning. Will it go as predicted? Though nothing can be done in regard to his statement, I just have to make sure he makes it there first. I came this far, might as well commit myself to the end. With a silent sharp gaze, Hermes pulled his hat a little. It was silence once more. Spill the beans, Ishtar, what happened yesterday? Loki asked with a sharp gaze. Out of everyone here, Loki was one of the people with the least patience in concerning this matter. She had already realized something was wrong with the private investigations she conducted during the night, pointing at the fact the guild was hiding something. She didn't know what they were trying to do so, and why the Ishtar familia was keeping a tight seal on this as well. Loki could understand why the latter was doing so, it was mostly out of embarrassment and in order to settle things on their side. But not the guild. Being neutral as they were, there was no reason for them to remain silent. Why keep silent? To protect the integrity of both parties. The guild doesn't care about that. It shouldn't. Though that was all speculation, as the guild could be hiding nothing and merely keeping their mouth closed to make sure things didn't descend into madness. Yet, her intuition was rarely wrong, so this amused her greatly. Just who was worth their protection so much? To Loki's words, Ishtar said. I was planning on doing that already, with or without your call. Heh. Bitch. Loki smiled with her eyes half closed, perhaps mocking her. Though her attitude bothered the prideful Ishtar, she had other things to attend to. I'll be blunt then. Ishtar slowly put on a very sad face as she started to talk, looking very hurt and remorseful. It is simple. Yet embarrassing, and extremely regretful. Yesterday in the middle of the night, someone made their way to the entrance of my humble familia, took down brutally my trusty guards, taking one of them hostage. Gasps. The gods were stunned. Look at her go. Loki mumbled with a sly smile. She doesn't seem to be lying, but is this a straight truth? Or one that has been heavily distorted? Each had their own reactions to her story, this included Silver, who was emotionless. After forcing the other guard, a pretty and young Amazon, to do his bidding, he tricked Androctonus, my familia captain, into barging into my room in the middle of my calm sleep due to worry. A small tear fell from her eyes. At that moment, he managed to ambush her viciously, casting a ferocious magic. Because his target wasn't her. It was me. Gasp. To attack a god. She then became desperate. Forced with a cruel choice, Phryne lunged forward, using her unprotected and defenseless body to resist the brunt of his attack. The result of this were the two beams of light atop the skies as she used her body to protect me, diverging the initial blast. And that's why she's greatly injured right now. Sniff. Silence. Everyone looked at each other in silence, shock written on their faces. They couldn't believe just who would have the courage of doing such a thing. So it didn't take them long to ask. Who did it? Eager to understand who would have tried to assassinate her in the middle of the night, they were at the edge of their seats. Ishtar raised her head, looking at the stone benches. She was about to say something when Silver rose from his seat. Me, I did it. Gasps. The gods opened their eyes wide in surprise, almost having them pop out of their sockets, even some of the more calculating ones. Out of all possible choices, they had never considered him. Some considered it to be some sort of outside attack, Ares had done so several times before. Others thought it was a familia conflict. And although this was still it, they hadn't expected it to be. The Hestia familia of all things. Of course, there were also some gods that didn't quite recognize him, but upon seeing Hestia, they kind of understood why everyone was so shell-shocked. Gog. Hestia seemed to have a heart attack as her soul momentarily returned to heaven, her brain shutting down. Bwahaha. Loki started to laugh, though her eyes flashed with light from time to time. This. So that was why he made me that request. Hephaestus shook her head in silence, finally piecing together his actions so far. N1. Many others, including Artemis, Mayak, Takamikazuchi, Leto, people that were close to him and his familia reacted in similar somber ways, trying to understand just why he would do such a thing. Why enter a conflict with one of the biggest familias in Orario? The Hestia familia was growing so well, why go out of their way for this? Of course, they understood there was something behind the scenes, considering the personality of the men in question, he wouldn't set this dumpster on fire just for the sake of it. They just had to wait and see. Humph. Ishtar grunted as she looked at him. What is he planning? Regardless. It's over. Ha, war game. You're very much mistaken that I would allow such a thing to pass in the first place. To soil my name this much. I'll punish you accordingly later. So you've decided to admit to your crimes. That was simpler than I thought. Have him jailed and delivered to my tower by tonight. Ishtar started talking, something she had planned for the entirety of the night, from the moment she woke up and saw the destruction in her yard. But Silver wasn't having any of it. My crimes. Please, elaborate. He said as he walked to the center of the room. Thug. Hestia held onto his shirt, trying to seek answers. Silver. Shoo. I'll be back. Turning his back to his goddess and many others, he said. Just let me act as the captain I wish to be. Silent, her expression slowly changed into one of resolution. I'll give you my support then. What? Are you pulling my leg? Ishtar asked with a frown. You attacked me. Pointing her finger at him, Ishtar angrily voiced her complaints. Silver, however, calmly descended the stony steps leading to the center of the room. And how is that, in itself, a crime? For, as far as I know, attacking another familia isn't against the law. Conflicts between familias are not to be intervened by the guild. He looked straight at Ishtar as if knowing she would say that. She was so predictable in some ways. Do you think Orario is a lawless place? She asked, grinding her teeth. He's trying to turn this into a familia problem. Damn it, if we get into a war game, my reputation will take yet another hit. This problem has to be resolved right here, right now. Especially when he's the one that knows where Haruheim is. All this time, it was in his possession. Ishtar almost lost it, but she managed to regain her composure while Silver spoke. Me? Certainly not. But you? Isn't that right, Queen of the Entertainment District? Her eyebrows twitch, but she soon smiled. No matter how sly your tongue is, that doesn't remove the fact you attacked me and involved the city in your senseless bravado. That is true, I won't deny it. Silver replied slowly. Exclamation point. The gods didn't expect him to agree, neither did Ishtar in fact. As you said, Orario isn't a lawless place. That came as a result of many years of hard work, sweat, blood, and deaths. He looked at her, but he did not smile. Many people suffered so that others could move around freely without having to worry about a crazy level 4 adventurer spreading chaos all around. Silver then smiled mysteriously. So many died so your deep floor's leather carpet could reach you. Though. Forget it. Those that once sought to protect the people have slowly vanished, either mysteriously, or through a series of unfortunate events. It's ironic actually. With that in mind, I am here to admit to my mistakes. I did wrong and involved more people in this than I should have, and for that, I apologize. You think apologizing will be enough? Someone said in the background. It was an elderly voice, probably from an old god. Silver didn't turn around. No, I don't think so, that's why I'm here. He then raised his head to look at Ishtar once more. However, I refuse to admit I am guilty of the crime of attacking your sorry ass. Gasp. You. Do you even listen to your own words? They don't make any sense. Ishtar exclaimed in anger. Of course they do, you just need to understand the context. Although I found your story really interesting, you forgot to tell them a few key details, didn't you? She didn't lie, instead, she distorted her words severely. Everything she said can be considered to be true depending on the context, from how I stormed into her home and took one of the Amazons hostage to Phryne's injuries. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ishtar replied with a calm and collected gaze. There is no way for him to prove his innocence, even if he were to convince some of my children to speak. Though. The gods would still be able to access his words and know if he's lying or not. But even then, without concrete evidence, the guild won't move, and I'll win regardless. You don't. Perhaps you have forgotten. He said as he stepped down onto the center of the room. As he did so, Tammuz stepped in front of Ishtar to make sure she would be okay. Though nothing would happen, Silver wouldn't touch her here, nor never. Never may be an exaggeration. Allow me to refresh your mind in case you've forgotten. Silver turned to the audience in the room, and said. If I'm guilty of attacking the Ishtar familia, so should they. After all, didn't you guys attack me first? Gasp. What an interesting change of pace. If that was true, then indeed, the Ishtar familia would be in the wrong, and considering they don't know anything, this would have meant the Ishtar and Hestia's familia have been facing each other in the dark for a while now. And this conflict would turn from a direct attack to a justified retaliation, and albeit his charges for causing mayhem in the city wouldn't be removed, the other ones would. You sure like to talk. Do you even have the evidence to sustain such a serious claim? Damn it, he knows where to strike. But what evidence can he pull off? So you have no interest in admitting it? Silver asked. There is nothing to admit here, boy. She said as she turned her eyes to Tammuz. I need to end this here. Now. Step, slash. Tammuz started to walk towards Silver, and the situation in the room became a bit heavier. Are you sure you want to end it like this? This isn't the sort of place to. Shut up. You destroyed my home. She exclaimed in anger. Even if I do this, as long as I continue to act like this, the other gods won't act as my anger is justified. This included Freya. If she moves now, things may sour from her side. Then, I would just need to bring him to my home and deal with him there. No one will care for him after that. Silver closed his eyes, letting Tammuz approach him. And when he did so, Tammuz raised his fist. Slash thud, slash. But instead of Silver falling on the ground, Tammuz hit his head on the stony floor. Silver never moved or uttered a single word. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were closed. Tammuz. Ishtar exclaimed in confusion. What happened? Silver crouched, looking at the men with a tinge of concern. Looks like your captain is a bit tired. Make sure to give him some proper rest. Don't touch him. Silver ignored her, using his plasmids to move Tammuz to the side of the room, putting him against the wall gently. His hands seemed to be twitching. He would wake up soon. Let's continue from where we stopped. You can try to stop me, but without Phryne, you're nothing. You may think this Donatus is your performing stage, but it will, instead, be your coffin. And now, I'll start hammering down the nails. You talked about evidence, is that correct? He smiled. I have more than enough of that. Silver raised his hand towards the air, and something similar to Hermes' screen during the war games appeared in the sky. The air vibrated and mist gathered, slowly parting way into a long and wide mirror. The mirror flashed, it showed an image, and then another in quick succession. And over time, a memory. From his POV, they were. These are my memories. What better way to prove my innocence than showing you all something that I saw? He turned to Ishtar, her expression now severely tense. You don't look so good, what is it? If you need some air, I can help you move outside in a jiffy. She remained silent, biting her lips. Smiling internally, Silver started his show. Notes. N. I'll make a side chapter on Hephaestus soon, probably after this small meeting is over, so you can understand her side of the story and what exactly he discussed with her. P.S. It's already done, I just have to find a time to post it. Chapter 183, Defiance, Meeting of the Gods Part. Let's go. For those that do follow the advanced chapters of Zero Fate, I should be dropping the last one today. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abaddonwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abaddon. /snap/. Snapping his fingers, Silver's rebuttal started. Hugh. My head. At the same time, Hestia recovered her bearings, watching his display with her entire body tensed. Now she realized why he was like that, why he said those things. Why he showed concern. Because it was trouble. Real trouble. URG. There's no turning back now. Still, she understood him very well, there was no way he would have provoked her for nothing. And since he did, it meant he had a plan. Right. The first image of the memory was Silver standing off against a group of men in chokers inside of an alley. Even if it was daylight, the alley was a bit dark, and it was far from the main street, so people couldn't see what was happening inside it unless they went around a corner. Perverted bastards. Silver in the video said as he cracked his neck. It didn't take long after, he easily dispatched them all, and following that was a long string of beatings, something Silver jumped since it wouldn't be good for his image. /smack/. Good, I think this is enough, speak. What do you want from me? He asked as he grabbed the collar of the fallen thug. But he remained silent, almost unresponsive. Silence again. Why are you guys so inflexible? But that is fine by me, there are still 2 more to go. The gods watched in silence as Silver once again started to beat them up. Silver jumped the video once more. Towards the last person. By the looks of it, it was clear what he did to those guys, they looked like pigs with their mouths bleeding all over. /thud/. Silver let the men fall onto the ground, his expression resolute. In the end, they said nothing, making him visibly upset. Time for some more serious measures. He mumbled to himself. Though what happened next was a mystery as Silver once again cut forward. In the next moment, Silver was crouched next to one of the burglars, holding a small potion bottle in his hand. Is that status thief? Some of the gods immediately recognized what it was. Including Ishtar, who at this point, was clenching her fists extremely hard. Let's see who is your master. Silver in the video said as he let a single drop fall on the man's back. I don't know what to think. Some of the gods frowned at the use of this illegal item, but such questions should be left for later. In the end, it's not like it was an immense crime to have it. At most, after this video ends, the guild may request to do a small inspection of their familia home in search of illegal items, and Silver was more than ready for that. They wouldn't find much, and what they did would be what he wanted them to find. Or at most, they would give them some sort of public punishment like a fine, although it's kind of an open secret that you can owe illegal items. The moment it comes into the light, something must be done about it. No. Even then, status thief was the least bad of the illegal items, as some familias were actually allowed to owe them. But comparing those trustworthy familias with an unknown guy was a bit. The video progressed as the hieroglyphs formed on the man's back, showing the symbol of the Ishtar familia and who that man was. His status, his name, everything was displayed for all to see. Unless there is another god with a prostitute for the symbol, it can only be one person. But what the fuck is the Ishtar familia doing? Why do they wish to mess with me? Snap. Back in the present, Silver snapped his fingers, letting the video advance once again. Next moment, they were inside a throne room. Ishtar's throne room. And her expression turned completely red. He spied on me. In the video, Ishtar said. Can anyone tell me how a simple reconnaissance mission ended up like this? One of the beaten thugs kneeled on the ground, saying. We were tricked, as per your orders, we followed Meli. The target around Orario. Snap. Silver once again jumped the video. There were some things in their discussion that it was best not shown. If he allowed it outside, the Freya familia would be brought into this conflict, and the last thing he wants is to mess with them. Besides, he would deal with this alone. He didn't want the simp army to get in his way. We can think about that later, Phryne. Ishtar said as she looked at the frog girl. With her casual poker expression, her gaze fell back onto her disappointing slaves. Continue. He tried to interrogate us, but we didn't disclose anything, but the end result was that everyone was tortured. He must have left to learn more on his own. We made sure not to be followed on our way back, using everything available to us to lose any possible pursuer. Watching the replay, Ishtar bit her lips. TSK. Those useless bastards. At that time, Ishtar believed her loyal servants, thinking they had indeed not been followed, but now, seeing the scene replay in front of her made her realize she had been played. Each second that passed she felt daggers stab her pride. Snap. Silver was far from done as he once again advanced the video. Look at her face. This is pure entertainment. Well then, I have a lot more to show. But how do we get the boy? Asked Phryne. Ishtar smoked a bit of her pipe and replied. I'll leave that to you all, I trust you for this, different from these clowns. And with that, the video ended with the mirror shattering into many pieces that slowly vanished in the air like pretty butterflies. Back to reality. Well. If that's not enough, I have much more to show. Silver said with a smile. This should be enough to push this meeting in the direction I want, and even if they don't believe me, this is enough to make them rethink every single one of Ishtar's actions. Ishtar spoke so much, she should be feeling quite bad now. Because each of her pitiful words were now stabbing her in the back, there was a reason why I let her speak so much. How will you reply now? Ishtar was silent, her face twisting on and off. And the other gods were completely speechless. This was certainly the greatest humiliation Ishtar has ever received from as far as they know and remember. You. Me. Ishtar's face was red in a mix of complicated emotions. She thought and thought until. Regardless of how much you show, it's still not conclusive enough. Oh. Each word was pronounced slowly, as Ishtar had to think a great deal, and also because she kept grinding her teeth in anger. It isn't. He asked with an amused smile. Tell me what is conclusive then, I'll try my best to cooperate. Your abilities. They are certainly impressive, but they are that, your abilities. With each word she uttered, her confidence grew larger as she figured out a path of retreat amidst this storm. Who knows how much you can manipulate them? If they aren't outright false. Silver remained pensive, not replying to her words. That's a comeback. A very lacking one though. Did she forget where she was? What she was? Then. We just returned to step 1. Her statement was very valid. No one knew how his powers worked, so there was no way to confirm if he can manipulate those images or not. On that note, he could very well be making it all from the very start. But that's as far as it goes. Silver said as his arms crossed. This isn't a normal court with normal mortals. We are in the presence of the gods. If you all can't tell whether I'm telling the truth or not, then this doesn't hold any meaning. And if you still refuse to follow the truth, I'll just turn my back on the spot and leave. he said in a heavy tone. Slash gasp, slash. Once again, surprise was plastered onto their faces. Silver had just declared that if the results were against the so-called truth, he would immediately become the enemy of all of Orario. Well. Enemy of all of the familiars present here, as leaving this place would be the same as throwing away the laws of Orario. To have such balls. In the presence of all familiars. Hey, Bet is like a kitten next to his balls. Loki joked as she slapped her tights. Bet will always shut up whenever something bothersome happens. He's also more patient, were Bet in his position. He would either be sweating like a cat in the rain or kicking Ishtar in the face. Ganesha was silent. Each gods reacted in their own amusing ways, some took offense to his words, after all, he was disregarding them. Some even looked at Hestia, wondering what he had been teaching him to make him grow into such a rebellious child, and the only thing she could do was slash whistle, slash. Whistle away and let her eyes wander around the room. Everyone. There's no need for such chaos. Hermes said on the side. I finally got the chance to talk, although this went a little outside of my predictions, this isn't entirely bad either. Though, he just had to say it like that. Look at them, they are so amused. Contrary as to how most might think, the gods weren't exactly offended, they were, instead, even more curious. Of course, gods were people too, and each had their own personality. If the issue is the veracity of their words, we can just do as we always did. We just need to name an intermediate to listen to his words and discern the truth from there, even if that's not entirely precise, most of the story can be settled with just that. At this pace, Ishtar could very well take all of the charges for being the one that incited a Familia fight inside the city, and the Hestia Familia would at most receive some sort of light punishment for going a bit over the reins. Nothing they can't manage, and in a sense, this could end up as a positive thing for their reputation. This, of course, would be the result had he not challenged them. Things would have ended there. Sigh. Slash whispers, slash. The gods agreed, talking with each other for a little while until someone quickly raised their hands. A certain smiling flat goddess. I'm up for it. Loki said with a wide grin. You. Definitely not her. I'm not on good terms with her, and I've heard. Apologies Loki, but. Loki quickly cut Ishtar. Are you saying I'll give you all a biased judgment, huh? Her expression was fierce. She knows who's dangerous here, that's for sure. I wouldn't say that, but. Then there are no problems. Loki said as she went down the stairs, pushing the other gods aside. You're not in a position to refuse me. Hey. I'm going to enjoy this. She stopped in front of Silver, opening her mouth to say. Let's have this party started. Grinning like a devil, she looked ready to cause trouble. There's no need to make this complicated. Loki said with a small grin. Her expression darkening, she approached him, standing only a few feet from him, perhaps too close for some people. Everyone's thinking about this, so let's get this out of the way. She took a side glance at Hestia before asking Silver. Are you really level 2? I won't easily accept a yes for an answer. She said with a smirk as she crossed her arms. Puffed. Silver chuckled slightly. Did you just laugh? She asked with a frown. Ha. My apologies, it wasn't my intention to make light of you or this situation. There's just something funny about having this goddess asking me something so. With such a fierce expression. Recovering his bearings, he said. Do you really think a level 2 would be able to do all of that? Silver asked. Out with it, stop walking in circles. Smiling widely, he said. I'm level 3 without much hesitation. Slash silence, slash. Although most weren't expecting him to be any higher than that, they still found it weird. A level 3 did all of this. Loki could almost believe it, she knew how potent Reveria was when she was level 4. But then again, that's Reveria, an elf sage, the strongest mage, even when she was weaker, she was still an incredible prospect. While he's a human, one whose magic, albeit weird, was already proven to be on the weaker side. Why did you hide it? Is this important for the case? Did I stutter? Loki asked with a dangerous expression. Silver wasn't really scared, but he didn't want to anger her also, so. I was concerned about the questions. Ha. Of course, you should, who would be able to keep quiet after hearing that? That's exactly the problem, too bothersome. And this isn't bothersome to you. Next question then. Since when have you become level 3? How does this matter, exactly? You're truly pushing my limits here, boy. Sigh. Since a few months ago. Slash shock, slash. Loki's eyelids twitched. A few months, he says. No wonder. While everyone thought he was level 2, this guy was already growing as a level 3. I don't want to believe, but. At these speeds. It's much faster than even Ace with that. And also, if he's this fast, how far into level 3 is he? I don't believe it. Ishtar suddenly said on the side, a thin smile on her lips. Everyone turned to her. Level 1 in a little over a month, and considering the time you've posing as a level 2. Does it mean you leveled up around the same time as well? A month. No matter how good you are and what sort of things you did, I refuse to believe you achieved all of that legitimately. HAAA. Hestia exclaimed as she got up from her seat, pointing down at Ishtar with a wronged expression. I did not such thing. Although I'm inclined to believe that Hestia, words aren't enough to appease everyone's curiosity. To hell with your curiosity. Humph. Now, Hestia, it won't be much anyway. Silver watched their exchange, but he decided to put in. In the first place, what is this legitimate way you speak of? Oh. Isn't it obvious? Ishtar questioned. If it's so obvious, why do you keep asking? Boy. She said with a frown. Hey, since it's like that, we just need someone to prove it, don't we? Loki said with a villainous smirk. You want someone other than my goddess to look at my status? Silver asked Loki with a frown. It's the only way, unless you have another way to prove your innocence. Aren't my words enough? Loki shrugged. As expected, the tyranny of the gods was supreme. Even if it was the truth, they had to know how and the why. Do as you wish then. Silver said as he closed his eyes in thought. I knew you would understand, in that case, I'll. But just as she said that, someone also spoke. Let me. Freya said with a small smile. Ha. LL looks like this is a job F for me. Hermes exclaimed loudly as he stuttered nervously, interrupting everyone. Gulp. Swallowing dry, Hermes stood up in his seat as sweat fell down from his forehead. Hermes. Silver muttered as he looked up. Chatter. The gods exclaimed to one another, trying to come up with a solution. Heh. Hermes looked below with a trembling smile, his expression seemed to say, I got you covered, as he stared at Silver. He even trembled slightly, quickly turning to the side to avoid the burning gaze on his back. Now I've done it. There's no way for me to escape this mess. If I don't look. Just don't make eye contact. As he turned to Ganesha for some support, the man merely smiled at him, raising his thumb, making Hermes die inside. Eventually, the gods discussed and Hermes was chosen for this great task, and albeit some were still unsatisfied, most felt he was indeed the most suitable for this task. It was important to say that, due to his scream, no one heard Freya, otherwise, things would have gone a bit different. She also remained completely silent, thinking about something, staring at Hermes from time to time. Her expression seemed to tell he had done something against her. Excuse me. Everyone. Bye-bye. Hermes said as he made his way down. His expression was a mix between light and dark, he pulled his hat down, trying to hide it, smiling awkwardly as he pushed the gods away. And in no time at all, he was in front of Silver. Hestia followed him. After all, she had to unlock his status, and even if a god could forcibly update it, it wouldn't be right to do so here. I hate this. Hestia said as she walked behind Silver, crossing her arms and puffing her chest in frustration, almost releasing steam from her nostrils. She turned to Hermes, speaking like an angry cat. You better not speak of this later. I won't. I, Hermes, always keep my promises. He said as he touched his chest, as if vowing. We'll see. She's completely different. This is a side of hers I was unaware of. Do all women have such a protective side? Then. Take off your shirt. Hestia said with a dark expression as she looked at Silver. Silver didn't say much, and he did as he was asked. Whispers. As he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body full of small scars, some of the gods reacted in a variety of ways. And Hestia felt upset, especially as she saw the female gods' reactions. She wanted to shove Silver in a bag to hide him from their vulture-like gazes. Hey, you're packing more than I expected, you look quite skinny with that shirt on. Loki said playfully from the side. I was told that my shirt hides quite a bit more than once. Silver said with a smile. Cough. I do feel a bit embarrassed, too many eyes. Come on, I'm not a gorilla on a cage. Just a little more, prickle. Hestia let a small drop of her blood fall on his back, revealing his status for only her and Hermes to see. Let's see. Level 3. As expected, there's nothing strange here. Hermes said with a slight nod. As for the rest. His gaze going down, his eyes locked on his stats. What about TH? As he read his status, his expression went from focus to outright disbelief. His emotions started to break, and he even held Silver's shoulders to take a closer look, sweat falling from his forehead and drenching the ground as he gasped multiple times, losing his cool. His hat fell on the ground but he didn't care, it didn't matter now. Hermes. Everyone looked at Hermes with a stunned expression. What was he seeing? Notes. I changed this section quite a few times. Previously I had a lengthy section talking about how Silver would prove his words, but I removed that, then I added this status observation. Previously, it was actually Freya who did the status observation, and this would become the setting stone for, well, her arc. Can't be Danmachi without mentioning her at least once. It was my plan to have her come at the end and be the real final boss before we go into the absolute fanfiction territory I have made. I do have my own 100% arcs. So far, we built around what the world had, not copying it, but at least following what would happen if this guy did this and was here kind of stuff. Anyway, in the end, I pushed her aside since I thought Hermes wouldn't allow Freya to do her things with the person he's looking after, at least until he proves he isn't the one he's looking for or if he finds someone more suitable. And that's that. I would say next volume might truly be Freya, but I also don't think so. I think we'll have to settle some things first, both canon and that I made before we progress to her. Silver isn't Belle, and the way everyone sees him is completely different from Belle. Same to Freya. It's difficult to do all of that with so little chapters, but we try. That's how it goes. I hope you enjoyed it so far. See ya. Chapter 184, Defiance, Meeting of the Gods Part. We are reaching the end, hooray. Around 5 to 6 more chapters. Anyway, enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Oi. Get away. Hestia said as she pulled him back. Impossible. I must be seeing double, this can't be possible. Strength, vitality, dexterity, agility, magic. All A above S rank. No. What is this? SSS rank. S rank is already an extreme rarity to see. Enough to sing praises about it. 111, 1499. What are these numbers? Hermes was so stunned by his stats he didn't even take a look at his skills, magic, and development abilities. But perhaps this was for the best. If he's like this. This means his previous limits were also. Adding everything together. His total status would be no less than a peak level 5. If the difference in level isn't accounted for. Not just any level 5, but one whose main focus was on the high numbers. Wait. Since all of his stats are this balanced, his combat power is way above just that. He possesses no visible weaknesses, with such a great balancing, taking out a level 6 might not be out of the window. But, first-class adventurers and above will have their own specialties to improve their strengths. If they don't, they won't survive for long, or the pressure from the outside world will push them into mediocrity. I'm afraid stats aren't enough to compete with them. Yet this situation is absurd as it is. I'm comparing a level 3 with a level 5 here. What about the res? Humph. Silver. Put back your shirt, he saw enough. Hestia said as she blocked his status with her hands. And so he did, and by the time the numbers were blocked, Hermes snapped back, realizing he had forgotten to check the rest. Wait. I didn't see the rest. How shameless of you. You confirmed his level and saw everything you needed to see. Do you want me to off his pants too? Please do. Someone exclaimed in the stone chairs above, and by the looks of it, a man. Who said that? Chuckles. The gods laughed and Hestia jumped around in frustration. Hermes on the other hand sweated hard as he looked at the ground in disbelief. Silver approached him, smiling. He had his hat in his hands. So. What do you think? Just. Did he know this would happen? His look. I understand now. Silver's expression did not change, and as he noticed his reflection in his eyes, Hermes grabbed his hat with a shaking hand, placing it in front of his face as he calmed down. When he pulled his hat up again, his expression had gone back to normal. And as everyone was expecting, he relayed to them his verdict. I saw no interference in his status, he achieved everything within the rules of the mortal world. Everything was a product of his own efforts. Silence. If people would believe this or not didn't matter, now they had to accept the truth laid in front of them. But it was far from over yet. Wait. Silver said as he looked at Hermes. Is there something missing? Of course there is. He turned to Ishtar. Since you brought up the subject of legitimacy, I'll also do the same. Pointing at Tammuz, Silver said, go on, check his level as well, I'm sure you'll be very surprised, with an ironic smile plastered across his face. Ha. Hearing his words, Hermes cringed. Please, let me go, Loki is already quite upset with my presence here. If one is not enough, you want me to get on bad terms with yet another scary woman. My Tammuz? Different from you, he grew up at a believable pace, I don't see what there is to see. Are you going to play dumb with me? There's no point in excuses. I'm not really someone to point at others like this. But I want everyone to be very clear of what I'm about to do. Just admit it already, you're also hiding their levels. Gasp. Yet another juicy revelation. This Donatus was incredibly fun. Go on, if you don't admit, then I'll accept another charge. Tough, if he's truly level 4, what is there to lose? Hermes is quite the trusty guy. Fine. Ishtar said with a small sigh. Tammuz has indeed leveled up, I was planning to use the next Donatus to convey this, I have done nothing wrong. Playing with words now. Fine. Silver didn't bother to argue. What about your other level 5? Ishtar's expression darkened. And your Berbera too? They felt a bit different, care to explain? Melios Silver. I see what you're trying to do now. Ishtar smiled. Indeed, Phryne has leveled up, and a considerable number of my Berbera have also improved their capabilities. As I said before, this happened not long after the Donatus, so I. How convenient. Silver mumbled, albeit loud enough to cut her off. She's going to keep her methods a secret. Predictable. Alas, her plans of war are now completely and utterly foiled. She planned on keeping her forces a secret as she recovered from this mess I caused, recovering Haruheim in the process before finally hitting Freya once everything was done. That would likely be in the near future. While she attacked her, those that backed her would also move and deal a hit and spread chaos, perhaps succeeding in pushing Aurario onto a mini-dark age. She's merely a tool in their hands. But with this, many will investigate her, and she'll have to remain even more hidden than before, else her connection with those guys will get revealed. I wonder what they think of this situation. Do they take me as a fool as well? Or are they planning something in the disguise of the dark? How will they react once she's lost her value? While Silver remained silent, observing the gods discuss with each other, Ishtar's expression was reddening, but she kept her smile. Her mouth twitched as she tried to rein in her anger. Everyone else, however, was on the verge of exploding. Trulli. The juiciest of news. Hestia looked at Silver, even more concerned as she started to realize the magnitude of this event, but he only nodded to her with a reassuring smile. Without a choice, she and Hermes made their way back to their seats while Loki looked at Silver with a complex gaze. Is something wrong? He asked with a deep gaze. No. Let's just continue. The atmosphere changed a little. Have those guys realized this is the real deal? Everything by his own efforts, huh? Is it really possible through effort alone? And that bitch. What is she planning by keeping such things under such tight wraps? No one keeps level 6 and 5, together with a small army of level 3s under the curtains. Loki didn't know what to believe anymore, she only understood that something seemed to be happening. And she wanted to know what that was. Then, let's get this over with. The fun's only starting, and my frustration is really high. So get ready. Did she really attack you first? She did, multiple times. Loki's eyes seemed to flash for a moment before she scoffed. He's being honest. Whispers. The gods went into disarray, talking with each other. But Loki wouldn't give them time to think. Next question. She pressed her index finger against his chest, asking. What she said before, how you infiltrated her home, was it true? Silver did not deny it. I did infiltrate her home, but she greatly exaggerated. It's like hearing a cat meow in the woods and then telling someone else you heard a tiger roar. It's not a lie, but it's not the truth either, it depends on the perspective. Loki was having a lot of fun while Ishtar's expression darkened. What about the big event? Why did you do it? I lost my patience for a moment, in other words, I became emotional. Loki raised an eyebrow. Emotional? Why? Because I had my morals tested in ways I didn't wish to, feeling pathetic with myself, I guess I just forego of everything and decided to act. This isn't that easy of a question for me to answer. That wasn't what I wanted to hear. But you're not lying either. I'll let this one slide. Mortals are emotional, and this is what brings spice to everything. Ishtar seemed a bit unsatisfied. Then, what did you see to make you so distressed? Something I was already aware of, something not proper to divulge here. Silver said with a serious expression. That's not important, in here, you'll answer me, yes or no. Then no, I refuse to show it here. He said with a resolute stance. Silver smirked, his voice heavy as he said. I'll deal with this situation on my own, I do not need your understanding. Or pity. Whispers. The gods were clearly not satisfied with this, most of them at least. Loki could barely contain her smile, a dangerous glint crossing her eyes. Then we can jump that as well. She took a side glance at Ishtar, finding it funny how she wasn't interfering. It simply meant that were she to intervene, the situation would get worse for her. Next question, how did you attack her? Why? I infiltrated her room and had one of the guards call Phryne. It was never my intention to harm Ishtar or the guards in the first place. I was there to deal with Phryne. Though to make sure I hit her with my all, I had to force her to make a choice. Loki understood everything, a situation slowly formed in her head. He's lying. Crazy kid, did he intend to? And what if she didn't? She asked slowly. Silence. Yes, what if Phryne hadn't moved? Ishtar would have died. And a mortal ending a god's stay in the mortal plane was a very controversial topic, no matter how evil the god in question is. It's up to the gods to deal with themselves, this was the rule stated by them ever since they first came down. Smile. Silver's smile widened. Who knows? Looking directly at Loki, he said. Though, hypothetical scenarios don't really matter, do they? Loki's eyes opened, staring directly at Silver. Not long after, she shrugged, saying, guess they don't, as she proceeded to the next question. Next question. What was that beam of light in the sky? It was my magic. Why was it there? Was there a need for it to have covered such a wide scope? You do understand that you potentially endangered the lives of many, do you? Yes, I'm fully aware of my actions. So why did you do it? I already said that. Fine. So, to deal with Phryne, I only had a single idea in mind, my strongest attack, and that was what came to mind. But her body was stronger than I thought. Silver said with a shrug. Sigh. Scratching her head and taking a step back, Loki was a tad lost. So you caused such trouble just for the sake of it? For the sake of it, you say? If that's how you see it, so be it. I'm not here to prove anything to anyone at the end of the day. Gasps. Hashtag. Huh. Boy, I stuck my ass out of kindness, and is that how you talk? Is that so? Ha. I imagine that's all for the questions, Loki. Hermes said, realizing Loki's aura was getting twisted. Don't interfere, Hermes. I'll say when it's over. She used her index finger to push him back, and even though he didn't move, she still kept pushing his chest, having her nail press onto his shirt. Then tell me, what do you think I would have done had that one of those beams of light clashed against my home, or injured anyone? You would have stormed my home, throwing everything upside down, demanding answers, and you've kept doing that until the others returned from their expedition. Once they were back, you would have brought them to me to kick my ass. He said with a small smile. You think this is funny, huh? On the contrary. So why the cheeky grin? Who knows? Hashtag. This guy. Loki's expression started to twitch as she pulled her sleeves, she felt this guy needed a good punch. Loki. Please, stay calm. Why does he keep provoking her like this? Hermes was having difficulty staying calm. Alright then. What do you think we should do with you? First, the conflict between the Hestia and the Ishtar familia needs to be resolved. How? Silver smiled again. Simple really, I already gave her my answer. So, why don't you answer that? He asked as he turned to Ishtar. Given their actions towards me, and my actions towards her, what do you think we should do? He looked down on her, light reflecting on his face. What do you think I said to her? Silver was the only one smiling at that moment. Loki looked at him with her usual poker face. His actions so far have been so aggressive. It's unlike how he usually acts, being courteous and tolerant. Not like I care anyway. Silver words made Loki frown. His tone made it seem like. Her expression twisting in realization, she grabbed his shirt and exclaimed. Bastard. Do you want to die that much? I'm here, trying to keep you alive, and this is what you do. Letting himself be shaken by the goddess, Silver grinned. Looks like you realized. He gently pushed her aside. You should be mindful of your neutrality a bit more. Though I know she's here more for fun than anything else, I can see she's offering her support for me, despite my recklessness. It must be difficult to make this choice, especially when she has to keep in mind her other familia members. Finn wants to become the light of his race, and for that, he must be perfect. This includes his familia's reputation. If you don't mind, this has lasted long enough already. I won't inconvenience you any longer, thank you for being here. He walked past her, smiling. Gore. Whatever, do what you wish. Loki shuffled her hair in distress. Step. He walked next to Ishtar again, but he didn't stare at her for long, instead, turning to the gods. Raising his voice, he said his lines. Pointing fingers at each other won't resolve anything. In the end, the Hestia Familia is the victim of this situation. I imagine there are no misunderstandings about that anymore. Inhale, exhale, Silver let out a sigh. I would like to say that my actions are mine and mine alone. But that won't work. I already challenged Ishtar as the captain of the Hestia Familia, saying those words now would only be an insult to everyone. Both me and Hestia alike. And the people that follow us. Even though I don't want them to be dragged into this shit. Regardless of his wishes, he had to keep talking. My apologies for creating such trouble. I'll take on the punishment once everything's over. For now, it would be up to the gods to decide what to do of this situation, who was in the wrong, and who was in the right. But Silver wouldn't wait for that. Unfold, Taking out a green envelope from his chest pocket, he read its contents out loud. At this point, I would call this matter resolved, but we can't move without the main plate now, can we? Silver asked with a smile. Since the Ishtar Familia isn't pronouncing themselves on this matter, allow me to share it with you all. Magical words started to form in the air as Silver's mouth opened. As of yesterday night, the Hestia Familia courteously invites the Ishtar Familia to a war game. Gasp. The gods went into a frenzy. The details can be discussed today. They couldn't believe it. Another war game. Oh boy, it's a fat one this time. But don't you think they're being too cocky? Like always, the gods' opinions on this matter were divided into many fronts. Some were flabbergasted. Some expected this, albeit not from Hestia's side. To preserve her reputation, Ishtar would have to challenge Hestia, even if it meant a dark stain in her history. For likely many centuries to come. Yet, Hestia struck first, even if it meant a faster death. To some, such determination was commendable. You must understand that from their perspective and with the proof Silver displayed, the gods couldn't tell the details going on behind the scenes. They didn't know if Hestia had planned this beforehand or not, though most were inclined in believing she had a certain hand in it, even if little. Others were amused. Most, on the other hand, laughed. Hestia had always been some sort of laughingstock, even in heaven. She was known for being a goddess with one child, unable to rake in more. A failure whose only good aspect was her beauty and assets, mostly talked about by other gods who somewhat desired her. Or when she caused some sort of trouble. Someone that was poor and would steal food from parties to feed herself, someone that didn't care that much about her own image, shaming herself many times in the mortal plane. While in heaven she wasn't very well known apart from her big title, being mostly a shut-in taking care of her duties, and even when she did interact with others, it didn't really leave behind a good impression on these gods. With the help of her rising star, the sole child she recruited, her reputation increased, and small-time Familius stopped looking down on her after Apollo was taken down against all odds. Yet, what of it? To reach such heights all thanks to one mortal. It proved nothing of her capabilities, and on the contrary, even, it proved she was nothing without him. It didn't help Hestia never tried to change what the gods thought of her, because in fair honesty, she never really bothered to or even realized the extent of their contempt. Nevertheless, it wasn't like she didn't have any self-stem. She'll still get angry and try to counterattack if someone else went wild around her. She also had many allies, mostly female in nature. They would be very keen in helping her were some fool to overstep his boundaries. Hestia's kindness and good nature gave her friends all across heaven, to the point even goddess that didn't know very well knew she was somewhat trustworthy. Chuckles chatter, Regardless, they still laughed. This situation was simply too absurd. How could they not make fun of the overconfident mortal in front of them? Though some remained silent, enjoying the show. Hestia had another attack. This time, she fell unconscious. Silver looked at her and felt sorry, though he also smiled. Such a dramatic girl. I thought you had some sort of plan, but I didn't expect you to dig a coffin. He turned to the side, looking at Ishtar, who was now smiling, looking at him as if she was looking at an injured puppy. I certainly did, didn't I? She looked at his expression. She felt something was wrong. But she shook those emotions away. There was no way anything could go wrong. She had an army of level 3s and 4s, plus 1, 5 and 6. Even if he had Haruheim on his hands. Could he deal with everyone together? Phryne wasn't taken out as she claimed, and was only mildly injured by his attack. If they were to repeat that situation, what would be the result were she to be fully prepared and equipped? Would he even have a chance? Would she even get hurt? He might even lose to Tammuz. That was what she believed. Chatter, silence. Echo, stop, From bellows of Babel, a voice echoed. It was Aurena's, he was listening to it all, and he was fed up with the lack of discipline from the gods. Their mockery knew no bound, and it was time for them to start acting like it. Since a war game has been declared, it's time to start with the discussion, we shall leave other matters for later. His elderly voice was loud enough to make all of the people in the room hear him without a problem. Silver tried to pinpoint its origin, but the voice seemed to come from everywhere, and no matter how far it went, the sounds of his voice carried on without dissipating. Considering all evidence shown, it is clear the Ishtar familia is at fault. But do you have proof of the contrary? Aurenas questioned Ishtar. TSK, I've never seen Aurenas act like this. What's going on with this old coot? Is he on their side? Impossible, the guild wouldn't move for a no-name familia. Am I overreacting? This might be the case, I'm still on edge after what happened. Though, this means that from his perspective, his defense was convincing enough to make him take a stance. I must change that. If possible. Then as per the accord, the Hestia familia shall begin with an advantage. Aurena's voice slowly vanished, leaving everyone behind. He had proclaimed, it was time to deal with this matter. Even if most were already getting bored, thinking this situation was a waste of time to even consider, they had to wait. Silver felt it was his cue to start talking, but he didn't, in the end, he had to follow their rules, it wasn't wise to make little of them. But he felt himself in a bind as his goddess was still half stunned. This girl. As he waited, some of the gods near Hestia such as Hephaestus started to shake her up, and soon enough, she was rushing down the stairs. Trip. UWAA. Hestia ran so much she ended up tripping, it would be quite the painful fall were her to fall on those stone chairs. Flash. The moment she was about fall face first, Silver flashed, grabbing her gently. Exclamation point. This bout of speed shocked many of the adventurers all around, as mostly didn't even see him move. This surprised even Tammuz and Otter, that even though their expressions didn't shift, remaining stoic like they usually did, they started to access and calculate just how fast Silver truly was. Tammuz himself felt a bit odd, having woken up from his unconsciousness not that long ago, he felt shame for having been defeated without even reacting. You shouldn't run in stairs. That doesn't matter now. She said with puffed cheeks as she flayed around, prompting Silver to let her on the ground. Yeah, it doesn't. He replied with a smile as he turned to the center of the room. MNN. You have a plan. Hestia whispered as she felt the gazes of everyone else in the room. I came this far, I wouldn't be me if I hadn't at least something in mind at this point. Phew. Feeling a bit better, Hestia went down the stairs. Silver led Hestia to the main table, pushing one of the chairs aside gently so she could sit on it, and standing behind her like an aide. And technically, this was what he was, a captain of a familia could be said to be a god's closest aide, though it would differ closely from familia to familia and god to god. Tammuz did the same on the other side, not even flinching. He had obviously done this so many times it was engraved on his flesh and bones. See. How did I fall into this situation again? TSK. It's all due to her. Why did she attack Silver? There's no way to stop this now, is there? And thus, here was Hestia again, discussing war game details with another god. This time, it was Ishtar, the lord of the entertainment district. She couldn't understand why, everything was going so well, her children were all working so hard, improving so fast. Why did she attack him? If there was something missing, he would have told her, wouldn't him? He would, right? Let's get this over with. Ishtar said with a smile. I didn't expect Loki's intervention, much less Aurena's. Though it's not like that changed anything. I was afraid Loki would take his side, but she ended up being very neutral, and that makes sense, I don't know why I was so on edge. Though. That little girl does tend to be unpredictable. Well, there was no harm in being careful. As for Aurena's, I'm thankful for him, those guys were speaking a tad too much for my tastes. They are always so noisy. Regardless, his words said it all, I'll have to give this one to Hestia. You may choose the time, the type of war game, and the varying details as well, I'll be willing to accept it all with some exceptions of course. But Hestia did not say anything, instead, she looked at her with a frown. She bit her lips for a moment, unsure of what to say or do. Look at her all nervous. My apologies Hestia, but it's nothing personal. Consider it your bad luck for having such an unruly child, and your inability to teach him common sense. If the opportunity ever comes, I wouldn't mind giving you a helping hand in the future. Once I take down Freya and become queen. While Ishtar lost herself in her own thoughts, Silver bent over, whispering into Hestia's ears. Why you sure? Oh okay. After listening to his words, light came into her eyes as she regained her focus. Cough. Hestia cleared her throat, speaking her line. I've decided on the theme of the war game. Oh. What did he tell her? So soon? You can give it more thought if you want. Ishtar spoke in a carefree way, her anger slowly dissipating. This was because she felt she had already won, and as such, confidence was at its highest. Slash thud, slash. It'll be 3 bouts of single combat, and at the end, the one with the most wins shall be the victor. She said as she slapped the table with a smile. Slash whispers, slash. The gods talked with each other. This form of resolving disputes wasn't uncommon. Gods would always get angry at each other, or wish to play around and bet. Since it would be unsightly for them to punch each other in the face. Minding a few exceptions, they would use their children to resolve those bouts. As such, the war game was born. A form of proxy war, their children fought each other at the behest of their patron. With single combat being the most used one between simple disputes, this idea wasn't exactly unseen. Not all of these games were bloody or massive on scale like Apollo's. Some were small and very private, others only had money at stake. Sometimes it was purely honor, with the loser apologizing to the other god due to a conflict they had in the past. Sometimes these conflicts came with them from heaven, only to be resolved here, by the mortals. Rather ironic. Some felt disappointed. After the last war game, they expected something of the same magnitude. Single combat and the one with the highest points wins. Alright. Wait, I'm not done. Hestia pointed at Ishtar and said strongly. Each member is allowed to fight twice, but not more than 2 times, and it must be back-to-back from a win. If there's a draw, they won't be allowed to fight again. There is a time limit of 10 minutes between each fight, and at the end, if the fight has yet to end, it'll end in a draw. If there are 2 draws, the dispute will end in the last fight. If all 3 are draws, then we'll continue choosing challengers until one of them wins decisively. This also includes the other draw condition, 1 victory for both sides and 1 draw. In this scenario, what I said previously is then applied. Phew. Hestia took a deep breath to recover her energy. Silver patted her shoulders, reassuring her and praising her for talking well. And she struggled to smile. Honestly, she wanted to hit his head. But life was cruel, she couldn't do it. Oh. I see it now, she finally used her brains. Ishtar looked at Silver. Or should I say, the one behind her. But. Unfortunately. A full-on siege would be bad on Hestia's side, especially since she was no Apollo. Her familia was still growing and they had no level 3s. While in Ishtar's case, many members of her familia were high-quality combatants, so moving to single combat was the best option for her. Adding a point system makes it easier for her to win since Phryne would win one regardless, but that's just a point. Even if her captain were to guarantee a point, it would still only end in a tie, 1 point versus 1 point. She must be aiming for 1 victory on both sides and a draw. If she can achieve that, then through Haruheim, she can aim for a victory against the Berbera. How naive can you be? Ishtar smiled. This wasn't anything special, it just meant her victory had become that easier to achieve. She could just have Phryne fight from the start and win twice, nothing wrong with that as it was within the rules Hestia applied. Though. Would it be fun? She even thought it was weird. Why allow such a massive disadvantage for her? The only possible explanation would be that she's aiming to let her captain fight twice and win twice. And the more she thought about it, the clearer it became. It also explained why she hadn't aimed and declared single combat as she can't control who she'll send. And it's obvious. Or is it? Slowly, Ishtar's worries turned from desperation to amusement. And now, she was thinking of the best ways to profit from the situation and improving her reputation while at it. Ishtar had already started to envision how everything would go. She would send her strongest Berbera, Aisha, first to gouge his combat ability, and if he lost, then it didn't matter, she would win and that's that. Though it would be best for her that they had a close fight, regardless of whether or not he won or lost. If her warrior lost, then she would send Tammuz and be done with it. I'll accept that as well. She said with a smile. Hestia did not reply. All right. Really? Hestia once again listened to Silver's words. She showed some surprise, but regardless, she complied. I've decided on the time. Today's night. Gasp. That's too soon, Hestia. Ishtar said with a frown. Is she aiming for the lack of sleep from my familia members? They are already tired from constantly training, and yesterday their night was interrupted. If they were to fight today, they would be far from ideal. As if. 3 days at minimum. I need time to gather some other things just in case. Freya. Weren't you supposed to agree with anything? Hestia said with a frown of her own. Sharp words don't suit you, Hestia. I'm not just talking about myself, I'm talking about others. Half a day isn't enough to prepare a suitable place for a war game. It is. Gasp. Once again, everyone was stunned. They all turned to look at the speaker. Someone at the top seats. F. Freya. Why is she dipping her hands in this? Foo-foo. Freya smiled, one hand in her chin, gazing bellow as Otter stood behind her. Indeed, why was Freya butting in this matter? Notes. I choose individual fights because I thought it was the best option. Originally, I wanted to make a surprise attack, but I scratched that. Then, I wanted to make some sort of capture the flag, but I thought it might be too boring to make it fun. Though I have some ideas for that, it would take a bit of complex thinking and it might stretch this already stretched volume even further. As such, I settled with this since I could end it with a few fights that are honestly the essence of the Ishtar familia. There will be the impact I wanted and the speed I desired, so I think it's suitable. Chapter 185, Defiance, the start of the war game. Here it is, chappy. 3.5 words. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /silence/. Everyone kept their mouths shut. If they wanted to or not, Freya deserved it. Loki looked at her, suspicion written on her face. She had her doubts about her for a long time, and now, she was almost sure. Freya had her fame for collecting pretty boys and girls, regardless of the familia they were tied to, never by force, though who could resist her if she wanted to? In fact, her methods were borderline that, but few had the courage to say that out loud, especially in her presence. Still, unsure as to her reasons, it was clear that she hadn't opened her mouth for naught, so she just stayed in her seat, listening to what she had to say. Ishtar, I understand your worries. But there is no need to think about it that much. Her voice was gentle and seductive, her gaze was cold yet warm. She ignored the others in the room, gazing at the goddess below with her serene eyes. This isn't a siege, much less capture the flag, there is no need to go over any extensive preparations. Freya smiled gently, letting her hair flow in the wind. We only need a place. An arena where you can fight it out without endangering others. She raised her index finger to her mouth, her expression changing into a thinking one, as if she was coming up with an answer on the spot. Some may be swayed by her and think that was the case, others may think the contrary. Honestly, the truth would forever remain a mystery. Freya may have predicted this all beforehand to some extent, but she may also be improvising on the spot. Such was Freya, a woman whose intentions can't really be read. Foo-foo. She smiled. Isn't there plenty of space outside? Setting a large enough section for this war game would take only a few hours. Isn't that right? /chatter/. The gods exploded into excitement. Freya was right. There was no need to wait many boring days in expectation for the game, they could have it way sooner. Of course, not all were excited to see her voicing her opinion. There she goes. Hermes mumbled to himself as he pulled his hat down. Freya is bad for bonuses. Besides, how can it be so simple? His expression was a bit helpless, there wasn't much he could do now that Freya had voiced her opinion and position on this matter. And it didn't take long for someone to try and curry favor with her. Leave it to me. Someone exclaimed. Ah. You. Can your familia even do it? You guys. Pay attention to where you are. It should obviously be me. /chatter/. Soon enough, some of the male gods started discussing with each other over who would be the best at making an arena, for obvious reasons of course. Who wouldn't want Freya's favor and attention? Look at them go. Now they speak, huh? This, of course, made the goddesses frown. Not that they hated or envied Freya, some may, others may not. They just felt that it was shameless of these guys. Some of which had tried to woo them in the past to suddenly speak. Over time, they rebutted each other and agreed on other ends, and somehow, the specifics of the arena slowly unraveled amidst the chaos. Once they started speaking, Freya went into silence, perhaps achieving what she wanted from the start, to rile up the gods and have them resolve this issue on their own. Hermes looked at her for a moment, but he didn't dare stare for long, instead, going back onto his thoughts. Hestia moved her chair, now having her back against Ishtar, she talked with Silver about a myriad of things, trying to understand what was going on in greater detail. And he was glad to explain, though this wasn't exactly the proper place for it. So he kept some things simple. Ishtar looked at them, but in the end, she closed her eyes, waiting for those muscle heads to stop talking. They came to agree that the arena had to be made until 6 a.m. of tomorrow as the war game would be conducted around 8, tight schedule, but not impossible to be achieved. The problem was, if they failed, then they would be in for a bad time. Hestia's request of having the game happen tonight was too much though, so they had to go with the closest time on the next day. And this was exactly what Silver wanted. He knew they wouldn't accept it. After all, if it were to happen in the middle of the night, the guild and the gods couldn't have the normal populace worry about two familiars fighting while their children went to bed. Worse, it would be terrible to broadcast it, as it would take a ton of work to make it presentable. So giving everyone more time as they waited for the sun to rise was ideal. Not for the poor workers that would be forced with skipping sleep to work. Setting such a short time frame for the war game was also because he didn't want Ishtar to have the time to think. He was willing to give her at most 2 days, any more than that and she might start to realize her own recklessness and prepare for any sort of unforeseen circumstances. Even if she didn't, someone else might point it out for her. It also played in his favor as both Phryne and Tammuz had yet to get used to their leveled up bodies, mostly due to laziness and the fact Tammuz had to stay at Ishtar's side all the time. As for him, he was already ready from the beginning. The only thing he regretted was not having leveled up, but from Phryne's status sheet, he already understood he could take her on regardless. Though there was a big difference between doing it now as a level 3, and after as a level 4. But he made his choice the moment he took a step into Haraheim's room. So right now, the sooner this war game happened, the better. What about? They continued in their fervent discussion. The arena only needed 3 requirements. The ground had to be resilient, hopefully, made of stone so it wouldn't crumble easily. The area had to be fenced so travelers and unwanted visitors didn't wander too close during the heated fights, for both their own protection and the fighters. And there was a need for a grandstand so people could watch it without interrupting the fighters, mostly the gods of each respective familia, as there was no need to have that many people in there in the first place. Though for this last choice, the gods were still greatly divided, as stepping out of Aurario was not only a great bother, but it was also a risk. This entire situation was pretty similar to how most duels between familias were handled, albeit, they usually happened within the city's coliseums. Ganesha would be very happy and glad to allow others to use his amphitheatron for those events. It was pretty much free advertising. However, he understood that this time, things may be a bit over the scope of his humble coliseum. Though in the back of his mind, he thought that it would easily be able to handle a fight between a new level 5 and a high level 3. No matter how intense it was. Ganesha never thought that Ishtar would send her newest level 6 into the field, no matter how angry or desperate she was to see his downfall. It would be too unsightly of her to do so, but if she did, it wouldn't be completely out of the expectations either, albeit such actions would leave even him disappointed in her. Still, he would do it as he was told and observe. He didn't know what Arenas had in mind, but he knew everything would eventually be explained to him. A few minutes of chatter later, It is decided, the Goibnia Familia will be in charge of the arena's construction. Hermes said loudly. Phew, they finally stopped talking. Sigh. On the stony seats, a buffed old man scratched his chin as he looked below. Image. How did I get involved in this mess? I'm full of work already. Goibnia complained. You better pay me for this, I don't care who, and don't come running to me later if it looks sloppy. Even if he was a god, there was only so much he could do on his own. He could make the greatest of sword, but transforming an entire environment to make it suitable for a fight. If he used his entire familia then it was possible, but he had barely had a day to prepare. The least he could do was make it usable, as for presentable. It left a bad taste on his mouth, to purposely make a sloppy work. He wasn't one to view looks as necessary, but he wouldn't compromise the aesthetics of a weapon for capability, unless requested. I'll do it. Ishtar said as she looked at him. Goibnia shook his hands, shooing her away. Humph, whatever. Then. Shall we continue, Hestia? Ishtar asked with a smile. We have the date, we have the location, and we have the type. Only one thing remains. She licked her lips slightly. The spoils and conditions. Cheers. The most important part of the war game is how would the gods humiliate each other. So what would it be? What would they demand? What would they take? Everything can be at stake here, and it doesn't matter the difference between both sides as long as it isn't incredibly ridiculous. Which is exactly the case right now. It was a very confusing war game after all. Fine, let's end this already. Hestia said lightly. I need to breathe in and out. Otherwise, I'll lose it. She listened to Silver's words and nodded, though, for a moment, she hesitated. She felt it was a bit too light for what she had done. I've thought about the conditions. If we win, the Ishtar Familia will take all of the blame for this situation, and they'll reimburse everyone in whatever way they wish. She then smiled haughtily. This includes me, of course. Like this, once everything was over, the blame would officially go to the loser, and the other gods wouldn't feel wronged since they would be paid. It was a diversion tactic, because in all honesty, the gods weren't angry per se, they just felt wronged, so someone needed to bear the consequences. There wasn't really a reason, just that it would be interesting and fun. Those are some pretty simple conditions. I'll agree, but I say the same. Ishtar said in a calmer tone. If I win, the Hestia Familia takes the blame and shall reimburse everyone. If you can, that is. She said with a smirk. Gore. Hestia's expression was already tense and Silver had to massage her shoulders a little to calm her down. Before she could continue, she was interrupted. Let me say my own conditions first. Ishtar proclaimed. She took a side glance at Freya, saying as she looked at Hestia. If I win, I want him. Chatter, everyone. Hermes said as he tried to have the gods stop talking. My man, you're surely a very strange magnet to attract all of these gods. Can't say that I envy you, having the beauties after me is the dream of every man, but there are some beauties I would prefer to stay away. You can keep your other children, they have nothing to do with this. She said dismissively. I'll allow the Hestia Familia to stay in Orario as well since I'm not that petty, neither will I ask of you to pay for this war game, I shall do all of that. If I win, I only need you to apologize and give me the boy and we'll take this conflict as resolved, what do you think? As for the reimbursement, of course, that was something you raised on your own accords, after all. It's a bit light for someone that caused me so much trouble, but I need to recover my reputation while also keeping tabs on Freya. Acting generous should be enough to make others look away for now. I need time to recover Haruheim after I've dealt with Hestia as well. By whatever means necessary, so I can't have her leave yet. From there. You sure are kind, Ishtar. Hestia said, grinding her teeth. She smiled brightly. Fine, I'll be generous as well. Question mark. Silver frowned, this wasn't in the script. Thud. She slapped the table. Don't forget, you were the one that attacked us. Multiple times at that. I need compensation for your previous misconduct. And how much do you Hestia raised her left hand, all of her fingers spread out. Since you are so generous, willing to pay off for everything, why don't you fork a few extra bucks for me? 500 million Valis. Isn't that a small amount? A dozen million for each person you sent after him. Crack, silence, Only the sound of Ishtar's mask breaking apart could be heard. Together with the stiffening of her face. Silently, she started to add up the values. If she were to lose, not only would she pay for the war game, she would also have to reimburse the people with whatever price they demanded while also paying Hestia a flat 500 million. The total price might go beyond the billions. Don't you think I'm being generous? How about I go and let you stay in Orario as well? Don't you think that's very doable? Though. I'll have to set up some limitations, can't have you ordering your people like before. So for 5 years, you'll only be allowed to move your troops within the confines of the entertainment district unless it's for an expedition or guild mission. How? She then recovered her calm before she did anything unsightly. 5 years is a tad much. But not unmanageable. Fine, I accept. But I extend this branch of kindness for the Hestia Familia as well. She said with a small chuckle. I won't ask for more compensation, but the Hestia Familia will be confined to their own Familia home as well for a year unless it's for the same reason stated. Take this as a lesson, Hestia, do not provoke what you can't handle. This should be enough to destabilize your Familia, learn from this, and next time, try to think ahead more. Oh yeah. Sure. Thank you very much. Hestia replied with a red face. Silver calmly massaged her back, letting Hestia do as she pleased. He was fine with this. In the first case, he only wished to deal a massive blow to Ishtar, but sending her out of Orario or back to heaven might do more worse than good. Despite it all, Ishtar is a ruler of a district, a very important one at that since that is the place with the largest influence from outside forces gather. If she were to leave, it would destabilize the region and many would suffer, together with many international problems. He surely didn't want the guild to knock on his door and force him to take some level of responsibility. So by greatly weakening her, he would force her down just enough so she couldn't come back up. And even if she did, it wouldn't be too late to kick her down. Or up depending on your perspective. After all, once he becomes stronger, if he decides to do something, who'll stop him? Though such a future was far, he still held great strength and had to act like it. Even if others didn't know yet. But they would, soon enough, just like Hermes. He would show them. Even if he had to spill some blood. The Donatus ended just like that and Silver had no intention of lingering any longer, he had a lot to talk with his goddess and a lot to prepare. Ishtar on the other hand was relaxed, though it was a shame she wouldn't be able to thoroughly prepare, though it's not like she needed. Her regret was mostly on outsider things, such as repairing her home and whatnot. She did consider making counterplans to be sure no problems would arise during the fights. But considering her reputation was on the line, she didn't want to make it fall any lower by pulling unnecessary tricks. Now that it was revealed that her captain was level 6 if she were to join the fight, much less use a cursed item as well. Or any kind of supportive item. Regardless, she can't use it because the guild had their eyes on the market for any such items, and it would be foolish to reveal anything. In the end, she left feeling a bit surprised that Silver hadn't revealed her true strength. It would have collapsed her reputation even further and made things complicated on her end. If he had gathered such pieces of information from trespassing onto her home, then he must have known a lot more. But oh well, perhaps she should be impressed a mortal did all of this on his own already. Still, she kept her eyes open, just in case he had a backer. 1 day later, And as such, the day passed, and tomorrow came. The guild made an official statement to all of Orario regarding what happened the night before, telling that it was a result of a conflict between two familias and not some sort of enemy attack. Most already expected this outcome, conspiring how silent everyone was, as such events weren't exactly rare. Amidst this chaos, they also eagerly displayed Silver's level up. Though that ended up being pushed aside by the other consequential news. Not only that, the guild left the culprit of the conflict in the open, so no one truly knew who was it. Making them speculate. The result of the war game, the loser would assume all responsibilities and the winner would take all of the glory. If there was any to take. It already became evident that most were betting on Ishtar. Hestia had no chance to win in their eyes. A familia that was on the rise versus one that was in power for decades. The results were clear merely by looking at the quality of their adventures and resources. One thing many noticed as well was that the guild didn't quite reveal Ishtar's true strength to the public, opting to leave it vague. But for those with the right connections, they came to learn of the truth in no time at all. And in this rhythm, news traveled fast. Within an hour of this announcement, many people already started betting on the winner. Though it became quite the spectacle when everyone bet on the same result. Yet, all around Orario, people betting large sums of money kept appearing, balancing the odds. Most took these people as fools, but if there were to win. The brokers didn't want to believe in this opportunity at all. But just as there were many that were hopeful for the war game, there were those worried. Many came to visit him, from all ages and levels. But Silver avoided all of them throughout the rest of the day and the night, opting to remain alone, or with Hestia. He only met with the executives of his own familia, together with a few others. The Hestia familia was silent and on a lockdown, while the world outside was boiling over with curiosity. Gods gazed at the sun, and at the moon, waiting. Mortals did the same, not being able to focus on their work, not going to the dungeon. Everyone waited patiently for the start of what may be yet another explosive war game. Or just the fall of another familia. It was clear to all that, were the Hestia familia to lose, they wouldn't last long, and instead, they would likely disband on their own in no time. The time period Ishtar set up was just enough for the newcomers to eventually leave on their own. But were they to win? Well, almost no one believed in that outcome. Because in their eyes, the strongest member of their familia was a level 2, and on the other side was a level 5. This truth, however, slowly changed as everyone started to learn about their true powers. But how did anything change? Can a level 3 win against a level 6? The future was grim for the Hestia familia. The next day, In front of a large, cleared-out patch of terrain, in the middle of a rocky valley, Silver awaited, holding his halberd, a banner with the symbol of the Hestia familia strapped to it. Next to him was a tall wooden arch bench, several people sitting on it, waiting. He went to his pocket, checking the time. 7:40 a.m. Just 20 more minutes. He smiled. I wonder if she'll take the bait. Closing his eyes and letting the soft wind brush against his face, Silver stopped thinking. It was time to duel. Notes. Finally, it's time. Expect a few fights. A lot of reactions. This time, Silver won't hold back, people will know his name, and his powers. It's time. P.S. I made a few images, let's take a look at them. Before that though, if you have any images you're interested in having, I'll try and make them. Recently, I have been on a run trying to make an image for each zone of the dungeon. What other ideas you have in mind? I'll read them all. Peace, yo boy, me. If the images aren't there by the time you started reading, it's because you opened the chapter too quickly, just update the page and it should be there. Images. Chapter 186, Defiance, War Game Part. The war game is here, hope you all have your belts in hands. Hopefully, this is going to be a ride. As always, I would love these chapters to be bigger, as I could add so many reactions. But that would make the chapter feel artificially lengthy. It's up to preference anyway. Some prefer the world to feel more alive, while others are okay with the basic world building in favor of more action. I honestly like both, but I do like my world building. What about you? Anyway, thanks for reading, ciao. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /Shah/. Dry wind blew in the valley, lifting dust together with the birds. In the middle of this stretch of the valley, a large section had been raised by human hands. The weeds and grass had been removed and the stone smoothed out before being covered with several layers of materials and then finally, compacted. A large section of this land had been surrounded with small yet sturdy wooden fences, with a few improvised watchtowers every so often. It wouldn't do much, but it was good enough to prevent outsiders from wandering in. At the foot of these mountains, even if they were only a few hours from Arario, every so often villagers and travelers made their way to the city, and not all followed the conventional path. Silver himself felt that it was ironic, as the path he once used to come to the city was within sight, a straight and narrow passageway at the mountain. Though the dangerous section was still several more hours away from here. Regardless, this shabby arena was the best the Goibnia Familia could do given the time of around a day. And in the corner next to the foot of the mountain, a large wooden structure had been built. It was simple, but it was solid, more than enough for this war game. There were a few people in it, but they didn't belong to either the Hestia Familia or the Ishtar Familia. For the most part, they were guards from the Ganesha Familia, here in the wilderness to make sure no one would interfere in the war game. Aside from them, there were, obviously, the people of the Ishtar and Hestia Familias. From Ishtar's side, her captain, Tammuz, her great warrior, Phryne, and her actual captain, Aisha. And from the Hestia Familia side, there was only one person, holding a halberd in the middle of the hot valley, ignoring the heat with a serious look, waiting for his fight to start. The captain of the Hestia Familia and the men who would fight alone. Like a statue, he remained unmoving, yet he shook the hearts of many, even if they were far away. His presence here reflected a bold decision, that he would be the only one to fight. But some also saw this as his way to atone alone, even though his actions already affected others. He knew of his hypocrisy, but so be it. This valley was about an hour on carriage from Arario, not far, but not close either, a few times more distant than Melon, the coastal city that is located about 3 kilometers southeast of Arario. Going too far away wasn't wise, but then again, the war game had been announced yesterday, so there was no time for anyone to make any move even if they wanted to. Their biggest enemy, the Rakia Empire, was located over a month on the fastest of horses from here. So they wouldn't have had any chance to cause chaos at all. Even if they did, it would take a lot of effort to keep an army hidden. It makes one wonder why Ares, the god that rules over the empire, has such an unending desire to take over this city. No matter how important Arario was, it was simply too far away for him to try. If you're thinking about an assault from the sea, then, if all of the sea monsters weren't enough to say that it wouldn't be a wise idea, the Poseidon Familia has one of the strongest fleets in the world. Also, they are also the only Familia, apart from the Freya Familia, that has a level 7 adventurer. It wasn't exactly a good place to attack. And as previously stated, it had been slightly a day since the announcement had been made. It was barely enough time for anyone to prepare. If they had prepared something, what would they do when the Ganesha Familia was here? Several level 3s and 4s, including one level 5. The very vice-captain of his Familia, Iltafarna. Image. It's almost time. I should start preparing, /clears throat, / cough cough. MNMM. AAAAAOOOIIIIIEEEEUU. Testing testing. 1 2 3. Next to the benches was a small platform made of, yet again, wood. On top of it were 2 people, both males, one wearing a pair of black goggles and the other an elephant mask. A human and a god. The human held something in his hands, a carved magic stone imbued to a stick, a microphone. He brought his microphone to his face, whispering words to it, testing its sensitivity. Soon enough, he would be broadcasting the war game across all of Arario, so there was no room for any mistakes. For the honor of the gods, his god, his family, and himself. It would be shameful to screw up in the face of the entire city. I am Ganesha. Nesha, Shah. Ganesha whispered to the microphone, letting his voice echo a little. We aren't live yet, Lord Ganesha. The boy replied, dumbfounded. Ganesha seemed visibly upset. At the same time, atop Babel, the gods and their favorite children gathered together, all sitting around in their preferred spots together with the people they were closest to. Like many times before, they would gather here at the top of the divine tower to watch the mortals fight in their name. And although they wanted to go see for themselves how the fight would play out, it was indeed risky to go outside. If all of them were to leave, things could get messy pretty fast. Though that wasn't the case for all gods. Some were more than happy in staying at Arario, currently waiting in the comfort of their own rooms, holding a bottle of wine as they wanted for time to pass. Wasn't this the peak of life? At the entertainment district, It's so hot. Ishtar complained as she moved her shirt up and down. Despite so, her focus was somewhere else. It's going to start soon. Ishtar smiled, letting a servant fill a glass in front of her with icy cold liquid, who she then proceeded to gulp down. Though that wouldn't stop her from sweating, it would certainly make this 10 times more bearable. Swoosh swoosh . If that wasn't enough, another servant on the side grabbed a large shell-shaped object, moving it up and down, blowing fresh air on her face. And at the same time, another servant fed her a grape. She was living the life of a queen. Give me a good show. The determination that made Freya lock her eyes on you. The qualities that made you stand out from the rest. I've armed my children pretty decently, they won't fall down easily. She ate another grape. Not like they would in the first place. But at least. You should be able to give me a good show with my strongest Berbera. Now. Dance. At the same time in the hearth manner, As for Hestia and her familia. They were all sitting together in the middle of the living room, waiting. They also had their own drinks to resist the heat, but they barely touched them. Waiting in silence with a mix of conflicting expressions plastered across their faces. Though, despite how heavy the atmosphere was, none of them regretted joining the Hestia familia. Each of them were handpicked from hundreds, people with clear hearts and intentions. They wouldn't abandon a familia that had done so much for them in this rare environment where they could be themselves. But neither could they. There was a 1-year time limit for you to move from one familia to the other, and it had barely been a quarter of that time since they joined. However, this didn't stop them from fearing the future. When all odds were against you, such thoughts came naturally. Because if they lost. Damn it. The eldest of the triplets said as he hugged his knees in frustration. Too weak. Too weak to do anything. To voice my opinion, to move on my own. To make a difference. Captain is out there, fighting for his ideals, and here I am, watching it all unfold. Hugging my knees in the corner. Pathetic. His brothers felt the same, but what could they do? Right now, they understood that this wasn't their place to voice their feelings and complaints. They didn't have the right to do so. But what could they do? They were barely level 2. Their true, final enemy was level 5. Yes, they didn't know that Phryne had become level 6 and Tammuz level 5, and this was to protect them. The guild announced it, but those news were washed away by the waves of excitement. Only over time people learned about what happened. And the Hestia familia had been stuck inside their manor since the incident. They knew little of what was going on. Had they known this fact, they might be drowning in despair by now. Hestia felt extremely conflicted about hiding it, but she had to let them cheer him on with that little hope. She didn't want to shatter their expectations so brutally. The only thing she could do was say Silver had leveled up, to make him a bit closer to his targets. But if Silver was here, he would tell them to use that anger to move forward. And they knew that. So they raised their heads, waiting. Soon enough, they would witness it. They believed in him, they knew what he could do. Until he was back. They would go with their own beliefs. That their captain was a crazy person that loved training. And if they believed just enough, there was a chance he could take her down. This shred of hope is only here because they don't know the truth. They couldn't. The atmosphere is terrible. I can't bring myself to mention it. And this was especially the case for Daphne, one of the few people that knew the truth of this matter. The paper she had read. The one Silver had shared with her yesterday. It made her frown and twist in anger. And it also made her realize the seriousness of this situation. If it wasn't for his words, she would have torn the paper into pieces. Better that than to have the others read it. However, her duty propelled her to take rational action, so she still shared it with the other executives, so they could help her in controlling the situation amidst the people, and their reactions were all similar. Unending disgust. She turned to Hestia, her own expression turning dim. Because her goddess expression was bright. Daphne could see that behind that smile was a massive wave of helplessness and sadness. But she had to be like her. Even if it was hard to do so. Despite Hestia's hidden emotions, she believed in him, and from the bottom of her heart, she wanted him to shine. She wanted to scream out loud, show yourself to the world. But right now, this would only bother the tense children around her. So she remained on her chair, waiting. Let his actions speak for themselves. All around Arario, people prepared yet again for what could very well be another massive commotion. Adventurers cancelled their ventures to the dungeon, others took advantage of it to rake in more commissions. People gathered in both inns and pubs, grabbing drinks and making friendly bets. Shops closed, knowing there would be few clients at this time, opting to remain with their family or doing something else. And the guild worked non-stop. A war game was an opportunity for many, and a disaster for others. Even if for a single day, if Orario were to stop, it would cause massive damage. For some, this was a blessing. Smiths like Hephaestus managed to have a short day without new commissions coming in, though it also came in as another problem because she wouldn't have more materials coming in. A blessing in exchange for a curse. Each had their own opinions of this war game. Some even cursed the Hestia Familia, calling them fools for bidding more than they could chew. Wasn't this all too familiar? It happened before with Apollo. Though the Ishtar Familia was no Apollo, and no matter how much they respected the rising Familia, almost all saw this situation as their last stop. Would it be though? It's time. Silver mumbled to himself as he raised his head. He looked at the wooden platform, and considering Ganesha had yet to scream, it meant there was still some time to spare. His hands moved up, towards the tip of his weapon. Its runes flickered in blue light under the sun. You have been like this ever since the morning, huh? He mumbled as he looked at it. Are you hopeful too? Slowly, he removed the banner of the Hestia Familia from his halberd, tying it around his left shoulder. And although he didn't want it to get dirty, he hoped that it would give him strength. So he could completely chatter, HM. It didn't take long for him to hear loud sounds coming from the platform. It seemed they had started. At the same time, And I'm here Yeth. I am Ganesha Aya. Indeed you are. Yet again here we are to witness another war game. The boy exclaimed with all of his strength. I shall be your voice this time as well. He moved the microphone away so he could take a breath of air. This time, he spoke in a lower yet still excited tone. Though I would very much like to be with you all, this time, I stand at the forefront of the battlefield. So come with me. It's time. Though it wasn't possible to hear it from here, Orario shook with the cries of the people. Thud. And with that, Aisha jumped out of the stands, making her way to the battlefield. Back at Babel, Hermes-sama. Asfi mumbled as she pointed at her wrist. Can't laze around anymore. It's good to let my wings out once in a while. Hermes looked at the distance before he pulled his hand down. Arenas. I request permission to use my arcanum. Snap. Hermes snapped his fingers. Permission granted. Crack. Like before, all across Orario, floating mirrors of light formed in the sky and inside all places. The war game had officially begun. Back at the arena, So. We meet again. She said with her seductive smile as she approached him. Aisha was very different this time. She was wearing some very fancy clothes, though they were still very sexy, reminiscent of a dancer. In her hands was a massive sword. It was the same one he saw last time at the dungeon, no change in there. It seemed Ishtar didn't bother in giving her a better weapon, only some nice clothes to make her look good. Either that or her weapon was already perfect for her to begin with. Though this lack of preparation wouldn't make him underestimate her for that, as her equipment was still likely of a very high quality. At least this time you aren't trying to kill me. Silver joked as he pulled his halberd from the ground. I do apologize for that, being subtle isn't exactly my forte. She lifted her sword with one hand, pointing it at him. I don't think we need to waste any more time with words. Aisha might feel conflicted in pointing her sword given her current position, but right now, Silver saw all of this hesitation wash away as she raised her sword. She was ready to cut him down, be it moral of her to do or not. Even if her rules followed the law of the jungle, this did not mean she was a cruel woman. But as an Amazon, it was in her heart to adore a fight. To her words, Silver remained silent. Well then, shall we start? The first to concede defeat or gets the other unconscious wins, right? Silver asked with a slight smirk. Of course. Though, don't you dare think this will be easy. Aisha's body started to tense. I have no intention of falling without a fight. She proclaimed as her eyes trembled. Crack. Let our bodies do the talking. Aisha rushed forward, crushing the earth with a mighty stomp. Grins. Silver smiled. Notes. The next 4 to 5 chapters or so are composed of constant combat. I believe I showed everything I wanted to and now we can focus on fighting and fighting. What do you expect him to do? How do you think this war will end or develop? I'm interested in your opinions, and with that, bye. Chapter 187, Defiance, War Game Part. Before we start, it's important to say not everyone is aware of Silver's and Aisha's level up. The news have yet to properly spread, and the guild wasn't exactly doing a good job at that either. So depending on who is talking or being referenced to, they'll keep jumping between his true and previous levels, same for the others. I just thought this had to be said. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my Disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /clang/ /clang/ Silver and Aisha clashed their weapons continuously in a grand display of elegance, brutality, and control. /swoosh/ Aisha's cloth armor flew in the wind like beautiful birds. Until they got ripped apart by Silver's halberd. /swoosh/ While Silver's own clothes were torn apart under Aisha's ferocious attacks. It was a deadly show, one that at any minute, fingers could fly. /clang/ Yet only sparks did. However, for those that knew Silver closely, and really closely at that, they would quickly realize that something was wrong. He didn't quite seem to be putting in his all. First, for a level 3, Aisha was really strong. Stronger than she should have been. Those that had connections with the Ishtar Familia, either diplomatic or through a past clash, knew she had already leveled. But for the rest of the populace, taking the fact Silver himself was fighting above his level, they just kind of glossed over this fact, and this was what the guild wanted. Second of all, no matter what, Silver shouldn't be struggling like this. Exchanging blows. Magic. Getting hurt. This fight was predictable. What many expected because they believed it to be a fight between two close opponents. And that was exactly what made those close to him frown. How come, someone that hunted down so many monsters? Some that would make most level 4s struggle, fight in such an equal ground with her. Not to undermine her efforts, she was fighting in a magnificent way, from her coordinated movements to her concurrent chanting, it made everyone realize just how great she actually was. Aisha was indeed a top-class adventurer. Someone worthy of becoming level 4, and possibly even 6. But at the end of the day, Aisha was far from that. Regardless, they were confused. Why was he like that? It felt slow. Contained. Weak even. The enemies he fought before, the people he trained with, they all observed this fight, yet they all felt similar feelings. It was bitter. This was the case from the start. Some even thought Silver was undermining his opponents. He came into the battlefield wearing clothes that could barely pass as decent light armor, and their only purpose was to make him look good. Different from Aisha's, that not only did her make look good, they were also made from incredible materials. They thought he had given up already, instead, trying to achieve something else. And they wondered what was it. What is he planning? Atop Babel, Asfi stared at the floating screen together with another mortal, their expressions very much the same. Someone that had joined their familia not so long ago. A level 4 at that. It was a strongman, and someone Silver had already clashed with before. It was Voltus, ex-captain of the now disbanded Titio's familia. He stared at the screen, his eyes squinted, and he realized right away that Silver was holding himself back. That glint in his eyes wasn't there, the sharpness of someone putting their life and honor at stake. The power hidden in his body, it wasn't being let out. The creativity of his magic was being standardized. His halberd seemed calm. Why would he limit himself like this? Who are you trying to fool here? He turned his head to look at Hermes, but the man's expression was dark as he looked at the fight, and it didn't seem he would stop anytime soon. Perhaps he was focused, or just thinking deeply. So he turned to Asfi, and coincidentally, she also looked at him. For an instant, it seemed they thought the same thing. Smile. And he smiled, perhaps realizing something. So he tuned in to watch the fight again, interested in knowing how it would play out. Back at the Hearth Manor, URG. Why? Why is Captain like that? One of the triplets complained as he looked at the fight. It was clear that the atmosphere wasn't the best. If he struggled with the first opponent, then there was close to no chance of victory. Fyro. Mumbled Byro, the youngest. The brothers always had each other's back, but this time, their looks seemed distant, yet close. Frustration at its peak, they needed to let out some steam. Look. The captain slew many creatures on the lower floors, and their drop items were used to make many incredible pieces of equipment that we now store in the vault. Fyro looked behind him. How could he struggle with this? Dancer. His words seemed to be full of contempt, and that was no good. Fyro. The eldest of the triplets, Pyro, had heard enough. Before his brother embarrassed himself, he had to step in. One thing was to be frustrated, the other was to start dumping it on people that didn't deserve it. His words had no value apart from putting everyone on a further edge and turning him into a clown. As you said, I'm also a bit confused, though, this doesn't change anything. If he's doing something like this, it means he has a plan. Or so I would like to believe. It was the only possible explanation. Their captain, his ventures to the dungeon weren't exactly kept a secret from them. During dinner or the rare moments they managed to sit down and talk with him, they would often ask what he did in the dungeon since that was the thing they were the most curious about. The captain always grew at a very fast rate, and his efforts were known to all. So amidst the many questions they would often have, the dungeon always came as a priority. To the point, most of them knew more about Silver, the adventurer, than Silver, the human. Regardless, Silver would be more than happy in sharing his experiences and adventures while in the depths. Perhaps with some censoring and editing here and there. A story can easily change thanks to a few words or phrases, and it's all to the people to who it is being told. One of the reasons why heroic fairy tales have no gore in them despite it being an intrinsic part of it. A child has no need to know what the hero did to the poor dragon upon unsheathing his sword, only that it fell in the end under his mighty power. Amidst his stories, Silver would also let them gaze at the drop items he acquired, and even show them some of the rare materials he collected, sometimes even showing them the gear he commissioned from said items. Of course, they weren't good enough to use those, but they would remain at their vault warehouse, waiting for the day they grew strong enough to be worthy of them. A few of those items were already passed down, like a pair of boots and gauntlets he gave to Igva, one of the top executives of the familia. She often fights with her fists and legs, so having a pair of decent items to protect those areas was a great addition to her combat style. Not that it made it any more viable, everyone still wanted her to pick up a decent weapon to use. Most importantly, one of the girls, someone who always studied at the library, was quick to point out that the boots and gloves were made with the scales of a green dragon. A level 4 monster. It just came to show that Silver was more than strong enough of dealing with Aisha, a level 3 adventurer. Come on. Hestia, however, was not confused. Because she knew what was going on. Silver had already told her almost everything. And his plans as well. Not exactly on good terms. She had to use a bit of coercion to have him talk. Though, upon hearing his words, she came to understand why he kept quiet. Why he needed to. A mix of anger and helplessness washed over her because there was no point in getting frustrated over it. When someone hides something to make you feel better, especially when it's something like that, it gets hard to one-sidedly accuse them of such crimes. Because when she heard that story, darkness unlike any other she had experienced so far, it made her both scared and strangely glad. Because out there, people with extremely twisted and corrupted hearts lived, and she was lucky to not have met any such beings so far. People too far gone to even be called human anymore. She hoped his plan would work because that would mean the end of her worries and troubles. Though, even if it failed, she was confident in him that he would be able to persevere amidst this challenge. As he had done every single time he dived into the dungeon. Slash clang, slash. Aisha cut the ground as she lifted her giant sword, aiming at his arm. Slash slice, slash. But Silver moved his halberd a tad too late, blocking only a small part of it as he was cut on the shoulder. Slash bam, slash. Aisha kicked him in the chest, sending him flying a couple dozen meters as he slid on the ground, rolling back onto position after some time. Her eyes narrowed, she had already realized something was wrong. Though, she wondered, was he underestimating her? Belittling her ability? Or did he have something else in mind? I'll just have to find it myself and force you to spit out your abilities. Right now, nothing else mattered to her, she only wished to have a fight that could make her body steam in heat. And she would force him to step up his game too. Slash crack, slash. She jumped into the air, her cleaver cutting through the air in a downward motion. Slash clang, slash. Silver intercepted her strike, the ground cracking beneath his feet. So you're going to undermine me like that? Aisha's eyes widened as a euphoric grin took over her face. Come, champion of the savages. Slash clang, slash. Silver pushed her aside, creating some distance between them. His hand cracked as ice covered it, binding her foot in an instant. Manly warrior, strong hero, greedy and unjust hero. Slash crack, slash. But Aisha's offense was never-ending, and she did all of it while chanting, smiling maniacally as she slashed her overside sword at the ground, breaking the ice, and then at Silver. Slash clang, slash. Show your worth if you desire the girdle of the Empress. Exclamation point. Silver pushed her aside once more with a force blast, but Aisha spun in the air, flying in the air with elegance. Her mouth open as she sang in the skies. Satisfy my body, penetrate my body, kill my body, and prove your worth. Her blade held high, she swung it with the intent of parting the very earth, red magical power surged into her, her body faintly flashing. My starving blade is Hippolyta. Hell KOs. Her cleaver glowed fiercely, and as she swung it, a large wave-like projectile cut its way through space. This was bigger, stronger, faster than any she had cast before. Silver stared at it and smiled. Instead of stopping her from chanting, instead of knocking her out, instead of moving away, he decided to raise his halberd, taking a step forward. For the first time, his eyes seemed to burn with some determination. That's it. Take it if you dare. Aisha exclaimed as she fell onto the ground. Silver did not answer her provocation. He clenched his teeth, swinging his halberd sideways. Hup! Slash crack, slash. His feet dug onto the ground as he spun his waist, transferring massive momentum to his next strike. Slash bam, slash. His blade and her magic clashed, and a shockwave raved the earth around it. But with a quick breath, Silver lifted his halberd, deflecting her strike and sending the shockwave up. Ha! He seemed a bit exhausted, as if he had spent a large deal of energy. But he still stood tall, looking at Aisha with a ferocious grin. Ah. This is a bit too much for me, Aisha said with a flushed expression. She took a step forward, but her body gave in, falling onto the ground with a small dust cloud. It seemed the many cuts in her body and her uncontrolled use of her magic had finally taken its toll on her, and even with her Amazon determination, she eventually fell to exhaustion. No one made fun of her, however. Her skin was already red, painted with her own blood. Despite so, she fell with a smile, satisfied. Or did she? She had much more left to taste. And that was proven how she fell here, on the ground, and not in bed. It would have been so perfect had it ended there and not here. Outside, the people of Arario reacted in many ways to this victory. Some cried in pain, having lost their bets, some laughed fiercely, having thought ahead. After the Ishtar Familia had been brought into the limelight, a lot of people started to know how their chain of power worked. Their strongest was level 5, the second strongest was level 4, and finally, their third strongest was 3. Because of this, many wagered that in his fight against her, he had an equal chance of losing than he had of winning, because compared to the people he fought before, Aisha was on another level. And indeed she was. Overall, the bets were 40 to 60, with 40 being the percentage of people that bet on his loss, and 60 being the people that believed in his victory. But that was all. For now, these numbers were about to change completely with the next fight. No one knew exactly who the Ishtar Familia would send and in what order. It didn't matter much if they knew the truth or not, perhaps the bet regarding this round would have changed. But in the end, the result would be the same. Some pushed their luck, putting their bets on the possibility that she would end it all by sending Phryne first, but most disagreed, saying that it would be too much of a waste and overkill, especially after his last fight. So they ended up being between Tammuz and her strongest Berbera. Those that bet on Aisha, and also bet on her losing, had been, so far, the ones with the largest wins. In some places, the degree of how much she would lose was also taken into account, like, would it be an easy win from Silver's part, an equal fight? Or a hard-fought battle? Taking into account everything, Silver was clearly superior. He looked tired and was wounded, but he looked like he could recover with at most 1 or 2 potions. Looking at the battered Aisha, Silver turned his gaze to the wooden platform. Wasn't it time for the announcer to scream the results? And of course. Cheers, / He soon did. Notes. This was more of a prelude. The fight between him and Aisha was kind of underwhelming because Silver was planning for something. I hope it didn't turn some of you down, as in the first place, there wasn't exactly anything surprising about this result. Aisha was merely too weak, albeit I tried to properly convey her abilities and also the opinion of others. As we go on in this arc, such reactions will be left aside as we focus fully on combat. Peace. Chapter 188, Defiance, War Game Part. This chapter has 4K words, and for those interested, there are 4 more chapters not counting this one until the volume ends. This includes the final chapter. Anyway, I'll leave you all to it. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Wow. Atop the wooden platform, Ibri, the game announcer, screamed loudly in excitement as he watched Aisha move back to her seat with the help of other adventurers. Albeit midway through her walk, she pushed them back, making the rest of the way on her own, limping slightly with each step. Her expression was a bit stiff, a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. Perhaps she had realized something everyone else hadn't. It's over. Ibri exclaimed with all his might. Expected by all? Or perhaps coming as a surprise to many. The Hestia Familia takes the first victory, but not without some protest. And what a fierce fight it was. Aisha put on a strong resistance, leaving even me gaping in surprise. With many ups and downs, the strongest Berbera under Ishtar was defeated under the black blade of the Hestia Familia. The men turned to the side, looking at the air as if he could see something in there. We'll continue this epic display in a few minutes. Let's give our warriors some time to prepare. And then we'll see who comes out on top. Will the Hestia Familia take another victory, ending this war game right then and there, or will the Ishtar Familia extend this fight to the finals? Come with me and let's find out. Cheers. While Orario discussed this fight over drinks and food, Silver checked himself. Drip. Blood slowly fell onto the ground, a warm and bitter feeling that was hard to get used to. I'm pretty beaten. My entire body is tingling and burning in pain. My skin is still not enough to stop a blade being wielded by a berserk Amazon. Even then, I got what I wanted. Silver smiled silently as he imagined a funny scene. Besides, now's where everything starts. His eyes moved to the wooden stand, his heart beating fast, like a drum. Ishtar. I wonder. What have you planned? Is fate already predetermined, or have you left it in your children's hands? Crackle. The rocks below Silver morphed, turning into a small seat for him to rest. Next fight. I will end it there. Or perhaps it'll be the start. Regardless of what happens. Ishtar sent 3 people here today. Silver's eyes became sharp. But only 2 will come back. And if they're unlucky, 1, though even so, that won't be for long. Because I have no intentions of leaving the Ishtar Familia standing for long. With that said, his body started to glow faintly green as his wounds closed and healed in real time. If he wanted to, he could drink a potion right now, there were no rules preventing that. He had already prepared an entire box of potions, he even thought ahead and hid several potions all around the place in case of emergencies. If worse comes to worst, his dignity will have to take the hit in place of his life. Despite all that, he didn't move, breathing calmly as the blood on his skin dried. Many wondered what exactly was on his mind right now, and why he was so passive. Those included civilians and gods alike, all now staring at their floating screens with tense expressions. And like that, time passed. 5 or so minutes later, Many pondered over who the Ishtar Familia would send, especially since Ishtar herself was not there, and it was up to her subordinates to decide for themselves. With one loss, it meant things were a bit dangerous, a single screw-up could mean the end of it all. Were they going to stick with their plans, if they had won, or would they improvise and change the order of their warriors? Despite the chance of a loss, most weren't worried at all, because were the Hestia Familia to lose this one, who would they send next? No one thought the Ishtar Familia would screw up, it was impossible. They just had to send their only level 5. Level 6 for others, the question was whether Ishtar would tolerate it or not. Step. Finally, the choice was made. Someone walked down from the platform. The people at Orario frowned, incapable of understanding this choice. Wasn't it a bit? Smile. And Silver couldn't help but smile widely. They sure are confident. The person that approached him was a young man with tan skin, wearing a mix of leather and metallic armor, geared towards the lighter side, together with a choker on his neck. It was pretty similar to Silver's own armor, albeit his was even lighter. And of worse quality. A pair of long daggers were strapped to his waist, his weapons of choice, clearly new. It seemed Ishtar spent quite a bit on him as he was pretty ostentatious. She likely wanted to use this war game to improve her crumbling grasp over the entertainment district and her standing by showing off her power, wealth, and the talent of her subordinates. The man also had a thin metallic helmet that when paired with his armor, made him look pretty cool, almost like a knight, or a proud ranger in a forest. The men walked to the arena, standing a few dozen meters away from Silver. But even from that distance, Silver could easily see every feature of his body, and the same could be said for him. Everyone. Welcome our next warrior, Thomas Belalai, vice-captain of the Ishtar Familia, into the battlefield. As always, Thomas remained silent as he walked. No greetings, neither any sort of reaction. So far, this war game had been pretty boring in this aspect. The warriors barely talked with each other, they just went in and fought, and once it was over, neither of them said anything. But the rest made up for it. Silver didn't react when his name was called out, and neither did Aisha. Now, Thomas's expression was like that of a rock. All 3 were pretty similar in the aspect that they didn't care about attention. To the ovation of the announcer, Thomas merely took his daggers out of his holsters, gazing at Silver, waiting for him to dictate the start of his fight. Not a man of many words. Silver did not say much either, whatever words he wanted to say were eventually lost as he realized how meaningless they were. What point was there in making fun of him or this situation? What point was there in standing his ground with some weak blabbering? Perhaps the people watching would find it fulfilling, but Silver felt that doing so would be void of meaning. Let his body prove his point, his strength, his devotion, determination. The people are merely spectators, the gods will be the ones to judge his display. So he'll give them one hell of a show. Crack. The stone seat he sat upon crumbled onto the ground, vanishing amidst the dirt and dust as he made his way to his opponent. And although he wanted to be serious, he couldn't help but smile. though it only lasted for a moment. Slash bam, slash. Someone hit a large gong hanging on a large log of wood, having its sound echo in the valley. Then. It's time. The second fight, and mayhaps the last one of this war game. Who will come out on top? Slash horn, slash. Slash crack, slash. With the loud sound of a horn being blown, Tammuz dashed forward, taking a deep breath. His eyes widened as he put everything he had into this dash, going all out from the very start, breaking the ground beneath his feet. Unfortunately, there was only so much Goibniu and his children could do given their time. With his strength, Tammuz and Aisha alike could easily break the ground. If they put too much force into it, they may actually just slide off. Yet Silver didn't react. Slash shing, slash. Huff. Tammuz raised his two daggers, or short swords, swinging them sideways with an incredible speed, matching his breathing in order to deliver a decisive and cruel strike. This speed was such that several adventurers scattered around Orario opened their eyes in extreme surprise. Most barely saw anything, a few understood what it meant. Slash clang, slash. Yet, to their horrified eyes, Silver blocked the strike effortlessly. His left arm holding at an angle, he managed to offset most of the impact, fending off his strike with one arm. My turn. He asked as his eyes flashed momentarily. Slash clang, slash. Silver moved his halberd, forcing Tammuz back. His physical strength was proven at this moment, making Tammuz realize this wouldn't be that simple. Slash whoosh, slash. Cutting the air just like him, Silver slashed and pierced with his halberd, forcing Tammuz into an extremely defensive position. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Each impact was extremely heavy, making his hands bleed. Slash clang, slash. They were fast, and deadly as well. Slash clang, slash. With one last strike, Tammuz saw himself in a very awkward position. When he tried to move back into place, Silver easily lifted the foot of his weapon, hitting it against Tammuz's hands, and sending his left dagger into the skies. Perfect. Suddenly, Silver threw his halberd away, shocking everyone. Slash frown, slash. While for the first time, Tammuz frowned. He was angered. Humiliated beyond degree. Exclamation point. So he slashed his remaining dagger with all his might. Slash evade, slash. Slash smack, slash. Shocking everyone once more, Silver showed great martial mastery and speed by stepping to the side and smacking his face at the same time. Back at Orario, Takamikazuchi face-palmed, looking around warily. No one will trace this back to me, will they? Slash smack, slash. Slash smack, slash. Slash smack, slash. Lifting his two arms in a stance similar to a boxing one, Silver delivered his barrage of punches. Evade to the side, punch the guts, stop the arm from the left, punch the chin. Each move was calculated, each move left Tammuz in a deeper and deeper mess. Slash slash, slash. Slash smack, slash. Gah. By a hair's width, Silver evaded Tammuz's dagger by stepping back before using his foot as a base to deliver a solid blow to his face, opening another wound on his cheek. While blood flowed onto the ground, Tammuz felt the world go into slow motion. How was he being beaten so much? Even if he wasn't a warrior like the Berberas, he wasn't someone so weak to receive such a beating from a level 3 adventurer. Hoorah! Screaming in anger and determination, Tammuz started to fight with everything he had on the line, doing more than what he was capable of, his warring spirit gone berserk. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash clang, slash. Exclamation point. Finally. He landed a hit. Yet. No blood spewed out from Silver. His right hand raised slightly above his head, it had transformed into some strange metallic cone, blocking his blade without much resistance. Heh. Silver smiled from one corner of his face to the other, rejoicing internally, his opponent was finally taking this seriously. Unfortunately for him, Silver was far from getting worked up. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. His arm transforming once more, an icy blade materialized on his hand, and Silver went from a hand-to-hand fight to a blade-against-blade duel. URG. And Tammuz was still being pushed around with resistance. HAAA. Screaming once more, Tammuz tried to create some distance. But one of his feet remained stuck on the ground as it had fused with it. Pay attention. Slash smack, slash. Silver turned into an afterimage as he punched Tammuz in the face, sending him recoiling back as the ground cracked, eventually crashing against the ground far away like a meteor, raising dust far into the sky. Slash silence, slash. WH. WH. Wow wow. The announcer was soon to scream with excitement. What a turn of events. I barely saw anything. What do you have to say about it, Ganesha-sama? It seems both of them have hidden their true capabilities by quite a bit. Ganesha replied with his arms crossed, focused. The guild didn't enter in detail, but Adventurer Silver isn't merely a level 3. He is a high level 3. While Warrior Tammuz isn't level 4 anymore. He's level 5. The people around Arario were in disbelief, more due to Ganesha's seriousness rather than how unbelievable this situation was. As expected of Ganesha-sama. A perfect and simplified explanation. Level 5. Ha ha ha. I am Ganesha, he said as he puffed his chest. Now, let's see how this fight unravels. Now with a completely new meaning. Level 3 versus level 5. Back at the field, Silver raised his right hand, pointing at the smoke cloud with a serene gaze. Crack. The air twisted around it, red smoke materialized from seemingly nowhere, becoming denser and denser as a pair of translucent horns grew around his arm, coiling around it. Chum. The horns flashed with light. From the tips, this light traveled to the horn's base, and eventually, his hand, gathering onto a tiny flame orb. Tell me later how it feels to be kissed by a devil. Silver said to himself as he chuckled drilly. A concentrated beam of red light impacted the center of the dust cloud, and a large explosion soon followed. Boom, clang, However, Tammuz had already long escaped, instead, rushing to Silver, his expression fully focused, devoid of bias now. His emotions cast aside, it didn't matter who his enemy was, only that he needed to defeat it. He would take Silver seriously, the proof of it was the pain of his bleeding nose. But Silver's expression was lackluster. Even less than before. Whoosh. He vanished, reappearing behind Tammuz, kicking one of his legs, forcing him tumbling down across the dusty ground. Roll. Tammuz rolled, getting into a defensive position. But he saw nothing. Behind. He suddenly rushed to the side. Pierce. As he rolled, the place he had been before was pierced by a dark bolt of energy. And behind it was Silver. From his perspective, he had teleported behind Tammuz, aiming directly at his head from just a few cm. Shudder. Tammuz shuddered as he realized how close to death he had been, an enemy that could vanish at any given moment to deliver a fatal blow to his head. Only his reaction could save him. Or rather, his enemy's mercy. He wondered, couldn't he have done something else and ended him there already? Whoosh. Smack. Silver once again vanished, kicking his sides with immense might, sending him back to the center of the previous explosion. Urg. Tammuz panted, his ribs hurt, perhaps they were broken. He raised his head from within the crater, gazing at Silver with a confused gaze. Such strength. How? He thought to himself in disbelief. Silver, however, had no intention of waiting around as he once more raised his hand. You better move. This time, his arm broke apart in 3 different sections, and multiple rings of light emerged from within before his arm connected back in place. These rings orbited around his arm, spinning. Glup. Molten metal was released from within his palm, gathering in the air into the shape of a bolt. All of this happened within a second, so most people failed to see the bizarre sight of his body breaking and fusing back together. But those that did frowned, some even felt nausea. Silver's abilities were just like that, some weren't strange, but others were nightmare-inducing. And he did all of it with a straight face. That was the strangest thing about it. If you wish to remain still, be my guest. Silver mumbled to himself as his will gathered onto his palm. He smiled. Let's play. The subject at hand. Magnetism. ! !FIUM. /. The sharp metal bolt flew in the air, breaking sound, pushing the earth apart. The recoil was so great Silver's hand even moved back, and he eventually shook it around, as if it pained him to do so. Erg. Ha! Tammuz exclaimed as he moved to the side, yet he was too late. He tried to block it with his saber, but the bolt pierced straight through it and his shoulder, creating a large hole in it as the powerful impact cleaved the ground behind him. Splat. Blood splattered onto the ground, together with a few splintered bits of bones as Tammuz kneeled and screamed in pain, trying to recover. Raises. Silver raised his hand once more. He was far from done, he could cast his plasmids for hours on end at this pace. A disk of light started to form above his raised hand. Thomas finally understood, he couldn't give his opponent time to cast magic. Making space was the worst possible thing against him. Though, didn't the research say that his magic was at most comparable to a weak mage? How can it be like this? Slash dash, slash. So he dashed, one of his arms now rendered useless, he moved forward with everything he had. Slash whoosh, slash. Midway through his cast, Silver changed plans. From the disk of light into something else. His hand moved in an upward motion as if he was holding a blade. Slash crack, slash. And after it, a massive piece of ice, a blade of coldness cleaved through the earth. Urg. Ha. Huff. But Thomas jumped over it, showing to the world his dexterity and precision. Slash crack, slash. Again. The ground parted open, and a hand rose from within. Slash jump. Slash, slash. Thomas jumped with great coordination, slashing the hand in half with his blade. Slash step step step, slash. Slash drip, slash. Even then, with each step, he let out a gush of blood, but he moved on as for each moment that he was closer to his target, his determination grew. He had to end it soon, else, he would fall on his own. Slash glimmer, slash. Ha. Light flashed above his head, and as he looked up, several dozens of blades of light fell onto his face. Slash bam 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 bam, slash. They fell onto the ground like comets, striking the earth with violent energy. It took Thomas everything he had to evade them all, but now, there he was, one step from his target. Slash smack, slash. Gah. But his dreams and aspirations were shattered into pieces as a heavy blow was suddenly delivered to his chest without any warnings. A formless impact, unseen to the naked eye, struck his bare chest, sending him flying backward as he gasped for air. Slash point forward, slash. If that wasn't enough, Silver stared down at his trembling body, pointing his finger forward. Thomas tried to raise his head, but it was already too late. Slash boom, slash. A finger of death, an explosion echoed right above his body, covering him completely. Orario silently gazed at this exchange. Impressive. Silver muttered as he looked forward. Slash shah, slash. From within the smoke, against all odds, Thomas walked away from the dust cloud with a few burns, but overall safe and sound. As expected, just as they were pretty, his daggers were true of good quality. I thought they had chosen beauty over practicality, but I was wrong, I might have underestimated them too much. While he rolled, Thomas managed to grab his left dagger that I had thrown away and used it together with his half-broken right dagger to block a part of the explosion by swinging them at it, creating a counterforce. His armor also helped, it's definitely enchanted, Aisha's was after all. It doesn't matter anyway. Slash crack, slash. As he thought of that, Thomas's right dagger crumbled into pieces and his armor cracked in some spots. Just as his body reached its limits, his equipment did as well. Even then, this statement was about to end as Silver took a step forward. An invisible force suddenly grasped a hold of his body, lifting him into the sky a few feet above the ground. Silver approached him, looking at him with disappointment. Stay still, I won't miss it this time. He declared with cold eyes. I was focused on something else, you see, slash zap, slash. Only now had Thomas realized, dark clouds seemed to have gathered above his head, thundering. The day had been quite sunny, and although it wasn't fully clear, when did it become so? Slash thunder, slash. It seemed it was going to rain. Slash thunder, slash. Bolts of lightning flashed from within the clouds, the power of nature incarnate. Urg. Thomas did his best, he struggled as fiercely as he could, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing seemed to affect the invisible force strapping his arms, and without being able to touch the ground, he was rendered helpless like a little kid being grabbed by the arms. His greatest strength, his speed and dexterity were useless in this situation. Even then, it was abysmally lower than Silver's raw magic power. His biggest weakness, his lack of strength, constitution, and magic were starting to show themselves. He had no secret cards, no skills to save him and turn the situation around. And his two development abilities were geared towards basic adventuring. He had fallen into the despair that was fighting an adventurer like Silver, to not have the necessary skill to balance things out. If you fight against a poison user and you do not have the necessary resistance, then you'll end helpless, just like him at this moment. Ha. Ha. As he looked at his enemy, this level 3 adventurer, his hand flashing blue with dangerous electricity, he questioned himself when and where did everything go wrong. Silver took another step forward, gazing straight at Thomas's eyes. Or perhaps, someone else. All of Orario. I'm tired of hiding. Silver proclaimed as he pointed at Thomas's forehead. Don't blame me, you're just a soldier doing his job. If you survive this, I'll at least make sure you keep breathing. I wonder. Will Zeus forgive me for stealing his thunder? He joked slightly as he looked up. Let me be a bit arrogant today. His index finger pointed down, drawing a line on his face. Slash thunder, slash. Countless rays of lightning fell from the clouds, all aiming at him. Slash a few seconds before, slash. Damn it. Slash jump, slash. Phryne finally realized something was extremely wrong, but barely had she jumped. Slash lightning, slash. Everyone's faces were illuminated by its brilliance. All around Orario, the world was taken by white. Ishtar's expression was borderline demonic as she saw Tammuz being hammered down by the power of the skies. Slash boom, slash. Slash shah, slash. As the light receded, the burning and steaming hot body of Tammuz was revealed, mostly carbonized. His body deflated, it didn't seem he was alive. Slash whoosh, slash. And if that wasn't enough, Silver moved his hand to the side, throwing his body across the battlefield, all the way to where the stands were, letting it fall not far from it like a piece of trash. This made many, including even Ganesha, frown. You bratty fucker. Slash grin slash. In the skies, Phryne made her way to Silver, having jumped not so long ago. Her face brimming with anger, realizing the mistake she had just made, she decided to end this with her own hands. It did not matter what his victory signified, she only wanted to kill him. But Silver smiled. Hup. He grabbed his halberd, his body's muscles bulging and turning red, he swung it upward to meet with Phryne's war axe. Slash clang, slash. Slash boom, slash. A large explosion echoed as their blades connected. Notes. I wanted more combat, but I felt that Tammuz had suffered so much that had I added anything else, it would have been a miracle for him to last till the end. With this chapter, I wanted to show just how potent his magic was, and also to prove that, if you don't have the means to resist it, you can't really win against him. You'll be trapped in telekinesis, you'll end up hypnotized, you may be poisoned, frozen, burned, or not incapable of doing anything to him as he zips around, either ending with him leaving or with the adventurer in question losing all of his stamina. That's how fighting Silver is supposed to be, or so I think anyway. With this chapter, the war game pretty much ended. Ishtar and Phryne wanted a decisive and humiliating victory against the Hestia Familia, but in the end, they lost. Phryne has gone ballistic. What will be the end result of this clash? After tomorrow, we'll see. Peace, I'm out. Chapter 189, Defiance, War Game End. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Slash a few moments before Silver and Phryne clashed, slash. Erga. Slash crash, slash. Back in the entertainment district, Ishtar let loose as she broke everything in her sights. First, it was her bottle of wine. She threw it on the ground the moment she realized Tammuz was destined to lose. The moment she realized that just like her, Silver had hidden his abilities. That boy. She had already expected it in a sense. Many had. But to this degree. After her bottle of wine crashed against the ground, hell was released. Divine fury onto the carpet. Her temper was higher than Babel, rage covered her whole body, the greatest anger she had ever felt both in heaven and in the earth. That might have been an exaggeration though. Even then, she had lost. Terribly at that. 2 fights, 2 losses. Without even a single shred of resistance. And don't bring that pathetic fight at the start. That was nothing but a foolish mistake, the start of her downfall, the event that just turned her into a public clown. She had been fooled, together with everyone in Orario. Ishtar bet on an easy win, trying to humiliate Hestia by agreeing with her extremely horrendous request while making some of her own. Now everything's crashing on her. All because she wanted to increase her own reputation instead of focusing on remedying the situation. She left her final and strongest fighter for later. That son of a dollar $% at carrot end. Slash crash, slash. Slash crack, slash. I Ishtar Sama. Slash slap, slash. Slash bam, slash. Shut the fuck up. Slash crack, slash. It was with no surprise she was fuming in wrath. Her familia was now completely left in shambles. The sheer amount of monetary value she would have to pay Hestia, and everyone that would definitely use this opportunity to kick her while she was down was immense. TTH the conditions of the war game. Her legs growing weak, her servants tried to hold her, but she pushed them away onto the splinters on the ground. Sitting on the ground amidst the remains of this once luxurious room, Ishtar's expression trembled. She could even already predict it. Her trusty warriors. They would definitely dip out. No one would stay in a familia like hers if she couldn't give them what they sought. Her time was tickling, her final moments as a queen. If she was unlucky, she could even be kicked out of Orario forcibly. Just like that annoying perverted old geezer and mad woman. No. I can't let that happen. Never. Ripping apart the sheets on her bed with everything she had, she started screaming at the servants around her. Move. Bring back all of our wealth. Use all of our connections, all of our hidden resources, everything. Before it's too late. Don't let anyone leave. I won't agree with any conversion rituals. Her expression growing fierce, she had already decided to take the path of no return. Flash. Her eyes flashing purple and pink, she decided that the conventional way was now out of the picture. It's all because of you. Whoosh. Crack, slash. She threw another bottle, this time at the floating screen. However, the bottle phased through it and went over the window, shattering it into a million pieces before falling several floors down the tower and crashing against the ground. The echo of glass shattering reverberated across her manor. The indication of the end. Indeed. The moment the glass of wine broke, the Ishtar familia was deemed over. She was unwilling to accept it. What are you doing? Move. Now. As they ran, Ishtar continued to scream as blood seeped out from her lips due to how hard she bit them. Divine blood wasted. Step, slash. A minute later, slash. Pant, slash. Finally, she seemed to have calmed down, the broken furniture around her remained as proof of it. But as she raised her head to see Silver slowly pointing down, drawing a line across Thomas's face, she felt as if he was pointing down directly at her. His smile, expression. Everything. She wanted him dead. She went back into tearing her room apart, throwing another bottle of wine at her window, and this time. Kaya. Someone seemed to scream. But Ishtar did not care, she grasped a knife, plunging it into the wall. This wasn't her room, mind you, the one she normally used on the top floors had been fully broken and was in the middle of repairs, she had even paid them in advance. But now she regretted it, tens of millions of valis were used to repair her tower to its previous state, including refurbishing it, precious coins she would definitely need. Right now, everything she had was a bullet, a shield, one she had to keep close to using against the starving beasts that were soon to come. As long as Phryne was there, it didn't matter how much she fell, no one would dare touch a familia with a level 6 adventurer unless they wanted to die. Exclamation point. Her eyes becoming bloodshot, she cursed everyone, be it mortals and gods alike. Especially one man. Yet, she still destroyed her room, perhaps in a fit of stupor or in a display of growing madness. While I still can. URG. Ishtar kept breaking everything apart, blaming whoever she remembered, crying tears of blood. Boom, slash. Erg ahahaha. Laughing maniacally, she stared at her scream, as if she could grab it. Kill him. Desiring for someone terrific from the bottom of her heart, Ishtar looked more demonic than divine right now. The wrath of the divine, could a mortal take it? As Phryne clashed with Silver, amidst the sparks released by their blows, everything turned white as her distorted face was revealed in the dark. A bit before, somewhere else, slash. The wind blew calmly atop the granary of a peaceful village in the mountains. Grandpa. Above a relatively tall hill, an old man whose hands were dirty from gardening stared at the far distance, where gray clouds gathered in the sky. He had a straw hat on his head, and his beard was white like the clouds. What are you staring at? A small boy asked on the side. His hair just as white as his beard, the boy tried to jump to see from his perspective. His red eyes opened wide, but he could only see so far. No matter how much he tried, he only saw a long stretch of mountains under the blue sky. To this, the old man smiled, patting the boy's head. It's nothing, I was just relaxing a little, that's all. His smile became even bigger. Working on the farm is a bit intense for me, long were my glory days when I used to. Not with those stories again, Grandpa. Ha ha ha. You'll understand one day, Belle. There isn't anything greater than seeing women bathe. While the child stared at him with a confused stare, the old man stared at the distance. Men should seek their ideals and strive to achieve them. That is true romance. Silence. Orario, however, was left agape. Such brutality. Such fierceness. Domination. It was all a play, a stage Silver had set for himself. And it was such an obvious one at that. Now it all made sense. Why he had chosen the date to be so soon. Why he had fought so badly against Aisha, the specific rules of this war game. From the start, he had been aiming at their weakness, their confidence, the lack of information they had. Or the contrary, he aimed at their mistaken knowledge. He was hiding, letting his bait float in these turbid waters, waiting for them to bite it. And what a fish he caught. An entire familia. Wealth beyond imagination, fame, infamy even. Incredible strength, putting Tammuz to shame. Unending vitality, his wounds closing up by the second, he didn't even seem to sweat. High-class dexterity, his movement and coordination too complex. Extreme speed, enough to make most first-class adventurers squint their eyes. Immense magical power, a volume so high that made most mages frown in nausea. His display of power shocked many, even some first-class adventurers. They wondered if they were fast enough to react to his attacks, they wondered if they could take him on if he tried the same. He had infinite possibilities, endless abilities. For as long as they could see, of course. A magic that in the past could at most make them laugh in wonder was now a tyrant in the rising, rivaling even the strongest of mages. His mark, the mark of the Hestia Familia, a magic with 1,000 uses, infinite variations. Instant, soundless. Chantless. Deadly. His fight with Tammuz was short, but it was long enough for people to realize that Tammuz had in fact become level 5. It was mind-boggling, stomach-revolting. But he had defeated a level 5. The level 3 captain of the Hestia Familia made a fool of everyone, and they were to blame for being short-sighted. Were they to blame for not seeing this possibility? They all thought he was going to lose. Most had accepted it. Most that still remained confused. They didn't understand what was going on anymore. What was his level? What was the strength of the Ishtar Familia? Why had such a thing happened? Why were they so flabbergasted? Everyone seemed to have realized that now, the Hestia Familia's rise was unstoppable. First-class adventurers are the pillars of Orario, and having one in a familia was enough to make them rise into the realms of absolute power. Ishtar was one such case. Cheers, The gods cheered. Such displays were what they were looking for. The unending excitement of the lower realm. The unpredictability of the mortals. Everything he said didn't matter, they forgot what they said before either. Their reason to be here was to seek entertainment, and what could they do if not watch this incredible performance? They were itching all over, their minds racing. They all thought the same. They started to desire. Desire something in common. A mortal that could bring them non-stop excitement in this world. People cried over their lost bed money, some laughed, rejoicing at their unending foresight. A certain elf laughed maniacally as he raised his money into the skies, letting gold coins roll down the table in his face. Everywhere you looked, a cacophony of emotions followed. Bitter and extreme feelings. Rare were those of relief. Be it inside a pub reflected on the faces of those that worked there, or some dark alley where light couldn't travel. People, forgotten by the world, living a life worse than death, struggling to be recognized as alive. Or. It looks like it's going to take a while until Orario calms down from this event. Fell said as she looked up. Flap. Flap, / COOO. Her trusty awl flew to her shoulder, coming from the dark. Its face moved to the floating screen, seemingly interested in the fight as well. I'll accept it. Fells gazed at Arenas, confused. If he can move on from this challenge. I'll accept him as a candidate. Arenas didn't smile, but his mood seemed complex, something between glad and worried. Exclamation point. Don't get your hopes up though. It's not over yet. Arenas proclaimed. His thoughts were a mystery, his gaze serene. He did not utter a single extra sound, instead, he stared at the screen. And so did Fells. Flash. A flash of light covered it. Yet again, a few moments before, There you have it, Asfi. And new face. Hermes said in a low tone as he watched Silver's performance. Atop babble, Hermes focused on his task, maintaining all of the floating screens so people could enjoy the war game from all Orario. Although he had a small smile on his face, his mind raced as he gazed above. He was witnessing the impossible. No. It was set in stone. From the moment he saw it he had understood. That this was inevitable. His only problem stemmed from his actions. Was this another act, or his true personality? A brutal man that cared little about his enemies, displaying said brutality even if the world saw it. Tired of hiding. Hermes mumbled. How much are you willing to show? How far will you go? Crossing his arms, Hermes thought about a lot of things, all at the same time. Behind him on his sides, left and right, a man and a woman listened to his words, also staring at the fight. I've been with you all for a few months already. Voltus frowned at his words, but also at himself. So fast. In so little time. I was surpassed before I even realized it. But at least, I'm here to witness your all. He lost himself in his thoughts. Even so. While Voltus had a complex expression, Asfi frowned, trying to come up with anything to rebuke Hermes' words. She couldn't understand just how Hermes had predicted this outcome. The only possibility was information from the guild. And what he saw. She knew him very well, the expression he displayed. Flash. Barely had she stopped to think, light covered her vision as Phryne and Silver's weapons collided. Notes. From here on it's the chapters of Silver vs. Phryne, and after that, volume end. Thank you all for reading. I'll now return to my other duties. Peace, I'm out. P.S. I have been using AI to make a lot of art, although for the other novel, if you have a character you would like me to make, now's the time. I was thinking of making Silver, so if you have any idea of how he looks, I could use that as a base image. It's mostly for me to know how you all see him. That's all from me. Chapter 190, Defiance of the Man That Mocked God. This is the first out of 3 special Defiance chapters. You can already imagine what they'll cover. Enough talk, time to roll. I have dropped some images already, but if they aren't there, give me a few minutes. Like, for real this time. Peace. Also, it's pretty cool that we reached 200 chapters on web novel, albeit we are still chap 189 or something. It's due to the chapters on volume 0. I will drop a special chapter on chapter 200, just wait for it. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my Disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. /boom/. Dust rose into the skies as Phryne crashed her great battleaxe, Gorda, against Silver's halberd. The impact wave of her strike traveled onto the ground, breaking it in an irregularly shaped circular pattern as waves of dirt formed beyond the dust cloud. /whoosh/. But it didn't take long for Phryne to be catapulted out like a bullet. She rolled in the air in a surprising feat of nimbleness, falling on the ground with her 2 feet, drawing 2 long lines on the stone dirt as she slid off. /snap/. From within the dust, Silver snapped his fingers, and a powerful shockwave spread out, clearing the dust from around him. /thud/. He dusted his shoulders with a nonchalant expression as he placed his halberd on the ground, stretching his arms and moving them in circles. Heh. He looked at her as he grabbed his halberd with a simple kick of his foot. Even from afar, he could see Phryne's look of surprise. After all, not only had he resisted her attack, he even pushed her aside, albeit with his plasmids. Even if Phryne can resist their influence and damage with minimal damage, her body can still be pushed around. A strong enough gush of wind will send her off her feet. Were the ground to give in, she would fall. She has magic resistance, not physics resistance. In this case, he merely pushed her with a powerful air bullet. There was nothing she could do to evade it as she was in a rather awkward position. She can't fly after all. And this was evident by her distorting expression. Silver was more than happy and further aggravating. He smiled. Looking at her with a rather vicious expression, even from so far away, they could see and most likely hear each other pretty well. Took you long enough to come back down. Guess stairs truly aren't your forte. ##. Phryne's face twisted in anger as her face turned red by the second. /clench/. /clang/. /crack/. She dropped down her large battle axe, having it part the rock beneath her, looking at Silver with utter disgust. Talk as much as you want now, I won't be as patient as last time. /swoosh/. She swung her axe upward, creating a powerful air blast that shook the stones and cleaved a small ravine in front of her foot. Bratty kid that knows no bounds. Hey. As Phryne spoke, a girl came down running from the stands. Followed by another one that stood in the back. Her hair was blue, her clothes were orange, and her expression was calm and fierce. She held a spear in her hands. There was only one person in this place that fit all of that. It was Shaktivarma, captain of the Ganesha Familia. This greatly confused many. Wasn't she back at Arario? What was she doing all the way here? Of course, the reason is simple. Ganesha already knew Phryne was level 6, and as such, he knew his vice-captain, Ita Pharma, wouldn't be enough to prevent trouble from happening were it to happen. So he brought her here in secret. Image. Stop it. She exclaimed, grabbing the spear from her back, swinging it in the sky. It's already over, drop your weapons. It was obvious why she was doing this. The war game could be considered to have ended. It didn't matter how, why, or how anticlimactic it was. Only one thing mattered. That by the rules set by the two parties and the gods, the Ishtar Familia had lost. Phryne's actions could be considered akin to a frontal attempt at aggression towards Silver now as they weren't within the rules anymore. So as the sole person that could take her own, even if her strength was beneath Phryne's, she would at least make her stop. And together with Ida, they were more than enough to make her back down. At the very least, they would save his life. Push. But before she could do so, Silver raised his right arm, stopping them as they felt some sort of barrier in front of them. Thank you for your consideration. His eyes darted back to Phryne, staring at her in silent determination. But this is between me and her. So stay away, it would be bad were you to get hurt. His words confused and offended Shakti. Huh. Hashtag. Listen here. Snap. Before she had the time to retort, Silver snapped his fingers, and both Shakti and Ida reappeared next to Ganesha, confused. Huh. How did? Looking around confused, Shakti realized what had happened, but before she had the time to act, Ganesha intervened. Leave them. Shock. The god's words came as surprise not only to them but to everyone in Orario. Remember, all of this was being shared live under the power of Hermes. Albeit the people were still confused, they hadn't exactly lost their senses yet, they fully understood that Phryne's actions were devoid of a proper reason. And as such, if she were to continue interfering, her already bad reputation would dip out into oblivion. But hearing that Ganesha wouldn't intervene. Why? Ganesha-sama. All of the Ganesha familia questioned in unison. A decision made with such resolve is not one easily dispelled. It's not for us to stop them now. Ganesha answered in a solemn tone. But Hill. Ganesha did not speak anymore, merely crossing his arms as he looked at the arena below. His silence, however, said enough. Clench. So be it. Albeit frustrated, Shakti laid down her arms, taking an observer position, like the others around her. His arrogant statement. She would observe it. Though honestly, she didn't put much faith in him. But so is life in Orario, every once in a while, an oddity will rise, and most often than not, it'll fall. He is only one of the bigger ones. Back at the improvised arena, Oh. I didn't expect you to refuse her. My charm is truly dangerous. Are you that eager to be with me? You should have just said from the start, Kiki. Phryne joked, her chin wiggling with each chuckle. While Silver maintained his poker face, Phryne laughed so hard spit fell onto the ground. Nauseating. But I should prepare as well. Silver moved his attention from her terrible display to the side, making a grasping motion. The people of Orario watched with great attention. What would he do now? Crack. A box rushed from the ground like a fish jumping from the water, and once it made its way into his hands, he crushed the box without a single shred of hesitation, revealing its contents. A pair of metallic gauntlets. No, gloves. They may look like gauntlets, but they weren't made of metal, and if they were, it was a very flexible metal. It was some sort of unknown leather. Image. Back at Babel, Hephaestus grimaced, she knew he would take those out eventually. While Silver inspected the gloves. I didn't expect I would use them so soon. Sigh. Well, I had to use the money I got from the casinos on something. And since I used most of it to pay the debt, the little I had left was used to convince that girl to make something for me. It surely took a while. I ought to thank her properly again. I do have a reason to meet her. As I have yet to pay all of it, chuckles. I can't help but feel sorry for doing this to her. And for her to have agreed to it. Sometimes I feel that she's pampering me. Where. He put them on with a small smile, one by one, while Phryne continued with her monologue. But. Her eyes sharpened. Your actions aren't exactly in line with what I'd expect from someone trying to court me. Even though I am interested in uncooperative boys. You crossed the line. She raised her battle axe. And most importantly. You pissed me off, boy. Crack. Phryne's foot dug onto the ground as her eyes turned red, she dashed forward, leaving a faint afterimage as she sped through the earth. Despite so, her speed was, at most, average for Silver. Not fast. Not slow. Impressive even, since he didn't expect such a big target to move so fast. But such was the stat boost from the difference between a level 3 and 6. This was more than enough to raise the speed of a rather slow adventurer, someone that focused solely on her physical strength, onto someone that sought his absolute limits. He raised his hands and looked at them, smiling a bit bitterly. As the world slowed down, he thought quickly. I can't damage her with my plasmids unless I do something unconventional. Poison and toxins might work, but that would only be a cheap victory. If they worked. Any form of interaction with her body via the plasmids would also be blocked or greatly diminished due to her development abilities and high vitality values. So I can't say for certain if manufacturing a strong toxin would even work. They say abnormal resistance F can resist almost anything, and hers is G. Add to that and she has magic resistance H, physical resistance I, and healing power H. She's a pure tank. So, deeming the difference in power, I'll just have to rely on the standard. It never really disappointed me. His two gloves seemed to faintly vibrate. There was a reason why I let Aisha beat me up considerably. Just like her, I have my own development abilities. If I can't damage your body, then I'll simply focus all of it on myself. Shine, bam, Light exploded from his gloves like glorious pillars of light. Tremble, Phryne stopped her charge, gazing at Silver with a frown. Her face becoming ferocious, she licked her lips in anticipation and the desire to conquer such an unruly prey. Even if she won't have any fun with it, she was still an Amazon by blood. Even if hers was extremely twisted. Is this your struggle, boy? You better stop while I'm still being gentle. Crack. But Silver didn't listen. Chaotic forces gathered around him, breaking the stone beneath him as bolts of electricity rushed from his arms, spreading around his body. Split. His skin became redder and redder, splitting apart into terrible wounds, especially the points the lightning hit, spewing blood all around. URG. Grunting, he channeled his power inwards, all of his concentration being used at this moment, his skin smoking hot. Greenish energy started to flow out of his wounds, like faint mist during cold days. Some may recognize this from something he did long ago. During the previous war game, the day where he also pushed himself to an extreme degree. His body slowly broke apart under his own magic power, and from within his wounds, this energy was released outward. However, that time, he pushed his body in order to increase his own plasmid's power. This time, it fucking hurts. Silver grit his teeth in agony, his body continued to gather energy and transform. Too late to turn back now. Just. URG. Almost there. Humph. How long will he ignore me? Phryne had enough of watching his pitiful display. It wasn't fun anymore. He barely answered her. She cracked her knuckles, taking a step forward. At this rate, I just need to wait for him to K. Whoosh. Silver suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of her, one arm drawn back as he prepared to punch. Yeah. Boom. Sound broke as his arm cut through the air, a rising strike right onto the middle of her toad face. Thank you for waiting. But Phryne never heard his words. His fist was faster than sound, and all of that energy was transferred onto her face. Smash. Uggy. Whoosh. Silver's fist smashed against her face, sending shockwaves against her fat-filled body. She barely even had the time to react as her body was sent flying back, crashing against the mountain, past the small river, far away. Whoosh. Silver finished, running after her. Still, in the air, Phryne moved her head to look at her feet, seeing Silver as he jumped in the air, slashing his halberd at her. Exclamation point. Clang. Moving her body, she managed to block the weapon, being sent onto the ground with her foot down. Ha! Clang. Seeing his strike had been blocked, Silver breathed in and vanished, reappearing in the ground as he struck his halberd at her once more, sending her flying back once more. Because of how sudden it was, Phryne lost her grip on the axe as she flew backward. Crash. The echoes of her impact finally reached his ears after a few seconds. But Silver was more focused on himself than anything else. Ha! He opened his mouth to exhale, letting out huge portions of smoke, as if his body was some sort of furnace. It's hot. Way too hot. I'm overheating. My vision's getting murky. Silver's transformation was extreme to say the least. His entire body had somewhat changed as his previously chaotic condition stabilized. His skin had returned to its original healthy state, albeit with a slight red sheen, very similar to Daphne's skill, as it also turns her skin red, albeit in a much redder tone. The wounds that previously covered his body had vanished, or slowly closed up, but in their place, greenish energy seeped from beneath his skin like smoke passing through a piece of fabric. His hair had become completely messy, but as he moved, it followed him with a certain delay, as if he was on water. His eyes were fully green. Completely green, like two balls of light, there was nothing to differentiate or identify the different parts of the iris and pupil. Like a lighthouse, they emanated greenish light, even if weak. To complement this bizarre sight, the corners of his eyes had been forcibly torn, like two big cuts leading to the sides of his head. Green energy seeped from within those wounds, forming something like a streak of light around his head. Those two streaks floated disorderly in the wind like flags. He felt something was wrong, so he immediately touched his face. Only to grimace. By mixing several body-enhancing plasmids, this is what happens. Sigh. I'll go blind at this rate. And even if temporary, it would be a pain in the ass to face others. It's not the time to joke. Yet, he smiled widely, his teeth shining, making his smile eerie. It flashed across all of Orario with great detail, his expression made hundreds of kids cry instantly in fear. Silver's face snapped to the side, looking at the area Phryne had fallen. From afar. Rush. You fucking bastard. She screamed as she ran, her voice becoming louder as she approached. Like an enraged rhino, she bulldozed through everything on her path. Even with her extremely bulky armor, she could run faster than a bullet. A true monster. Image. Grin. Silver grinned. Now we're talking. He looked to the side, seeing her battle axe in the distance, remembering the information he stole from Ishtar's vault. A prized weapon worth slightly less than 500 million valis, made of pure adamantite, a material so hard even Phryne would find it taxing to break, even if she were to put her entire power and weight behind it. Albeit most considered adamantite as an unbreakable material, that in itself wasn't the truth, as it could very well be broken by decently strong level 6 adventurers. Depending on how pure it is, of course. The least pure alloy of adamantite could be shattered by a level 3 adventurer depending on his specialties. As for her armor, it was made of a mix of pure adamantite and orichalcum, since the latter has anti-magic properties. Albeit the proportion of this material is really low, less than 3%, it was to the point it barely came out as an outer layer. This was because orichalcum was terrible at holding magic within it, dissipating it instantly, and the only reason why the percentage wasn't any higher, was because this metal was the most prized metal in the entire world. The strongest. In comparison, Silver's halberd was made purely of mithril, a material praised for its extreme magic conduction and hard enough for most first-class adventurers to have difficulty breaking it, together with a bit of divine blood coming from Hestia, and her hair as well. However, his halberd wasn't by any means similar to other mithril weapons. It could be said to be alive. It had its own status. It grew with him, it copied the status of its wielder. Step. While Phryne cursed and ran to him, he moved to her battle axe. Huff. And tried to lift it up. It's heavy. It's not very sharp, but considering Phryne's fighting style, it doesn't need to be. It makes sense. Grasping the axe, he raised it. It was even bigger than his halberd, fit to be gigantic even for Phryne's size. Huff. Step. Crack. Clenching the muscles on his body, he stepped forward with immense weight as he threw it forward against Phryne. Exclamation point. Grit. She gritted her teeth in anger as she stopped in her tracks. Are you taking me lightly, boy? Grab. Crack. Phryne took a step forward, crushing the ground as her right hand moved to intercept the axe. Exclamation point. But when she grabbed it, her hand recoiled slightly backward due to the force behind it. Twist. Her expression twisted. But instead of reflecting on herself, she blamed something else. Unwilling to accept it. Seeing her jump forward towards him, Silver said. This is where it ends. Or where it starts. Silver also took a step forward, it was light and slow, incomparable to Phryne's momentum. He left faint green footprints as he walked, slowly dissipating as he moved. Level 6. When placed against impossible odds, adventurers would often call such moments an adventure. Unbeknownst to him, brownish specks of light started to form behind his back, sparkling for a single moment before dying. I shouldn't say this. It's unprofessional. Silver said with a smirk. Why does my heart beat like this, I wonder? There are uncountable mysteries hidden within one's body. Crack. Phryne was just around the corner, raising her giant axe in one swing. Silver's eyes flashed with light, reflecting his excitement. An adventure. He cracked his knuckles and neck, looking at Phryne with an intense gaze. Show me what a level 6 can do. Crack. Silver dashed forward. It wasn't only his heart that beat fast, the people following him. Their hearts also sprung into action. Notes. There are 2 more chapters of this fight, and after that, the volume will end, so don't worry, there is a lot more to cover and see. Sorry for being a bit late, I overslept today, I had a dream about magic and Harry Potter and it was banging, didn't realize I slept 4 hours over my schedule. Oops. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this chapter today, a bit cringy in some spots, but I hope it wasn't much for you all. Bye. Oh yeah. I did make more images about many things, I don't remember what now, but in case I did, I'll drop them down here. Images. In case I didn't do it, then I'm confusing them with my other novel. Chapter 191, Determination of the Men That Looked Up. I was delayed due to the return of my university. It is a terrible announcement to share. I'm sorry, my fellow warriors. Instead, I hope this chapter will entertain you for the remainder of the next 5 minutes. No. 5 minutes is a lot of time. Or so your mom told me. Or was it what she said? I'm sorry. Regardless, enjoy. I said enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /clang/ /boom/ /clang/ /boom/ /clang/ It was unbelievable. Almost incomprehensible. /clang/ /boom/ As the halberd clashed with the axe, the earth rumbled, and the air screamed in pain as it was torn apart. /sha/ /bam/ Each of their swings brought forth immense destruction to their surroundings, to the point they had to keep moving forward, else they wouldn't be able to fight due to how destructive they were. Leaving craters behind, heavy footprints in the stone, bloodstains in the dirt. Each second, more and more of the large arena was reduced to rubble. No one could believe it, they couldn't comprehend it. But they felt it, even when he was so distant, his foolish and stubborn determination. /clang/ urg /kick/ Phryne's axe was parried to the side, allowing Silver to deliver a powerful kick right in the middle of her stomach. Come on. Where is that fierceness you Amazons are so proud of? Silver screamed as he rushed forward. Exclamation point. /boom/ Phryne punched the ground in anger, droll falling from her mouth as she raised her head fiercely. You are pissing me off. /clang/ Phryne raised her axe and swung it down with all her might. Yet, Silver blocked it, but not without some consequences. The webbing of his hand split apart as blood ran down through his arms together with the air coming from his lungs due to the impact. Oh! He screamed, letting the axe slide to the side as he moved his halberd and at the same time, swinging his foot and making her tumble down, punching her in the chest when she lost her footing. /clang/ But she blocked it by pulling her axe's handle. Even so, she was sent flying back. /thud/ HAAA. Right after, one of Silver's knees fell onto the ground as he exhaled intensely. Yet, he was smiling, blood staining his teeth. Even as his body shattered into pieces, he drew a certain distorted happiness from this encounter. Because it meant much more than a simple heated fight to him. HAAA. As expected, my strength can't compare to hers. If she actually tries, I'll always end up losing in our contests, and if I'm unlucky, I'll fracture my bones or my muscles will tear. But she's just a brute, she has no technique. Huff. He forced himself to stand. I need to offset her strength with technique. Otherwise, this will become a battle of attrition, not something on my side as she has a greater vitality than mine. Ha-waya. /crack/ Phryne shattered the earth as she screamed in mad anger, running back at him. I like that look you have. He said with a smirk. That's it, Fury. You're finally showing your colors. Get angry, and stop overthinking. Thinking isn't exactly something an Amazon like you should be doing. /rip/ Silver forcibly tore his shirt off. It was rather tattered, so it was only getting in his way. His bare chest and back were once again displayed all over Arario. /shine/ His halberd started to shine in blue light. Can you feel it too? He asked it. Obviously, it did not reply. Yeah. Silver closed his eyes. Before opening them fiercely. /bam/ The green energy around his body exploded outward while all hairs on his body stood upright. He got into a stance, swinging his weapon. /clang/ /boom/ Arrogant kid. Phryne exclaimed as their weapons collided. She stood her ground, swinging down again with extreme momentum. Ha 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 ha. Silver said nothing, only laughing maniacally as their weapons recoiled. The light produced from their strikes illuminated his whole front for faint moments, printing the image of a broken man having the time of his life. /clang/ /clang/ Strike after strike, Silver evaded, slashed, and moved his weapon into different angles, bouncing her attacks. Using minimal force to deliver fatal strikes, he had to make use of her strength against her. His strength wasn't so low he couldn't take some recoil, he just had to use his brain a little. Slash cling, slash. Hup. Slash bam, slash. In a display of martial prowess, Silver once again parried her axe, raising his head and kicking her chin. Slash catch, slash. I'm now pissed, boy. But surprisingly, Phryne managed to hold his leg. Exclamation point. Silver wasn't going to let her do whatever she wanted, his body twisting, he delivered a fatal kick to her face. Slash drip, slash. Blood dripped from her forehead, but Phryne didn't let go. Instead, she looked at him, her eyes open wide, she hadn't even blinked. Fury, wrath, anger were contained within those eyes. Let me show you what is true strength, you conceited kid. She lifted his body up. I don't need her to break you and everything apart. Slash smash, slash. Phryne smashed Silver against the ground violently. Gah. Air left his lungs, but Silver didn't lose his conscience, he grabbed onto her arms and pulled, delivering a fatal punch. To her eyes. Silver did not teleport away, instead, he chose to clash head-on. To temper his will, body, and soul against an impossible opponent and achieve greatness. This was what it meant to be an adventurer. Slash bam, slash. Aha! She finally let go of him, clutching onto her bleeding eye. Slash swoosh, slash. His halberd came flying to his hand, and he once again swung it. Slash clang, slash. But Phryne blocked it instinctively, she might have let go of his leg, but she never stopped clutching her weapon. With one hand covering her right eye, she proclaimed. Erg. Boy. I promise on my soul, I'll rip you apart today. She swung her axe with one hand, her expression the fiercest she showed today. Slash shah, slash. The wind shook the earth as her axe cleaved it. Ha. Slash clang, slash. Amidst the faint sparks that ignited the air, faint bronze-colored specks of light lit up without anyone's notice. Slash boom, slash. Slash clang, slash. Silver slashed against Phryne, his blows becoming sharper, more efficient as he became used to her attack patterns. He said nothing, he barely even mocked her or rilled her up. He just wanted her to fight seriously, and once she did, he was satisfied. Brayat. To hell with Ishtar and her whims. This boy won't leave this place intact. Slash boom, slash. Heh. Phryne swung her axe sideways intending to split his bowels, but Silver suddenly vanished, reappearing very close to her. Speed beyond her imagination. He struck her wrist, and she was forced to drop her weapon. And so did Silver. How about some good old slash smack, slash. Fist fight. Slash smack smack, slash. In the blink of an eye, Silver delivered a series of blows towards Phryne's face, forcing her to take several steps back continuously. Slash smack, slash. Slash bam, slash. YOU. URG. Slash smack, slash. Every time she tried to counterattack, he blocked and reciprocated with a move of his own. Switching and chaining several martial techniques, he threw her around like a bag of sand around the battlefield. Swift. I must be. Snorty dash. Swift. He exclaimed as he punched. Slash smack, slash. Some of the gods managed to recognize his forms, and they all looked at a certain god inquisitively. Takamikazuchi sweated hard. Slash smack, slash. It was evident who was the better one at close combat here. Phryne might have a heavy fist, but what was power without a channel for it to be delivered through? Slash smack, slash. Silver punched her face. And teeth came flying out of her mouth. Phryne saw it. Complete disbelief in her eyes. In slow motion. Her precious face. Her unmatched beauty. Soiled, forever. Nu. Slash boom, slash. Her body exploded with power, she ignored all of his blows and smashed the ground. Slash crack, slash. Like a comet striking the earth, the entire valley shook as a mighty column of dirt and rocks was sent towards the sky. Slash tremble, slash. Careful, Ganesha-sama. Back in the stands, Ganesha had to be supported by his children, else he would fall. The mountains in the valley shook, landslides falling from their peaks. As if a small earthquake had happened. Everyone looked at the center of this calamity with palpitating hearts. Had it ended? Slash thunder, slash. No. The clouds thundered in response. Slash thunder, slash. It was the beginning. Hi-ya. In the skies, Silver raised his hands, gathering lighting into a massive halberd. Today I steal your thunder. Screaming whatever came to his mind, he swung it at Phryne at the center of the massive crater she created with her fists. There was no need to speak, but screaming can often help with bringing forth one's true power. Sha. Your prayers won't save you anymore. The gods can't help you now. Phryne mumbled as her fists trembled. No one can. Her eyes now bloody red, she didn't waver, punching towards the halberd. Boom. Exclamation point. The powerful airwave hit Ganesha and the others, pushing some of them back. Some of the weaker ones had to hold onto the wooden beams else they would fall. This is incredible. Ibri said as he held his microphone with everything he had, his hair being blown back by the wind. To think the captain of the Hestia Familia held such power. The same goes for Phryne. I'm lost for words. I can barely contain my excitement. He raised his hands, shouting towards the skies. Albeit the war's already over, a final deadly fight for the honor of both familia. Who would come out on top? My body can't keep up. Ibri screamed, his face so red it seemed he would fall unconscious. Keep fighting. Young adventurer. No. Ganesha observed, his eyes sharp, his expression tense. Splash. The battle eventually made its way to the river running across the valley. Splash. Silver was thrown like a meteor towards it, sending massive waves to the skies. At these speeds, the water was tougher than the stone around it, the impact was massive, sending waves of sharp pain throughout his body. Come back here. Phryne screamed, jumping after him. Exclamation point. Silver controlled the water, forcing it back, giving him a foothold to step on. His body and legs trembled, still recovering from the crash. It was quite the magnificent scene, a man, at the bottom of the river, its waters surrounding him like walls as something seemed to slowly approach from the skies. Clang. Her voice breaking due to how hard she screamed, Phryne swung her axe down, using her weight and strength to cleave him in half. Boom. The river was blown apart, stone and dirt being sent to the skies as Silver held on with his halberd. Crack. Ugh. What is it, boy? After all that talk? Phryne taunted as the riverbed was blown to pieces. Silver's arm seemed to be giving in, her impacts were simply too heavy. Smack. Bam. Using this momentary opportunity, she kicked him towards the wall of water. Splash. Like a cannonball hitting sand, the water splashed around fiercely. And like a torpedo, he cut through the water, blood leaking like oil, staining the water red. She's coming. Phryne wouldn't let him rest. Silver had no time to process what was going on, if he was upright or upside down. The situation seemed really precarious. Boom. Splash. Rain. Water fell from the skies like rain as the river calmed down. Thud. Phryne jumped out of the river like a fish, her armor shattered, cut, broken in many parts. With her appearance, some might think she was a monster like the merman. This low-quality trash. Cursing the maker of this gear, who was obviously watching this with tears in his eyes, she grabbed the armor, and applied a bit of force, ripping it open. Pure adamantite was really hard to be broken like this, but after her clashes with Silver, it was riddled with cuts and wounds. They were thin and most weren't that deep. But some parts of her armor weren't exactly protected, like her pauldrons that were slightly loose and were now getting on her way. And her helmet that was mostly dented. Just because it was adamantite, it didn't mean it was unbreakable. It wasn't thick enough for that, it was barely the width of her fingernails, at most 1 to 3 mm. A full-blown and spot-on punch from Silver dented it just enough for her nose to break. So with a little bit of strength in the right places. Crack. She threw them on the ground, and at this point, she realized just how bloody she was. The bloodstains on her body slowly washed away in the rain, flowing to her arm, staining her gauntlets. But they didn't seem to end. It was her blood, she was full of cuts, and if it wasn't for her armor receiving those hits. Pooah. She spat on the ground, and cleared the blood on her broken nose. Clenching her teeth, she turned back. She had won, there was no need to care anymore. Like the blood on the ground, her anger slowly washed away. But once this was over, she would make sure to get his body. Splash. But something jumped out of the river. A bloody Silver, wet, red droplets dripping onto the ground. And he didn't look okay. His fire had almost been extinguished. His arms were almost pure muscle. His skin almost dangling in some places. His body had mostly returned to normal, and underneath his previous incredible display of power laid a broken, bare body. Where? Do you think? Phew. Breathing deeply, taking his time, he spoke, word by word. You. How are you still alive? I ripped his arms. Wait. They're back. Going. He raised his head to look at her, smiling like a demon. He stretched his back, raising his head. Weren't we only warming up? Slash splash, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash grasp, slash. His halberd came flying from within the river, landing right next to him. He grabbed it in such a fluent way that it even made the onlookers think it was normal. Have you rested enough? Time for round 2. My arms don't hurt as much as they did. Fucking frog, she ripped my arms off. Are you that eager to die? Silver raised an eyebrow. Me. No way. He stayed silent for a moment. I have many things ahead of me. Places to go, place to be, people to meet. He smiled genuinely. Hearts to steal, ha ha ha. You're deranged. His expression did not change, her words might as well be compliments. That's big coming from you. Man-eater. Silver pointed at her axe in the distance. Do you still have the energy to lift that up? And he did a grasping motion. Slash whoosh, slash. Her axe flew quickly towards her hands. Slash grab slash. I've never met someone as stupid as you. She replied with a frown as she looked at him. There was no respect for his actions, no desire for a good fight, simply confusion and other such emotions. Silver merely smiled wickedly. What do you think an adventurer is supposed to be? Just. What is that supposed to mean? She asked as she took a deep breath. To think I would need to make up small talk to rest. People that delve into an endless abyss in search of riches and power under the blessings of the physical incarnation of an aspect of nature, also called by us as a god. Silver questioned. Don't you think this is odd? What are you implying? He doesn't make sense, did I hit his head too hard? Doesn't matter, I just have to finish the job. Well. For me, I think it depends. I didn't as. But Silver ignored her. Adventuring into the unknown, seeking meaning to whatever you're doing by delving deeper. It's ironic. Fame, power, whatever. But what is the essence? Why was this even possible? What is the true potential and objective of a blessing? Where does it lead to? He looked at her with a smile. Can you hear the call of the dungeon? He's blabbering on and on. But I do need some time to lie down. Is this what he's aiming for? Hey, how naive, do you think your body can rest faster than mine? I won't lie, you're good. But don't overstep your boundaries. You should have come to me with everything you had and not given me time to rest. Phryne smiled in a devilish way, letting him continue, mocking him with her eyes. Perhaps I said too much. Silver said, exhaling slightly. He looked at the side, and then at the wooden stands far away. There is no shame in giving up, no, you shouldn't even say that. He seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps, with someone beyond her. No one obliged you to pick up arms, and even if they did, it's up to you to continue in it or not. If you can't, push forward until you can. I think that, to be an adventurer. It to be able to control your own destiny. Do not be ashamed for stopping, do not be ashamed and remorseful for those that were left behind. If you truly care about them, and if they truly cared about you, then push forward towards the endless horizon. To be an adventurer is to seek the greatest of accomplishments, for whoever's satisfaction, to let your soul burn aflame like a star nearing the end of its life. The silent coldness. And then. Silence, / Are you done? She asked with a disinterested look as she cleaved the ground with her axe. I am, thanks for listening. Silver replied with a smirk. She raised her axe. This time, I'll rip more than just your skin. And arms. Silver chuckled, his eyes opening wide as green energy coursed through his body. Try it if you can. / whistle, / The wind whistled. / boom, / Uriah. Phryne rushed forward with a loud boom as her feet clashed against the earth. Hup. Clenching his teeth, Silver prepared for his final bout. In truth, he could have used Phryne's carelessness to drink a potion while his body was still submerged in the river, thus recovering almost to full strength. But he felt that would be cheap. An insult towards himself, someone who stood here, taking her punches with the intent of either winning or dying. He still had so much more to show the world. Why would he resort to his plan Z when the fight had just started? Was he that pathetic? Bam, / Silver's body contracted as his hair was blown upwards, energy covering his body, the stones being blown away by an invisible force. Shine, / His halberd shone the brightest at this very moment. And behind him, the faint specks of brown energy gathered together into large points of light. Whoosh, / The two weapons flew in the air, their meetings predestined. Notes. Cool, see you guys later, okay hand. Chapter 192, Desire of the Men That Sought Individuality. Here we are, let's start. Firstly, this is a pretty big chapter, over 5k words, so yeah. A few things. First, people have been asking me if there'll be another R18 chapter, and albeit I do understand their throbbing needs, by now, some of you must have realized how little romance I usually do. I mean, I wrote 200 chapters, and only did 2 R18 chapters, one of them was a test. So yeah, I do have plans for 1 or 2, but not now. Thuo, if you all really wish to, I guess I can let the horny take over and make one and post it as a special chapter. It can be of anyone, to be honest, it's up to you all, would you wish for an R18 chapter? If so, should it be canon or not? If so, who would you like to see? As I said last time, this is the last chapter before the new volume, and it marks the end of this fight. Would you like to bet? How many times do you think Silver will lose his arms just in this chapter? As I write, I don't realize it, but a few readers pointed out Silver loses his arms quite often, and just now did I see that. The problem is, this chapter was written quite some time ago, so I'm quite embarrassed. I'll try to diversify his limb loss in the next few chapters, don't you all worry. That's all from me though, peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /clang/. Damn it all. Phryne struggled to keep up. I can't land a proper hit at all. /whoosh/. Silver easily evaded her blow by taking a step back, letting her comically large axe pass by and cut air. /clench/. URG. This fucking rat. /clang/. Be a man and stop evading. /whoosh/. Evading her blow once more, Silver looked at her, a mocking smile forming on his lips. Then fight like a proper Amazon and take off that heavy chest plate armor you're wearing, let me hit you a couple of times and we're Yuriawa. /clang/. She cleaved with her axe, parting the ground, leaving a large trench that dug several meters behind Silver. At the end of the day, Phryne was level 6, a strength-oriented adventurer. Even. Guess that's a no. Despite his mocking, Silver's expression was as fierce as he could manage, his eyes open wide to observe her movements in full. Her armor is tough as hell. Even if her armor is thin for her size, it's still pure adamantite with a thinner layer of orichalcum, even if that is less than 1/4 of a millimeter. I can only slowly cut it out, but like this, I'll never break her chest armor even if I was allowed to hit the same spot for a few minutes, it would be easier to rip out her skin and force it out of her body than to break this armor. There are some cuts here and there, but those are just dents, her helmet caved in because it wasn't tested and as such, it didn't have proper sustentation. The smith that made it is likely fuming, perhaps he himself had been forced to work overtime to make armor that was both good and aesthetically pleasing in time. Maybe he'd been working ever since Phryne leveled up. Even so, it's not enough time. To counter her toughness, I had to aim at the gaps in the armor to try and rip the cloth underneath, the very same cloth that ties everything together. Some sort of extremely durable hide. If it's gone, her armor will fall apart on its own, the few metal straps can be broken without much problem, /clang/. Rat. Die. I refuse. /clang/. Silver clenched his teeth, raising his halberd to clash directly with her downward axe. /boom/. The battle continued, Silver and Phryne clashed without showing any signs of stopping. From the river to the mountains, and from there to the unmarked land around it they tussed and punched, slashed and stomped. Try again. He exclaimed as he punched her arm away and kicked her sides, sending her sliding. The only thing good about you is your damn mouth, kid. Phryne screamed, raising her arms. /boom/. The fight was getting out of control, and Ganesha started to frown in regards to that. No, he had been frowning for a very long time, it was just that now. Something else was at stake, and he feared. It was clear, he had no power to stop those two, and if he were to send Shakti, he would be breaking his promise, and above all, likely sending her to a great risk. /boom/. Just the magnitude of the fight said it all. Shakti was an incredibly strong level 5 adventurer, so she wouldn't die. But neither did he want to see her getting hurt for nothing either. While he wasn't 100% sure if the boy would accept his intervention, he was 100% sure that Phryne would take the opportunity to end him, seeing how opportunistic she was before. Breaking his momentum would only do him bad either way, besides, he didn't want to sour their relationship due to a rushed decision. Someone that sticks to his words, however nonsensical they may be. Is it foolish or courageous? Arrogance or confidence? Now that he thought about it, his previous blunt words weren't simply nonsense. He was truly being considerate for Shakti's well-being. And this all combined put Ganesha in a really bad spot. It would be good if they finished their fight without problems, but if something intervened in it, or it ended up affecting anyone outside the exclusion zone, then the blame would go to him. No, Ganesha knew it wouldn't. The gods wouldn't blame him for this unforeseen circumstance. He would instead take the blame on his own accord. Because he is Ganesha. How much longer can you keep going? Slash boom, slash. Slash boom, slash. Dust and smoke rose to the skies thundering as lightning jumped from amidst the clouds. Ganesha looked up and then back at Arario in the far distance. He wondered just how many up there were watching. And how many more were currently witnessing this moment. Would history be made today, or would this be just one of the many tales carved amidst the shores of the river of time, one of the many that was eventually washed away by it? Regardless, Ganesha would never forget this moment. Silver's words were carved in his divine heart already. He had already understood what kind of guy he was. He was someone that questioned his very existence, the very world. And he was willing to seek out what's missing. Whatever was on his way. Be it God's will or whatnot, he would push it aside and take a step forward. What they're all seeing now was this very search. Another step towards the truth. But he wondered, were his legs long enough to cross it? Or would he tumble down and fall all the way down, perhaps even further from where he began? Slash thunder, slash. The skies cried before going quiet, perhaps pondering over this situation also. Slash clench, slash. Get hurt. Shakti clenched her fists, frustration covering her body. She didn't expect to be so powerless. In truth, she came here with a half-hearted effort, merely following her god in one of his many ventures. Her only fear in this entire place was Phryne herself. She never confronted her directly, but their achievements were pretty close to each other. However, while Phryne wasted her life away enjoying her fame, barely training, she spent most of her time on duty, training constantly. Obviously, she wasn't the same low-level adventurer that had almost endless free time like she once was. Now she had an unending amount of jobs to do. To the point of giving her a headache. But whenever she could, she would always be fighting, improving, training. She had a reason to become strong, as when she came to Arario, there used to be two that bore her family name. Now, there was only one left. Like Phryne, she only needed a chance to grow beyond. Slash clang, slash. Just fall already. How much stamina does he have? He's only a level 3. No matter how much he trained. Slash creesh, slash. Her axe fell onto his halberd, and he easily had it slide off to the side. This move again. Slash bam, slash. Phryne wouldn't let herself be deceived again, so the moment her axe fell, she took a step forward and punched. However, out of her expectations, Silver dropped his weapon once more, raising his right arm, quickly moving it beneath hers. Slash push, slash. Slash bam slash. Pushing the arm aside with a strong uppercut, Silver revealed a completely open Phryne. And he then delivered his strongest punch at her most vulnerable area, her neck. Slash smack, slash. Whoa. But even so, he didn't hear the sound of it breaking. A combination of the fat and her high stats made it almost unbreakable. And together with the bad angle due to her armor, his punch was only enough to make Phryne lose her breath a little. Hup. Slash smack, slash. But he didn't stop, another punch, right to her temple. UGHR. Her vision and brain shaking, Phryne lost composure. More. Silver clenched his own teeth, pushing his body forward. Slash smack, slash. If that wasn't enough, Silver kicked the ground, head-butting her face like a missile. Boo-ho. Get your feet together. As she fell back, Silver jumped after her, having his hands cover her face. Slash flash, slash. A potent flash of light hit her eyes directly, burning her cornea as she lost her vision. Ah! Slash step, slash. Slash bang, slash. Screaming in pain, she tried to shake him off, but she was too slow and awkward. Silver easily evaded her fat hand before stepping on her face midair, and kicking it back to the ground. Hup! Slash boom, slash. Phryne collided against the ground, foaming from her mouth while Silver did a backflip, falling with his 2 feet not so far away. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash grasp, slash. He wanted to smile, but he didn't. He simply raised his right hand, grabbing his speeding halberd with a metallic sound before taking a step forward. I'll fucking rip apart. She slowly recomposed herself, but Silver wouldn't let her. Stop playing around. Slash bam, slash. Slash splurge, slash. Without her knowing, the moment she raised her head from the rocky ground, Silver hit her face with the hammer side of his halberd while doing a baseball swing. Boogie. Phryne rolled back like a ball, sliding on the ground, leaving a bloody trail until she stopped many meters ahead. Humph. After hitting her face, Silver took in a deep breath as he recovered his stamina. His expression was a mix of confusion and displeasure. Damn healing abilities, just how much is she going to bleed? Is her brain made of stone? I shook it so many times already, she should have gotten a concussion by this point. Phew. I'm tired. Silver rested his weapon on his shoulders, walking next to her calmly. Slash inhale, slash. Huff. I'm getting worked up. This feeling is so. His chest weaved in and out, his sweat immediately evaporated as it came out of his skin, forming into a layer of mist around his body. But at the same time, he felt something was missing. Phryne is too barbaric. Like a monster, but not quite like it. It's embarrassing to watch, at least from my standpoint, to the point it takes away a bit of the fun. Slash twitch, slash. On the ground, Phryne's body twitched, but she didn't move. To this, Silver smiled greatly. This smile was reflected in front of almost every Orario citizen. They had to reconsider just what exactly they were seeing. It was a smile of absolute delight. His eyes darkening a little, he started to approach her. You're predictable, he said in a low tone. Slash step, slash. He suddenly mocked her, shocking many. Large swings, pure brute force. Slash step, slash. That in itself isn't wrong. But you barely apply any sort of technique to your swings. You made this an uneventful fight. Slash step, slash. You're not used to your new strength and power, I bet you lazed around instead of getting the hang of it after you leveled up. Silver shrugged, he looked really arrogant right now. Your gear is good, but it's untested. That's the problem with new gear, you need to put some strain on it to reveal its weaknesses, prioritizing appearance over functionality. Unless it's the work of a god like Hephaestus or a very talented person. There will always be a failure or two, and honestly, it's not the problem of the smith, the guy that can pull something like that off is praiseworthy, slash step, slash. You're slow too, and instead of developing some sort of combat style to offset that, you just decided to learn the basics and leave the rest to your body and armor to take. He smiled ironically. Is that why you're so fat? Slash silence, slash. No reaction, some even thought Silver was being too rough, mocking a loser. Their emotions of glory and victory slowly turned into disapproval. Such was the fickleness of men. While the gods laughed heartedly, agreeing with his words. They were having a lot of fun. Silver continued moving. You can only move fast in straight lines due to your overflowing strength, but even then, you lack any sort of disciplined footwork, you're like a ragging minotaur, but at least they have horns atop their head. Silver said as he pointed at his forehead playfully. Slash step, slash. The only thing you have going for you is your high stats, though, you could definitely work a bit more on gaining some magic. You can always buy a grimoire, money shouldn't be a problem for your goddess. Silver mocked as he approached her. Unless you're truly untalented, then no matter what, a grimoire won't do much. A few nights should be enough. He teased, making Ishtar crush her wine bottle, and the gods cry out in hysteria. Back at Orario, everyone opened their mouths wide in shock. A few girls inside the guild opened their mouths wide in a concoction of reactions. Below the guild, a dark-robed mage tripped onto the ground in surprise while an old man watched the projection without even blinking. Inside a certain bar, the waitresses scoffed at his words, a few laughing loudly before being told by a certain dwarf to shut it. Loki screamed loudly, laughing, and no one could stop her. Hermes swallowed dry, this guy had no chill. But he agreed. His words were sharp, he was implying he knew every exact detail on her. And considering he infiltrated their home. And what he did. That might very well be the truth. And like that, many believed that was how Ishtar operated. Once again, her reputation was thrown down the drain, her divine presence soiled with his words. It was no surprise what she did after hearing that. I imagine that whenever you meet someone your level, you'll likely always end up either losing, fleeing, or in a stalemate. Rarely ever you'll win. Right. He said as he kicked a rock at her head, but she remained still. You can't win in proficiency, your experience is something of the past as you barely ever work now, and your large body affects most of your mobility. Silver was mostly shooting in the dark here, even if fat, it wasn't exactly true to say she had lost her touch, as Phryne herself would always fight someone in the dungeon whenever she went there with the Berbera to make money. And the little you have is reduced to almost zero due to your choice of equipment. You went all in, huh? Slash step, slash. Against agile small opponents, if you miss the first hit, things won't end up pretty. Unless it's against a new level 5, you wouldn't act, you're one of those that bully the weak and fear the strong. Not really a praiseworthy mentality. You're like a damn chunk of iron, your only purpose is to be hit, and even then, I would say iron has more uses than you, as it can be sharpened onto something more useful, while you. He was now just a few steps away from her. In fact, aren't you quite cowardly? That's proven by how rarely you venture into the dungeon. You fear it, don't you? Death. Silence. Phryne did not move, she remained on the ground unmoving, to the point some of the onlookers started to believe she had already passed out. But Silver crossed his arms, shrugging. I don't blame you, I also find it quite sad. Silver stopped walking for a moment, speaking seriously. People can and should believe in whatever pleases them, whatever helps them persevere. For me, our souls will return to heaven eventually, and then, they'll clean it before sending us back. That's the cycle in which I was told. He looked at his blood-stained hands. I wondered how many times this happened already. To both me and you. Did the past me ask this question to one of them when I arrived up there? What sort of face did I make? What did I die from? Did I panic? Who was I? Did I have a cute wife? Chuckles. I hope I was a man I can be proud of. Though that is relative, one life and the next one, so close yet so far, judging each other based on what each experienced. That won't go anywhere. Silver accidentally kicked another small stone onto Phryne's body, but she didn't react. Her patience was commendable. Though it started to get on his nerves. But then again, perhaps I was nothing. I could have been the pettiest of thieves. Or a ruler of a grand city in some long-forgotten land, uttering forth a new age. A hero, a devil, is my name written in history books. Did I die for that very purpose? He asked towards the skies. What's the point now, when I can't even remember my own name? Or maybe. Just maybe. I never had a past, to begin with. He smiled slyly. Have you never wondered? If our souls keep this cycle of up and down, by who and when were the first souls created? Silence. I would like to meet the God that made us. He surely has some odd tastes. Silver raised his hands to his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Chuckle. I'm merely jesting, a soul leaves heaven in a pure state, it has no influence in us. Or does it? Silver smiled mysteriously as he started walking again, getting very close to Phryne. Though. Uragaya. Shut up already. The fallen Phryne suddenly sprung into action like a missile, swinging her axe in an upward motion, cutting Silver's head off. He didn't move, merely watching the gleam of her axe as it approached him, his smile growing wider. Aha. I did it. She started to smile that her plan had worked, but then. Shame. Silver's body started to vanish, turning into mist that moved past her blade and just a step in front of her. I'll give you some points for you. Slash. She pulled her axe in desperation, but Silver continued to move forward, letting it cut a deep wound on his shoulder, just so he could grasp her neck. His smile twisting, either due to pain or exclamation point. He let himself be injured. This momentary lack of attention cost her greatly. Grab. She once again moved her axe, but her bad position due to its size and lack of momentum made it slow and powerless. So Silver grabbed it with his only free hand. Despite his injury, he could still. An axle of pure adamantite, how extravagant. Heat. Under Phryne's trembling eyes, Silver's hands slowly turned red-hot, almost flowing like magma. Before she even had the time to mount a resistance. Clench. Silver closed his fist, and the axle was smashed like clay as the two parts of her axe slowly fell onto the ground like noodles. Her shocked face reflected her clouded state, but she wasn't the only one like that. Phew. Silver turned to her, his hand still steaming due to how hot it was. Is it a bit hot or is it just me? He asked with a large smile as he grabbed her neck with his hand. TSSSSS. Ga. Ah. Boom. Crack. Crack. She tried to struggle, but Silver kept shoving her back onto the ground time and time again as if he was using her as a hammer. Phryne felt as if an entire mountain was on top of her right now. Certainly not her preferred position to be in. Silver, on the other hand, looked at her with some pity. Try to think. Do you really think I would say all of that just to make fun of you? While also not realizing your pathetic excuse of a trap. To prove some sort of distorted point, like a villain at the end of a heroic story. Miss. Boom. Silver smiled greatly, like a demon, only by this scene, most would think he is the villain. You overestimate yourself. Tighten. His hands tightened around her neck, squeezing her fat air duct. /TSSS/. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Apart from her natural body reaction, she can keep her breath for more than long enough. Even if her neck was broken, she could make her way to Orario running and arrive in time to get healed. If her development ability didn't already heal her before she got there. But of course. Speaking is easy, withstanding the panic and pain is something else. There is also the matter of damage, she can't self-heal from anything. Arf. Still, something seemed to snap inside her as she looked at his clear eyes. Having lost all sense of reason, she punched Silver's face, but he merely recoiled a little, still clutching onto her throat before punching her as well. His broken nose slowly moved back in position, as if it was never broken. Bam, slash. Let's end this. Silver said as he pulled his bloodied hand. No. What are you doing? This isn't good. He's doing something. I need to. She trashed around, but her strength was already greatly depleted. Without focus and reason, she wouldn't be able to pry him off, and even if she could, he would easily and agility move back into position. Going up and down, Silver slammed her head on the ground, making her lose her strength and concentration momentarily as blood seemed onto the stone beneath like a pole. You fear death. And so do I. He smiled widely. That's why I move forward. I'll never stop, even as my body burns down into embers. I'm not glorious like the legends of old. I don't expect an army of knights to sing me an anthem when I'm back. Or the gods to write down my name somewhere. Silence. Do you remember what I said before? He asked in a suspiciously gentle tone. She swung her palm like a knife, the air pressure cutting Silver's eyes like a sharp blade. But he didn't stop looking at her, his eyes bleeding severely, as if nothing had happened. It was. The hot blood dripped onto her face. Ah. Ha. This isn't a fucking human, shudder. This made her tremble in some indescribable fear. These expressions weren't missed by him, so he smiled, as if deriving pleasure from this. Are you giving up? Come on, is that how you're going down? Someone so prideful, upon being placed against something they can't move or understand, is amidst the first to break, because they'll start to doubt themselves. His expression started to tense, the fire momentarily recoiled, like when the waves recede before a larger one comes. Don't forget. Burst. Flames. Silver suddenly exploded into flames like a volcano erupting. His eyes turned into lighthouses as fire spew out of them like magma rivers. TSSSSSSS. She felt an extreme heat cover her, and she instantly started to sweat. Smoke coming out from his mouth, he said. An adventurer. No. Stop it. She said, struggling with a sudden burst of power. It hurts. Ah. Stop it. Silver continued to smile. Fire coming from within his teeth. But the sounds that came out of his mouth weren't calm, much less gentle. Is meant to burn his soul in a moment of glory. Silver pressed her body down, his face overtaken by flames. Shine. His halberd shone brightly, and in a small moment, a small spark ignited in its blade. It was only for a moment though, few noticed. With the exception of a few with keen eyes. That. Hermes knew what it was. What's he pulling out of his ass now? Loki squinted her eyes. Hestia got up from her seat, making it fall back much to the other's surprise. My. Another surprise. Freya mumbled with a flushed expression. Ah. I want it. So much. But she quickly went back to normal. Smack. Extreme fear brought forth power from the depths of her body, and Phryne successively pushed Silver back. She ran back, standing in a defensive position as she saw the burning Silver rise from the ground. A man clad in fire. The very depiction of his burning desires. It was poetical, his own dreams were wearing him down slowly. Burning him into cinders. In a sense, he was right, even as his body burned asunder. Ha. Out of breath and the will to fight, she raised her gaze to meet his. Exclamation point. But that wasn't exactly a good idea. Silver's eyes had yet to fully heal. Perhaps they never would. Flames spew out from the two horizontal slits in his eyes, the cuts Phryne had just made. Crackle, slash. Clang, slash. Clang, slash. As his body burned down, the sound of chains echoed in the plains. What do you see when you look at me to have that sort of gaze? He asked in an oddly twisted tone. Whoosh, slash. Grasp, slash. His halberd flew to him, its runes shining in blue light. Having second thoughts about this, Silver asked as he saw her stepping back. Unfortunately, it's way too late for that. He raised his weapon and got into a stance. Slash clang, slash. Slash ching, slash. The chains continued to sound out, but their source couldn't be found. It was short, but the world will have to say goodbye to its newest level 6. And no. Get away from me, you fucking monster. She looked around in panic, rejoicing at the fact her axe was close to her. Albeit she had lost half of its handle, something was better than nothing. Slash grab slash. Her survival instincts kicking in, she was going to survive, somehow. Silver didn't reply at first, thinking. Monster, huh? Not really a bad analogy. No, I guess I am some kind of monster, depending on whom you ask. Silver seemed amused, like being called a monster was some form of compliment. Shit. You're just a maniac. A fucking creature disguised as man. She had some sort of epiphany. That's it. You can only be that. Some disgusting beast. Hey. Kill him. She desperately clawed the earth, trying to move further away from him. But no one came to her pathetic cries. Call me whatever you wish, monster, demon, or whatever. I may be shunned by others. As people are too afraid of the unordinary. His tone became solemn. But I'll always just be myself, Silver, the adventurer. I have no interest in anything else. For now. Still, we never know where life will lead us. The gods did come down for a reason, though I wonder what they have to say about the mortal plane once they got here. Slash crack, slash. The sound of something metallic breaking rang in her ears. She looked round, but saw nothing. He took a step forward. I'll move forward, always, many things died for me to be here, piles upon piles of monsters. A few people too. He cracked a smile. Their efforts won't be in vain. But today. His tone going down, the determination within him. He sounded oddly at peace. This is the path I carved for myself, slash crack, slash. Finally, with one last reverberation, brown chains materialized faintly behind him before breaking down and scattering into sparks of light. His torn and burned shirt revealed his back, and a brazier of fire slowly lit up there. Hestia's symbol, the cauldron of heaven where the immortal torch burned. Slash burst, slash. His halberd suddenly ignited in platinum flames. These flames spread around his body, taking over his own flames, turning him into a platinum monster. I'll kill a level 6. He opened his mouth to utter a battle cry, rushing forward. Ah! Silver's scream triggered her, making her jump back in fear. Fern swung her axe, but it was in vain. Slash clang, slash. Being in an awkward position, even with her overflowing strength, Silver bounced the axe back, swinging his blade at her chest, leaving a deep red gash in her chest armor. Slash bam, slash. He kicked her chest, sending her away. Slash whoosh, slash. Kicking the ground in sequence, he flew after her, punching her face, sending her into the earth as her skin sizzled due to the contact with the flames. Slash throw, slash. He threw her to the side, jumping into the air as he slashed downward. Slash scream, slash. I don't want it. I'm Phryne Jamil. Phryne exclaimed as she swung her axe upward. Slash cut, slash. Silver's arm had been cut apart. Where are you looking at? Silver's voice looked macabre and dark. Slash cut, slash. Ah! Despite his arm being cut, Silver continued to slash downward, cutting Phryne's left eye the moment she completely let her guard down. No. No. Arg. She touched her face, feeling the burning edge carve away her soul. This can't be. Hup. Leaving his burning arm behind, the now single-armed Silver dashed after her. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. Ah! Silver made a series of attacks with his soul arm, cutting and burning her body, filling her with massive pain. Leave me alone. Get away from me. You already won, just stop it already. Slash slash, slash. Slash cut, slash. Fern slashed chaotically, and somehow, she managed to cut Silver's other arm in a moment of euphoria. Once again, he didn't move, letting her do as she pleased. Ha ha. Slash clench, slash. Opening his mouth and exhaling flames, Silver laughed evilly as two pairs of flaming arms emerged from his wounds, grabbing onto the goddess halberd, slashing at Phryne's arms, cutting her shoulders. Phryne was so absurdly shocked, she barely mounted any resistance, letting the burning halberd cut through her. Slash thud, slash. Phryne fell with her knees on the ground, powerless. She raised her head. Please. I won't do anything. Slash smack, slash. Silver kicked her face before she could finish, sending her sliding back as she raised her hands to touch her injured face. Begging won't lead you anywhere. Silver said in disgust, almost spatting on the ground. Slash bait him, slash. Slash bait him, slash. The only sounds at this moment were the burning sounds of his flames and some sort of drum. Can you hear it? Silver asked as he looked at the side. URG. H here. No. No, I can. I definitely. But Silver interrupted her. My heart beats, thus, I'm alive. Slash bait him, slash. Slash bait him, slash. Each time his heart beat, the flames around his chest were pushed slightly. It kept getting faster. Please. The flames around his shoulders started moving, becoming a pair of arms. Slash grab, slash. Silver grabbed his halberd, the flames around it had long stopped, and its runes were now dark. Stop. From behind Silver, Shakti and Ida appeared, running, holding her their weapons as sweat fell from their foreheads. Damn it. That crazy man. Shakti thought as she ran. Silver slowly turned to her, looking at her with disappointment. He raised his flaming arm, pointing it at her. I said it before, and I won't repeat. He then pointed down. Slash boom, slash. Shakti and Ida suddenly fell onto the ground, they couldn't even move. A large crater surrounded their feet as if the very earth was being pressured by an invisible object. Do not interfere. He exclaimed in anger. URG. She tried to raise her head, but the force suddenly doubled down. This is my fight. My problems. Why you? My desires. Slash boom, slash. The intensity of the pressure increased, and Shakti spat out some air as her lungs were squeezed forcefully. Slash gasp, slash. But it all vanished the moment he turned his gaze. I yearn for this moment. He raised his halberd, but he then dropped it, walking to Phryne. NNNN. Freya, SH. Phryne begged in every way she could, but Silver ignored it all. There might be people out there that'll give you a second chance. Even a third chance. I do believe in those, everyone deserves to be pardoned, one way or another. Hope lit up in her eyes. But I'm not one of those. I'll give you a chance, as many as I feel like it. Call me whatever you like. I don't really care. I'm flawed after all, that is humanity for you. If you want perfection, seek the gods to give you guidance. Slash grab, slash. Silver grabbed Phryne's broken axe as he walked. For me. You just crossed too many lines to be given any sort of redemption. And that's all that matters. He looked up as if he could gaze at someone. Not for anyone else but me. Slash slash, slash. Silver swung the great axe sideways without even looking at her. Slash cut, slash. Slash. Thud, slash. Notes. What do you all think? There was less fight here and more of self-reflection. This is because that, with the new volume release of Danmachi, I started to realize that Silver is weak. Yes, it's quite absurd. The reason for that is because, albeit his plasmids are incredible, they are more versatile than anything else. Once he starts to fight with those mega-oriented adventurers, especially the people of the Freya Familia, his problems will start to appear. Of course, this doesn't mean I'll artificially buff him. In fact, if we put Silver on the same level as the people of the Freya Familia, he would likely win against any of them. Hey Dean. The white elf. He would likely silence the elf or assassinate him before he had the chance to react. Otter. Likely the same, albeit Otter might survive thanks to his massive battle experience, immediately activating his skills to fight. But in the end, it would be a battle of stats. Or something like that. Otter is super OP at the end of the day. Regardless, I'm now working on the next volume, it'll be an exploration-oriented volume, or so I plan. The Hestia Familia will do another recruitment, the consequences of his actions will start to show themselves, and the world will start to move to the promised time foretold in the novels. Although I planned of 1 level per volume, I might change this and make this volume more than 1 level. This is also a good time to introduce characters that didn't make their appearance. As the news of the Hestia's Familia rise spread, people that moved in the games due to such things will indeed start to pay attention. For now, I'm focused on the forgotten game Orario Raspsodia as there are many cool characters there for us to use. And as I fused the timelines of Artemis and forwarded the timeline by 2 years regarding some characters' ages, technically, they wouldn't be too young, as some characters in the game were indeed very young. There are several 12 to 14-year-old characters and even a 10-year-old one. They are pretty cool regarding their skills and abilities and they have the potential to become people like the executives of the Loki Familia. Aside from that, this would be a good time to introduce Lily and Welf if possible. Welf is a powerful smith that would find the Hestia Familia the perfect place for him to grow, and Lily, despite some of her problems, is a pretty good strategist, and the only reason why Belle didn't die yet. One of the many reasons. This volume will likely end everything non-mainstream for us to deal with, leaving only a few plots in the background for us to mess with. I'll start to foreshadow some of my self-made plots as well. And that's it. What do you think about this? Do you have any particular characters you would like to see appearing more? Has anyone read the newest volumes of Danmachi and Sword Oratoria? If so, what do you think will happen from now on? P.S. I'm using my last few hours on Midjourney to make anything. If you have any idea, now is the time to post them. I literally only have 3 to 4 hours left. I'm using them as fast as I can since it would be a waste to pay for things I'm not using. Aside from that, that's all from me. Peace. Chapter 193, New Day, End of Volume 4. Took a while, but here we are. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. //cut/////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Even the river's water stopped splashing, the birds stopped chirping, and the insects went dark. As if the world was giving the scene a moment of silence. It's over, /TSSS, /. As Silver recovered from his stupor, the flames around his body extinguished, slowly revealing his charred body. Normally this wouldn't be concerning, Silver's abilities rarely cause him long-term damage. It may be extreme for the onlookers, but for him, it wasn't as much. However, it wasn't recovering. Exclamation point. URG. Sudden, intense pain took over his body, and his vision started to darken as his eyes dried. He had to use everything he had to not crouch down and scream in pain. Bit. Instead, he bit his lips and cut off his receptors while also increasing the concentration of adrenaline in his blood. It won't do much. Yet it'll have to suffice. Phew. It stopped hurting. But the situation remains unchanged. I need to heal myself as soon as possible. My arms too, I need to go back and grab them. Until then, I shouldn't worry the others. His current arms were nothing but an illusion, a palpable one, but one nonetheless. It did not have the same strength as his two arms had. Clang. Silver dropped the remains of Phryne's axe on the ground, letting blood splash around. In truth, the axe had become heavy for him to hold as he slowly lost his grip strength. He thought about a lot of things as he looked at her body, but he was tired and worn out. All thoughts of anger and determination he had before slowly vanished like the murky clouds in the sky. They seemed so useless now. Initially, he wanted to kill Phryne and stick her head to the end of his halberd, let the world know what it meant to deal with the Hestia Familia. But now, he realized that may be a bit over the top. He still has people to care for, people that see him with respect and expectation. He wasn't a complete barbarian, he would show them how he behaved. Killing an adventurer in such a fight won't be frowned upon, people understand what's at stake. Though not everyone can be as understanding. Taking that step would only make more people fear him. Or antagonize him. Why trouble and anger himself over a dead body? Stain this moment of glory with a petty act of self-gloat. Instead, he should pay attention to the more pressing matter. His own body. URG. /crack/. My skin's breaking, peeling. It's charred. And I can't recover it, this is troublesome. What happened? This shouldn't be a side effect of overusing my powers. Unless. Did I accidentally burn myself without noticing? If I took some damage, then it would be explained. I can't recover my body unless I heal it. It's the reason why I can open a hole in my hand and close it immediately, but if someone pierces it with a spear, I won't be able to do the same. I would have to heal it first. /. A red potion inside a beautifully ornate crystal bottle appeared in his hand, out of thin air. Silver couldn't care about the chances of people realizing something was wrong, he had to focus on recovery first. He could make excuses later. /TSSSS/. He started by splashing the elixir on his face in an attempt to fix his vision. /. And while the potion did its part on his face, he splashed the rest on his body, followed by taking another one, covering the rest. His chest, shoulders, stomach, and then his legs. /TSSS/. As he did so, smoke was released into the air as part of the potion evaporated on his skin while the rest was absorbed by his now recovering muscle tissue. This was the sign that the elixir was in effect. It was then he realized that his clothes had been mostly burnt, though his shorts were still up, somehow. Of course, his vision was still dark. Silver was mostly observing his surroundings through a mix of abilities. It wasn't very detailed, he was tired after all. The only reason he could do so was that he barely used his mind during this battle. Yes, his performance drained him of a lot, however, he still could push it further. His body was a different matter altogether though. It seems investing in these high-quality shorts was worth it. I almost showed my bare ass to all of Orario. Again. Albeit his shirt was cheap shit, his shorts and underwear weren't. The flames that covered his body were intense, but the material they were made off was considerably magic-resistant. If he could, he would also make them heat-resistant, considering that is by far the most common way for his clothes to end up ragged. But that took time and effort. Commissioning high-quality underwear wasn't exactly on his list of priorities. He still has to check the place Gareth recommended him to. Gulp. After splashing his body with the expensive items, he proceeded to gulp some of it down, using the little bit of energy he had to make sure the potion quickly healed some of his internal inflammations and ruptures. Gulp. After the elixirs, came the mind potions. He needed his powers back so he could be ready for any situation, even if his head hurt. And his headache due to overuse of mind was the least of his problems. My eyes. But once everything was over, Silver was quick to notice two crucial things. The elixirs may have healed his skin to some extent, but his eyes were unsalvageable. He had become blind. Inhale, exhale, Okay. Breath in. And out. It isn't as bad as it looks. It was obvious, Silver wasn't okay with this. But as he calmed down, he understood what to do. Panicking wouldn't do him very much. Though realizing that is easier said than done. People will often move first, think later, it's the natural instinct of men. Healing my eyes on my own from zero won't be a problem. Not an impossibility at the least. It's just that'll take a long time, and I'll have to fully rely on my senses and abilities to see. Even if they are squashed, I can make them again. Well, if they had been squashed things would have been better since I could redo that, but they were charred completely. There's no recovery for that. As for my arms. Silver turned his face to the side, he closed his eyes so that the onlookers wouldn't see the mangled state his sensorial organs were currently in. They are. The only thing on the ground was a pair of gloves and some black ashes. As he realized what had become of his trusty limbs, grief took over his mind. Just what happened? How did my body burn like this? The gloves I requested are still fine. They were made to last, so I can understand, it would be strange for Hephaestus' work to break like that. But my arms themselves. They turned to ash, I can't even salvage anything. Not even a bone. He bit his lips in anger, but in the end, he moved and crouched near one of the arms, grabbing it with his telekinesis. Shaw. Like sand, a lot of ash fell onto the ground, making a small pile in front of his feet. Shaw. As he walked to the more distant arm, he was soon to determine its cruel fate. Hot. So hot. The metal is scalding. This means I was too late. A painful possibility formed in his mind. While I fought Phryne, during those last moments, the fire still burned on my arms, uncontrolled, so they raged my flesh and burnt it asunder. In a matter of seconds, they were reduced to this. Ha! Silver let out a dry laugh, thinking how ironic this situation was. I was the one that said adventurers should burn their souls and march onwards. Is this heaven punishing me for my actions? Fine then, I can live with that. Losing a limb or two permanently isn't going to stop me for long. After a moment of silence, he turned around, the two gloves flying next to him. In fact, they flew right next to his shoulders. Step. Next, it was his final piece of equipment. Partner. Silver stared at his beaten-down halberd, its edges now dull and twisted. Phryne sure did a number on it. It's all dented, but it can be fixed, it's not chipped, and this is the most impressive. So the question is, did she add the Durandal effect to it? I never questioned how Hephaestus made it. Just what did she use during its confection to make it strong enough to resist several full-blow impacts from a level 6? Did she add the Durandal effect? Some secret smithing technique? Or is it due to the copied status? Perhaps both. The runes. They are a bit molten. This can't be, nothing of this makes sense. My fire was hot indeed, I was burning myself to make the greatest of fires. But it shouldn't be enough to melt it. I did melt Phryne's weapon, but that was because I focused all of my firepower in one spot. Instead of melting my weapon it should have cooled it down. I wasn't even holding it. Even if the fire was the case, it would have melted by the handle and not just the runes. Something is missing. But I have a solution for that. I can always just ask what happened, and if someone can't give me a solid answer, the thing I gave to Loiju, it'll show me the truth, everything I need. Whatever the case, cha. The halberd sprung into the air, following Silver as he walked. Even if he had lost his arms, his lethality hadn't decreased by much, his plasmids could more than cover for what he lost. As for you. Silver started at Phryne's body, but in the end, he just walked past it. No words, no trophies to collect, no facial expressions, nothing. He just walked next to her towards the high walls in the distance, leaving her remains behind as the sun shone on his back. The greatest respect he could give her as a fellow adventurer was simply not profane her body, though he had none for her. Whoosh. Once he took a few steps into the distance, he vanished, teleporting away, shaking the loose sand on the ground and leaving a tail behind for all to share. And so they would, because as soon as he vanished. Cheery ears, Orario exploded in euphoria. Had they lost or won their bets, it didn't matter, they had just witnessed something incredible. Just like when someone's favorite sports team loses not due to their mistakes, but because the enemy team was too good. They'll stop and appreciate what they had seen. Especially when the hardworking dark horse rises against the champion. But that was a competitive game, and this was war. Someone died, even if there was no one to mourn the dead. Or was it? A minute or so ago, back in the entertainment district, Inside a large hall, dozens of Amazons looked up with extremely amazed eyes. I can't believe it. This means. As Phryne's head hit the floor, so did their expectations for victory. As the blood splashed away, they understood. The Ishtar Familia was no more. Swoosh. After Silver vanished from the battlefield, the floating mirror that was broadcasting the war game suddenly changed, moving to the people of the Ganesha Familia. Although people still wanted to know what happened, the commentary from one of the most beloved gods would have to suffice for now. Though this wasn't of any interest to a certain Amazon. Wow. Samira. Where are you going? One of the Amazons asked as she saw a white-haired Amazon walk away. Grab my stuff. She said calmly. What? Are you going somewhere? Yes, I'm dipping out. Before the lady up there recovers her bearings and goes ballistic. She said as she pointed at the ceiling. Now that Phryne is dead, Tammuz is severely injured, and Aisha was beaten to a pulp. Even if we compare it to how it was before, though the strength of the Ishtar Familia hasn't declined much, the rules of the war game will throw us to the edge. Ishtar already threw us into pits of hell to force us to improve, those that failed are either dead or in bed recovering, and I'm sure she'll force them down there again, or so she planned. With this loss, everyone will want a piece of her, and she is a goddess, she won't have to do a thing herself. So the ones that'll work will be us. We'll have to fend off the world due to her mistakes while also abiding by the Hestia Familia's requests. And this means 5 years without the dungeon. Without being able to access the dungeon, our greatest source of income will be cut, we won't be able to improve, and overall, I see no way of recovering from this unless Ishtar pawns off this tower. Even if we survive and keep the tower, I see no way we'll recover, under normal circumstances, 10 years at a minimum. But would Orario let us? This city isn't so forgiving of those that aim high and fall. Nope, there is nothing for me here anymore. This isn't the sort of life I desire. Leaving. Samira stopped, looking back. Do you plan on staying? You better think again, use that brain of yours, and try to figure out what'll happen to us if we do stay by. Silence. The hall was in silence. I'll be going first. Even if it's hasty and there's nothing that'll guarantee that Ishtar will let us transfer to another familia. Considering the rules, if she is thrown outside, she'll have to do something for us, we won't lose anything for leaving. She won't have a choice regardless. Samira then shook her head. I won't say it anymore, think it through yourselves, I'll go grab Aisha's stuff, I doubt she'll stay anyway. She smiled. See you all at the gates. Step. Samira walked to the dark corridor, taking a turn and vanishing, her footsteps echoing in the hall. I'll go too, I'm only level 2, if I stay. Ishtar will likely send me to die in the dungeon again, I almost lost a hand last time. And I don't want to experience that again anytime soon, at least not until the day I'm ready. Someone else said, running after Samira. Perhaps I should try my luck with the Hestia Familia. Just kidding. Though I am a bit regretful. This was only the start, soon enough, several more Amazons started moving after them, one after the other, until only a few stayed behind. But after looking at each other and how empty the hall had become, they all moved, leaving the room behind. Like this, within a minute, Ishtar lost over half of her Berberas, her main fighting force, and it wouldn't take long for this rebellious act to spread across all of her children, even the non-combative ones. If leaving on your own mark said person as unloyal, making such person untrustworthy from other gods' perspectives, everyone leaving together means only one thing. They had no respect for Ishtar and she failed miserably in making any. It was all her fault. With this loss, how much money would she have to give away? Without a doubt, if they stayed, the ones that would make that money would be them. The only ones that remained were the charmed males that tried to stop the Amazons from fleeing. But how could they? Bilit Babili, Ishtar's proud home was turned into a battlefield in no time at all as the girls fought against the boys. And their master stood crouching on the ground, her face hollow and her eyes unfocused. It may seem like she was having a crisis, but in truth, Ishtar had lost conscience with her eyes wide open, the shock too great for her to take. Twitch. But from the slow twitches of her hands, it was clear she would wake up soon. And when she did. As for Silver himself. Arg. Crack. Splat. Inside a dark alley in the middle of Orario, Silver gouged out his own 2 eyes, letting their remains fall onto the ground. Arg. Shit. Quickly cutting off even more of his pain receptors, Silver took a deep breath before storing the remains of his eyes inside a glass jar before taking out a white bandana from his inventory, wrapping it around his face. Whoosh. As the bandana was stained with red, he vanished. The sun shone above Orario as gods exclaimed in ecstasy, a new page had been written today, it was the signs of a new day. What would tomorrow hold for them? Notes. And, cut. It's over. From here on out, it's officially the intervolume I always do. It'll compose of mostly reactions, with some chapters focused entirely on someone else other than Silver. There are also 2 big side chapters, one with Hephaestus that will explain where his gear came from, and the other that's more for comedic purposes. With the MC now weakened after his fight, we'll be seeing a few months' worth of time skip as he recovers and does other things. Of course, the plot will continue, Ishtar will take the consequences of her actions, and characters will react to Silver, and so on. Once I'm done with that, we'll start Volume 5. There are many things to address here, and there are some plots some of you might enjoy. One such thing is the outside. Silver will finally leave Orario for a period of time in search of his family and other things. After almost half a year without seeing them, it's time to give them a heads up. There are many things he can do outside. What do you think he should do? Aside from that, there is a chance the start of this volume will focus more on outer POVs than on Silver, for the aforementioned reasons. One, for example, will happen during the next small arc that I have in mind, the second recruitment arc. Now that the Hestia Familia is once again at the forefront of popularity, why not do another big recruitment? And this time, introduce some characters from the games. I told you guys I was taking a look at those. From now, after some research, the characters from Orario Raspudia will suffice, but I don't know much about the game and neither it has content on YouTube. I'll start researching more from Danmachi now. If you are a player of this game and want me to focus on a character, now might be the time. I am still unsure, but this volume may be the last one before the start of canon, not that it matters now anyway. The only reason canon matters is that it's the year of the promise that's been foreshadowed in the main series, not due to Bell in itself. There is still a lot to talk about. In this volume, expect more Loki and Freya Familia action. Mostly because Silver is about the same stage as them, being strong enough to rival the executives of the Loki Familia, though I'm unsure if he can take any of the level 6s of the Freya Familia. He might even have some difficulty against the current Gulliver brothers, even if they are rather recent level 5s. It's complicated. Regardless, that's all from me. Images. XD. Chapter 194, What Happens After a War. So, I was supposed to post the side chapters now, but I decided to continue for a little while first. In case you guys want to see them first, tell me in the comments. But be warned, both side chapters are pretty big, so I would remain a few days without posting, to give myself some rest. Also, as you'll all see, this chapter is still within Volume 4. I'll do like I did before, and say we're in the intervolumes. Though different from before, I won't start Volume 5 right away. I wanted to have some things end before that. After that's done, I'll start Volume 5. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for reading, peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. P.S. If you are interested, we achieved another goal on Patreon, and one of the things I do is increase the number of chapters to all tiers for free, so if you're interested, we already went over 3 goals, and all tiers received quite a bit of extra chapters by now, so it may be a good time to check it out again if you're interested. Especially if you are a fan of Zero Fate, all tiers have access to all advanced chapters of that story, with the newest goal, it's 5 chapters, of course, I have to make them yet lol. Life is hard. Slash thud, slash. Slash thud, slash. Slowly but surely, Silver made his way back home. Each step was more solid than the other as he recovered his strength and energy, while also getting used to his current predicament. The fact that he had lost his eyesight, together with his arms. He even noticed how his eardrums had been somewhat damaged, though that was easily fixed by spraying some elixir down there. The marvel of potions was surely very convenient. If his hearing wasn't enough, his ears had also been partly erased due to the flames, but as they were purely cartilage, they were easier to recover, a day or 2 should suffice, and until then, using his powers to hide it should be enough. It may even be applicable to question. If his powers are based on body alteration, was he even hurt right now? It could be said this is just a temporary appearance, and by changing it, voila, he isn't hurt anymore. If only it was that simple. Maintaining a changed appearance takes focus and energy, something that degrades over time. For now, the only thing he wanted was to go back home and enjoy this victory with everyone. And then rest. Albeit he understood very well that it wasn't the time for that. He would have to think about his future later, from how he'll move forward with his current body to how he's going to fix it. And in the meantime, deal with the consequences of this war game. There were many things to go over. Making sure Ishtar would pay for her actions to seeing how the other familiars would deal with them as well. Including how those people will react. There was also the bets he made. Once again, he bet on his overwhelming victory, he couldn't let the money escape. Slash stops, slash. Huff. I'm starting to feel tired all of a sudden. Silver mumbled as he rested his back on an alley's wall. What's happening this time? He touched his head to see if there was anything wrong with it, but his temperature was okay. I feel heavier than usual as if I got a strong cold. It's been a while since I got sick, I wonder if I still can. Breathing heavily, he shook his head, continuing to move forward, remembering the long past when he was a child. A time when he trained daily with his grandparents, a time where it was normal for him to grow sick. I'm almost there, as long as I'm there, it'll be okay. I need a bath and some rest. I can do the rest after I'm done with those. Dusting his clothes, he smiled slightly. In the end, it all went well. I had many backup plans in case things went awry. To use curse items. Traps. Extreme poison and toxins. Things that would make people frown, but I was ready to throw that away for the sake of victory in my life. At least I think I was, my actions didn't really reflect that. In the end, I did it, I beat her in single combat. A fight to the bitter end, my body versus hers. The reason she lost was that she neglected the most important aspect of an adventurer, balance. Strength without control. A sturdy body, but at the cost of her agility. She was a tank in every sense of the word, unfortunately, she wasn't unbreakable. Though it's not I won without some losses. Had she been faster instead of tanky, coupled with her strength, then things would have been bad, and I wouldn't be able to guarantee victory. If her mental condition was sturdy, then she wouldn't have panicked towards the end, and neither would she have hesitated nor misused her strength, giving me many openings. Though if she didn't have her magic resistance, defeating her would have been that much easier, even if she were better in all those aspects. Maybe if she tried to grow stronger instead of relaxing, she would have more skills and perhaps even a magic spell. I should thank Ishtar for that. I guess no matter how much she thought about this, she never predicted that I could face Phryne at all, she probably believed I was still the same boy that fought Apollo. Even if stronger, my strength was being boosted by Heraheim's magic, so she undervalued me. Everything was built upon her misconceptions, her arrogance, and Phryne's pride. Otherwise, she would have sent her top warrior from the start, and even if I defeated her, it would have been a pain to deal with Tamas like this. Not that I would lose, but it would be bad to just fall onto the ground after everything was over. I trust Ganesha to protect me, but at the same time. Silver always kept his guard up for possible interventions, he didn't know what sort of plans those in the dark had, but they could move on him at any minute. He wasn't exactly talking about Evelis, but about the world itself. Almost all first-class adventurers were once hunted down and marked for assassination, given bounties for some fool to try to take on. Did he have one? Were there bounty hunters wanting to get him open? Silver was hard-pressed, if there were some, wouldn't now be the best time to act. Defeat the hurt warrior that made the impossible and rise in fame. Or infamy. But for an assassin, infamy and fame are one and the same. They just need one good hit while he was down and they would go down in history. Sigh. Slash gulp, slash. Silver took down a small water bottle from his pocket space, drinking its contents to satisfy his thirst. After this fight, how should I classify myself? Am I a top first-class adventurer? A top level 5 combatant? Or am I something above that? Should I even try to classify myself like that? Given what I can do and what I can bring. How tiring. Seeing he had arrived at the end of his alley, Silver vanished once more to another alley in the distance. Slash at the same time inside the Hearth Manor, slash. Slash cheers, slash. A party was going on as everyone screamed around, some even crying. Some of the light-hearted girls even straight up fell unconscious, either due to the gore of watching her captain burn himself alive, lose a few limbs prior to decapitating a woman, or merely at how exciting seeing him do it was. From a moment of extreme pressure to relaxation. It can knock someone out rather easily. It didn't matter how serious they were all cheering. In their own ways. HAAA. The flames that consume yet give meaning. The price he had to pay. But in the end, he persevered. As always. Cassandra collapsed on the ground with a silly smile, sweat on her face, her hair disheveled as she thought about her dreams. She started to realize that she was having more and more dreams, and most of them end up being related to him. She wondered why. Was there an underlying reason for that, or was it merely because he was always in some sort of danger? For now, she only wanted to forget it all and rest a little, and this time, she didn't want to have a nightmare. Was it too much to ask? Crazy guy. Daphne held Cassandra by the arms, trying to help her up. But she still looked up, as if she could see him there. Though the projection had already vanished, she saw herself imagining the fight all over. Her expression was of complete and utter shock, she couldn't believe what she had seen. She turned her face to the other people, and her expression twisted a little. That son of a. Look at what he's teaching them. If this continues, they'll all try to do something similar. What a headache. He is. Strange, so he can do those things. But them. She felt her tongue lock. How was she supposed to tell them they can't throw themselves onto a fire like moths to a flame and survive? They weren't that special yet. In the end, she passed the burden to her future self. Right now, she didn't have the heart to break their dreams of glory and happiness. She wasn't the only one with such complex emotions, each of them took this in their own ways. Hell yeah. Captain kicks ass. One of the triplets exclaimed as he got on top of a table. Oi brat. Get down from there. No. I refuse. From now on I'm. Slash thud, slash. Igva, the Amazon, threw a small paper roll on the boy's face, sending him tumbling down, his eyes spinning. Don't dirt the dinner table with your stinky foot. She said with a helpless smile. Slash laughter slash. They laughed, the older of the triplets shook his head, the youngest covered his mouth, laughing at his brother's misfortune. But amidst them, there was one person that wasn't cheering. Their goddess. She was also extremely shocked, but more than anything, she was concerned. She wanted to smile like them as well, her excitement was likely higher than theirs combined. But she saw something she couldn't believe. I was likely mistaken. Yet, as she saw her children commemorate, she decided to set aside those thoughts. She had a job to do. Looking up as well, she smiled. Good work. Silver. Small tears forming in the corners of her eyes, she shook them off as she turned to her familia. Everybody. He'll be coming back soon. Let's get this party started. Slash cheers, slash. They all started to move, preparing to welcome their captain. It was a time to rejoice in the Hestia Familia, a new page in their book, one that it was time to flip. A new chapter in their story. This should be enough. Silver mumbled as he looked at a small ice mirror he made. His previous ragged look was gone, being replaced by a man in good clothes. Image. Although he still had some bandages around his body, his skin injuries had been quite severe, and even with the help of the elixirs, terrible scars were left behind. He planned on clearing those over time since despite the fact he didn't mind scars on his body, treating them as good memories. Though he also valued his body's aesthetics. So these burn scars were a bit over the top for him. It feels weird to do it like this. Silver said as he raised his arm. Indeed, he even had his eyes and arms back, though those were nothing more than a tangible cover-up, they didn't hold the same power or functionality as his true limbs had. He merely made himself presentable as he didn't want to appear in front of everyone with a bloodied bandana and 2 missing arms while having multiple first, second, and third-degree burns. As if he had returned from a bloody and miserable war. It wouldn't do good for them. I need to get into the mood, if I return like a beaten dog I'll break their spirit. Albeit. How much money did I just throw away drowning myself in potions, slash chuckle, slash. I think I've drank more potions than beer by now. Even if he wanted to show that yes he was human and that he also suffered greatly from this encounter, he also had to account for other things. Over time he would show them his injuries, still, that would be better than a flat-out, I'm a cripple now, line. My body's all stiff. I feel like an old man. He said as he stretched his back. I want to sleep. But I have so much to do. But they're waiting for me. I'm sure of it. Silver walked out of the alley, making his way to his home. At the same time, the gods slowly left Babel, almost all with lingering excitement. I won't be able to forget this for a while. A male god without hair spoke as he looked up. Hey, should we go visit Ishtar? See how she's doing and all of that. A god with a rat-like face replied, having a sneaky expression as he spoke with the other god. Wow, man. If you want to poke a beehive, go by yourself, don't pull me down with ya. I'm just kidding, I'm sure she would claw my eyes out if I were to make fun of her now. But still. Are we supposed to? You know. I was thinking about that, but seeing how no one spoke about it, I have the lingering impression they'll bring it soon, likely tomorrow. We'll be having a meeting tomorrow. Of course, we will, it's protocol to have a meeting like this after a war game. The bald god's expression sharpened. Besides, I'm sure this will be an equally interesting day. Exclamation point. The other god suddenly understood. Of course. His alias. Oh boy, that'll be a hard one, I can already think of some juicy ideas. You better keep it down now, Hestia isn't the same as before. If she gets pissed. Do you think she would do it? I prefer stability. The bald god said with a helpless expression. As always, you're such a bore. But I gotcha ya, I'll let the others pave the way. With a solemn expression, the rat-faced god said. From now on, we'll have to treat her in a similar way we treated Ishtar. After all, today they saw what they wanted to see the most, the impossible. Level 3 versus level 6, its result was supposed to be determined merely by that. Yet, in the end, there was no way this could have gone better. For them who seek entertainment, this show is without a doubt the greatest they had seen. But this also meant something else. The birth of a giant, one that had started to crawl. Not all were like that, of course. Atop Babel, Hermes. Voltus asked in a heavy tone as he looked at the gods. But the blonde god said nothing, instead, he looked at the city below the tower, gazing at it with a dark expression. Voltus sighed, turning his face to look at Asphi, but she shrugged as well, she couldn't understand why he had become like that. It was extremely rare to see Hermes so pensive like that, so serious, what was he thinking? She could only wonder. And wait. Step. At the same time below, as the gods moved, a pair made their way across the streets, drawing many eyes as they walked. A woman with silvery hair and eyes, ones that shimmered in purple light as she blinked. Followed by a tall man with bulging muscles. N1. Step. Silently, they walked, one in front, the other on the back, like her shadow, tracing her movement almost instinctively. Otter looked at his goddess, and despite her silence, he could tell exactly what she was thinking. Extreme desire, excitement. Her expression may be neutral, but her silence said a lot already. The way she walked and her bodily expressions, they lacked focus, meaning it was elsewhere. He couldn't blame her, that was also replaying in his mind. Burn asunder. Otter closed his eyes momentarily, thinking deeply. And he eventually remembered his own past. He also challenged those above him many times before, but unlike Silver, he failed time and time again, and when he saw himself capable of taking them down, they disappeared, their legacy was all that remained. Together with a question that to this day he is without an answer. Why? How? When they reappeared in front of him, he only saw a broken reflection of their past selves, incapable of understanding how they've become like this. It plagues him to this day, why? Question mark. He suddenly opened his eyes, as without him realizing, he followed Freya all the back to their manor, their home, Folkvanger. Folkvanger is a huge mansion that has a solemn structure similar to a temple, and it's located around the center of the business area in the southern section of Orario. Image. It was actually pretty close to Ishtar's home, as the entertainment district could be said to be part of the business area of Orario. The manor covers a large area and is surrounded by 4 large walls. It has a garden large enough for all Familia members to assemble in. The site of it displays the Freya Familia's wealth, power, and honor. Although his expression did not change, he blamed himself for dropping his guard for so long. It wasn't his style to get so lost in his thoughts. Especially in the open like this. He found it difficult to focus for long, his mind trailing back onto the fight whenever he lost it. While he tried to correct himself, Freya turned her head slightly, because in front of the large entrance to her home were a few people. 7 to be exact. They were all fully geared, as if ready for war. Images. A dark elf in edgy clothes, holding an even edgier black and red sword. A blonde high elf in noble wizard clothes, holding a double-edged rumphea and fixing his glasses as he looked forward. A very angry-looking catboy holding a spear, his armor very minimalistic, geared towards lightness and maneuverability. And a group of 4 palams wearing golden armor, the only way to differentiate them was through the color of their waistcloths. Each had their own unique color, and their weapons as each held a unique weapon. A hammer, a sword, a spear, and an axe. Otter's eyes opened slightly as he looked at them. He knew exactly what they wanted. No words seemed to be needed, but the white elf still took a step forward to inform her that they would be going to the dungeon for a few days. Freya could stop them if she wanted to, but she only asked if they had everything ready, like a mother would ask her child if it was bringing everything in its bag before sending it off to school. After a few brief words, she saw them off. Silence. You can go as well, Otter. Freya spoke, breaking the silence. But Otter immediately replied. No. Someone must stay. Otter. Freya turned to look at her champion. They're waiting for you. Understood. Although he didn't say it, Otter really wanted to go. He needed to sort his thoughts. His fighting spirit had been ignited by the fight he saw, and this was greatly distracting him. Different from him, those guys ended up succumbing to their wishes, complete lack of responsibility, leaving the familia open. Regardless, it seemed this had come to her eyes. He had once again failed at keeping his cool. Or in the first place, there was no point in trying to. Otter accepted her words, getting inside the manor to grab his equipment as he switched to a more appropriate set of garments. He didn't know when he would be back, as it normally went like that. But this time, he felt like wanting to go beyond. Could he do it? Is it time already? No, he would do it. Towards the 59th floor. Freya watched as Otter left, armor equipped, a bag full of supplies, and his iconic ultra-large swords. Tough, one bag would barely suffice for an expedition. She wondered when they all would be back, but she was interested to see how much they would grow this time. It was rare to see them like this. It's almost as if they were going on an expedition, and in a sense, they would. Though not a conventional one. It was more of a competition to see who would dive the furthest. They would kill everything on their way, moving together. Somewhere along the way, the Palom brothers would have to stop. They had just recently leveled up, a month or two before Ace and her group, so they could only go so far. Then it would be a competition to see who amidst the level 6s could keep up with Otter's momentum. And who would last the longest. All while pulling each other down. Even in the dangerous dungeon, they would fight and compete with each other as their dreams were as big as the moon hung in the sky. It might sound cruel, but Freya allowed such behavior, encouraging it. The thing she wanted the most was to see her children succeed with their ambitions. No matter how impossible they seem, she would support them. And to succeed in that, they needed to have the determination to do so, else they would only hurt themselves in the long run. Isn't that right? Later. I wonder. What did he see? She mumbled as she looked at the window. Freya now sat on her favorite couch, half naked as she had just taken a shower. What made your expression twist? Hermes. Grasp. Behind her, a woman with long platinum hair clenched her fists, mixed emotions on her face as she closed her eyes. What was she thinking about? Notes. N1-. Actually, in the novels, Freya has silver eyes like silver, but in the anime, they made them purple, so I decided to mix that. Depending on the angle, her eyes could be any of the two colors, or when she is using her powers, or anything of the like. I think them sharing an eye color could become an interesting line for the future. Before you go, how about some speculation regarding his new alias? Since it may take a while for it to appear, I could also change it if a proper one was introduced to me. I tried to research many things, even mythology related to Hestia, but it doesn't have to be related to her for it to be proper. Belle was the little Rocky and then the rabbit foot. Anyway, goodbye, have a nice evening. More images. Chapter 195, Level. As before, I'll continue with the main line of chapters, but I think this may be an excellent chapter to chill out and wait. Once you read through it, tell me, should I continue with the main chapters, or should I post the side chapters first? Also, this chapter is a bit dramatic, the next few will also be a bit like that. So I hope you guys don't mind. That's all, peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon www.patreon.com/join/Abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /later, /creek, /clack, /. After commemorating with his familiar companions, and reassuring them of his current condition, Silver and Hestia went back to the second floor, entering the office. Yo. Chill. The party was long and full of laughter, however, he couldn't remain with them forever. It was time to update his status, and also to have a talk. Silver had noticed from the beginning, from her estranged expression, that something was burdening her mind. Perhaps she as well could tell he was hiding something from everyone, or mayhaps she saw something else, yet in the end, refused to point that out. But in the end, Hestia was terrible at hiding things, and Silver was definitely not the only one that noticed her strange behavior. Regardless, it was time to clear her worries and reassure her that this was just another step in their long journey. And once that was done, Silver was going outside. He had people to meet. Poof. Hestia sat on a couch, pulling his hand and forcing him to sit beside her. Now that we're here, tell me, what's weighing on your mind? Silver asked as he held her hand. It's time to slowly get back on track. This time, there's nothing in the background, nothing to pull me down. There is the everlasting threat of Evelyn and those guys, but they won't move after everything that happened. They shouldn't. I dealt 2 major blows to their forces. I took out the Ikelos Familia, and albeit I'm unsure of what happened to Ikelos himself, with their removal, they complete more or less lost that stream of income. And now, the Ishtar Familia is a goner. On the contrary, they became a liability. Ishtar has definitely gone mad over what happened, and she'll start making crazy demands. In fact, I want to see just what will she do regarding Haruheim. Ishtar's existence is in itself a lurking danger, but her knowledge of Haruheim is by far her greatest asset against me. If she reveals her powers. While Silver lost himself in his thoughts, Hestia replied. Honestly. A lot. I can't even begin to describe how confused I was. I still am, but I can notice everything went well in the end. From the moment you woke me up dead in the night preceding by the meeting with the drunk Ishtar, I already knew something awry was going to happen. Your way of talking and your expression. I never saw you so anguished. She grasped his hand tight. I'm glad you spoke with me once that was over, explained why you did it. And I can only say that it pains me to see you do something so horrible. I was and still am ready to face reality. An adventurer has and will face things below and above. It's not always about the monsters. I'm still a bit iffy. Everything was just so fast. But what matters is that you're here now. And okay. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling clean. So please, stop trying to cover it. Show me how you truly are. She asked as her lips trembled a little. Okay. Silver replied in a heavy tone. I wanted to cover it up for a little longer, at least have my eyes back. Exclamation point. The hand grasping Hestia slowly vanished, and as she felt its heat and presence vanish, her stomach started to twirl. Her deepest fears, to see someone she cared so much for hurt. Just what happened? She grabbed his face with trembling hands, tears falling from her eyes as she saw his 2 arms vanish, and a bandana covered his face as Silver couldn't bear to show his hollowed-out eyes. After all, they were the very reason why he was given this name. Out of everything he could show her if he allowed her to witness that. Why your eyes? Your show. Silver's chest hurt immensely as he saw her expression. The only thing he could do was go back to how he looked and hug her back. Cries. Hestia cried silently as he hugged her. Her tears seemed to carve away at his soul, as her hiccups sent shivers down his spine. It made him feel so many things at once. I'll be okay, everything will be okay, he said as he patted her back. This was the first time he had seen her cry. A few times before, he saw her tear up upon seeing his injuries or something like hitting her toe on the edge of the table. Honestly, she was quite the strong woman. She rarely ever showed such deep expressions, and even in moments of extreme emotion, she would keep herself somewhat composed. Always supportive, and willing to stand aside her protectives in their lowest moments, she was a goddess that preferred peace, yet also had a sense of justice. It was clear why she was so confused. Seeing what Ishtar had done, how could she set for a peaceful outcome? Yet at the same time, she didn't want her own children to suffer. It only came to show how distressed she was right now. So he let her cry her worries away, together with all of the pent-up frustrations she had bottled up over the days. And as such, time passed. It took a lot of words, lots of hugs, a small cake, some ice cream, and a small nap session, but she finally calmed down. She was finally willing to listen to his words. As I've said, I can heal myself within due time, Silver said in a slow tone. It took a few tries, but she finally managed to stay cool when he showed her his current appearance. It may take a while, but it's more than feasible. Raising his hand, he continued. My magic can make such incredible things. The only problem is how I can't make it permanent, but with small changes every day, I can keep some of its effects. It's exactly the same principle behind what I do before every time I level up. There isn't anything new, so calm down. I'm trying, but it's not exactly. URG. She just jumped onto him, hugging his chest again like a koala. Sigh. Silver patted her head, enjoying the hug. Despite how light she was, her hug was suffocating. What about everyone? Do you plan on? He patted her head again, interrupting her. Hey. I'll share this with them. But slowly. Let them sleep with a smile on their face, let them party up and enjoy their time. Once things calm down a little, I'll show them that I'm actually a functioning human being and that I can get hurt. Flick. Hestia flicked his nose. Don't joke around this topic, please. I wasn't. I just want you to understand that it's okay. It's not okay. She said deeply. Seeing you hurt yourself like this, no matter how well you recover, it's not okay. But you're an adventurer, and so is everyone else. She squeezed his cheeks tight. So I want you to get this inside that head of yours. It's not okay, just that. I said this too many times already. She then kissed him on the cheek before getting up. So. I'm sure you've been waiting for this. Silver smiled, though he noticed she was hiding something. Status update. They said at the same time in different tones. Silver laid his back on the couch, letting Hestia perform the small ritual, bringing forth his hidden values. The hieroglyphs rose into the air, letting themselves be manipulated by her in an oddly clumsy yet organized way. As she saw the numbers change, as she saw the values alter, she saw something she feared greatly. And with determined eyes, she brushed it off. Or so she wanted. Biting her lips in confusion, pride, and many other emotions, she eventually let the text form. Picking up a small piece of paper from the side, she inscribed what she saw. There was no coming back now. Here. She said, slightly dejected, and even a bit ashamed. Something's wrong. Not. Exactly. Whatever it was, he was going to find it out himself. Melio's Silver. Level. Strength SSS 1424-SSS. Vitality SSS 1486-SSS. Dexterity SSS 1380-SSS. Agility SSS. Magic SSS 1499-J1 ###. Evolved Body -H. Perseverance -G-F. Geneticist -H. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skills. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. Decretum Propheciscur. After he finished reading, Silver was extremely surprised. I expected such massive growth, considering my skill would give me an immense boon for fighting well above my own level. But a status bug. His expression tensing, he suddenly relaxed, saying, well, I finally got a new skill, and my development ability raised in rank after so long. Hestia looked at him with a deadpan expression. That's what's concerning you. Silver sat down on the couch, smiling at Hestia. I don't really think there's a need to explain anything else apart from that skill, right? They're pretty self-explanatory. But I do wonder why it breached past it. I didn't expect the status bug to appear so soon. I didn't even start my greatly awaited operation. I guess not. Hestia said as she looked to the side. She's still hiding something. Her expression, way of talking, body movement. Yup, she's totally hiding something. Should I just get it over with and press her on? No. Not today. After I fully recover, I'll ask her what she's hiding from me. If she doesn't tell me before that, I can't let her carry a burden all on her own, especially when it concerns me. Shall we start? Silver asked as he looked at her. Aren't you going to do your thing? Yes, I will. It'll help me recover faster as well. Although it took me longer to level up, I also got some more time to prepare. I know what to do this time around. To improve my body's constitution, strength, and attributes. Overall, even if my body is improved with Falna, it still has a base. What I'm doing is increasing that base, nothing more. At a core, I'm a young human adult, one that has undergone 2 procedures. They were a bit rough, but they worked nonetheless. If I were to think about it. Even if I were to lose my Falna, my body should be able to somewhat contend with a level 1 adventurer for the most part, and I imagine this is the value reflected by the development ability. It's mostly speculation on my part. Those things don't have numbers for me to go by, and even if I were to ask Hestia, she wouldn't have been able to help me either. Some things just can't be conveyed through words. While Silver opened his inventory tool, Hestia started her explanation. Your new skill comes from your desire to change something, to stand your ground against the odds, to move forward as you wish. Change something. Silver smiled helplessly. That doesn't seem wrong. No, it's completely correct. Simply put, Decretum Propheciscur is the will to achieve something, in your case. Greatness. It's an active skill. As for its specifics. She gave him a smaller paper with some explanations, the best ones she could think of. Decretum Propheciscur. Asterisk active trigger. When used, it'll force an enemy to face you for a small period of time. Strengthens the status proportional to the level difference. Dispels all foreign abnormal effects on use. Consumes stamina proportional to strengthening. An active skill. How do I use that? Silver asked with a curious gaze. So I finally have a skill that isn't passive. Can't say I'm unsatisfied. They say skills are something slumbering within a soul, so you never really gain them, but rather, discover them. Does this mean the desire to defy something has always been within me? Or is this something I developed as I grew older, eventually gaining traction to change me completely? Even so, discovering a skill is rare by adventurous standards. I'm grateful either way. Phryne isn't really a good example of a level 6 adventurer, but in the future, if I ever face another, I may end up facing an enemy with several skills and magic that stack together, and I could end up losing without even realizing, even if I'm theoretically stronger. How would I know? Hestia replied as she shook her head. Yeah, that was strange to ask. Or so I would say. Silver retorted in dissatisfaction. How can I have an active skill but not have the activation key? Well, it shouldn't be too hard to figure out. You can do it, as always. Hestia said with a reassuring smile as she looked at him. Of course. Silver replied with a slight smile. Can't even get frustrated when she speaks like that. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sigh. Hestia smiled as well, the atmosphere had become a little lighter. Around an hour later, Silver was now sitting on the ground, his body had returned to its true, armless, and sightless form, as he couldn't lose his focus by trying to keep appearances with his plasmids. Hestia watched with a deep gaze as Silver's body glowed faintly, slowly turning back to his usual color, clenching onto the safety measure Silver prepared for her. It's not as hot as before, but still. Hestia mumbled as she kneeled on the ground, letting her head rest on his back. She wished he would be okay, as this was everything she could do. The gods descended to see the greatness of men, but sometimes, they may grow too attached to it, to the point that they start to condemn themselves for being weak. At least for a small minority. Open. Silver slowly opened his eyes, letting out a turbid breath as he exhaled. It's over. Really? Hestia asked, overjoyed. Should I have taken longer? No. But be sure to take your time regardless. I will, even if I'm reckless when fighting, I won't be reckless at this. There is no point in rushing it anyway. So you finally admitted it yourself. To her provocative words, Silver stretched his body, trying to gauge the changes he had just made. This went smoother than I thought. I became more efficient. Is this due to the effects of my development ability, or is this due to my own efforts? A mixture of both. My body is still hot and I'm also famished as per usual. I should have lost around 8 kilograms worth of fat. Not ideal when I already need a lot of energy to reconstruct my arms. Like before, I felt no pain, though I felt some discomfort, likely because I was doing this without my damn arms. Moving around without them is still a bit foreign to me. She looked at him inquisitively, he knew what she wanted. Yo, please. Stop and chill. It's time to level up, for real now. She nodded. Should I? No, just tell me what development abilities I have to choose from. I've already done everything I could, there's no point in pushing this any further. Alright, do I need to repeat your options? No, that's unnecessary. I can remember them all. Martial arts, blacksmith, mixing, abnormal resistance, engineer, researcher, slayer. After fighting and finding out what path I want to seek, it's pretty simple. I would have to choose either martial arts or slayer, but I'm more inclined to the latter. I took a bit longer to level up this time. Were there any new development abilities this time? There are, somehow. Hestia said with a slightly surprised expression. He always surprises me in this regard. Hestia cleared her throat as she tried to sound professional. First, unarmored. As the name indicates, it raises your constitution proportionally to the amount of armor you take off. Her expression turned serious. Definitely not it, I'm telling you, I won't let you pick this one up. She said while pouting. The last thing he needs to have is an incentive not to wear the most basic of armor. I didn't even say anything. Silver could only stare at her with an awkward smile as he went into deep thought. Removing armor is a very dangerous gamble. One that I take daily, so it doesn't look like a complicated one to add to my repertoire of abilities. But at the same time, it doesn't look like Hestia will allow me to choose it. And I can understand why. It's not exactly necessary either way, as most of the time, when I know I'm going to challenge something great, I do utilize armor, thus negating its effects. If that wasn't enough, I must account for the increase in constitution. Is the increase significant enough to somewhat balance the loss of, let's say, a chest piece made of orichalcum? It would be decent during my training times, but in intense fights, it would be one less DA for me. Especially since I've started to pester Hephaestus to make me armor. My gauntlets can be considered that. In any case. The other one is Berserker. It increases your status proportional to body condition, allowing you to keep going regardless of injury. Berserker. Another one that fits into my combat style, and in fact, if I could add both, they would synergize very well. A Berserker without armor that can ignore damage. I also have Perseverance. It's almost the same, but if I have two similar ones, would it be a waste or a double down? Phew. It's quite a few. Silver said with a smirk. They all seem quite useful, more so than my other ones. Though. Looking at Hestia's expression, she doesn't seem as eager as me to see those here. Whoops. If I were to make a choice. Just like before, I would have to refuse the previous one with the exception of Slayer. It increases my stats, and by Hestia's words, it also affects mind, healing, and stamina recovery speeds when I'm on a killing spree of monsters. As for the other two, unarmored is something I didn't expect to see here. Like many things I requested from the guild, I also managed to get my hands on the development ability records. An extensive book portraying all DAs acquired through time. Or at least all of those that were publicly revealed. Some adventurers just refuse to share, or die before feeling confident enough to do so. It's not as imposing as it sounds, most of it is just names with no indication of what it does, or how to acquire it. Though some, like Hunter, are famous enough for all adventurers to know how to acquire and its effects. It's a pretty decent book, because, at the end of the day, there is a set of development abilities 90% of all adventurers will get, the rest are rarities few acquire. Things like Hunter, abnormal resistance, blackmisting, mixing. One or two of these and you have a level 3 adventurer. It's literally most of all adventurers. Only those that start to thread into first class will usually have some sort of development ability that is borderline unique to them, or rare. Even skills, something that is rare to manifest, have different classifications, much less development abilities. Amidst this large number of DAs, unarmored is one I recognize, on the same page as things like light, medium, and heavy armor and its variants. It's quite interesting, but I think it's a bit too lackluster, as it only raises constitution and it has quite a serious condition to it. But of course, the increase can more than make for that. I shouldn't expect all development abilities to have widespread uses and applications. Then it comes, Berserker. I think it was recorded, let me just check what it did real quick. Silver pulled a thick book from his inventory, flipping the pages quickly. What are you doing? Checking some things, to make sure I understand what I'm doing. Silver eventually found what he was looking for. Berserker. Increases status based on bodily damage. Being healed doesn't remove the effect. But it'll slowly wear off over time. It allows you to ignore body damage and fight at peak condition, at a massive stamina cost. Regardless, on a do-or-die situation, even if it's just a single strike, it has a certain risk of making the user lose their mind. There aren't really any values tied to it, and if it wasn't for the ability to ignore injuries, it would make me think it's just a worse form of perseverance. The last thing you want in the dungeon is to lose your cool. A fight that makes you struggle with everything you have can be won if you got a tad stronger, but that won't be the case were you to lose your cool. Phryne is once again a prime example of that. In the end, Silver made his choice, and laid down on the couch. And with a smile on her face, Hestia updated his status, from 3 to 4, Silver was now level 4. One step closer to the top, one level at a time. But for now, after spending some time with his goddess, he finally succeeded in having her sleep. After being tense for a full day, once everything went away, she hit the bed in a jiffy. Once all of his responsibilities in the manor were done, Silver walked off her room with a pensive gaze. It was now time to collect his due fee. Notes. Now that you've read through it, should I post the main chapters first, or should I post the side chapters? I also made a few more images, as in preparation for this new arc. Check it out. Images. As I said before, the next few chapters will contain some level of drama. This is because Silver will go talk with people, and well, if people were to react with happy expressions to what he currently looks like, it wouldn't be very in line with what I wrote so far. Even then, it shouldn't be too much for you all to dislike, and it'll be mostly on how tolerant each person is. Some may cringe, others may nod, and some may cry if I am allowed to be arrogant about my writing. That was about it. Tough. Once again I ask, do you think I should proceed with his meeting with Loiju, or that I should post the side chapters first and get them over with? What do you think Hestia is hiding? And what do you think of my trollage by hiding his updated status? Thank you for reading, goodbye. This chapter had 3.5k words. P.S. I forgot to add this, but I started posting chapters on Scribble, so if you have an account there and some time to spare, I would greatly appreciate it if you went there and gave it a hand. Appreciated bro. Chapter 196, Graduation. Enjoy the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels, including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. A few hours ago, just a few moments after the final fight ended, back in the workshops of a certain smithing familia, two girls talked inside an office. Each had one of their eyes covered by an eye patch. One had her left eye blocked, the other one, the right. An half-dwarf and a goddess. The Cyclops, Tsubaki, captain of the Hephaestus familia, and the goddess herself. Well, damn, kiddo got me impressed, in more ways than I can express, Tsubaki said with her arms crossed as she looked at the projection slowly vanish in the air. I did praise his courage and boldness when he said those things in front of those clowns, but I also condemned his recklessness. Guess that was all unfounded, huh? Boy had everything in his grasp. Honestly, I was wrong to think so. I doubt anyone thought anything else. She shook her head with a small smile. When I first saw him from afar, he came to me as a contained sort of fellow, then the war game came, and I realized he was pretty similar to you. Hephaestus mumbled with a tired smile. Ha. At the time I thought I was more energetic, Tsubaki said as she puffed her chest. Despite how odd it may sound, I think she is right. When she was younger, Tsubaki used to be completely unhinged. Every time she made a weapon she would go to the dungeon and test it out until it broke. That was why she's currently the highest-leveled blacksmith in all of Orario. Even now, she still has that habit. Hephaestus dropped her head low. It seemed there was no way to put some sense in the thick skull of this half-dwarf. Regardless, Tsubaki had to give Silver some credit. Can't say the same now though. It's a bit over my budget. Not for long though. Challenging a level 6. I'll have to make something good. She smiled widely. My spirit has been kindled. I need to make something. Anything. I'll pour my all into this next project. How much orichalcum do I have? TSK. I'll have to get some. Fine, it won't take long. But the moment she took a single step, she turned to look at her goddess. And seeing her expression. What are you stopping? Go on, I'll be fine on my own. Hephaestus replied with a small smile. You sure you won't regret it? When you go outside, make sure to call Saul for me. Saul. Got it. Tsubaki replied with a smile as she saw Hephaestus get up from her seat. And while she left, Hephaestus gazed at the city through her mirror, remembering something of the past. It seems that day came much faster than I expected. I don't even have anything ready. Sigh, he gives me too much work. My hands still hurt from making those gloves. But now. No one should complain if I officially sponsor him, will they? Sometime later, Below the ground inside a small stone room full of shelves filled with wine bottles, a man with blonde hair could be seen grabbing one bottle after the other, cleaning them slightly with a thin cloth before neatly placing them back in place. Creak. The door to the room opened, interrupting his concentration. Dionysus-sama. Are you cleaning? An elven woman with smooth black hair asked as she entered the room. He didn't turn to face her, he already knew who it was. Yes, Philvis, I'm feeling a bit iffy you see, so I decided to do some light cleaning in the room, and give it a new look. He replied with a side glance. Is it due to the war game? You might say so. He smiled. Who wouldn't appreciate a warrior trying his all against an impossible scenario? Struggling. Bleeding. Fighting against despair. Putting his all to win. It was indeed an incredible show. Few can accomplish anything near, much less during such a wide gap. Philvis replied with a slight nod. Even when I could barely fight an opponent a level higher. That was a long time ago. Dionysus did not reply, instead, he continued to clean his bottles. But midway through, he stopped, grabbing a singular bottle, unsealing it. Call it instinct, or mayhaps, he saw something on the bottle that attracted his attention. As if something had been out of place, it might have been the unique way the light shone on the wine inside, or simply his intuition as a divine existence. He had made each and every one of these bottles, he knew them inside and out, so why did he open this one? Sniff. He smelled its contents, and his expression immediately became dark. His eyes revolving into dark spirals, shadows covering his face. Philvis, did someone enter this room while we were away? Let's say. During the festival, we went to a few days ago. He asked without turning around, merely grabbing the bottle and twirling it around. His voice did not waver, his body did not even move. No one would enter your room without permission, Dionysus-sama. That's true. This was everything he needed to hear. His body started to move again, and he turned his face slightly with a small smile. His gaze turning back to the bottle, he said, "I guess I'm just being paranoid." And so, he stored the bottle back in place, but once Philvis turned to the side, his expression darkened even further. Sometime later, around an hour or so after leaving the manor, Silver also left another large house, this time, followed by a blue-haired lady. This girl had a stronger expression as compared to Hestia, though equally as beautiful. As he walked out of her home, she seemed very relaxed as she flicked the back of his head with her finger, full force. Flick, exclamation point. The force of her finger hitting his head was such he recoiled slightly forward. Ouch. It doesn't hurt, but come on. Hopefully with this, you'll wake up. Artemis said with a slight smile as she pushed her hair aside. He needs some physical education so he can properly understand how I feel. There was no need to go over their entire conversation again, so he only sighed, before turning to face her. From his words to hers, his expression to hers, the pain, tears, and smiles they shared back inside. I'll come back soon, Silver said after a moment of pondering. As you should, she said with a smile. But Silver shook his head. This time it's different, I want to do something else, he said with a strong expression, looking directly at her eyes. Artemis became slightly embarrassed as she looked around, fondling her hair. There is somewhere I would like to go, and I would like to go there with you. He smiled, and so did Artemis. Then I'll wait, though it doesn't seem that'll take long. Exclamation point. Artemis didn't say much, smiling silently, and this, for some reason, made Silver frown. So quickly raising a barrier to prevent others from seeing, he took a step forward and hugged her tightly. This sudden action surprised her greatly, completely throwing her out of composure. Kiss. Once he hugged her enough, touching her cheek, he brought her face close to his as he gave her a small kiss. Her face now completely crimson red, he brushed her hair and enjoyed the moment. Silver had already realized that he needed to be a bit more proactive with her, and most importantly, spend some extra time with her. That was why he planned to leave Orario, and this small trip outside would be the perfect moment to do so. Hug. Letting her face fall to his chest, Artemis let her thoughts wash away under the faint breeze of summer. Time passed. Silver. Artemis slowly took a step back, albeit it took a lot of willpower to do so. She had to let him go today. This wouldn't be a problem normally, but they were. In plain public. There weren't that many people on the road, but if any saw them. Even Artemis knew problems would soon come. Even if they were under his barrier, if there were anyone paying attention to them, they would certainly frown at the fact they suddenly vanished. But Silver put his finger on her mouth, preventing her from speaking. Don't say anything. Let's just enjoy this. Pout. Pouting, she grabbed his hand with a slight frown. Don't get cocky. That's my line, she said with a smile. But. All right, I don't mind, she said with a smile as she hugged him back, and somehow she smiled even more. She's very clingy too. Not that I mind. Sometimes he wished for the strength to quickly come back so he could enjoy his life outside of the dungeon more. But he also thought that there was no need to be hasty, he would still live many decades to come. Though for that, he had to first get stronger, strong enough to shape the future. Yet, he also didn't want to make anyone wait. What a predicament. After a slight moment between them, and even another slight kiss, they parted ways, a promise left behind. Back at the guild, Silver entered the guild, and he was immediately bombarded with gazes. Some he recognized, others he didn't, and of course, he made sure to smile. For those that he did recognize, he decided to tease them a little, such as a certain half-elf. He posed elegantly, making her frown and her expression turn red in a mix of anger and embarrassment. But as he saw that, Silver felt satisfied. Because he managed to break her fear, even if just a little. As he became stronger, more dependable, it seemed his relationship with these people became more and more distant in some paradoxical way. That's why he always tried to be a bit goofy around them, because he valued this small friendship they had built, and he didn't want it broken just because of a small clash of ideologies and misunderstandings. His greatest progress was seeing a certain red-haired beast woman smile in relief, even if just for a split second. Waving his arms around, greeting friends along the way, Silver met with a certain elf. I knew you would come, it was only a matter of time. Loiju mumbled with a tired expression as he shuffled some papers on his table. But before he had the chance to reply, the elf dragged him along the hallways of the guild and into a private room. Now we can talk, Loiju replied as he fixed his glasses and rested his head on the comfy sofa. Right. So, why do you look so tired? Loiju opened his mouth to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat. His mouth opened and closed as he tried to come up with some words until he took off his glasses, which seemed to help him focus. My heart can't take all of this, phew. He said as he put his foot on the table. Silver decided to listen instead of making a light joke. For now. Hearing you go and blow up Ishtar's house. It already made me skip a beat. I thought you were a goner, or at least, it would be hard to keep working normally. I even half expected them to come to me and demand some sort of answer I do not possess. Then, the war game came. And I mean, I was already aware you were level 3, but I didn't expect you to be so. Damn awesome. Bat crazy. Almost the same. Silver said with a sly smile. There's only a fine line between courage and rashness. The only thing that made me relax was the fact you came to me to talk, but even so. HAAA. At least it was all over. For now at least, as I can already see the people coming to annoy me in the future. As always, it's me that ends up having to clear the messes he makes. It was the same after the war game with the Apollo and Tidios Familius. Long S reports. Damn bureaucracy. I'm already happy my boss didn't ask me to provide him with an answer regarding your level. And even if he does, you're just going to tell him that you know nothing. The guild won't ask him for answers now that I'm technically working with arenas. Obviously, what else do you expect me to say? Loiju said dismissively. Just shy of 6 months. And already level 4. Wait, thud. He slapped the table. You leveled up, right? Silver looked at him with an eyebrow raised. What do you think? Yes. Silver smiled. I even got a new skill. You kidding me, right? Not at all. Silence. Loiju looked at the ceiling without his glasses. It was difficult to describe what he was feeling at that moment. To think the guy I went to advise just by convenience ended up like this. Fate brings together the weirdest of things sometimes. He stayed silent for a moment before continuing. Regardless, we can leave all of this business talk to later. Just leave that to me, and as always, if there is something for you to deal with personally, I'll call you. I'm sure the Hestia Familia will start to receive a shitload of personal commissions now that they proved they can hold themselves. He proved that. They already received such commissions from time to time, but it was directed at him. With this, some ambitious people may decide to gamble and invest in their future, while also trying to get on his side. Who wouldn't want to get on the side of a new rising power? Especially one of his caliber. They did the same to Ishtar, Freya, and Loki. Due to everything he showed, once he becomes level 5, he might have the power to even contend with the Loki Familia's top executives. Perhaps he can even do more, as he has the potential to become level 6. Truly. Just what kind of adventurer did I fish out? This has been the greatest gamble of my life. In any case, time is the least of our worries. He smiled a little before becoming serious. For now, I want to congratulate you, not only as an advisor but also as a friend. As this will likely be the last time I'll be able to call myself that. Why? Loiju looked slightly apologetic. Look at you, you're already a grown-up level 4 adventurer. According to protocol, I should have stopped long ago, even if this is an unprecedented situation. It's impossible to hide it now. Everyone knows you're a high level 3. I'm sure they're all running around like headless chickens because the adventurer that was once level 2 suddenly became top level 3. There will be many people staring at you for a myriad of reasons. And after this fight, everyone will think about whether or not you leveled up. And I don't think it would be a good idea to hide it any further. Yeah. I've planned for that. Silver said deeply. I'm not really going to hide it anymore. I'm far from what I wish to be, but now, let them know, let them see who I am. A level 4 that can take on a level 6, this is the adventurer I am. Even if not universal. I should at least be able to take on the elite level 5s such as Ace with her Ariel and Avenger. Or so I wish. Though in her case, I wonder if I would truly be able to clash with her with brute strength or have to resort to tactics to win. Loiju smiled evilly. I got it, make them tremble in fear, right? Cough. Slightly embarrassed, Loiju continued. Anyway, even if I wanted to avoid too much extra work, I have to eventually advise someone else. It's the rules. Though I should be able to make excuses for now, since it has barely been half a year since I started advising you. You know how the guild is with their enforcement of rules, at least within themselves. That's everything I wanted to say. Of course, I don't plan on stopping doing what I already did. You can always come to me and ask me for some help in sorting commissions and the like. Though I expected some free food from time to time, your pockets won't even budge for all I know. Silver smiled helplessly. But officially, today or this week at most will likely be my final days as your advisor. From here on out, you're a fully fledged adventurer. Even if that was already the case from long ago. Silver smiled a bit as well. So nothing changes, I guess. Of course it does. Now, I'll have to change how I brag. From the present to the past. Oh. The glory days. At least from now on, if anyone asks, I'll just say. I taught him. He looked really proud as he said that, and Silver had the urge to laugh as well. All right, you win. It seemed their small discussion had come to an end. Until. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, here it is. He said as he took something from a small box in the corner of the room. That is. The thing you asked me to do, already forgot about it. Oh. Of course not, I actually wanted to see it. Loiju opened the box and took out a small object. It was similar to a pyramid without the tip, with a hollowed interior covered by glass. It was a magic item. Notes. I think after the next chapter, it'll be a good spot to stop and show the side chapters, especially now that we had a POV of Hephaestus, we need to know what exactly she was talking about. Aside from that, here are some images of Loiju. I think I already showed them, but doing it again won't be a problem. Image. If you want any character made into images, say it to me and I'll try to make them. Aside from that, I have already prepared the next recruitment arc, and that will likely be the last one of this novel. Or the second to last. I just don't see the Hestia Familia getting any bigger, and if I am to have a character join, it'll be through individual arcs rather than big ones. As I said, my focus this time will be Orario Rhapsodia, the failed game that was pretty much abandoned. The reason for that is because there are some pretty interesting characters there and the plot is rather good. Or so I would like to say. I looked for it, and I found no gameplay of it. None. Because of this, I have pretty much complete freedom to add what I want to each character's background. Some are pretty neat. If you do know of any video on YouTube about this game, make sure to send it here so I can take a look. This will be my first import from the games into the main story, and expect the other games to make an appearance as well in some way, shape, or form. With these characters and the time we have, even if the Hestia won't become any Freyas or Lokis, by the time the canon timeline should have started, the Hestia Familia will likely be as stronger if not stronger than the original Astrea Familia, which is pretty neat too. And with some OP characters from the games, they may have enough elites when coupled with Haruheim. Speaking of her, I was thinking if I should go with the theories people think of her. Haruheim was already confirmed to be an add-on character by the author with the purpose of boosting the story, since he himself admitted that if they went on like that, they would lose to the Black Dragon. So some people think Haruheim might awaken some sort of boosting magic that can increase Exilia's gain, even if minimal, in order to help the members of the Hestia Familia at least level up a few times and not be a bother to Bell. What do you all think about that? Also, I wanted to share my timeline so far regarding the exploration of Evolus. Evolus is a pretty important faction, but I feel they are currently in a strange spot that most readers might have not caught on to due to the way I write. Pretty much, everyone thinks Evolus died after what happened during the Dark Ages. Ryu murder spree of everyone associated with them was the final drop that killed them. We do know Ryu didn't kill the gods, as there was a scene in the anime where she left the god behind without touching him as he mocked her. So, aside from a few individuals, most simply think every single one of them died. But, for convenience and also because it makes sense, I decided to make some characters like Hermes doubt that there would, at least, be a few members left. Valletta's body was never found, and she was their commander after all. Neither was her god, no one knew who she was under. Then, years passed and the Xenos started to get hunted down. We know what happened. Silver helped them kill the members, and this pretty much proved to the guild that something strange was going on. After that scene, there was a small event where Silver brought Fells to show her his ability to question the dead. This event gave the guild a much broader idea of what the fuck was happening, the existence of Gnosis, and so on. After this event, we had a small scene where Fells was exploring Gnosis, but soon left after deeming the task too dangerous to do on her own. What we do know is that the guild's secret forces are likely mapping every nook and cranny of Orario in search of secret entrances. We are unaware if the guild has a key to Gnosis, but it's almost 100% guaranteed Silver has one, as he looted the items left behind by the Ikelos Familia. He may have more than one key, or simply gave the only one he had to the guild, or they exchange it whenever it's needed, but so far, the guild made no movements to enter Gnosis. The answer for that is obvious: the guild doesn't have the power to do so even if they were to bring Ganesha and Silver. So instead, the guild has taken a passive approach where they try to map as much as they can and cut as many resource lines from the surface to limit the growth of their enemies as they try to gather allies for their cause. This will eventually lead to further events as shown in the Sword Oratoria manga and novel, as Loki investigated things on her own after the death of her children within Gnosis. All of this was because Dionysus wanted to destroy Orario around season 1 of the anime, but due to Freya's growing obsession of Bel, she ended up interfering with his plans by coincidence, and he lost the chance to strike. Due to this, Loki started to investigate the appearance of the strange monsters that appeared during the Monsters Festival, finding out one of the doors to Gnosis. Then, Evolus tried to bait the Loki Familia into a death trap, almost succeeding if they had not underestimated them. That is how everything started. Well, I spoke quite a bit. What I want to say is that I am working on the future plots and there is a lot to cover still. I always like to read theories and suggestions, so if you have the time, share them with me. Thank you for reading, see you soon. Chapter 197, Small Time Commemoration. Enjoy. Hopefully. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Putting the strange magic tool atop the table, Loiju said. I still don't know how this works, but I did as you asked, nothing skipped. Silver nodded, he expected nothing less. Then it's fine, let me just activate it. He replied as he twisted one of the sides of the pyramid's base. Slash clink, slash. Slash buzz buzz, slash. Suddenly, a small projection materialized in the air, it was Loiju's zoomed-in face. Slash chuckle, slash. Did you just laugh? Your imagination. Asterisk, how do I use this damn thing? Asterisk Loiju in the projection asked as he brought the pyramid very close to his face, distorting his figure even further. It was very comical, so much so the real Loiju's expression twisted as he tried to contain his emotions. Asterisk, it's already on, you can control it by twisting the sides of the pyramid's base. Asterisk someone else replied, outside of the pyramid's POV. Asterisk, one start/stops the recording, one play/stops what is recorded, and the last one is to advance/slow down the recording, and it can even backtrack it. Asterisk. It's a great tool, the only problem is that each can only contain one recording regardless of size, so it's a bit of a waste, but you can stop the recording and continue it later, it's not like you can separate it inside its inner workings. Asterisk, it's a bit complicated to explain, I myself didn't have enough time to understand how this worked properly, so for the normal person. I guess you can indeed record multiple things at different points in time. Asterisk. Asterisk, just make sure to not play the recordings, once you do, it'll lock itself, then it's all over. Asterisk. Asterisk, alright. I got it. So. I just put this on the ground and let it do its thing. Asterisk. Asterisk, once the war game starts, just place it in a horizontal angle to the projection, the more accurate the better. Asterisk. Asterisk, there is no need for any extra steps or maintenance, leave that to me. Asterisk. Asterisk, but if the war game lasts longer than an hour, which is the time limit of this recording, then you can trigger this other one I brought, the same process, nothing different. Asterisk. Asterisk, it can also act as a spare, but it would be better to be careful regardless. Asterisk. Sure, that's simple enough to do. No matter how I look at it, it's quite the useful item, it's even better than your camera. I forgot the name. I just hate how it captured my face. Can we redo that part? It's similar, they have similar purposes. Though making a recording device was too hard for me to do right now, so I resorted to some petty tricks. I asked Fells if it would be possible for her to do it. She should be one of the best item makers in the world, considering her extensive knowledge, I just had to give her a deep explanation of what I wanted together with some sketches of how a video recorder worked. I had to make it comprehensible for her of course, that in itself was a bit hard considering it had been a long time since I ever thought about some of these things, but it came out well eventually. As for her ability, there was no need to doubt her, she already made the communication devices, so the groundwork was already done. I don't need this new item to pass on information, but instead, to record what it sees, not just sound, but video too. And she didn't disappoint me. Since it works. Let's get right into it, there's something I want to confirm. Silver said with a relaxed expression as he grabbed the tool. The recording continued, Silver and Loiju's conversation went on for a while, but then, there was a sudden stop and when it returned Loiju was now alone in the room, placing the recording device on a shelf of the same private room. He mumbled a few things, but they weren't important. And after that, he grabbed some snacks and coffee, sitting on a couch just out of the device's field of vision. Not long after, a projection formed in the air, and the war game started. From there, Silver quickly accelerated the time until his fight against Phryne. So this is how I fight. Checking my own memories isn't exactly the same. I must say. I do look cool, but definitely not as cool as some of those adventurers with crazy gear and skills. Perhaps because I focused less on my plasmids this time around. You sure went crazy, they're not gonna lie. Loiju said as he watched the recording again. Now that I have time to see what is going on, I can tell just how insane this all was. Even more than I thought. It was hard enough to see their fight, but now that it's slowed down. I can see the details, the speed of their clashes. Adventurers sure are incredible, in their own ways. I complain about my back problems. But I don't see him complaining about his injuries. Hey. How are you doing? He asked, slightly embarrassed. Question mark. I was so excited about everything that I forgot to ask if you were okay and all of that. Silver smiled slightly as he shook his head. Oh, that. I did sustain some injuries, but I damaged myself more than she did me. But I'm okay for the most part. That's good. With that, Silver slowly showed his true appearance, making Loiju's face ashen instantly. What? Dude. Why you're... Don't worry, I'm okay. Okay. Your 2 arms are just gone. And your eyes too. Chuckles slash. I know, people said that to me more times than the number of blows I took from Phryne today. I can recover this. What? I said I can recover from this, it'll take some time, but I can fully regenerate each limb. Silence, Man. You sure you're a human and not some undisclosed race? I'm certainly human unless Hestia lied to me. For your surprise, this is all due to my magic. I'll slowly modify my body, have it regenerate itself slowly, fiber by fiber, muscle, bone, cartilage. 1, 2, 3 months. How long it may take, it'll eventually come back. Wow. I can see now why you were so reckless. Even so, take care, you never know when. You know how it is. Now that he's weakened, there is no shortage of people that would try to take advantage of his situation. It's impossible to hide these injuries for long, it'll be hard at the very least. One day, they'll spread. And he doesn't look like he'll hide them for long either. But who knows, it's been getting harder and harder to predict what's on his mind. I'm aware, I won't let some random guy kick me while I'm down. As long as you say so, I'll support you. Silver nodded, advancing the video. He wanted to find out what burned him, what changed. And soon enough, he saw it, white flames igniting in his halberd, and it was there everything started to fall together. What is that flame? He asked with immense surprise as he pointed at the video. Loiju seemed surprised. You aren't aware of it? I mean, it isn't a skill or magic. No. I never saw that before. Also those noises. Chains? Where did they come from? Weird. Is it limit off mayhaps? Loiju pointed off. Limit off. Yes, when the conditions fuse with the emotions of an adventurer, overloading fauna, it's possible to attain higher power than what's dictated by your level. This can impact anything, from your stats to your skills, development abilities to more. I know what limit off is, I just never thought it would happen. I don't remember having one such occurrence, not even noticing someone do it either. Well, in the first place, to notice it, you must know how strong someone is in the first place, their abilities, and skills as well. Otherwise, you'll just take it for granted. It's a fairly common, rare event. Loiju said with a smirk. Common. Rare. Yes, I say so because adventurers are always in extreme emotions. In the dungeon, adventurers struggle with their life constantly, so this condition is always there, even if their emotions aren't exactly extreme, a small slip can always send a party down. And it's in this moment of desperation that the conditions are fulfilled. This tends to happen more frequently when one is near their level limit. In a moment of extreme emotions. When one tries their hardest, fauna overflows and you step into a higher stage momentarily. It happens quite often, but the one affected by it rarely notices it, just like in your case. After all, look, do you think Phryne would have let you grab her so easily? Even if you're strong and she's scared, I imagine your status was momentarily boosted beyond your current level, even if little. That's how I see it at least. That doesn't sound impossible. Silver said with a pensive gaze. But if so, what was the focus of the limit off? My plasmids. No. My status. I think Loiju is on the right here, even if I was boosted, it wasn't by much. Then my skills. Which one? I can't see how they would cause this fire. If I were to extrapolate, I could even see where those chain sounds came from. Something's missing. And it seems neither of us has the answer. Silver said with a frown. Perhaps asking a god will help. Hestia definitely saw it, but she didn't comment on it. Was that what she was trying to hide? Not even Artemis mentioned it, she also seemed a bit conflicted, is it due to that as well? If so, I wonder what's special about those flames. Hestia. Something seemed to ignite inside his mind. The eternal torch. Silver mumbled with extreme surprise. Did you say something? Forget it. They say the children of the gods will take after them in some way due to the nature of their blessings. If so, what did I take from Hestia? I need to find out after I meet her again. For now, should we call it a day? Silver asked as he looked at Loiju. But he only smiled evilly. Ha ha ha. Not yet. Shouldn't we go after your money? Silver smiled evilly as well. We definitely should. And so, the two got up from their seats. The hours passed and night came, inside a certain famed bar. Clank, Cheers. Loiju exclaimed as he chugged down an entire mug of beer. Man. Calm down, you're going to choke. Silver replied with a small smile. Though it is time to commemorate. I'm not really in the mood to drink anything. So he just took a sip of his juice. It was sweet, just what he needed. After meeting up in the guild, he and Loiju made their way across the city to collect the due debts, and after many hours, the total amount. Who cares? I'm rich. The elf exclaimed with a big smile, already losing his composure. Sigh. But yeah, I guess you're right. Silver started to remember what he said to the elf yesterday. I told him to bet everything on me. 3-0 victory. A perfect victory at the hands of one person. All on me. And so he did, all of his savings, and according to him, it was something along the lines of 3 million valis, which is enough to buy quite the manor already. I never asked how much an advisor of the guild makes, but it must be quite the amount. Well, he isn't just an advisor, that's more of a side obligation. And as you can expect, when he bet everything on me, on the most unlikely of all possibilities, the amount he received was simply over 40 million. Ha ha ha. Drink. You should have looked at their faces, ha 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 ha. Bunch of morons. Drink. Begging me to step back and think about them. Humph. When you bet, you should have taken things into consideration. Cowards. Damn brokers. Think they can just take my money and dip. Ha. I have the best of bodyguards. Drink. Another mug down the drain. Slow down a little, the night barely started. Silver said with some concern. It's his third already, and the food is not even here. Phew. Man. I'm sure glad to have listened to you. The greatest bet of my life. He said with a flushed expression. He then noticed something. Speaking of that. Just how much did you make? He asked with a sly smile. Me. Who else? The new first-class adventurer. Albeit level 4. Tell me. How much did you make by betting on yourself? Silver smiled awkwardly. This elf was surely speaking his mind out without caring about his surroundings. A busy bar full of adventurers, some of which were giving him side glances, but no one had the balls to look at him in the face for longer than a split second. Silver couldn't do much apart from letting out a small disappointed sigh. He wasn't that scary, and neither was he before. Not all were like this, as before coming here, Silver had visited a few friends, such as Tom, who wanted to become an adventurer but gave up on his dreams after some talk. And even the first place he spent the night in. A small inn called Tropical Mangoes all the way at the north of the city. Those people still regarded him as a friend, even if the way they looked at him was different. Let me think a little. He said as he messaged his temples. Thankfully I put a small barrier, otherwise, everyone in the damn bar would have heard his screams. I even took a small loan for this. He said with a small smile. First, to make so many bets, I had to ask for some people's help. And I obviously knew who to ask. A particular blonde god that loves to be everywhere. Hermes. Yesterday, while I shut myself inside my manor, I used that time to sneak around and talk with some people. He and Loiju are examples of such cases. He was very perplexed and I knew very well what he wanted to ask, but I didn't push him, and instead, I made a deal. For us to forget about that as long as he did something for me. It was obvious what I asked. To have him use his children to make bets for me and collect the money, they would be paid for this of course. It may come as a low price on his side, but I made hundreds of millions out of it, so I'm happy either way, and so is he, as even a small part of it is a few million if not tens. And I'm sure they also had fun collecting the results. I also contracted some people to place bets for me, but the total amount I had to pay was negligible. As for his perplexion with my status, that will have to be left for later. I doubt greatly Hermes would share this with anyone, he made an oath. But I'm unsure how much such words bind him. Because if there is one person he would share what he saw with, it might as well be Aurena's. Overall. Over 300 million. 370. Silver started to go over each time he collected the bets. 373 to be more exact after what I used to pay everyone. Loiju sobered up. Damn. And I was happy with my meager 40. Come on, I won't even be using that for myself. There are so many things to pay. And I was even planning on using a bit of it for charity. For no reason. Not like spending 1,000,000 valis will change anything for me, but it will for 1,000. Sigh, I'm not good at this. Where will you use that then? I have to improve the facilities of the manor, everyone's equipment. I was also thinking about buying some grimoires for the future. You speak as if grimoires can even be bought. But heck, that's so much money, I bet you can buy a few. Loiju replied as he ate some nuts. There's also the new gear I commissioned, that'll cost quite a bit. Is that the pair of gloves you told me about? Just how much did it cost? Well, Hephaestus wasn't sure, but she told me to give her around 150 million, so that's what I'm going to do. 150. Holy. And you're just going to pay that? No negotiation. Why should I? The work of a god, and it's very good. Worked well so far. How many times did you even use it? Once. Cheers. Loiju said dejectedly. You already drank it all. Life is sad. Weren't you just laughing saying you were a new millionaire? It's not the same. Step. Their peaceful talk seemed to have come to an end as a giant dwarf stepped inside Silver's small bubble. He raised his head to look at her, and he saw her usual stiff expression. But why did it seem different from the usual? Notes. So Loiju is rich now. I wanted to make a small char development arc for him, but that'll have to wait for later. Do you think the amount Silver received was enough? I think it was, but at the same time not in some ways. But in the end, this amount is good enough for us to work with and for the plot to continue. At the start, money was a problem, now, it's just a number. And it's more likely that things will become even more crazy as time goes on. The MC will find new ores, so he'll need better equipment, he'll dive deeper and find new monsters. The price has to keep up. We do have some examples of how stronger such extreme gear can be, such as Zald's weapon and armor, but in his case, his armor was strong enough to withstand Alan's attack when he was a high level 5, but that is completely negligible considering his level. Anyway, that was just an example. As I said before, we're now going through the intervolumes, and Volume 5 should start after all of this is over together with the 2 side chapters. Volume 5 will start with many POV changes since a lot is going on at the same time, but after a while, we should focus on the MC recovering and diving deeper into the dungeon to improve himself. It's about time to start fully focusing on the dungeon. Tough, it'll take a few arcs for us to reach there. But once we do, expect more Xenos interactions and more. I'm still unsure what the name of this volume will be in its focus, but we'll see. Hope you liked this chapter. I'll be taking my leave now. Chapter 198, Brewing Cauldron. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /thud/ Who? In her usual way, Mia slammed the plates of food on the table, startling Loiju who hadn't noticed her arrival, almost giving him a small heart attack. /sniff/ But any thoughts of rebellion were dwarfed by the aromatic smell of food in the air. Rude as always. Silver, on the other hand, stared at Mia. She seemed the same like any other day, but her expression looked a bit stiffer than usual as she stared at him. It was hard to see her show such emotions, at most helplessness at the face of her young employees causing trouble, or anger at a customer that wasn't behaving too well. But this time, she seemed troubled about something. Here's your food, and while you enjoy it, do everyone a favor and stop whatever you are doing. She said as she pointed at his chest. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Silver asked as he raised one of his eyebrows. /chomp/. Loiju on the other hand was totally uncaring as he devoured the food. Don't test my patience, kid. You've been talking with this drunk elf for almost half an hour already and you two barely uttered a single sound. I'm not a big fan of magic being used within my pub. ! Oh. Silver finally realized his mistake. When he made this sound bubble around them, it seemed he forgot to consider others. The people that were watching them. It would certainly be weird to see two people talking to no end but hearing no sounds. Though he found it a bit annoying to have so many people paying attention to them. Regardless, with a slick smile, Silver didn't say much and instead, snapped his fingers as the bubble burst without a sound. Good. Though Mia noticed it nonetheless, she was no mage, but detecting such magical fluctuations right in front of her face wasn't anything difficult. Even Lid, the lizardman Xenos could feel magical power fluctuate, much less her. Just when she was about to leave. "Can I ask you a question?" Silver suddenly asked as he spread some condiments on his chicken wings. "Make it quick, today is quite full due to your little stunt," she said with an audible scoff. As always, Mia would always act rudely, but even then, she was kind. Because she did not lie, she was extremely busy, and even then she was giving him some time without much thought. "I've noticed something ever since I arrived. Everyone seems quite stiff. Pensive might be a good word for it too." Yet, midway through his words, Mia raised her hand. "That isn't something you should ask me," she said with a half snicker. "Besides, it's your fault." Direct, strict, and even hurtful, Mia spared no words. Still, she smiled slightly. "Your display was a tad too much for their eyes, now they are so pensive they can barely pay attention to work," she said as she pointed at the side. "It's quite the bother really, can't even have my own workers pay attention at their jobs." She stood silent after that, but there was no need for any more words. Silver already understood what was going on for the most part. He looked to his right, and saw Anya with an absent look as she walked forward holding a tray of food. Until she tripped on a slightly elevated wooden board. Naya. Even for a dexterous adventurer, catching half a dozen mugs of beer and several chicken wings in the air after being surprised could be a torturous act. Of course, he didn't let her make a fool of herself, so he slowly let the tray and the food fall onto the ground orderly, and Anya immediately realized what had happened as she looked at the side towards him. She smiled widely, but as she did so, someone screamed beer. More, and as such, she ran to deliver the food and alcohol. "I see nothing different," Silver said with a slight smile. Mia scoffed, nevertheless, she was smiling. Slash thud, slash. Slapping his shoulders, she said. "Keep up the good work, kid. It's hard to see anyone with half your balls around here, much less someone that would survive after trying anything resembling your foolishness. Are you praising me or scolding me? Still. You should try to mind your steps a bit more. If you keep running like that, you'll slip like that foolish cat. Or end up finding yourself alone at the end of the road." Returning to her serious expression, she said as she turned to leave. "Not like there'll be any difficulties now. If you can take down that Amazon, then you're good enough for now." Silver looked at his juice and smiled. "Yeah. But soon enough, I'll be able to take my revenge," he said as he looked at her. "Brat. Slash whoosh, slash." Mia's fist became an afterimage as she knocked it onto the top of his head, making it bounce a little as his eyes unfocused. He stayed still on purpose. "Damn kid. He saw my fist, but did nothing to stop it. Ha." She let out a single laugh, something even rarer than her smile before returning to her job. Silver stared as she left, his head hurt greatly. It seemed he was still a tad far from facing her. But he knew that this moment would be soon. Even if he were never to cross arms with her, just surpassing her is in itself a great milestone to aim towards. What I did. With such thoughts, he started eating his food, only to see Loija sneakily grabbing one of his chicken wings, the one he had just seasoned. They stared at each other for a few moments, but even then, Loija slowly brought the wing to his mouth and took a bite of it. Slash chomp, slash. Silver's eyes twitched. But he let him be. For now. Slash a few hours ago, and a few hours after the war game. Somewhere else, slash. Slash clap clap clap, slash. Indeed, that was an amazing display. A god with purple hair exclaimed as he looked at a girl with pink hair. "On whose side are you on?" Valletta asked as she'd sked. "Jealous now, Valletta-chan. I'm obviously on your side and always will be." The girl rolled her eyes at her frivolous god's actions. "Still, this is now a problem," he said as he sat on his throne. "In 6 months, from 1 to 4, and with the capabilities of 6. This is rather troubling, don't you think so?" The girl was also pensive as she crossed her arms, staring sideways at the ground. "It is indeed an unforeseen variable," she replied with a cruel smile. "If that speed is maintained, don't even talk about a few years, within one at most he'll advance to level 5, and if his growth keeps up the way it is, he might become another top dog like those bastards following that flat bimbo. If we look towards more distant places, we might be seeing another king in the making," she said as she snickered. "Oh. I didn't expect you to see him in such a way. Chi. I'm just looking at the worst possibility, but even in the most conservative way, the son of bitch will become a top-tier pain in the ass and a bother in his own right. Especially when we add his bizarre unpredictable magic. His powers are the greatest shit I have ever seen, perhaps not as absurd as the golden-haired dolls, but incredibly more troublesome. No, their thing is not about being potent, but being versatile. Trying to capture him is an impossibility." She scratched her hair. "Healing, control, damage, defense, buffs, transportation, you name it, and he can likely do it. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled anti-magic and anti-curse out of his ass too. He's like the thousand elf, but in her case, she is barely a sprout, still wet behind the ears. However, smiling scornfully, she said, if he doesn't kick the bucket before then, as she turned her face to stare at the god. There is a pattern he follows, he is reckless but thoughtful, and he is likely the only one that can afford such high-profile fights thanks to his own self-sustaining ability. Likely the reason why he grows so fast too. Reports said he consumes a lot of mind potions just by taking a look at where he buys them. Bastard will deal with his problems in a controlled way, eliminating all possible threats and controlling his enemies, making use of their shortcomings. He played Ishtar like that. And once he thinks things are under control, he'll be greedy and try to grow from his predicament by facing it all head-on. In this fashion, his growth saw no signs of stopping. If you underestimate him, you lose, and that was how he won multiple times till now. Of course, that won't work anymore. This is the pattern he showed so far. So, if we take a look at this pattern, it becomes obvious what his next actions will be. She stared at the ceiling as if looking at something beyond it. Besides, this isn't of my concern now. It isn't. From what you said, it looks like to me he is something that should be eliminated at all costs. Valletta simply shook her head. Even with his existence, the plan doesn't change. I guess you're right. Thanatos replied as he scratched his chin. Even Otter isn't strong enough to stand against us on his own. Neither is the Freya Familia. And neither is the Loki Familia. The possibility of them working together is slim, even then, it would only be at the last possible time when it was already too late. He alone, even if he became another Otter, it wouldn't change anything, he would just end up falling with the others when the plan came to fruition. As for the Hestia Familia, there is nothing to talk about, it's just another growing familia, barely anything will change within 2 to 3 years. By then, leave dealing with him to that failure, Dix and his pathetic gang, perhaps they'll succeed, who knows. The faster they do it, the faster I can start using them for something more useful, especially now that Dix lost his team and with it, a great stream of income. She bit her lips in annoyance. First them, now Ishtar, we lost most of our income streams just like that. He isn't a threat, but he sure is a pain in my damn ass. Oi Valletta, aren't you just sending them to die at this point? He asked with a slightly tired expression. And isn't it risky also? I know you know what I'm thinking about. Dix has been training non-stop for the last few months, and he's planning something with that half-crippled Jura. They've been diving into the dungeon, taming all sorts of monsters and conducting all kinds of freaky and perverted experiments. And the ones they throw aside, we sell for some profits. Still, now. We can't even go after those monsters too. Buffed, slash. She spit it on the ground. It makes me sick, 1 Jura was enough, 2 is over my budget. There's one good thing from that, isn't there? Thanatos asked with a smile. Valletta remained silent. Now, wasn't there something about Dix? You're pissing me off. She exclaimed with a twisted expression. After everything I said, that motherfucker somehow managed to develop a new magic. And by the looks of it, it's another disgusting curse. A useful one at least. With that, their odds of capturing strong monsters have increased greatly, and they're progressing at high speeds. And we made some money out of it. Happy now. Being honest is important, Valletta-chan, don't you feel better now? Chi. Annoying bastard. Despite being bothered greatly by his words, her eyes centered on what was important. How should we deal with that mega bitch? She asked as she turned to look at Thanatos. Weren't there countermeasures for when she became useless? There are, but the reports all shared the same thing, a mass exodus is currently undergone in her familia, if we don't act now. Leaks might form, huh? Thanatos said as he rested his head on his throne. How tiresome. If we act just like that, Ishtar might feel betrayed and spill the beans, but if we strike her down as well, people will definitely find it odd. Not like that would change things too much, the guild has already started to sniff our movements, but making things any more evident would only be a detriment to us. Can't we do anything about her? Valletta snickered. If you haven't figured it out already, we are in shit right now. But it's not like there isn't a solution. I wanted to send someone to contact her, but there has been some strange movement in the district, I believe they're already waiting for us. No, I'm 100% sure they are. Valletta's eyes turned sharp. Now it's a wait-and-see game, who'll persevere in the end. But Valletta-chan, even if they are working on a tight schedule, aren't we also in a hurry? The longer we take the higher the chances of Ishtar. I know, idiot, but rest assured, Ishtar is prideful, the last thing she would want is to throw away the very last bit of dignity she has. Because that would mean betrayal to Horario, and her days living in the heart of the world would come to end. 1 week. After that we'll go after her. Depending on what she replies, we'll proceed accordingly. Isn't it going to be too late by then? Her children will. Valletta's expression became fierce. And how's that my problem? It wasn't me who approached her in the first place. Valletta's expression grew dark as she said, but if she doesn't comply, then I already have a plan on the making. Once it's done, we'll just have to cut the tail and we'll be done. No matter what, something is going to leak. The only thing I can guarantee is that the leaks won't be of any threat, as they likely won't go over what the guild already knows. Thanatos nodded, and they went to the next subject at hand. In any case, for now, we should focus our attention on what truly matters, she said as she walked to the door. Is something the matter? Haven't those maniacal screwheads said anything to you? Don't say that. They're all merely lost and pained. Whatever. The king has started to move, she said slowly. Exclamation point. In no less than an hour, the king and the executives of the Freya Familia arrived at the middle floors, and in another hour, they already went past Rivera. Several hours have passed. I'm sure they are now somewhere around the 27th floor, as I'm 100% sure they would just jump down the Great Falls to cut down time. Those crazy muscle heads. Within another hour they'll likely arrive at the 28th floor. And how is that a problem? Can't you see? They have no signs of stopping. It's likely they'll dive deeper and establish a new record. Isn't that an exaggeration? Not even the Loki Familia can go that far. That's only because the Braver is careful and sly. He's slowly building up his forces and making sure no one dies. He is arrogant as he wishes to become the living embodiment of perfection. If he wished to, I don't think it would be impossible for them to go beyond. Not without some risks, of course. But those are exactly what he is trying to avoid. You make sense, Valletta-chan. So, what should we do? Do I have to do everything in this shithole? The king and the Freya slaves will arrive at the 59th floor and meet with the demi-spirit, and even though I would like to believe we can win, it's also difficult to affirm it. We're not ready yet, not at all. That wasn't the demi-spirit's purpose. To be culled down just like that. Can't we move forces to pinch them? Impossible. All of the forces we can move on time to intercept them, given their current speed, aren't going to make a difference. And even if we could move them, I doubt that guy would allow it, she said in a disgusted tone. In Ioha, Thanatos whispered as he looked at the darkness of his room. It's just not time yet. The demi-spirits are still being nurtured and the bomb has yet to fully develop. At this rate, if the Freya Familia catches onto anything, we might just be pressed against a rock in a hard place. Do you think they would act? Why would they take the demi-spirit as an irregularity and not as a normal monster? That may fool others, but the king won't be swayed by it. He knows more than he lets be. He'll notice the irregularity right away. But then it'll be up to Freya. I doubt she would do anything with the information. At most, she might tease Loki about it, but that isn't her style at all. Thanatos replied as he crossed his legs. Even then, they have no leads. That may be true. But I have a bad feeling in my stomach. It's not like they lack time, but if they truly decide to act, it'll become a fight of perseverance and patience. To her words, Thanatos said playfully. Was it the food you ate yesterday? I told you to relax a bit more and grab some from the... Shut the fuck up, asshole. And with that, Valletta left the room with a twisted expression. My. Women are all the same, be it up there or here. They can't take such jokes at all. Chuckling slightly, he rested his head against the throne, thinking. And thinking. Notes. That's it, chapter end. Sorry, brothers. Anyway, I tried to make sense of some things, and hopefully, it came out all right. Some of these villains and their aspirations received entire volumes to be developed. In here, we have to improvise. It may feel a bit weird, but hey, at least those that have no idea of what is going on have a better idea of what their plans are. This will be developed over time. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll end it here, but I may add more words at the end regarding the plot and my take on it later, so if you have some time, come check it out here. That's all from me, thanks for reading. Chapter 199, Night Talk. Disclaimer, it's been quite some time since we made a chapter like this. The most recent one can be said to have been Hestia's, but even then, if we could the number of such chapters in the series. Anyway, it was bound to come. Drama isn't something I am inclined to do, but I am aware of its importance in due time. And now's the time. But don't be distressed, this chapter isn't only drama, it's meant to be character development. For Freya. Yes, Freya. Freya could be said to be suffering from success, be it in heaven or earth. She has to pose as a perfect being when in truth, what she enjoys is just being the silly waitress in the pub. If she comes to understand that first, then some things are bound to happen. It's difficult to explain. Anyway, enough spoilers from me and to the chapter. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. The hours passed, As the moon rose to the skies, the shops started to close down and the excitement in everyone's hearts started to die down as they went to bed. Mothers called their kids and sang them lullabies while others clumped to bed, either drunk or tired, maybe both. Even though Orario was as bright as in the day with their many shimmering lights, the streets were as silent as the dungeon. Tomorrow would be a big day, the gods would gather again and discuss the war game, the debts would be settled and the victor would be fully proclaimed. Finally, the truth of this matter would be revealed to the city and the common people who even now understood little of what was going on or even at stake. And most importantly, the perpetrator behind the fire in the sky would be revealed, or at least, the one they all agreed was the cause of it, and with it, they would finally have someone to blame for their previous concerns and fears. Some, of course, wouldn't be able to sleep today, for whatever reasons they held in their hearts. Be it work, their responsibilities, or the mirage of a boy challenging the impossible, the excitement of a great accomplishment like none other. As such, many wondered, what did the future hold for him and those around him? Back in the hostess of fertility, creak, With the swinging of the wooden doors, the last customer left the pub, allowing silence to take over the previously busy restaurant. Thud, Aren't you going to leave? We're about to close. Mia said with great displeasure as she looked at Silver drinking some water calmly as if he did not care about the time. The man raised his head to look at Mia. Just a few more minutes. Yawn. He replied dismissively. Mia looked at him with a twisted expression, crossing her arms with resolution, dark energy rising from her shoulders into the air. Look, I don't care about your personal problems or if you're trying to hide from others, you can stay as long as you wish. As long as we are open. After we close down, you're on your own, that's the rule. So get your ass up and move. Before I force you out, kid. And bring that drunk elf with you. She said as she turned around. If I see you here by the time I'm back, I'm going to kick you out myself. Creak. Mia entered a side door beside the stairs to the second floor, and a scream echoed from within not so long after. Don't look at me like that. Back to work. Some people just won't change, no matter what, huh? Silver chuckled as he chugged his water all at once. I wonder what kind of story she could share. Though I doubt she would ever tell me those. At least not under normal circumstances. If I win a drinking bet, she might share something. The hostess was a big place, composed of many buildings built around a small plaza exclusive for the ladies that lived in this establishment. One building was their dormitories, another one was where the food and supplements were stored, a warehouse that held Mia's wine, beer, and alcohol collection. And lastly, the restaurant itself, where they were right now, it can be taken as an inn due to its second floor containing many rooms, but it was more of a private inn than anything else. Sigh. Silver exhaled as he took a last sip of the water. I'm not really trying to escape or anything, I'm just a bit tired. In the last 3 or so days, I dived into the dungeon and faced a great challenge, then I went with the Loki Familia to the 28th floor, likely the longest time I ever spent in the dungeon at once. Upon climbing back to the surface, I had little time to rest as not only did I have to do the usual such as claiming the rewards for my pending commissions, selling part of my loot, and dealing with some things in the Familia, but I also had to enter a very dangerous place and collect. That very thing was what led to all of this. That damned wine inside that wolf's cave. Haruheim has been freed from Ishtar's divinity, and now can move more freely without the need for the special magic item to hide her. That was great progress. I even brought her to the dungeon and showed her some things, but due to the actions I took, I couldn't afford to be with her for long. I saw all of the nauseating things Phryne did, and ended up blasting the top of Ishtar's home. Then the Donatus came and I had to explain myself in front of many gods. I'm not a machine, and even if I try to stay cool most of the time, standing in front of close to 100 gods releasing their divinity together with the judgmental gazes of their children is more than tiring enough. Silver smiled as he remembered the very, very distant past. In fact, I used to be pretty bothered of being the center of attention. A time when I was too shy to do so. And after the Donatus, I spent an entire day locked up indoors and refusing most of my friends in order to bait Ishtar. Feeling guilty about leaving them in the dark even when they came to me out of concern and care. In the war game, I fought their best one after the other and lost both my eyes and arms in the process. I'm tired. Snore. Silver looked at his drunk friend, snoring away with his eyes closed as he drooled onto the wooden counter. He sure is relaxed. But he has the right to do so, he's rich, and he could hang the boots and call an end to his many years of hard work. Silver wondered what he would do now, perhaps he would finally man up and seek a girl. Chuckle. It was an odd sight, a human and an elf, one drunk and one sober sitting by a counter in the middle of the night under the faint light of a bar. One laughed from time to time, the other snored loudly from time to time. For someone with such a dark mood, your face looks as if nothing has happened. Someone said from behind them. Silver didn't have to turn around to tell who it was. If her voice wasn't enough, the scent of her perfume said enough. Do I look like that to you all? He asked without turning back. I won't reply until you turn to me, Seer teased. Closing his eyes in defeat, he turned to face her, Seer, the white-haired girl with great beauty, the only normal girl out of all workers of this pub. You look troubled, why don't you share it with me? She asked with a slight smile as she pulled a chair near. You're being oddly kind today. She became a bit distressed. Am I like that to you? Silver smiled at her hopelessness as he waved his hands. Of course not, I'm just messing with you. Your kindness is often blinding. What was that? Seer asked as she failed to hear what he said. Nothing. He said with a slight smile. She pouted a little, curious about his words, but Silver ignored her. Stretching his arms, he looked around the now empty pub, seeing the other girls cleaning the tables all around, even capturing Anya red-handed as she stared right at him. It seemed Seer wasn't the only one interested in him right now. Rolling his eyes, he said. It seems I made you all worry, I apologize. He said as he looked at Seer, but his voice was loud enough for all to hear. Don't say that too loud, Ryu is going to get embarrassed. Seer said teasingly. Slash thud, slash. From behind Silver at the back of the shop, a sound echoed. And Seer smiled. Silver could only shake his head as he said out loud. Thank you. And watch out. Slash snap slash. Using his well-known finger snap, he controlled and washed all of the tables, floor, walls, cups, plates, and more in one fell swoop, impressing all of the girls present. They knew his abilities, but as always, seeing them like this was still a shock, especially since he rarely did so. Sigh, now all of my efforts seem meaningless. Chloe mumbled on the side as she watched an entire set of 1 table and 6 chairs be cleaned in the time it took for her to scrub a cup, falling onto the ground without as much as a sound, sparkling clean. It seemed even offensive, its great sparkling sheen seemed to be making fun of her. Her eyelids twitched. Isn't that right? Lunwar added as she saw everything be organized. I would kill to have that ability, Mia would never be able to punish me with cleaning the dishes anymore. Even Rio, who was cleaning the cutlery on the side, watched in dismay as the massive pile of plates, cups, forks, and knives was cleaned and neatly stored before she could even utter a single sound of protest. Sigh. Breathing slightly was the only thing she could do, it wasn't like she would dirty everything again so she could clean it herself. Her pride slightly wounded in a strange way, she took out her apron. Can't we ask Mia to contract him, Naya? Anya asked with a tired expression as she rested her wet mop on her shoulders as if it was a spear. She very much wanted to take a breather, and the gods were kind to her this time by sending her a savior. A hero. The legendary do-all. Her tiredness came not from her work itself, but to the amount of it. Today had been very busy, so much so she felt that she had worked for an entire week, even though only half a day had passed. The cause for this was very clear, all adventurers, men and women alike were very excited to gossip with each other over some nice food and drinks after the war game came to its explosive end. They wondered about many things, with Silver and Hestia being at the center of most such conversations, and what better place to have those talks if not here. You think Mia would ever accept him? Lunwar asked as she sat at a chair, looking directly at Seer and Silver. They were talking, completely ignoring his presence. Foo-foo. If we ask her nicely enough, she might bend a little, Naya, and with that, our days of cleaning plates and mopping the floor will be over, Naya-ho. Chloe said excitedly as she thought of the future. I'm not a washing machine. Silver said slowly on the side. But they all ignored him, even Ryu passed through him without saying much, resting her head on the wall as she took a break. Even she needed a rest, her fingers and hands were a bit numb after cleaning so many plates. Knowing her, wouldn't she just deduct our pay? Ryu suddenly said. She wouldn't, Naya. Right. Right. Anya questioned with great distress. It seems everyone has agreed to it. Seer said with a sly smile as she covered her mouth with her hand. So my reliable magic has been reduced to a mere mopping apparatus. Don't underestimate the effort it takes to clean this place. Lunwar claimed as she rested her back on the chair. Slash chuckle slash. Seeing these beautiful ladies laugh a little and have fun made Silver exhale a little. His mood eased as he felt energy return to his body. There was no point in being so heavy with himself, wasn't that the entire reason he came here in the first place? So he smiled also, getting ready to move out. Slash get up, slash. Come on buddy, let's get you home. Silver muttered in a low tone as he tried to shake Lloyd awake. MNN. 5 more minutes. I still snore. His struggle attracted the attention of the girls. Where are you going? What about my question? Seer said as she saw Silver grab Lloyd's shoulder. Your question. It then came to him. Ah, I forgot about it. She seemed a bit frustrated, but Silver sneakily ignored it. So he sat down on his seat again, thinking. Honestly, if he wanted to, he could just leave and let the matter end at that. But considering their strange friendship and the kindness Seer had shown him, why not talk about himself a little? It was honestly something few had asked him, someone that had the will and intent to genuinely ask that wasn't someone he should push away. I wouldn't say I'm troubled, but I can't deny there is something going on in my mind regardless. Most of it is due to Ishtar herself. If she wants to, she may have Heraheim's power revealed. Silver's tired eyes closed before reopening with great determination. But, I've decided to protect her. Even if the world extends its hands to capture her, I'll, bonk. Seer suddenly knocked her fist against his head. It was light, but it echoed throughout his body, making him wake up. What are you doing getting all worked up? She asked with her big gray eyes. They pierced into his soul. Or so it seemed. Silver closed his mouth, and his mouth twisted into a cheerful smile. Thank you. He said, almost sparkling in a way to those girls. Huh, for what? Seer asked, greatly surprised. To ask that question, most of the people I met, even people I knew, would often stare at me with many emotions instead of speaking. Fear. Confusion. And others. I think it's great to see someone just genuinely concerned. And as you can see, this guy's already out cold, can't really talk with him anymore. Silver said with a smile. Really, in a sense, I think I just needed to hear that, even though I received help multiple times today. My friends showed me their concern. My familiar companions asked me if I was okay, crying and laughing with me as they told me how cool I looked. The people I loved hugged me and scolded me. So perhaps, I guess I was just seeking the things from before, the time before the change, even when I know everything will slowly die down and return to normalcy. It's something hard to explain in words. I guess coming here, having Mia ask me to pay up with that serious gaze of hers as she throws the bill at my face was everything I was looking for. That's a strange thing to seek. Seer said with a puzzled smile. I guess it is. Ha. It was then Silver raised his head, gazing at all the girls in the pub, all looking at him with a mix of emotions. Perhaps they realized something, or they were still trying to understand who he was. The adventurer boy that went to the dungeon every day, passing by to get some food. Or the berserker that threw himself to the flames just this morning. And this thought made him. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Silver started to laugh indiscriminately. Notes. Night Talk 2 will continue in 2 days, see ya. Chapter 200, Night Talk. Phew, done. After a lot of research and finishing seeing the newest season, here I am. This chapter is pretty big, over 5,000 words long, and this is before my second edit. So I won't be posting a chapter until Sunday, sorry guys, but it's how things go. I could have divided the chapter, but it would disrupt the flow, so I preferred to keep it like this. I recommend reading it all first, reading the notes at the end, then giving your opinions. Albeit I feel like that is too much, I do feel like I managed to start the argument and end it, tough we'll see about that. A reader's perspective is completely different from the author's. Thank you for reading and peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. Ha ha ha. Silver's thin smile suddenly turned into a hearty laugh, making the girls confused. Ha. Did you break him, Seer? Lunwar asked as she pointed at the smiling girl. Seer turned her face, as confused as everyone else. She was trying to figure out why he had changed like that, but couldn't exactly pinpoint what was the trigger for it. I didn't. Creak. But before Seer could say anything, Silver got up from his seat. It's nothing like that. I didn't want to do something like this so soon. But since they showed me that they care. Or are trying to, since their personalities are odd. And even if I'm still a bit confused regarding what they think about me, they do deserve a little to see a little bit of what's going on inside my head. As I am willing to trust people once, even if it'll get me hurt one day. They say an image is worth 1,000 words, so how much is an action you can witness? He mumbled to himself as he looked at his hands. As he said that, he started to shine a little, and his true appearance was revealed, shocking everyone to the point some of them opened their mouths wide. Why your body? Be it Chloe, Anya, Lunwar. Even Rio, whose eyes shook. Their expressions reflected the state of his body, almost broken. Scars were all around his body, it wasn't exactly evident, but they were there. A bandana around his eyes. And a hollow. I know, I'm pretty damn beaten up. Silver said with a slight smile. His light and evasive tone seemed even insulting to them. You. How can you say that? Seer asked with a dark expression as she took a step forward to take a closer look. He looked at her, and he couldn't help but become more serious. It seemed smiling and trying to play this down with jokes wouldn't work. All actions have some sort of consequence. Silver said as he sat back down. In this position, Seer was almost face to face with him, her serious and unwavering gaze locked with his. Or where it should have been. She normally portrayed herself as a silly girl, but she could be serious too when the time called for it, to the point it was scary as the contrast between her actions was that extreme. How do I say this? This time, for my ideals, for the person I wish to be, I threw myself at the fire, and got burnt in the process. I managed to achieve what I wished, and that's all. Don't look at me like that. Please. Her sadness, he could almost taste it. And so, Silver raised his head towards the ceiling, no words were necessary, their expression said it all. Perhaps they saw in him what they could have become had they failed somewhere along their journey. But what they didn't know. Don't mourn for me, this is just the beginning. Silver said as he got up from his seat again, staring down at Seer. Question mark. Their confusion was understandable, for most, this was the ending. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Silence. Wait. Don't tell me. You'll continue being an adventurer? Lunwar asked with her eyes wide open. The thought of stopping never crossed my mind. That's absurd, Naya. Chloe added, her expression tense and twisted as well. It is. Madness even. But I have no intention of dying anytime soon. And as he finished those words, the bandana around his eyes fell, revealing a brand new pair of silver eyes, and his arms flashed, returning to his previous look as if it was all an illusion or one of his pranks he pulled every so often. It made them want to believe that. Else. Who would help you all clean this place? He asked with a smile. I may look like this, but slowly, step by step. His hands shone in green light. I'll climb back up. Gasp. Seer put her hands around her mouth, gasping at the sight. So please, do not worry for me, I still have a lot of gas left. I won't allow myself to get like this again. He said in a strong tone. She closed her mouth, but not her eyes, she wanted to imprint what she was seeing deep into her. To remember it, for a long, long time. Then. Why did you do it? Seer asked deeply. Instead of asking him to stop, she asked him for his. My reasons. She nodded, oddly silent, perhaps still upset from his previous injuries and by how light-hearted he was about them. It isn't easy to see a friend hurt, much less when it's a close friend, and the injury is as serious as the loss of a limb. The worse the injury, the greater it impacts their lives. Silver said that this injury wouldn't affect him, that he would move on and learn from it, heal from it, and albeit time would tell if that was the case, they couldn't do much apart from believing. Reasons. Silver closed his eyes, thinking. There wasn't a lot he could say about it, most of it was already shared during the Donatus. In the end. I just felt like doing it, and then I did. That's all. And this shocked everyone. Huh? You mean to say you just had the desire to challenge the Ishtar Familia to a war game and then you did? Lunwar asked with an amused frown. But deep down, she hid her own displeasure. There was more to that, but in essence, yes, that's right. Silver said with a nod. While they all opened their eyes in confusion and shock, Silver continued. Perhaps that isn't enough to put my point across. So let me explain. But first we need to go back a little if you all don't mind hearing my useless ramblings. Seer looked at him without blinking, it seemed she wouldn't back down anytime soon. You'll all likely call me a fool or even stupid at the end of this. Aren't you one already? Chloe retorted with a smile. Silver put his hand in his pocket, taking out a wooden object as he pressed a small button. Meow stir. He played Chloe's biggest embarrassment, the words she was forced to say back in their last bet. Naya. Stop it. Later. It took a little of effort, but she finally stopped her rampage, allowing Silver to start his story. Albeit, even though he tried to ease the mood, he could still tell they were hesitant and worried. Even if she displayed anger at him for keeping the recording of that day, Chloe's mind seemed elsewhere. Well, at first, I was a bit conflicted, many thoughts filled my head. As a captain, I must do this and that in this way and order because people follow me. Depend on me. As the face of the future, I must smile at this time, and move at this time, to provoke cheers and screams from the people, lead them towards a brighter future they themselves are unaware of. Isn't this what all familias seek to do? To make a better future. Why most fight? Silver tapped on the table, breathing a little as he weighed and thought about the words to use. If I do this, that will happen, the consequences of this will lead to this. And so on. It wasn't for long, you may even call me weak for that, but I felt forced with thinking over and over and over about how, eventually, all of my actions and thoughts would influence those I protect and care about. I am responsible for a lot, and as such, I must measure every single one of my actions. To act in a way befitting of the expectations others have placed onto me. And because of other things as well. I didn't want to let others down, I didn't want to disappoint them. But at the same time, such responsibility wasn't being enforced in a way I felt comfortable with. I feel that I could be that person, that I can do it, so that in itself wasn't the problem. The problem was how those expectations were delivered to me. It's not their problem, people seek from others things that they cannot accomplish themselves, and I was that person, and I am glad to be said person too. So after thinking a little, it isn't hard to think that I can't be what the people desired of me. I don't want to. I refuse to be anything other than me. Silence. Seer and the others did not speak, it was pure silence. The fire burning in some candles seemed louder than them. Yet, it was small, but it seemed Seer was smiling. Without knowing, I got myself trapped. Silver said with a slight dry laugh. I stopped doing what I wanted, and moved for the sake of others. Which isn't a bad thing. To be relied on as proof of one's capabilities, responsibilities, is gratifying, but I couldn't help but feel restrained by those very same things. Or at least, I stopped moving for the same goals as I initially had, moving to accomplish things in the way people expect of me. That wasn't how I wanted to feel, that wasn't how I wanted to be. Silver then smiled, starting to get somewhat heated up. If I'm tasked with giving them a foothold into the world, then I'll do it. My own way. Even if I have to blow up some things in the process. They all felt something was wrong, though they couldn't point out what it was exactly. So far, it seemed Silver was burned up with the tasks of a familia captain, which was fine, though they wondered how all of this connected with the matter at hand. It was very uncharacteristic, out of everyone, they expected him to be the last one to talk about such things. Because he always felt so bright and free. Perhaps even that had been a lie he made. Or something they built themselves. You can say it's irresponsible to challenge one of the rulers of Horario for anything but spite. Because it is NYA. Anya exclaimed as she raised her fist in defiance. Silver smiled a little, but he didn't stutter. But at the end of the day, I felt that. No, this was what I wanted to do. Not just a matter of having to or not. I couldn't restrain the desire growing within me, so I took a step forward, act first, think later. I am a fool, I moved without the consent of others, for something that benefited almost none, I may have even created more trouble for others. He said as he looked at Rio, who immediately looked to the side. But I do not regret my decisions, I did what I felt was right, not for anyone but me. How arrogant, on that note of yours, what if the enemy was someone you couldn't take on? Chloe asked with a frown. From her perspective, his idealistic words of grandeur were just as he pointed out, foolish. Almost anger-indulging even, the number of people that might mourn his loss. And even the amount of people that would be affected by his actions. But Chloe was smarter than that, she knew who he was. There had to be a reason apart from a meager desire to challenge the strong. In fact, she had heard some of the rumors circulating on the streets already, that he had likely been attacked first. It may be true he acted out of his own desires, but there was a fuse hidden in there somewhere, and it blew him up. She knew that feeling exactly, she experienced it more than once in her life. That was why she didn't fully scorn him, only saying he was foolish for acting against a mountain. Because she once did the same, not only her. But she didn't say that she also felt great admiration for him for having overcome that great adversity. Adventurers grow from their mistakes and challenges, not just physical ones but mental ones too. The more they survive, the better they became, Silver's level up was proof of that. What would I do? You already know the answer. Move forward until the day I can't. He replied sternly. Call me arrogant, call me stupid, irresponsible. By all means, call me anything. I'll probably be that. You ain't even making sense. Chloe mumbled in her thick cat accent. Yet, Silver smiled even brighter. Exactly, I do not need to make sense to others, I just need to be me, and that's the point of this meaningless rant. Seer stared at him deeply, waiting for what he would say. For her own goals, a god came to me and told me to abandon everything I was and had to be hers. With a smile on her face as if that was a matter of course. Common sense dictates that I should follow her will, as a divine decree isn't one to be lightly broken. Silver smiled bitterly, saying some that would once again shock them. And I do agree. Even if, sometimes, their personalities may be questionable, such as a funny guy that pranks you every time you meet. Or a serious girl that speaks less than 10 sentences at a time, always in poems. A god is a being that should at any moment be greatly respected. But with an ever-darkening tone, he said, but not revered. Most often than not, gods desire things that, from our perspective, is nothing sort of immoral, even, if I'm allowed to say it, demonic. He let out a loud sigh, resting his back on the counter, tapping on his friend's back who was still sound asleep. It's just a petty excuse anyway. But am I supposed to watch and clap as everything I was and did is slowly turned into cinders by the whimsical nature of a damn woman I never saw in my whole life? Most will say that no, I shouldn't, but if I ask what I should do then, they won't have an answer or their most likely solution. Leave it to the gods to deal with one another, yada yada, the same inconclusive blabbering, as if that would fix the situation. Because going against the gods is wrong. Or something along those lines. So then it came to me. I just won't do it. I thought to myself. Why? Why do I have to follow the will of this delusional girl that sees me as nothing but a tool merely due to the fact she believes it is her right to rule? Because she exudes some sort of unique feeling I can't properly describe? Because she saw kingdoms rise and fall? No. I won't, I'm not a toy. They were silent. Anya couldn't even breathe properly. It seemed Silver was slowly exuding an ever-increasing pressure. If a god stands in front of me, I'll have to push them aside. Respectfully. Because my goddess is kind, too kind to do those sorts of things on her own, and that isn't wrong. But this is a world where gods of all kinds are allowed to come down and do as they please. I cannot change that, even if I feel it's wrong. She is already overwhelmed with the instructions of how to make a cake, much less deal with such a crazy bitch. Girls like Ishtar. Silver said with a straight face. They all looked at him with deadpan expressions. In any case, I cannot understand their feelings. I cannot comprehend their reasons. I can only denounce their actions and curse their divine names with all I can, even if that won't do anything to them. Perhaps at most, I'll annoy them. It is all nonsensical, but that's just how most gods are. He asked with a dark smile. I'll likely be scorned by others and called a fool for that. But I say that I had enough, that I only need to be cherished by those that see the worth in me. If they look at me with fondness and respect, then I'll pay those emotions in kind. Gods. And people that are willing to sit down and talk with me. His expression became serious. In short, if to be successful I need to rip my own personality apart for the sake of becoming some sort of mass-produced, second-hand person. If to be accepted by the masses, I need to become some sort of cardboard-cut hero. Then I would prefer to be the villain of this story. The silence was overwhelming. I said it before. I desire the mystery hidden in the dungeon while most seek its destruction. Let me be a hypocrite and say that I understand their reasons. Would anyone try to understand mine? Silver words stung somewhat, but they also sounded but ramblings coming from someone too full of themselves. Sorry for being so egocentric and arrogant. I'm sure that generalizing such things never has a good ending. But it sounds cool at the very least. Poof. Silver sat down near the counter, taking a deep breath as his face relaxed. Phew. I already said a lot. And I didn't really say anything either. Haha. Sorry, I'm a mess right now. No, carry on. Seer said with a thin smile. It's nothing impressive. I don't know what you wish to learn. We should have stopped this long ago. I wonder sometimes. Will the people praise me? Will the historians share my accomplishments? Will the children raise their wooden swords and fight in remembrance of me and my goals? Would the gods remember me if I were to throw myself at the doors of death for another? Would you like to? Seer asked suddenly. Silver looked at her and shook his head. I don't really care. Why not? There are many that wish to be the lights of a new era, to shine brighter than any other. So why don't you seek the same? Silver thought for a moment. Now that he was talking about it, the reason seemed to escape his lips. I want to be me. Only me. For my own desires, and for those that care about me, that's all. I'll climb higher, and maybe, I'll shine in the process. Though, when that time comes, it'll be for me. I'll achieve my dreams, not someone else's. It is strange, considering I was the one that started this topic with wonder, but now I outright refuse it. The light of glory is not exactly something I'd reject, but it feels so small compared to the smile of someone I care deeply for. If I can make my family proud, does the rest truly matter? Perhaps for my mental health. He said with a chuckle. I see. Awkward silence, Silver stopped saying. He didn't really know what to say anymore. But he just brushed his hair in frustration. In spite of all that. What I meant to say is that I just decided to stop changing and just let myself go wild. No more will I listen to the opinions of people that know or care little about me. Not like I was in the first place. He mumbled with a slight cough. For those that know better. Let them say whatever they wish and interpret my actions and words in the meanings that best suit them. Let them throw tomatoes, rocks, even swords too, but only at me. At least in this way, I'll be the captain of my familia. Seer smiled as she closed her eyes, who knew what was passing through her mind. If you need help, I'll do it. If you are in danger, I'll be there, for I have my own morals to abide by, and just because I have refused your recognition, that doesn't mean I'll just leave you to die. Or something along those lines. Smiling, he said, do you think that's a good line for a biography, as he turned to look at the kitchen? Not exactly the ideal type of hero, yet it's not like I ever wished to be one. He looked at the streets outside through the window, thinking about the people that were out there, the common folk he was tasked with protecting. Silver had his own morals, whatever they said to him, he would protect them, this was his duty. But it did not mean he wouldn't throw a punch at someone if they annoyed him well enough. Who cares about the difference in level? If a civilian talks shit at his face, then they'll face his fist. Isn't that what most would do as well? So why did it sound so bad? I'm just a village boy, one that grew amidst a green flatland near some mountains, growing vegetables and pushing off kobolds when they got too close. My grandparents are a bit crazy on their own accord, people with their own stories to tell. My mother even said she was hit with a lightning bolt when she was pregnant with me, that may be the reason why I'm like this. Chuckles, I want to be this boy, this is my hypocritical desire. I'm not really that complicated. Yeah. Silence, Can you promise that? Seer asked with a serious expression as she broke the silence. Promise. Silver was stunned, but as he saw her eyes reflect his image, he complied. If you have such resolve, then you must also have the will to carry on with your decision and move on. Or was everything you just said devoid of any palpable determination? And likewise, if you're so sure of yourself that you'll always return, then you must make it a promise. Or do you have any doubts about yourself? Her sudden barrage of words as she tried to invade his private space left him breathless. Silver let out a strange deflated laugh. He looked straight at her, even though she was barely a palm in front of him. All right, if it's a promise. Do it seriously. I'm always. 9 to 90% of the time, I'm serious. Seer approached him, he could feel her breath on his chest. Make it 100%. You sure are stubborn. They say that a lot to me. Sai replied with a wide smile. So. Even if heaven calls me, I'll have to ask them to wait a bit. Let this be my promise. And if I break it? Well, you can decide on the punishment, though that'll never happen. He said with a smile. Is that okay with you? It is. Acceptable. She said with a teasing smile, perhaps expecting him to say that from the start. Somehow, Silver felt wronged. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? He asked as he looked around. Because you just were Naya, Seer ripped you off, and you're now forced to come here every day and spend big time. Anya said with her massive smile. Wait, that wasn't in the promise. He said with some exaggerated desperation. Who said that it wasn't? Seer said sneakily as she turned around, hiding her smile. That's against the rules. The gods will smite you down for lying. But she just chuckled down, running away. Silver felt offended and challenged, so he decided to have some fun. Raising his hand and pointing at her, he said, Stop her. She has sinned, as he started to walk after her. Clong. Yet, Anya stood in his way, taking a step to intercept his charge, raising her might broom and slamming it on the ground with a lot of force. Unfortunately, that's as far as you'll go. The sight of the small catgirl standing in front of Silver was very fun for everyone, to the point their chests became visibly lighter. Oh. And who you are to stop me? Me. I am. Mighty catastrophe. She said with a proud childlike smile. Puffed. Naya. Stop laughing. She exclaimed as she looked at Chloe. Catastrophe. Are you sure you aren't a? Don't even dare say it, Naya. Chuckle. It seemed the heavy mood had been completely blown away, and things were now quite light as the girls laughed heatedly. Naya. Without her knowing, Silver slipped past her. As Seer ran away, Silver went after her, and the girls from the pub tried to stop him each time, saying their own lines, only to be beaten by Silver. Either by turning invisible, teleportation, or some other strange means, like how he dealt with Anya by making the entire floor slippery, so she couldn't stand very well and constantly struggled against gravity. And eventually. Rio. Save me. Seer dramatically said as she ran behind the elf. Please don't drag me into this. I'm having a headache. Is this your last night? You. Tell me thy name. Silver proclaimed. I. How do I reply to that? While Ryu looked around with some confusion, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar approached Silver from behind. Ryu. Do not let him be victorious, we need to work together. I'm impossible. An ambush. Silver exclaimed dramatically. Ryu face-palmed. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I can't let this go on. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver moved at an incredible speed, shocking everyone as he tried to move past Ryu. Exclamation point. Slash smack, slash. Ryu instinctively punched forward, hitting him. Straight in the stomach. URG. Silver felt some air escape his lips as he stood there motionless, her fist against his chest. I'm impressive. Silver stuttered as he looked at her. I didn't mean to. Punch seriously. Ryu tried to apologize, but before she could do so, Seer hugged her from behind. You did, Ryu, my trusty knight. No. Seer, get off me. And it seemed things were just starting when. Slash thud, slash. What's going on in here? Mia asked slowly as she opened the door from the kitchen. Behind her, several girls could be seen peeking into the restaurant, trying to get a look at what was happening. I can hear you all loud and clear from there. I give you all a small minute of rest, and this is what happens. Red energy seemed to be circulating around Mia as her expression tensed. By the gods. The mighty Titan. Silver uttered, making even Ryu chuckle. But Mia's eyelids twitched. Titan, huh? I bet you still remember what I said last time, right? Heh. Don't you go thinking that I'll go down easily. Silver retorted as he raised his fists. He turned to look at Ryu. It's my loss today, and I shall remember it, now go, before her anger befalls onto you also. What? I shall hold the line here today with my life. Seer pulled Ryu, dragging her onto the stairs leading to the second floor. Ryu didn't know what to say or do, she was just being dragged away. Forward. Silver uttered as he moved to Mia with great determination. Slash crack, slash. Mia cracked her knuckles, smiling. All right then, kid, give it your all, I've been meaning to shove some sense into your head for a while now. Slash step step, slash. Silver stopped right in front of her, and he raised his right fist, against everyone's expectations. They thought he was joking. Slash gasp, slash. The girls behind Mia all hid their faces, fearing the carnage that was about to ensue. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver punched right at Mia, shocking even her. Her eye narrowed as she raised her own fist and swung it down to intercept him. Slash whoosh, slash. But she hit nothing. As Silver's figure slowly turned to smoke, another Silver reappeared at the entrance to the pub, holding a drunken elf. Everyone turned to look at him with complex expressions, and it was then he said. Well. Sometimes, you just have to use your head. What? Don't look at me like that, you thought I was going to face her. Come on, even I have some common sense. Whatever little that may be. And with that, he vanished, leaving a bunch of girls puzzled. Be yourself. What do you think about that, Ryu? Seer asked her in a low tone. Slash clap, slash. All right, how long are you all going to stare at the door? If you're done here, go help the others in the kitchen. Mia said as she clapped loudly, startling everyone. They all looked at each other for a moment before letting out soft sighs. It seemed they wouldn't be resting early this day either. Before turning off the lights and closing the door, Mia looked at the street one last time before turning around. Damn brat, keep your thoughts to yourself. These kids can't handle them. Slash clack, slash. Notes. So. What do you think? A hit or a miss? Or something in between? At least you'll agree it was better as a one-chunk chapter rather than two separated chapters. The reason of this chapter was to give a bit more light into what Silver was going through and give some of that rare character development. It was also supposed to affect Seer, who is Freya, and also Ryu, who is now still recovering from her past traumas. I think it may be hard to have her go through something similar to what happened in the original series, but it's not like there is a single way to surpass one's past. Ryu could still come up with an understanding with herself and awaken Astria Records, officially taking a step into the future instead of living in the past. As for Freya herself, she is suffering from boredom and trying to find herself. She thinks that by finding her otter she will find that happiness, and that makes her obsessed. Perhaps with a little bit of self-reflection she may start to realize there is no need to put all of her worries and problems onto Otter, thinking he'll resolve it whenever she meets this fateful partner, be it a man or a woman, as she doesn't care about gender. It would be interesting to see a change in her in that regard before she does anything, or so I think. Things can change at any moment anyway. I definitely wanted to make more chapters to display this problematic mentality with the MC, as I'm sure it should have come as a surprise to you all. Most may even think I put it there merely to be dramatic, though, in honesty, it was indeed around that. I don't really think I've done a chapter like this ever since volume 1 or 2 when the MC was still alone with Hestia, so one chapter like this is a slight change of pace from the ordinary. Still, I would have wanted to make 4 to 7 chapters about the MC interacting with the members of his familia to display these emotions within him. It's not like they are major either, as he was mostly complaining about people he doesn't really need to care about, or in other words, he was being a dramatic kid. Anyway, that's all from me. I'll now make more chapters. See you all on Sunday. Peace. Chapter 201, Hands Full, Start of Volume. Hey, my dudes, we're back. This time, it's another double chapter. This volume has quite a bit of them. The side chapters are all double chapters too. Tough for now, we should be in the clear. As you saw by the title, this is the official start of Volume 5. Yay. Well then, let's not push this any further, it's time to jump in. Enjoy. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abatumwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_abatum. /step// MNN. You okay back there? Silver asked Loiju as he carried the men on his back. MNMH. /incomprehensible mumbling, / Loiju said something, or tried to, but he was past the crossing point and thus, too drunk to register or say anything that made sense. One half of his brain was awake, the other was sleeping. I'll take that as a yes. He drank a lot today, even after he told me he would never drink again. He'll likely say the same thing tomorrow, sigh. I wonder. He did bet everything he had on me. Making a lot in return. Hopefully. This doesn't change him. If it does, then for the better. Money can bring out the worst in each person, the question is how long it takes for someone to get numb to it. An orphan that spent each quarter carefully could become a gambler. That's actually more common than it should be, now that I think about it. Well. He already is one though. Shaking his head, Silver carried the drunken elf, stopping only to let him. Well, do his drunken things on the side of the road inside an alley. Better on the ground than on him. And once he placed him on bed, making sure to put him on his side so he wouldn't choke, he left. After all, he also deserved some rest. ZZZZZZ. /later, / schwa schwa, / A strange yet soothing noise echoed in his ears. It was the sound of water falling into a pool. Faint mist rose into the air, lingering slightly before vanishing. Waterfalls that fell from the ceiling above, falling atop a cascading series of poles adorned with the finest craft of stone and metal. It was a mystical place straight out of fairy tales. As I thought. I'm here yet again. The same pools, the same walls and ceilings painted with strange creatures and girls looking at him with weird glances. Even that dog is here. Like before, some waved at him, greeting him, while others barely cared. Or so it seemed. Silver was once again in the dream. The spiritual land of the great spirit of earth, Terra. He looked around, seeing the very same paintings as before, staring down at him with their inquisitive gazes. Some curious, some not, a few even frightened. Sigh. Last time I came here, I caused a bit of a fuss. So their reactions aren't nonsensical. Though now, I'm not really that concerned anymore. If I were to say what changed, then it would be that I'm now at peace. That may be too deep for me, he said with a slight chuckle. To move forward without caring about the consequences, I can't say I'm there yet, but I've decided to be more of myself rather than taking everything into account. I feel as if a lot of time has passed since I last came here and enjoyed this bath, but it's been only a few months. In my search for the truth, I asked both Hestia and Artemis, yet they can't tell me why I'm coming here, much less Terra herself. The gods can't answer me. Or at least those two can't. Gods affirm to be omnipotent, yet whenever they're tested about it, they often brush it aside. Some argue that they are, however, if that's their own ego or the truth, I can't be certain. We can only wonder where their truths end and their lies begin. For me, it's obvious that there is reincarnation and a cycle we follow, but for most, they don't even know if that's true or not. Gods are unpredictable, and so are the things they say and do. People can only pray and believe that there is an afterlife, but in the first place, what good will come from doubting them? Though. Letting yourself be carried by their words is beyond foolish. Silver stretched his arms and rubbed his eyes, albeit his real body was crippled. This one wasn't, it made him relax a little. It had been barely a day, but he already missed them. This place is truly beautiful, no matter how many times I look at it, he said as he took another glance around, focusing on the fine details. It should have been impossible. I never made a contract with a spirit, much less met one. The heroes of the past that trained without anyone's help, and those that made contracts with spirits to achieve greatness. To break further, they challenged things deemed impossible. And the spirits aided them, guided them. Yet, I never met one before arriving at Arario, and if I had a contract, wouldn't any of the gods have mentioned it? As she said, the questions I made ended up only tormenting me further rather than helping me ease my worries. Silver turned his gaze to look at the big doors leading outside. He had a certain urge to go meet Terra, yet, he felt nothing would change. She answered everything he wanted to know, apart from some pretty sketchy questions. Such as, what is a spirit? That isn't really the kind of thing you ask, and he felt that were he to ask, it would just end up with the same question as when you ask a god what is one. They merely brushed the subject aside after saying some deep things, as if that helped. One of the biggest pleasures a god can have is seeing a mortal squirm around as they try to seek answers for their problems. Because it's the unpredictability of mortals that they find exciting. A god may see themselves as perfect and create the most elaborate of plans. Wouldn't it be boring to see it go perfectly? However, in times of need, mortals will come with the most absurd of answers and actions beyond a god's wildest imagination. For survival, for love, or for something completely mundane. It's in that slight impossibility that gods derive their pleasure from. I have many questions for the gods. Some serious, other childish. He said with a slightly silly smile as he sat down on the edge of one of the pools. Would it be a mockery to ask a god why they can't have children? Perhaps there is one out there that would give me a perfect, in-depth answer, as to why that isn't possible. Would they answer me if I were to ask why can't spirits have children? Maybe they would just tell me to go and figure it out on my own, haha. As he chuckled slightly, the paintings on the walls and ceiling stared, trying to figure out what was going on with this very strange guest. Shah. The smooth warm water continued to fall down seemingly infinite, its echoing sounds were oddly silent for him, and in the end, Silver decided to just enjoy it. He took off his clothes, putting them neatly beside the highest pool before getting inside. Splash. The water was the definition of perfect, it went everywhere it needed to go, warming up everything it had to at the perfect temperature. Wasn't it hotter before? He mumbled as he splashed the water with his feet. When I first came here it was actually pretty stuffy. But that didn't last long as I was knocked out. The second time I came here, the water was hot, and the third time I came here, the water was warm. Now it's just perfect. Hot enough for me to relax, the perfect temperature for me to not call it lacking. Perhaps something had changed since the last time he came here, his level-ups might have strengthened his soul. As that is the only thing in here. In fact, this was a question he had buried deep within him. Soul. In the end, just what is it? Why do we all have it, and why does it go up back to the domain of the gods when someone dies? What form does it take? What do the gods see in them that we can't? What is the relation between the soul, consciousness, and individuality? The Xenos are the best example of this. All monsters have souls, but not sapiens per se. Through many lives of constant learning, death, and rebirth, they attained individuality and awakened anew. Why? What triggers this change? Emotions, and so, why them? Emotions can trigger a lot of things, and in a sense, those are the very things that attracted the gods to the mortal plane. The unending spice that is emotions and the many flavors mortals can give to the palate of the gods. I've researched on and on, but even then, I can't influence the soul, much less prove its existence. All of my progress was based on the fact something has to exist in order for my conscience to linger on. If it weren't for the people of this world treating the soul as something commonplace, then I wouldn't have gone anywhere. Are my plasmids truly incapable of affecting such metaphysical constructs? It seems so cheap. A small ring of smoke rose from his index finger, it flew to the air before transforming into the head of a dragon that opened its jaws, letting a small spark of fire burn in the air before dissipating into nothingness. Some of the paintings on the ceiling clapped, very much amused, they seemed to be asking for more. But Silver ignored them, much to their disappointment. I can use them here, and if everything's to be believed, then I'm using my soul to do so. Why can't I just do the contrary? Manipulate my plasmids to affect the soul. As for the question of the why, that is something else completely. Right now, I'm more interested in the result, not entirely in the process. I spent a very long time trying to make a process, perhaps it's time to discard it all away and simply try to seek results, and once I do, figure out the why. What is the soul? What is the meaning of all of this? He asked with a tired expression. Silence. The living paintings could do nothing but stare. It's not like I was expecting an answer anyway. The soul is here, it carries one's everything up, then it's cleaned before being sent back down. The theory is there. I just have to find it. And if I can't make sense of what's happening, then I'm lacking, that's all. I'm not the most talented, neither did I ever see myself as such. If I can't do it, I'll keep trying until I can, or until the day I find out a truth that satisfies me, that's all. I should read a bit more. Orario has many libraries scattered throughout its territory. Most are private, being owned by particular familias inside their own homes, such as the small library Apollo left in his manor before we kicked him out. But the books there are far from ideal towards my ends. I could try talking with Loki, she might allow me to check hers, though it would be bad to owe her anything, or give her a reason to repay a debt. Just kidding. Though it's always good to have one of the top gods owe you something, especially Loki. Nevertheless, I can't abuse her kindness. When I have the time, I'll go check the Grand Library of the Gnomes, perhaps I'll find something of use there. Their library is one of the best in all of Orario, as gnomes put a lot of emphasis on the value of knowledge, as such, getting inside is extremely costly. But at least it is open for those that have the money. Blub blub blub, /. In the end, he let his head sink in the warm water, relaxing his chaotic mind in the pool, letting the waters wash his soul clean as his body floated around. The morning of the next day, URG. Huh. Oh. Silver slowly woke up, and at first, he almost had a sudden panic attack as he realized everything was dark, only for him to remember that the day before, he had lost both of his eyes. It'll take a while for me to get used to this. And then I'll have to get used to having eyes again. Feeling uncomfortable, he started to inspect his surroundings. Z. As expected, right next to him is a single girl sleeping in a small set of girly pajamas. It was, of course, no more potatoes. Demeter. I can't. Hestia's tone was wavy, as if full of fear and unwillingness. At least she's having some good sleep. Due to how impacted and stressed she had been thanks to the series of events involving Ishtar, Hestia had lots of difficulties sleeping recently. So this time, she chose respite by tightly hugging him. He already expected it, as even before he left to meet his friends, Hestia warned him he would be sleeping with her, and she wouldn't take a no for an answer. Even if he refused, Hestia would have just sneaked in during the night, why not just say yes and farm some brownie points? Sigh. And as always, albeit the feeling of having her this close was good and warm, his and hers day had barely just begun. I'll let you rest for a little while longer. You deserve it. He whispered as he brushed her long black hair slightly. She'll have to attend the Donatus and collect her due rewards from Ishtar while also fighting the other gods for an alias. Unless they all agree with keeping my current one, which I'm sure won't be the case. As for me, I'll visit some more people in the meantime, say hello, and all of that. And then, I guess I could say this matter would have been resolved, and everyone will finally have some time to rest. At least for now. Without anything to stop them, they'll all be able to grow. We still have some level 1s that are close to leveling up, and I also need to hike up everyone's training. By next year, I want at least one level 3 haha. This is if we don't recruit one already. And in the year after, a level 4. With that, then our familia will finally be able to protect themselves. If Haruheim is around. Although there'll be some things to look out for regarding her. I don't have to worry about Ishtar anymore. How will Evelys react to her loss? Especially when I already dealt a blow to them. With a grin and pensive look, Silver opened his hollow eyes. Will they move against me? MNNN. Perhaps feeling his twisting emotions, Hestia reacted a little, only to calm down once he patted her head. I'll leave that to later. Thinking of the future, Silver used his plasmids to push Hestia aside without having her wake up as he went to the side. MNMN. The moment she felt the emptiness in the bed, she started to get restless. Really? Alright, plan B. Poof. A large pillow materialized on the bed, and Hestia immediately clung onto it like a koala. It seemed to do the trick. I would like to get a rest like that too. But there are too many things to worry about. As always. Although now I have more people to share my burdens with, there are still some things I need to start and oversee as the captain of this familia. I'm sure we'll have to do another recruiting soon, it would be a waste not to. With this change, it would be the perfect time to gather more people and raise our numbers from 40 to 100, perhaps even 200. Gather people from all areas, such as alchemists, smiths, and item makers. We don't need the best of every category, just those that can fulfill our internal needs, the rest we can acquire from the outside. It would be great to get some healers and mages, but that would be asking for much. After recruiting 40 people, we only got 3 or so people that had some sort of magic from the get-go, the rest were already adventurers. There are many girls that wish to become mages, they study and train every day for that, but it's up to chance if they'll awaken magic or not. And a bit of money, of course, money can solve most problems. Normally it's hard to become a mage if you don't have something from the start already. Those that follow this path need to accept reality and move on most of the time. That's the case because they need to get the mage development ability to acquire a magic circle. I'm sure this will change over time. While healers are even rarer. And those that possess unique and irregular magic like Haruheim are, well, one-of-a-kind occurrence. In both cases, their magic may not even be that strong. A good example of the extremes of magic is the Saint, the strongest healer. She's not as famous as I once believed. She is actually pretty low-key, and most don't even know of her existence. Though there are more than enough records to prove why she is the best. Even though she's a level 2, her magic works in a 5-meter radius around her. It is mind-efficient, ultra-strong healing magic that can heal better and faster than elixirs. It also purges curses, detoxifies, and restores stamina. It remains behind and heals continually for some time as well. While Cassandra's only recovers stamina and heals wounds, being better than most potions at most. Even then that's pretty strong. What Cassandra doesn't know is that her other magic can detoxify and also remove curses. Even then, it's clear as day the difference between both healers. Though, Ermid is a pure backline, likely having little combat experience apart from terrain understanding in order to heal properly and stay out of trouble. While Cassandra often participates with her bow. Regardless, I'm pretty sure the guild is going to raise our familia rank to D, be it with or without the recruiting. And this would mean we would be forced to go on periodic expeditions. Although not for now. We ranked up too fast, and the guild isn't completely heartless. They'll give us more than a year to settle, as that would be more in line with the minimal time a familia takes to get that rank. Even then it's too fast. // Closing the door behind him as he got inside the bathroom, Silver took off his shirt and stared at the mirror. No arms and no eyes. Keeping my plasmids activated doesn't take much, but it's still a pain. It's not like this is new to me. In the dungeon, I often use them in this way to inspect my surroundings, albeit on a larger scale and while also using more applications stacked on top of each other. Seeing the world with a wider range of colors, for example. Not really useful, but there are some applications for things like night vision and infrared. Now, I'm using them to see in place of my eyes. Another way to put it is that I'm using my plasmids to do the same as my eyes. It's not really that complicated. Keeping that together with my arms will surely act as training for magic, though not a very efficient one. Maybe I'll get somewhere after using it like this for a year or two, but I don't have the time for that. On a scale of priorities, my sight definitely comes first, then my right arm. There's no need for me to regenerate one eye at a time. I can do both, although the same can't be said for my arms. If I fully focus on my eyes, doing nothing apart from that, drinking potions to continuously recover. A full week. Though that isn't completely feasible, I should try to be more flexible. I can't stay in my room for one entire week doing nothing but healing my eyes. So, if I were to add my side activities, 2.5 weeks at most for both, and if I just decide to focus entirely on a single eye. Perhaps a week. If I don't get any more injured in the process, that is. As for my arms, I can't emulate the true extent of my physical ability with my plasmids. In fact, it just becomes a chore and a waste of potential. My arms are an illusion, and even if I give them more substance, it won't be that meaningful unless I use a lot of minds constantly. However, if I could have one arm, things change. The eye is a complex organ, but so is an arm in its entirety, so it'll take 1.5 months, and that isn't counting the eyes. So in total, a conservative estimation says that it'll take me between 2 to 3 months to fully heal from this. If something goes wrong, the time could greatly increase. But so is the contrary. Looks like taking a break is for the best. He mumbled as he entered the bathtub. I'll use these few months to further my knowledge, get things going in the familia, commission more stuff from all of my contacts, and perhaps finish some contracts. There is a lot to discuss with Mayak regarding potions, alchemy, and medicine. There is a lot to discuss with Fells and even Asfi regarding magic items. On this note, I might have to talk with Hermes. Now that I reached this point, there is no need to hide my wield anymore. I'll just start selling every single one of the drop items that I stored ever since I started adventuring. It should amount to quite a bit. It'll clean some space while also giving us more funds to work with, as I'm sure we'll need it. Tough. We're already getting a lot of money from Ishtar, so I don't know if that'll be necessary or not. Well, more money doesn't hurt. Hephaestus gave me some ideas regarding my magic sword project, and she also has to fix my halberd, and I have to pay for my gloves. That'll cost some money. She may even decide to fully support our familia. Though I wonder how that'll go. I was even thinking of using the money I made betting to commission something else after paying for the gloves. Perhaps a pair of boots. Would it be strange to have only boots and gloves? People might call me a pervert. Chuckle. Silver laughed drily. Yeah. I should take some time now, let time flow. I did a lot already. He then smiled. It's not like I'll lose much, because, at my current pace, I might still be able to reach level 5 by the end of this year, and I would still have a lot of time before, silence. Yeah. Level 6, 7, and beyond. Enemies are the least of my problems, they are literally everywhere. Besides, I can still hunt if I want to. What I mean by resting is resuming my normal training program in the dungeon. I could even help the others hunt and grow stronger too. He went silent once more. I wonder. Will these news reach my family? I should go search for them. Silver was already planning on leaving Orario for quite some time. There was a lot to accomplish outside. His family. The ruins. And also, I'll seek that village. He said deeply. Near Orario, deep in the mountains, resided a secluded village. One that somehow still stood despite being surrounded by monsters. It held a very, very deep secret, one he had no intentions of revealing to the world, much less interfering with the poor common folk that lived there. He merely wanted to interact with it, and see for himself how impossible of a task awaited him. Splash. Playing with the water with his foot, Silver finally got up after a few minutes. With his extreme senses, he could feel the continuous sounds of snores and faint chatter echoing through the manor. Looks like they're waking up. Some didn't even sleep, I bet. Like those 3 kids. They need to take it easy. Training all night. Albeit. I'm not exactly someone to say that. Either way, time to start my day. Hestia needs to wake up and get ready, practice her lines. She'll be dealing with likely a very angry Ishtar, and many excited gods. Also, she has a very important job. Make sure Ishtar doesn't open her mouth. I expect information about Haruheim to spread, if not through her, then through the Amazons. However, I just need time. Not only me, she too. Time to grow. Taking how most of the gods act, they'll surely enjoy this situation. Though, who will be the clown of the show? Splash. Silver got out of the bathtub and scrubbed his ass. A few hours later, I'll make sure to give you an incredible alias. Hestia jumped eagerly as she approached the central plaza. I'm sure you will. She did quite well last time, and I'm 180% sure it'll go well again. However, I can still see that she's hiding something. Is it the fire? I was afraid of asking her about it and ended up losing my chance to ask about it. And speaking of such mysteries, it may be time to seek out the truth about my status. Arenas. He's the only one that might know the answer. And now, even if there's something wrong with me, he won't be able to push me aside anymore. I'll have to leave that to after the Donatus though. It would be better if I went with Hestia. To his words, Hestia replied. Why do you sound unconvinced? You're imagining it. He brushed her aside lightly. Am I? Before she had the chance to retort, someone interrupted her. Hestia. Come here. Both he and Hestia turned, one confused, the other smiling. Yet, immediately after turning, he soon noticed one very glaring issue. Boing. Bountiful. 2 large melons. Plot. Indeed the most fertile of lands. Demeter. It's been a while. Hestia replied with a smile. Image. She then sharply turned to Silver, feeling something wrong. But he looked at her confused. Something's wrong. She is oddly sharp in these situations. No. She replied, embarrassed. For a moment I felt. Demeter stared at the sight with a small smile. After exchanging some greetings, they each went on their ways. Good luck. Silver whispered as he left the central plaza. Now then. I should look for some merchants. Everyone will recognize my appearance, so I doubt they'll try to pull my leg. We'll see. Step. Silver left the plaza, seeking even more money. Notes. There is a lot to cover before we start this volume for real. Many POVs to go through, to say a few. There is the Donatus. There is Otter and the others going to the dungeon. There is Ace and the others coming back from the dungeon. Several other characters' reactions, one of them being Hephaestus. You could even say it's a possible romance starter. There are also at least 2 to 3 plot events that I need to introduce first. One of them involves Ishtar's fate, and another one will involve the Soma Familia. Despite it all, Soma is a very important character that needs to be explored at least once. He was the biggest reason why the identity of the final boss was unmasked. And a few more other things. Then, after all of this is done, I can kind of make a time skip like the one I did before, and with that resolved, we would start the arc outside of Orario to resolve all sorts of problems. And perhaps push Artemis romance to the maximum. This volume's start is a bit messy, and due to the schedule of chapter releases, people may feel lost, and that's okay. We'll be jumping from past to future a few times as well. Hopefully, it doesn't get too complicated. Anyway, I have other things to do. Thank you for reading. Until later. Peace. Chapter 202, Arena's Will. Before we start, I was rereading the most recent chapters for obvious reasons as I'm posting chapters now on Scribble, and I have realized a small problem that could be considered a plot hole. There are several inconsistencies in the story. It happens, I'm not perfect, but I like to address the mistakes whenever they do come to my attention. Some I can fix, others I cannot. So, regarding Evelys, the big baddie that exists. So far, the guild has no idea of who is behind them. That is a fact. However, that do know people who should be connected to them, and I just forgot to address this more clearly. Way in the past, during the time Silver was level 2, he gave the Hermes Familia Frederick's diary. It contained many things that happened within the Dionysus Familia, and it made Hermes suspect them of being Aurario's traitors. He was unsure who amidst them was the traitor, but it seemed unlikely it was any of the children after extensive investigations. This treason stems from the Prometheus arc, where the forces of Eidos the elf infiltrated Aurario, causing quite a bit of trouble. The guild was unsure of how they did it, but in the end, they thought they had help, hence a traitor was necessary. So, as of now, he should be keeping tabs on them despite having no clue about their overall actions, but without a doubt, they should be connected somewhat. This was something that deserved a chap on its own, and it should have been released in the past to clear it out and leave it in the background for when it was necessary to bring it up again, which is about now. If you wish to get an overall idea of what was happening, I would be glad to discuss it later. For now, go enjoy the chapter. Peace. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/AbadamWriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account. It's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. While the Donatus was underway, Silver made his way back home. Not through teleportation, not through fast running like a ninja on the ceiling of the houses, but just like he did in the not-so-long past. Walking down the streets like a completely normal person. To not attract attention, he changed his looks. Into how he truly looked. A blind man with no arms, but with a slight change. He covered his eyes with a bandana, as if he were to walk around with no arms, he would attract more attention than with them. And so he could pass on as a blind man. He left his right arm intact to hold a long wooden rod. This way, no one bothered to look at him, and even if they did, they could barely even recognize him. With his eyes covered, there was little people could do to identify him unless they knew him personally. His current battered state was too much from his previous glorious display. Sniff. The smell of early morning bread just out of the oven, how lovely. Silver mumbled as he walked around slowly. Aurario is truly the center of culture. If you look closely you can see dishes from all over the continent. Though some are rarer than others. His focus changed to an alley on the side. In there, he saw a few children crouching on the ground, staring at the streets, hungry. Even this close to the center of the city, you'll see people struggling with things they should have a right to have. It may seem idealistic, but Aurario is supposed to be the center of hope in the world. The world wishes and expects the city to deal with the three great questions, the dungeon, and whatever came out of it. As such, everyone within the city was supposed to have some rights, and it's the reason many try to enter it. Seeking better life. But that truth only extends so far. Just like how being an adventurer isn't as pretty and heroic as most children believe. He felt many emotions. Pity was one such emotion, though he wondered if those kids would appreciate it. Not everyone wishes to receive help, not everyone expects unpaid kindness. What sort of kids were they? Honestly, he didn't care. That'll be 148 valis, sir, make it 160 and I'll add one of these fresh round melon bread ho-ho. The baker said with a smile as he calculated Silver's order. All right, here it is. Silver replied as he took a few coins from his pouch. The baker was surprised to see Silver being so nimble despite being blind, but he attributed this to the fact he might have been an adventurer in the past, despite looking young. It isn't uncommon for high-level adventurers to retire due to injuries, or to look younger than they should, yet still retain some sort of ability from their glory days. Though that wasn't common to see anymore due to the fact over 90% of all old veteran adventurers sacrificed themselves for the sake of the future 5 years ago. How many still remember their glory? How many still worship their efforts? Under the confused and surprised gaze of the 7 children, Silver stopped next to them and... "Oh no!" he exclaimed dramatically. Poof. His large bag full of bread fell right by their feet. My bread. What a bummer. Yet. Grab. One of the children grabbed his large bag of bread, carefully dusting it. It was fresh and it smelled good, its heat radiated onto their faces. Slash grumble, slash. Their belies grumbled, their mouths salivated, their urges flared. But they weren't thieves. Here you go, sir. One of them, a small plump child, handed him his bag meekly and weakly, almost trembling. Silver could tell by the raspiness of her voice she might have not eaten anything for at least 2 to 3 days. Oh. Thank you, little girl. He replied with a gentle smile. But I only need this, I kind of overdid it, you see. He said as he grabbed a small piece of white bread. Would you all kindly help me finish this all? Slash silence, slash. The kids looked at him with a mix of expressions, some almost cried, but they seemed genuinely happy and hopeful. It seemed their faith in others hadn't been fully destroyed yet for them to watch him with suspicion, which made Silver glad. Children were supposed to smile and not care, run around with everything they had, and hit their faces in a glass door because they can't process there is a door there. And not stay in the dark, silent, slowly dying of thirst and hunger. In the next few minutes, Silver watched them eat and talk in silence, asking them some questions from time to time, such as who was their guardian. It wasn't like he was going to do anything, but he wanted to understand this side of the city. He wasn't surprised to hear they were from Deadless Street and from an orphanage, that much he had figured out. What he was surprised to hear, however, was the fact they weren't being given proper food in there, and even if they were poor to the utmost degree, at the very least, they should have had something. After all, even the Astrea Familia of the past was once poor. Legends say Astrea herself had been fed with grass soup by her children. If a goddess can survive like that, then... Goodbye. The children cheerfully waved their tiny hands at him as they disappeared into the darkness, leaving Silver with a bitter feeling. I wanted them to laugh, but why do I feel worse now? It was because he learned a little bit of the dark truth surrounding the people no one cares about. Even in such low places, scum will gather. To think there would be thieves willing to steal from orphanages with barely even enough to feed 20 little kids. Even with Ganesha trying his hardest to work as a police force, he can't fill the void Astrea left in this city. The Astrea Familia might have been small, but even though they vanished 5 years ago, many still remember their feats, perhaps even more than Zeus and Eros. Because one was close, fighting on the streets for them, the other was outside, fighting things they couldn't even begin to comprehend. It's been 12 to 13 years since they vanished after all, while it's been 5 since Astrea left the city. I do have some time, and I did plan on being a bit more charitable. Silver whispered to himself. Why not pay a visit to Deadless Street? I used to avoid it for many reasons, Evelys being the biggest. But do I even need to fear them now? Speaking of them. You're here. Silver said as he looked at the dark alley. People who look at him might just think he was a strange blind man staring at an alley, but that was exactly how he looked. Slash whoosh, slash. The wind flowed as if pointing somewhere. And with it, Silver moved. Slash inside another alley, slash. You're here. The darkness whispered to him. From the dark corners between the tightly built houses, a cape being stopped from within. You told me you were hurt, but I didn't expect this level of injury. Fells pointed out with great concern. Thank you for caring, but be assured, this is only temporary. Silver replied, confident. Temporary? Are you planning on? Fells assumed the most obvious. No, I don't have any intention of buying any sort of prosthetics, I'll instead regrow my limbs. Silver said bluntly. While others may take this with extreme confusion, there was no need to be subtle with the being in front of him. Though even then. Regrow. That is an impossible feat as far as I'm aware. There seemed to be some melancholy in her tone. It may be for others, yet I can assure you that it's possible for me. That doesn't mean it'll be easy. Or pleasant. I may not be efficient or comparable when treating others as other healers, but when the focus is myself, I'm the best healer. If we don't bring people like the DEA Saint into the picture. Even then, there are things the DEA Saint can't do that I can. If someone's heart stops beating, there is little the DEA Saint can do. Perhaps if she uses all of her healing ability, she can jolt someone awake, but I can easily make someone's heart beat again. The problem is the soul. In which moment does the soul departs the body, making its way to heaven? Immediately after. After a few seconds. No matter how much I try to mend someone's body back together, if their soul has already left, then there's little I can do. Then I shall put my faith in you as I did before. Fells thought for some time, while Silver said. How did the guild take my actions now that everything is over? Nothing much changed from what we discussed last time. During the night on the day he blasted Ishtar's home away, Fells made an uninvited appearance in his room. The motive for that was obvious. Not only her, but Aurena's wanted to hear the true reason behind his actions. Albeit he was tired and worn out, he made some time to answer her questions until she was satisfied. From there, they met one more time before now, on the day after the previous Donatus was held, to discuss the impact of his actions. This was important due to the information Silver gave the guild, especially Aurena's. By investigating the burnt bodies of the deceased members of the Icolos Familia, Silver dug up the truth about their disappearance and what was lurking in the shadows. This allowed both Fels and Aurenas to start understanding the scope of the problem and also to connect many dots that were left unanswered from the past. The slight chaos of the past that was dealt by the Loki Familia, the traitor that was never uncovered. The existence of Gnosis beneath Orario, Daedalus' most prized construction and a long-lost dream. Something that was fated to never be completed, not because it was impossible, but because the guild couldn't afford it to exist. Managing one entrance is already a great bother, and with the other one being sealed, how could they manage an extra one? Much less an entire extra dungeon. Even if impressive on its own, Aurenas has to make the final choice and choose the greater good. It's complete annihilation. Especially when it was being used as a base of operation by their enemies. Aurenas has decided to go with your approach. Fels stated. I see. Silver's approach was pretty simple, it involved nothing else but patience. His argument was simple, yet convincing. From what they uncovered from the corpses, there was no way the guild could face them alone. Even if they had the Ganesha Familia, nothing would change, they might lose their biggest ally due to their recklessness. That wasn't something Aurenas was willing to bet on. So what should they do when their enemy keeps growing their forces, plotting some vile thing in the dark? Well, Silver might know what they were after, but they didn't, as even after using his abilities on the grunts from the Icolos Familia, their bodies were either too damaged to share anything conclusive, or they didn't know the full scope of it all. That's obviously because, in every villain plot, you never let your underlings know every single step of the process, just like in a pyramid scheme. Everything they had was pieced together through multiple uses of his ability until he got tired and stopped. Even then, it gave Fels enough information to work for months. Below them existed an extensive array of tunnels that connected with the dungeon, that was Gnosis, and it was being used as a base for the remnants of Evelus they never managed to track. The pieces of this long ongoing puzzle were starting to fit together. But for how long is he willing to wait? Aurenas understands your worries and points, we can't lose our warriors by sending them into a death trap, especially now that they vanished. Well. We barely even knew they existed until you showed me they were the same people going after the Xenos. Fels said in disappointment. Who would think that the Icolos Familia that mysteriously vanished many years ago was now working for Orario's greatest enemy in some sort of man-made dungeon beneath Orario? And it hasn't been for little, but in fact, they had been together for a very long time. It's no wonder God Icolos vanished as well, he may be detained somewhere beneath us to prevent information from leaking. Hermes has been working hard to uncover all traces of their movements in the surface, but it has been difficult trying to track all of their movements, but I have set several pins across all of their possible contact points. Those that live beneath the city need to have a way to transfer resources in and out of Babel. Fels might know there is something in Daedalus Street and in the dungeon, but she also knows they had to have something extra to make due to all of their preparations. A way to make a lot of money. She investigated for many days straight, weeks, months, and she finally got a lead. Outside. Is it Melon? Silver asked. I shouldn't even be surprised. That's correct, Melon is the only possible place they could be making use of to move illegal materials and money. I was also made aware of the corruption within, everything fits. I didn't explore much into Gnosis, but from the little I did, I came to realize its immense architectural expenses. It was clear that the Icolos Familia was the main source of money for them given their abilities. They captured monsters and the exotic monsters, selling them outside for great profit, utilizing passages I can't even pinpoint correctly. Some of those monsters are reared into war weapons by their tamers, and that was what hit Orario during the Great Feud, causing the death of many. It's clear there are underground passages connecting the inside and outside of Orario, and they're likely impossible to track, not without alerting the enemy. The only way to properly scout the area would be by biding our time. And that in itself explains a lot. About the past as well. If only we knew of this sooner. But the past can't be changed. And now that they are gone, it's a wait-and-see game. Who will make the first move? I expect Aurenas is weighing if he should attack all of the enemy supply lines and strand them, or not push them much. Silver said with a pensive expression. Correct, Lord Aurenas is trying to balance our current two choices. We can attack now and try to wipe them out. But we could end up bringing forth a great backlash, one that if we can't control, chaos may be brought back to the city, something we cannot tolerate. Not after everything it was done to attain it. Or we could wait and strengthen our forces and seek more information, though this would also give them more time to prepare. And after thinking about this, Aurenas has decided to seek my own opinion. I'm flattered. Silver joked in a light tone. Please, take this seriously, the city. I am. To wait or to move. But I think we should wait. And the reason? Just as they need time, we also need it. If we go like this, many will die. There is a way for all to live, and that is by having the Loki and Freya familiars cooperate, but such a thing is impossible. Otter alone can't deal with this either, he'll likely die before reaching halfway through the Gnosis. A massive war party must be assembled to succeed. We need to prepare. Time to involve others in this, time to sort out our own problems. The enemies hid in their shells, but it wasn't out of fear, it was to make us confused. We have no one on their sides, but we also don't know how many they have on ours. You think there are moles? I think so, everywhere. Especially at the guild. It may be hard to fool a god. But mortals. Fels knew this was a great possibility, she started to doubt things too. To enter the guild, you just had to pass through the eyes of mortals, so they could be easily fooled. It may be simple to say the big familiars are safe, but what about the smaller familiars that rose in the last 5 years? They thought they had won and wiped them all out, and even if some remnants were left, were they of any threat? Who could prove all of those recent familiars were on their side? Everything pointed at a cleanup, an investigation, preparations, contacts. There is a lot to do. Fels counted as looked at him. Indeed there is. If you all want to win without spreading chaos. Silver said as he tapped his wood rod on the ground. But who could it be? Fels suddenly asked. The Demon Lord. God Erebus was defeated, he was the one that led Evelus, wasn't he? He was already sent to heaven, and multiple familiars from Evelus were sent back to heaven either by their own hands or through the adventurers. Who is left to lead them? What do they wish to achieve by remaining in the dark? And how? Silver was completely silent. The existence of Thanatos had yet to be disclosed, and all other allies of Evelus had also been kept in the dark. The only ones they knew for sure were Icolos, and possibly Dionysus, but did that change anything? And from Silver's reports yesterday, there was the chance that Ishtar also had contacted them. A lot is missing, and it gives me a bad feeling. I'll relay your response to Lord Arenas, he'll likely agree with your approach. In the meantime, I beseech you to be careful, the enemy can seemingly come and go from the dungeon at any time. In your state, after everything you did to them. That I'm fully aware. Silver replied without a single shred of hesitation. If that's all, I have a few more things to do, you know where to meet me. Also, send Hermes my regards. He said cheekily. Adventurer Silver. //. And Silver vanished. Sigh. He's harder to talk to than even grow sometimes. Fels didn't linger for much longer, making her way to the darkness of the alley once more. And like that, their meeting was over. Notes. I think I did a decent job at conveying things, regardless, I'll go back to what I was doing before. Send me your questions and options in the comments. See you all later. Chapter 203, Determination of Those Without Names. Well then, not much to say. If you can, please, go to ScribbleHub and leave a review on the novel over there, it helps a lot. Aside from that, we continue with the POV and character development chapters. I said before that we would focus on those, at least at the start of the volume. I have no idea how long this volume will be, but I have my hopes that it'll be around the same size as volume 4, meaning, around 100 chapters. But that is likely the maximum size, it'll likely be smaller. That's about it, see ya. If you wish to support this series, take a look at my Patreon. www.patreon.com/join/abadamwriter. You can also find the links on my disc at RD in case it doesn't work here. And if you are bored, remember to check my other novels. Including the one on my other account, it's called Azimuth, the Elden Throne. You can also find it by searching for my other account, follower_of_Abadam. /Russell/. With a single snap of his fingers, Silver saw himself surrounded by trees, the same ones on the back of his manor. Their leaves flowed with the faint wind, creating a slight symphony that played in the background, soothing and relaxing. /clang/. However, the distant sounds of metal clashing broke the peaceful scene. There was no need to think it through, they said everything. Those brats. What are they up to now? With a slight smile, Silver corrected his appearance back into the one everyone was used to before walking deeper into the woods. /clang/. /clang/. Huff. Huff. Tired already, Byro? The eldest of the triplets asked as he rested his spear on his back. His gaze was full of disapproval. Huff. Huff. Not yet. He replied as he wiped his forehead. Then raise your spear, it's too low. Even if Byro tried, he couldn't, the spear only loosing hung in the air, that was as high as he could muster. Exclamation point. /clang/. From the side, Phiro, the middle-born swung his spear, trying to hit the eldest from the side with a precise blow. Don't get cocky. Humph. /clang/. /clong/. In the end, he was also pushed aside. Despite being similar to one another, the same looks, the same height, the same features, the triplets were very different in terms of power. As shown, the eldest managed to overwhelm both of his brothers on his own, and he was only sweating slightly. Is that all you have? I am disappointed. They want to change, but is this their everything? If they want to catch up, they'll need to put in more effort. Yes. Break themselves. And from there. Shut. Huff. Up. Biro exclaimed with a rare loud tone as he rushed forward. I want to puke. But I can't, /clang, /. Do you two think that working hard now will change anything? /clang, /. We've always been training hard. Phiro said as he pierced upward. /whoosh, /. Don't lie to me, you two did nothing out of the bare minimum. He said as he evaded the blow, kicking the spear out of his brother's hand. Yet, Phiro rolled to the side, grabbing the spear before rushing again. He may be not as strong as the firstborn, but he was still much stronger than the youngest. Working hard until you bleed. Everyone can do that. /clang, /. In a great feat of finesse, Piro deflected both of his brother's strikes at the same time. You two said you would grow to meet his expectations, and what did you two do? Now that he risked his all for his own ideals, did it ignite a fire in you two or something? He provoked with a smirk. Exclamation point. Both brothers were angry, clenching their teeth and hands. He had hit the spot. Before, they worked hard, but only for a dream of greatness. On the other hand, now, they wanted to become something. Scream, /. So they rushed once more into battle, letting out war cries despite barely feeling their hands anymore. Pathetic. /clang, /. /clang, /. Phiro deflected their attacks without moving from his spot. That was how flimsy their moves were. I tolerated you two for long enough. I thought it was enough, that your hard work would eventually pay off. But I overestimated you two. I didn't expect you two would only wake up now. You are drunk in the stupor of his achievements. Your wills are. Stop being so full of yourself, Piro. Phiro exclaimed as he pierced from the air while Biro swooped with his spear from the ground. Yet, instead of being overwhelmed, Piro smiled. Finally, that's the look. I see now. From the side, Silver watched their fight. So that's why they were fighting. This was no spar. It was much more than that. Nevertheless, things were getting a bit dangerous. Albeit their spears were extremely dull, they were still made of metal and were pretty heavy, more than enough to kill a normal person were it to hit their head a tad too hard. A strike from Biro to his legs could even end up breaking them. Thug, /. Suddenly, they all felt some sort of force bind them in place, making their hearts stop. It's barely 9 a.m., why are you all so noisy? Silver asked as he walked out from behind a tree. See Captain. Piro mumbled, surprised. Did he hear everything I said? Oh no. He's here. Biro straight out closed his eyes, almost blacking out. Don't look at me like that, I'm not here to scold you all or anything. He said in a light tone as he stared at Piro. Much less make fun of your little stunt. He knows. I should have expected it. I feel stupid now. It wasn't supposed to end like this. We were meant to resolve ourselves and then. While Piro looked at the ground in shame, his two brothers finally started to calm down and see things rationally. There was no way their older brother would say those things to them for the sake of it, he cared too much for them. No, it was exactly because he cared for them that he was harsh. However, he only said that because he had the strength to back it up. Had he been weak? Would he be able to say it? Piro would like to believe that yes, even if he was weaker, he would say the truth to his brothers, rile them up so they could strive further, even if it meant being beaten up. His reasons for being strong were many. Since they were young, they always divided the food and resources in a way the older brother would have more, allowing him to grow stronger and more nourished. It was their way to survive as their parents were long gone. From an early age, Piro would train alone while they didn't have the strength to protect them when they couldn't do so. Even now, he would wake up earlier and sleep later than anyone, perhaps even Silver, all for the sake of this trust relayed onto him. There was more than one occurrence where Silver forcibly put him to bed, or carried his body to it in the middle of the night, his hands tearing apart due to how worn out his palms became from swinging his weapons all the time. His strength came from seeking challenges and advice from the older adventurers, from reading books to listening to other people talk. Their stats might not be that different, but Piro was the one that observed and learned. Or so he tried to be. A leading figure. When he saw how his brother trained continually, he knew everything was going exactly as they've always dreamt of. To become adventurers and seek the truth about their parents' death. They couldn't seek revenge against the people that they didn't know, there might not even be something to take revenge on, and as such, their goals would end just like that. It was only something for them to cling on to. And Pierrot knew that they couldn't live like that, even if it was hard to admit and understand. However, seeing his captain fight made him realize that it wasn't enough. For the first time, instead of stability, he decided to seek something above it. The him of the past wouldn't have understood it. Wasn't a rich life full of everything they never had enough? Why seek more? Wasn't understanding what happened good enough? Once he realized it, and comprehended that this was a feeling he shared with his brothers, he knew he had to strike while the iron was hot and help them understand their own emotions as well. Phiro was someone that was free, he rarely had any interest in something for long, fickle might be a good way to describe him, an overly excited boy that jumped from one place to the other. While Biro was too shy and meek for his good, he needed a fiery determination to climb out of the shell he grew up with as the youngest, the one that had been the most impacted by the loss of their parents, 5 years ago. Hence, as the only sibling that learned how to read and write, at least in the past, he had to lead them, but this led to his siblings developing dependent personalities. One was completely useless on his own, while the other one needed someone to put him in place. He wanted them to change that. They needed to be a perfect cog that worked cohesively as to make name for the skill they were born with. If they weren't well coordinated, the skill would never activate. Pierrot understood what it meant to awaken as an adventurer with a skill, and he would profit from it. He may not become the greatest. Yet he didn't mind. Though he didn't know how the others felt about that. He believed they shared similar ideals. Like his captain, he would aim beyond his reach. And somehow make it out alive, because an adventurer. Seeing their expressions, Silver exhaled slightly. It's good you three are training more together, but make sure to not overdo it. He said with a slight smile. So. I'm here, the person you're all looking for. Tell me, show me, the extent of your desires. Is it weak enough to be extinguished by my mere presence? Suddenly. No. Phiro exclaimed with a fierce expression. Is something wrong? Silver asked with a slight smile. There it is. Despite his extreme look, the image of 3 kids frozen mid-fight was pretty comical. I don't want it. Be more precise. Silver pressed. I refuse to be normal. Oh. Wouldn't that just make you arrogant? You speak loud words, someone that was nothing but an orphan not so long ago. Silver said with a serious expression. I know. Phiro said as he looked down. But it's exactly because I've decided to seek something beyond me. Whatever it may be. Father and mother just vanished one day. Amidst screams and flames. The last thing I remember is being told to run. So I always ran. Fear, helplessness. The inability to do anything as I watched my older brother strive for something I couldn't comprehend. Or forced myself not to. This pain. I cannot flee from it forever, it won't change anything. His 2 brothers were silent. That is why, if I cannot flee from it, I'll just blast it asunder. How do you blast pain? Biro asked helplessly. He doesn't know, please don't embarrass him. Pierrot said with a slight smile. Shut up you two. I'm having a moment here. Chatter. Silver watched the trio silently, giving them time to talk with each other. He already understood what was going on inside their heads, a reflection of his own actions. It's hard to say how each person might react to what he did. Some may be supportive like Cassandra and Daphne, others might see it and not be overwhelmed, willing to do something similar, or follow his footsteps. Some may feel discouraged, the disparity of seeing something they can't believe they'll achieve, or the harsh reality of seeing their incompetence can be shattering and heavy. Not everyone needs to be a hero, not everyone needs to stand out. Behind every hero, there is the alchemist that made his elixir, there is the blacksmith that forged his weapons, there is a mentor that taught him something. They are equally as important as the hero. Silver can only hope to press them forward, there is a lot of time to do so after all. But he was watching them, always, he would be there to lift them up when they fell, if not him. They would help each other, Hestia too. That was his idea of a familia. He would feel terrible if he were to break someone's will, especially one of a newborn adventurer. So seeing these 3 come to him with the resolve to grow did make him glad. Yet also frustrated that he might have also led 3 young souls into the path of doom. Do you want to grow strong? Strong like me? Silver asked all of a sudden. Thud. They all fell onto the ground as Silver released them from his telekinesis. Yes, they replied in unison. Behaving, they kneeled on the ground as they recovered their breath and stamina. Yes, huh? Well. Do you know how I grew to this state? Silence. It wasn't an easy process. I bleed liters of blood as I descended deeper and deeper. I broke bones, mine and others. I consumed all sorts of foul substances, willing and unwilling. I let monsters slash my body to the bone. I heard my muscles snap as I raised my spear. I heard the scream of adventurers as they were slayed by the monsters. Silver removed his shirt, revealing his body. Albeit he had gone through many procedures every time he leveled up, he still had many light scars all over his body. Even then, those scars said a lot. I carved a literal mountain of bodies in the dark abyss that is the dungeon. Is this the path you wish to follow? You all seek to find out a truth, why go out of your way for it? Shake. One of them shook his head. How is that? Any different from the others? Biro, the youngest, said in a low tone. I mean, there are many kinds of adventurers. Strong and weak, famous and even those no one heard about. Yet, isn't it true that all of the strong ones went through the same things you just described? Adventurers grow amidst blood and fire. It isn't meant to be pretty or glorious. I don't really understand. That is what was written in that book I read. I forgot the name. We want to achieve greatness, so how can we stop at that? Silver didn't say anything. Is that what all of you think? Nod. They all agreed. We want to become strong. Silver face palmed slightly, hiding his facial expressions as he pulled his hand down. Ha. All right then. I didn't expect there to be anyone coming to me this soon, but I won't refuse you all. I knew someone would come to me one day for training. Haruheim was one, but she's different. Her conception of the need for power is completely different from theirs, while also similar at the root. Independence and the capability to be relied on. I gave everyone a training routine so you could grow accustomed to exercising, as it's better to bleed now than later. To never grow dull, yet not grow tired from overthinking all the time. The training won't make you all into heroes, but it'll cut it for adventurers beneath level 4. Few adventurers actually train, so the training course I set is more than enough physical training for them. From studying to sparring, it's a mix of things you might not even find it in the Loki Familia. They certainly do train there, but the emphasis they put on it is not as high as the one I put, though it doesn't mean they don't understand its importance. Even first-class adventurers need training. The proper word is that a first-class adventurer has the discipline and experience it is expected of such high levels. Though this isn't always the case. From my eyes, first-class adventurers are those that have sharpened themselves to the limit. As such, they don't need that much physical training anymore. At that time, they'll need the experience to put what they learned over the years and sharpen it. That only goes as far as level 5 and 6. Beyond that, other rules fall into place. As such, the normal training regime won't cut for you 3. With normal training and their rate of growth, would they advance with 700 in their main stat? That isn't enough, we're aiming at 900, that's where the legends step. If you want to become strong, then we can't stop there. Silver smiled silently as he scratched his chin. Normally I would ask for some time to make a proper schedule. A lot of things need to be considered. But not today, we're starting right away. Snap. Crack. Silver snapped his fingers and the trees moved on their own, making a rectangular field around 18 by 9 m. The first training of today. In front of you 3 is a small rectangle dived into 3 sections. It'll be your training ground from now on. The first of many. Each section contains a slight pressure I'm applying constantly with magic. The deal is pretty simple. You'll all train inside it from now on, either under or without my direct supervision. I can't be with them all the time, nor can I pass on martial arts. They barely have a base, what will they do with advanced body techniques? They were pretty confused as to what to do as they looked at each other from the ground. Get inside, don't be shy. Silver said with a devious smile. Being told what to do, Piro was the first one to take a step, thud. And he immediately fell onto his knees. Silver found it odd, but he soon found out the reason. Piro was likely tired or overly surprised from the sudden shift in weight. Come on, it's not that heavy, get up and grab your spear. Silver said as he threw the spear inside the rectangle. Clack. The spear fell onto the ground with a heavy crash sound. Is. Hap. Arg. Gasping as he spoke, Piro found difficulty moving. Breath in and out, stabilize yourself first before anything. He's doing better than I thought. The first section contains about twice the normal gravity and also a bit more pressure. The third section is 3 times, and the fourth section is 4 times. More than this and I don't think even a level 3 adventurer would be able to move. Twice gravity is already hard for most level 2s to move in, much less 3 and 4. Of course, things like magic resistance can mitigate what they feel, but they barely have 3 months as level 1s, and their stats, despite their intense training so far, barely surpass 300. And that is already an incredible growth, all thanks to a lot of things I gave them beforehand, such as potions and lotions to help them with post-training recovery. Maintaining this pressure over an exact field isn't hard, but it can be taxing when mixed with other things I have to do, as I have no intention of overlooking their training all the time. But as long as I'm in the manor, I'll keep it on. As the other 2 brothers got inside the zone, he continued. Prepare to die daily from now on, I won't take in any complaints. He said with a smile. His smile distorted. Even if you die, I'll just bring you back. Today we'll take it lightly, 100 squats and push-ups followed by 30 laps or about 1.5 kilometers. Don't worry, the other sections aren't activated yet so you won't just fall down. Yet. In the future, we'll also use weights and other forms of training tools. We need to aim for those development abilities after all. Abnormal resistance is a must, so we'll start poison and toxin training soon after, so get ready. Also, don't forget, you won't be skipping the dungeon. Though we'll have to reduce their dives, even if it's important for them to go, they can't go while being overly absent-minded due to being tired. The upper floors might be lenient, but the subsequent ones won't be. URG. /silence/. The triplets didn't know what to say. But in a sense, Byro started to regret it. It was too late now anyway. If you wish, you can go directly into the next section, just tell me and I'll increase the pressure. Silver said eagerly. And no thank you. Pyro said with a lot of struggle as he lay on the ground. Silver's smile wouldn't vanish anytime soon. Soon enough, others would join this hellish training, and others would also start seeking their own form of development. The rapid growth of the Hestia Familia had started, all due to the extreme actions of its captain. Albeit dangerous, Silver was adamant in making sure they would all live through it. Soon enough more people would join, they had to be at top condition in order to not embarrass themselves. Although, Hestia would wonder if that would be possible if all of them had eye bags due to lack of sleep. Notes.